mean, Spurgoli was like Spurgeon, so I didn't know if that's what you wanted me to talk about. Should we support Zionism? I'm kind of lukewarm on the issue, to be honest. I'm good if you do, I'm good if you don't. Not really a deal breaker. I think the Mossad are some pretty cool people to have on the side.
What is the
some pretty cool people. I think the Mossad are some pretty cool people to have on your side.
What is the
on your side. I think the Mossad are some pretty cool people to have on your side. There's some really deal breaker for me. I think the Mossad are some pretty cool people to have on your side.
What is the Mossad?
The Israeli version of the CIA. That's what it is.
They're kind of like a Swiss Army knife. There's a bunch of different versions of them. Yeah, they have spies like the CIA. They have shop troops, assault group type guys. They're pretty cool. And girls. They have girls too.
It's Israel's spy agency. Then you have SHAMBALA, which is another agency that's kind of like the FBI. But it's basically the equivalent of the CIA, but they're way, way better than the CIA. Trust me. They make our CIA look like amateurs, especially with the DEI that's infiltrated our CIA the last 5-10 years. Our CIA is a joke. The last 20 years, our CIA is a joke. Seriously. DEI ruined our CIA. DEI ruined our FBI. DEI ruined our military. DEI ruined everything. Think about it. Israel doesn't have the DEI problem we have. You know what I mean? So, Sarah, what's your take? Like I said, from a Jewish standpoint, we don't really care whether you support us or not. Wait, first of all, America didn't send us arms. We get them from China or Russia or somewhere. You know what I'm saying? In other words, we've been around 4,000 years. We're not going anywhere. So it's just ridiculous to think. And as far as Palestine, let me just make this point. There's no Palestinian people. There never has been. That area was always the land of Israel in the old days. What happened was the Romans in 70 AD came along, kicked out a lot of the Jews right after Jesus and all this shit. They kicked the Jews out of that area and renamed it Palestine after the Philistines, which were an arch enemy of the Jews. In fact, David and Goliath, you know that story? Goliath was a Philistine. The modern Palestinian people are not Philistines. What happened was, basically, the Romans renamed it Palestine, and then you had about 10, 12 different entities between the Romans and present day. You have the Romans, the Ottoman Empire, the British. Then the British started calling the whole area Palestine again. When in reality, there has never been a Palestinian people. They're basically the people in Palestine and the West Bank. They're really Arabs. They're basically, I'm going to educate you folks. They're Arabs, mostly from Egypt and Jordan. What happened was the British mandate in 1946, 48, whenever it was, basically said, we're going to take this land and split it. We're going to give, at first they were going to give Jordan and the land of Israel all to the Jewish people and call the whole thing Israel. Then the Jews said, well, you know, let's give a hope to these so-called fake Palestinian people, because the only reason they were called Palestinians is because the British continued to call that area Palestine. That's the only reason. So it was named Palestine by colonizers. Originally the Romans, and then the last colonizers were the British. They were colonizing it, so there really no. This term, when it was called Palestine, the whole area was called Palestine, and you had Jews living there that were considered Palestinian only because the British named it Palestine. It really, historically, was never called Palestine. So it's kind of a weird thing. So these Palestinian people never really existed. They're just Arabs, basically. There's no Palestinian people. There's never been a look through history. Never been a Palestinian nation ever. The Palestinian, listen, I'll prove it. The word Palestine is not even mentioned in the fucking Quran. I dare anybody. It's not mentioned. The word Palestine is not mentioned in the Old Testament, not mentioned in the New Testament, and it's not even mentioned in the fucking Quran. Why? Because they didn't view it as Palestine. That's you know what happened was, it only became Palestine when Jews started moving back there. The Arabs said, you know what, we need to create a fake people. Let's call these people Palestinians. These Arabs who are really, so what happened was, and when Israel, when the British mandate came down in 46 to 48, and they split the land, guess where most of these so-called fake Palestinian Arabs went? They're really just Arabs. Let's get down to the brass tacks. They were created as a fake people. They don't have really any history as far as Palestine goes, and basically they moved most of them into Jordan. Jordan was given the home of these people, okay? That's where most of them went. And what happened was, a few of them hung over in the West Bank, and the remaining, here's what happened. Egypt was controlled. Here's my proof. In 48, when the Arabs attacked Israel, it was the Arabs attacking. It was Egypt, Lebanon, Syria, and Jordan. There was no mention of any Palestinians taking. And the Gaza Strip, before Israel took it over, was controlled by Egypt. By 48 until the early 70s. What happened was Israel won the Sinai and the Gaza Strip in the 6-Day War. Listen, they took the Sinai in the 6-Day War. What happened was,
so dude,
20 years ago, Israel left Gaza. In 20 fucking years, these people had 20 years to get their shit together. They've got 25 miles of pristine Mediterranean coastline, and these sandblacks, as I call them, they had 20 years. They could have built the next fucking Dubai there, but they spent 20 years and all these billions of dollars tunneling underground, building like 300 miles, 300 kilometers of subway, fucking terror tunnels. These fuckers these motherfuckers have better land than fucking Dubai. Don't you people get it?
Wait,
20 fucking years, these sand ninjas couldn't do shit.
Blessings. Yeah, welcome back for the people who are tuning in. I mean, we're going to sort of continue on the road here, and we'll present the rest of this video later. In terms of the opening presentation, we will present it later. Maybe later tonight in the middle of the night or something like that. We'll just cut out that last part.
Yeah, right.
Last 10 minutes. That's why I just kind of ended the video abruptly like that, so that we can proceed on our normal path here without too many disturbances. And I'm also trying to cut the stuff. Yeah, I could have done that, but also there was all sorts of conflicts, and people could mass report. So why take the risk? Because there's already a little bit of a problem going on. So I'm not gonna go ahead and risk a lot of content that I've made, right? Just because of why would I do that at all, right? Let it ride and edit it in and post. Why? I don't have to do that, right? I don't have to let it ride. Let it ride. Why? Right? So that would be actually pure stupidity. In terms of why not just come here and just risk the entire video, and why am I just here just talking for no reason?
It's definitely not worth it.
Yeah, not even recording anything. Right? Why don't I just not record anything? So but I'll tell you what, it's a little bit my fault, because I was planning on cutting that conversation way earlier. I noticed some red flags, and I was thinking about cutting that conversation off I mean, just proceeding to the Tao Te Ching, and I had many opportunities to do that. But I thought, because we don't have our friends here that often, right? We could have just, recorded some content with them. So yeah, it's fine. We'll be releasing that later, right? So it's no worries. And I have some other panel stuff that I want to release later. So for now, this is part 2 of the stream, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's no reason. Yeah, there's no reason. There's no reason to assume that there's many bad actors that are thinking of, doing harm to the channel. I mean,
Yeah. Flying
like,
monkeys.
yeah, like in the past, we had people come on the channel, certain high-profile people, and we received, certain restrictions on YouTube right after. So I thought that was a little strange. You know, um, definitely thought that was a little strange. You know, um, so we were wondering about that, and yeah, we'll see what we're gonna do here. Okay, in terms of the Tao Te Ching, but yeah, I really hope that people will come by and join us. Yeah, I know I had Nubs here in the back earlier. I hope the rest of the people will come back, but yeah, we'll figure it out.
His audio seemed to be having problems anyway.
Yeah, yeah, but yeah, it seems like we're back with a little bit more of people too, but also it's later in the day. But yeah, the Tao Te Ching, right? Well, we're on chapter 71 here, and we're gonna go rather quickly through some of this, and then present some more material for you guys. It says to know that one does not know is best. Not to know, but to believe that one knows is a disease. Okay, we see a lot of that. I mean,
Ooh, that's a good one.
yeah, yeah, and you see, there's lots of differing opinions, but one thing is for sure is that you can understand your own ignorance. That's the best way to learn things, and actually learning things. To quote Twilight Son of Lilith, he said earlier that certain types of knowledge are destructive. And if you know, right, exactly what not to know, right, it can save you from destruction, right? But sometimes not knowing, right, right, sometimes not knowing what not to know, um, sometimes just not knowing is good enough, right? Right, because not knowing what not to know, right, sometimes you can avoid danger, right? But you still don't save yourself from the danger of knowledge itself, right? So realizing your own ignorance, you could actually understand, right, your own deficiencies of knowledge, right, what you don't know, right? That is important knowledge, right? Because actually it helps you navigate, right? Like, for example, knowledge of your own limitations or what could be used to destroy you, right? In Lao Tzu's opinion, avoiding danger is better than becoming indestructible, so to say. I mean, right? He thinks that actually some the ability to avoid danger is far more powerful and superior to the ability to um you know actually attack, right? So he kind of goes into that the best attack is a good defense. And in that same way, the best form of knowledge is not knowing or knowing what not to know, right? In terms of that. Yeah. Orange knows nothing. Blessings. We got the homie sleeper cell girl. I mean, what's up? I mean, we got Truth or Comp official. You know what I mean? You know, we got the homie Xtos. You know what I mean? Okay, we got Wifey McSkittlepoo. All right, we got Truther Cope, aka Truther Cop. Okay, who's coping with the technological system?
Oh,
Synthetic drug.
I thought you said Coke for a second.
No, it's Truther Cope, Truther Cop, and Trucker Cop. And
Convoy
yeah,
Cop.
Convoy Cop. Yeah, exactly. And we got the animalistic, telestic oracle of the
Ein
main.
Ulmavadud. Oi.
Yeah,
Listen.
yeah. Yeah,
That
another thing
means
I want to
there's
say.
nothing but there's nothing but God.
Yeah, another thing I want to say
Blessings.
is that Quetzalcoatl is mentioned in the Popol Vuh. Actually, he is the creator deity. But yeah, in terms of medical advice, I actually don't recommend any type of medicine per se. Okay,
Works
Absolutely
no
other than
not.
sense.
other than fasting. I will say that. I
Nature
recommend
provides all
fasting.
things.
Yeah, so
Keep things
later,
simple.
we're gonna premiere part uh a partial rendition of this episode in which there are some discussions about medical mishaps, but we're gonna cut a lot of that out. But yeah, so there's been a little bit of discussion and a little bit of things, but yeah, we had to cut off that video. But yeah, all are welcome to join, and yeah, we're talking about knowledge of our own ignorance, undoing. Now,
Oh,
I think that actually Lao Tzu would he would really understand and appreciate the whole fasting aspect, and what's funny is that you can actually fast from knowledge itself too. The fact is that you know if you actually stop trying to use your brain to understand things, you could actually sit back and appreciate how certain things connect and what you already know. Like sometimes
mhm.
organization is better than intelligence. And you notice that sometimes seeing how the pieces of your knowledge fit together and what you don't know could be even more powerful than gaining new information. So the whole thing is about um, you know, knowledge and what not to know. Now we can all agree that there's stuff that you're better off not knowing, right? So there's certain types of knowledge, that you know is no good, right? Now there's certain type of knowledge that's extraneous. That means that it's not a harm or a benefit, but it's just kind of extra, and then there's types of knowledge that are, inherent. That means like there's types of knowledge that, you could deduce by, like for example, this idea in Parmenides, right? That you know, everything is one. Change is an illusion. Movement is an illusion. Time is an illusion. All that type of stuff that, you know, that everything's happening in or on something. And actually, the possible is the same as the actual. All of these seem to be natural reflections. Actually, philosophy can't really uh, begin once you've made these reflections, and neither can science. That's why you see Parmenides and Zeno walking out of the school of Athens. The famous painting. I've said many times. That yeah, exactly. This is the other view. That change is constant, right? Right, and of course Parmenides said, you know change is an illusion, right? So it was between Heraclitus and Parmenides, right, that they had these kind of ideas. Now you know basically, Heraclitus believed in an immaterial reality, right? An energetic sort of mind that shapes all existence. And this he thought was the source of change, right? Now for Parmenides, he sort of said, well, you know, everything is one, so movement is impossible, right? And change is impossible, right? And he concluded that mind is inseparable from being itself, right? Now Heraclitus sort of said that mind has to affect reality. Now reality, he said, or material reality, said it has no permanence, you know, and it's always in conflict with itself. Now for Parmenides, they're simply, simply the material reality was not all there. It was the illusion. The truth was all one. And nothing changes from the truth, right? So in a sense, if you think that everything's one, the way that Lao Tzu does, and that sort of, that you don't allow ontological transcendence or a separation from the material and the immaterial, right? It almost makes knowledge superfluous. In the sense that you can't analyze change, right? So they've sort of come to that conclusion, that the path of Zeno and Parmenides, and that's why the Taoists and Zeno's paradoxes and all that type of stuff. The paradoxes are the strong form, right? For the way that the people that reflect on the one, right? They love to show how truth is paradoxical, right? They're obsessed with showing this one aspect, right, of things, right? Okay. Let's go on. He says, my teachings have an ancestor and my activities have a Lord. Okay. But people fail to understand these, so I am not understood. Okay. So now everything has order and beginning, right? I mean, heaven and earth had a beginning, right? So the path of the Tao, right, or the way of the Tao, that probably has a primordial ancestor as well, right? So he says, people fail to understand these, so I'm not understood. Okay, he says, those who understand me are rare. Okay, now this is also a fact that, the many don't have the truth, right? That goodness is not found in number. Actually, those who have it are not aware of it, right? Those who have knowledge, right, they're not interested in trying to spread it around, so to speak, right? Their knowledge is self-sufficient, right? So the fact that, they don't need anything from anyone, right? Because the truth is found in simplicity. So the fact is that, anybody that's moved from an external locus, any action that's done for the sake of something else, right, is incomplete, right? So he's looking at, the idea of, going back to the beginning, and those who are able to do it are very rare, very few, right? So those who take me as a model are honored. This is why sages wear coarse cloth while cherishing precious jade. Okay, so he's saying that, the sages, they know what the finest things are, right? So they have knowledge, right? But they actually spend their time, right, engaging in that, okay, which doesn't have value, right? They don't chase that which has value, right? Okay, but they know what has value, right? At the end of the day, the sages are the ones who can actually distinguish between the thing that has value and the thing that doesn't, right? And the fact is that, you know, even when they understand what has value, they don't necessarily chase it and look for it. You know, they understand what is worth having and what is not worth having. In other words, okay. So they may know the finest thing. They may they may not go anywhere, okay. But they know what the ways of the distant people are like, right? Okay. So this is the same as Lao Tzu, right? He's sort of a hermit, right? But he's also, you know, the archive keeper, right? He's a record keeper, right? He guards the ancient knowledge. But he doesn't put himself on display. He doesn't make a show of himself. All right. I believe that's 71. Gonna go on here in a minute. Yeah, give me a second, folks. I'm still trying to organize this stupid shit from before. You know what I mean? I'd be on the safe side and just delete the fuck out of this video. I mean, so they can't like, you know, do whatever. But
Pretty much.
right. And then I actually edited a copy of it that is cut down, or the last 10 minutes of it is cut off, and then I have the original copy of it. And so we're all good. But yeah, that song was killer though. I mean, definitely.
Which tune?
He played a remix he made of some shit that he made.
Who, Rant?
Yeah, Rant. Yeah.
Oh,
But,
I missed that. Damn.
yeah, we'll cop it. Yeah, we'll get it back. I mean, I got the video, so it's all good. I mean, but yeah,
Might have a tune dropping today. I don't know. We'll see.
dope.
It's gonna be strange, I guess.
Oh, whoops! I accidentally read part of 70 and mixed it up with 71. So that's my bad, folks. Let me read 71 again. It says, to know that one does not know is best. Not to know, but to believe that one knows is a disease. Only by seeing this disease as a disease can one be free of it. Okay. Sages are free of this disease because they see this disease as a disease. They are free of it. Okay, so that's the thing, is that, you know, you could heal yourself, right, if you realize, what the disease is. And that's the thing, is that people who aren't aware of the sickness itself aren't able to heal themselves of the disease. So that's the thing, is that people don't see, trying to gain knowledge, okay, without knowing, right? What you don't know, right? That people who don't regard that as a sickness, that they're literally diseased. I mean, they can't free themselves of the sickness. They're incapable of it. Dumb, deaf, and blind, right?
Those
A blind,
unknown unknowns.
yeah, exactly. You know, a blind man's deaf son is the dumb father of a blind child. So yeah, it says 72. When the people do not fear what warrants all, okay, now this is another thing, right? Is that when you don't have wonder, right? The path of wisdom begins with wonder, right? With not knowing, right? So, I mean, that's the main thing. And yeah, I wonder how like the numbers are so much higher now. Very strange. But yeah. Maybe because we complied with the standards. I don't know. And fucking weird. It's definitely strange. But yeah. Something truly awful will come to them. Okay, if the people don't have all, right? Do not constrain their homes or villages. Do not oppress their lives. Because you do not oppress them, you will not be oppressed. This is why the sages know themselves but do not make a display of themselves. They care for themselves but do not revere themselves. And so they cast off the one and take the other. Take up the other. Chapter 73. To be courageous in daring leads to death. To be courageous in not daring leads to life. These two bring benefit to some and loss to others. Who knows why? Heaven dislikes what it does. Okay. Okay. Why does heaven dislike what it does? Right. Why does God send rain to the to the desert where nothing ever grows? Right. Right. The ways of heaven are a mystery. Right. Heaven preserves things. Right. The path that is without desires is a path of mystery. Right. There's beauty in mystery. Right. And there's knowledge, right, that's found in risk. You know what I mean? And actually, what's interesting is that people who are very much pleasure seekers, they're often you know very much opposed to going out of their way okay to sort of attain a different view of things. I mean, so one that abandons desire, but actually embraces a certain type of danger. Okay, but why does heaven like what it likes? It says even sages regard this as a difficult question. Okay. Okay. Okay, as obviously there's many people who come to conclusions about the problem of evil. Right? This is that sort of thing, right? Even sages regard this as a difficult question. The way does not contend, but is good at victory. Okay. Okay, do not speak, but is good at responding, right? Okay, does not speak, but is good at responding. Sorry, right? Does not call, but things come of their own accord. Is not anxious, but is good at laying plans. Heaven's net is vast. Its mesh is loose, but misses nothing. All right. Okay. Nothing is random, right? I mean, everything's connected, right? Now he says, if people are not afraid of death, why threaten them with death? Okay. People without awe, right? Okay. Back in the day, okay, it was easier to convince a million people than to kill a million people. Today, it's easier to kill a million people than to convince a million people. Staggering lack of awe. Staggering low view of death. Right? Recipe for disaster, right? Global state of affairs, right? No small states, the way Lao Tzu recommends, right? No independent societies, no independent people. Okay. Okay, people are not afraid of death. Why threaten them with death? But what if I could keep the people always afraid of death and seize and put to death those who dare to act in strange and perverse ways? Who then would dare to act in such a manner? There's always the killing done by the chief executioner. The chief executioner is the greatest carver among carpenters. Those who do the work of the greatest carver among carpenters rarely avoid wounding their own hands. Okay. Chapter 75, right? Well, let me say something about this first, right? Okay. It's talking about the idea that um that the one that orders all affairs, right, is essentially the one who gets to dispose of what's not good, right? But if anybody tries to do the job of that person, they'll hurt themselves. Right? So the fact is that nobody wants the job of the person who takes out the trash. But everybody relies on that person. Right? And he's saying if a normal person tried to do that job, you know, they'd end up in the trash. I mean, instead of cleaning things up. I mean, right? So the fact is that, the job of disposal is a dirty job, right? That only nature can do correctly. And if we try to do that job, right, we'll basically bring society to ruin, right? So this is a little bit what he's saying. Okay, so 75, he says the people are hungry because those above eat up too much in taxes. This is why the people are hungry. The people are difficult to govern because those above engage in action. This is why the people are difficult to govern. People look upon death lightly because those above are obsessed with their own lives. This is why the people look upon death lightly. Those who do not strive to live are more worthy than those who cherish life. Okay. Those who strive to live are more worthy than those who cherish life. Okay. It's the living that is that life is made of, right? It's not in trying to improve the conditions of life. And in the actual you know celebration of life itself. I mean, right? Like a party that goes on too long, it gets a little weird. I mean, and that's the thing is that you know, cherishing life can destroy life, right? But striving for life, right? Even though it's something that diminishes your energy, right? Okay, it feels like you're bringing yourself closer to death by striving for life, right? And it seems like you're actually living by cherishing life, but that's not true. It's a very odd set of circumstances. Okay, now 76. Okay, this one is goes to the main heart of the matter, right? About suppleness, right? Okay, pliability, resilience, fecundity, okay, growth, okay, gracefulness, okay, in harmony with all life, right? That these things seem like they're weak, right? But they're actually the pinnacle of strength, right? And how are they expressed? Within water, within plants, okay, and within the female spirit, okay? This idea that you could rule by being in the weaker position, okay? That you could rule by making yourself soft, supple, pliable, right? By becoming a vessel, you could overtake something, right? So he says, when alive, human beings are supple and weak. When dead, they are stiff and strong. When alive, the myriad creatures, plants and trees are supple and weak. When dead, they are withered and dry. And so the stiff and strong are disciples of death. The supple and weak are disciples of life. This is why a weapon that is too strong will not prove victorious. A tree that is too strong will break. Okay, the strong and the mighty reside down below. The soft and the supple reside on top. All right. Okay, so this is the thing that essentially what he's saying is exertion of force, right? Attacking, you know what I mean? Um, all of this expending energy, that all of these are actually contrary to the way. You know what I mean? But becoming a receptacle for the things that are already there, you know, creating yet not taking credit, producing, um, you know, and not taking ownership of, right? That and besides, we don't own our creations anyways. You know what I mean? We don't get to choose who uses what we make at the end of the day. right? And this is the problem with possession and the strength of being possessed. You know what I mean? In that way that he's saying, that become the vessel, become the uncarved block. You know what I mean? Engage all things while doing nothing. Okay, this idea of natural simplicity, instead of cultural refinement. Okay, because cultural refinement, and the path of desire, okay, the path of seeking something, okay, external to yourself, right, and not trying to create with what's already there, right? Use nothing. Use what is not there to work with what is there. You know what I mean? That's essentially the whole thing of the uncarved block of natural simplicity. All right, we're almost done here with the Tao Te Ching. And I mean, I don't really know where I'm going to go from here. And this isn't going to be a long broadcast at this level. I mean, it really should be. Yeah, actually, I actually don't know. You know, I might just change the title and just play the first part of the episode. I mean, I have no idea what I'm going to do. At this stage. Yeah, I thought I had a good show going. I was actually about to end the show and just play replays. So yeah, I'm actually not sure where we'll go from here. I know I have a music break. I'll try to figure things out while I do that. And figure it out, But yeah, let's see. 77. I believe we're here. Okay, no, actually. Yeah, 77. All right. Says the way of heaven is it not like the stretching of a bow? What is high it presses down, what is low it lifts up. Okay. So you see it doesn't aim for the spot it's trying to hit. I mean, it takes from what has access, it augments what is deficient. The way of heaven takes from what has access and augments what is deficient. Okay. The way of human beings is not like this, though. Okay. It takes from the deficient and offers it up to those with excess. Okay. Who is able to offer what they have in excess to the world? Right. One who has the way. This is why the sage act with no expectation of reward. When their work is done, they do not linger. They do not make a display of their worthiness. All right. And this is a very much a reflection of chapter 8, 78, right? And if you go into it's funny, if you go into Thales, he actually said that the principle of oneness, that links all matter is actually water, right? And he's not the only person that's gotten it. See, it's between water and fire. And if it's water, you're dealing with more of the ether. I mean, right? And if it's fire, you're dealing more with just pure energy, that can change. I mean, so it's interesting that modern physics sort of has equivalency for those types of forms in terms of the theory of what do you call it? The quantum fields? You know,
Yeah.
you know, yeah, quantum physics and the theory of relativity. In quantum physics, it's more about the field. But if you go to relativity, it's more about like energy distribution. All right, so it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I still don't have my mind grappled around it all the way.
Yeah. So yeah, so he says in all the world, nothing is more supple or weak than water. Yet nothing can surpass it for attacking what is stiff and strong, and so nothing can take its place. Okay. The weak overcomes the strong, and supple overcomes the hard. These are things everyone in the world knows, but none can practice. This is why sages say those who can take on the disgrace of the state are called lords of the altar to the soil and grain. Those who can take on the misfortune of the state are called kings of all the world. Straightforward words, excuse me, seem paradoxical, he says, right? So yeah, this goes to his major idea in the entire book is about, using paradoxes, right, in order to expose what is true, right? It's actually a methodology. He kind of exposes his methodology here, right? And in that way, it's more of a, I think it's more of a dialectical format than a logical format. I mean, in terms of, he's not really, he's not really trying to assert any system, right, in order to analyze knowledge or information, right? But it's more of sort of an eliminative process of reason, right? And if you look at his methodology, it's, it strikes me more of that, than a sort of cumulative process of learning. I mean, he's kind of got a way of cutting down information and a way of, minimizing information. It's like a sort of Occam's razor that he employs. I mean, instead of you know, an explanatory system. He doesn't have that much of that, right? But it's sort of critical. I like to think of it as a cynical approach. That he's kind of done this. I sort of compare it to cynicism, right? In the way that, it abhors social conformity. It preaches a sort of minimalism, right? And all that sort of thing. Sort of harmony with nature. I mean, but yeah, I digress. I mean, this is the last translation we're sort of reading of this before we move on to the more exotic translations, right? Of Crowley and the Christ the Eternal Tao. So I'm kind of reflecting on his style of presentation or his method or his methodological approach, which is always I've always sort of benefited from it, right? But he says in cases of great resentment, even when resolution is reached, some resentment remains. How can this be considered good? This is why sages maintain the left hand portion of the tally, but do not hold people accountable. Right? Okay, remember the sage treats, good and bad people alike. Right? Okay. Those with virtue oversee the tally. Those without virtue oversee collection. Okay, the way of heaven plays no favorites. It is always on the side of the good, he says. Okay, now he makes a critical statement about rule. Okay, and what he recommends as the size of the state. And it's very interesting. No political system. It's not a political system. Right? It's not a political ideology. Okay, it has nothing to do with economics or social techniques or morality or any of this sort of thing. All he recommends, okay, is the size of the state. Right? He recommends that you keep the technology low and you don't try to expand the state and try to grow the state bigger and larger. This is literally all he recommends. Right? Check this out. It's chapter 80. Reduce the size of the state. Lessen the population. All right. Make sure that even though the labor saving tools, even though there are labor saving tools, they are never used. Make sure the people look upon death as a weighty matter, even look upon death as a weighty matter and never move to distant places, even though they have ships and carts. They will have no use for them. Even though they have armor and weapons, they will have no reason to deploy them. Make sure that people return to the use of the knotted cord. Make their food savory, their clothes fine, their houses comfortable, their lives happy. That even though neighboring states are within sight of each other, even though they can hear the sounds of each other, dogs and chickens, okay, their people will grow and die without ever having visited one another. Okay, now he comes to the social implications of words. Okay, before he was talking about the metaphysical implications of words and symbols. Okay. Okay, the metaphysical notion of words and symbols is that words begin by dividing things, right? Okay, everything is one before there's words, right? Words cause separation between things, right? Without distinction, without words, there's only mystery and oneness, right? Okay. Okay, so words can help us see the manifestations between things. Okay, but we don't need them to perceive oneness, right? Okay, so let's go back to this. Okay, and I've actually decided that I'm just gonna play the video at the end of this. I don't give a fuck. I'm just gonna erase the part that says partial here, and just I'm just gonna do the whole episode. I don't give a fuck. We'll just play the first part of this at the end of it. I don't care anymore. Okay, this is what's gonna happen. All right. Okay, there's more people watching it now than there were back then, anyways, which is kind of strange. And so, and people come to see rant. I mean, it's just sad. The thing is that the homie really doesn't spend that much time online. I mean, he hasn't came back in a long time, and he got his channel removed for similar things. I mean, so it is what it is. I mean, and this is like one of his things. He just goes on and on about the methylene thing. I mean, so, that's kind of his little thing for a while. But yeah, the reason is because I have a Neurojack episode too that I want to, I have other material I want to play. So it is what it is. I mean, but yeah, we're just trying to shut this down. I mean, it is what it is. But But yeah, chapter 81, the social implications of words instead of metaphysical implications. He says, words worthy of trust are not refined. Refined words are not worthy of trust.
For sure.
So that goes to a whole link of aesthetics and speech and truth, right? I try to say that I think it goes as far as saying that, Lao Tzu doesn't think that, aesthetics is part of truth. I mean, at all. I mean,
I get the feeling he's not really a fan of politicians, if I'm getting this right.
yeah, really. Uh, yeah,
Of
he's not
any
a fan of,
sorts.
yeah, he's not a fan of politicians. He's not a fan of scholars. He's not a fan of, you know, sort of, people who are sort of artists, scholars, politicians, religious people who are sort of like very, very like ritualistic in their
With
manner.
Yeah, especially with that what he says in chapter 70 there. That's like point blank range for most organized religion.
Yeah. Yeah. So
They
he's got
they,
some.
they think
Yeah.
they know they're diseased.
Yeah. And that's why I try to stress this natural simplicity versus cultural refinement because it really is like, he wants you to be natural without, you know, trying to, you know, um, essentially use nature. So there's a way that, you know, he actually says knowledge is bad, goodness is bad, beauty is bad, and the necessary thing, the people who try to refine these things are necessarily bad. And the people who try to practice justice and morality, the people who try to contrive these things, they're usually not the people who have them, because where do they get them from? Right? They get them from putting on a show and acting like they have something that's already there. Right? So so that's the thing that Lao Tzu's getting at is that, knowledge is a pretense. Goodness is a pretense. Cultural refinement and aesthetics, well, that's just pure pretense. All right. So we don't have to bother with that one. Right. But yeah, it's interesting. You know, yeah, here he says the good do not engage in disputation. Those who engage in disputation are not good. Those who know are not full of knowledge. Those full of knowledge do not know. Okay. And that goes back to the first thing we read, right? Those who are aware of, what they don't know, right, that's the place to be, right? And there's two types of, accumulation. There's possessions and knowledge. Right? Sages do not accumulate. Right? The more they do for others, the more they have. The more they give to others, the more they possess. The way of heaven is to benefit and not harm. The way of the sage is to act but not contend. All right, and that concludes our reading of the Philip J. Ivanhoe version of the Tao Te Ching. All right, and here's a video that we made by Machine Bob. Right, got extra content here. All right, for you guys.
Made by Machine Blob.
Yeah, we're gonna have a part 2 of this coming up soon. All right. And oh yeah, I forgot I was streaming on the other channel too. So let me go and delete the video on the other channel. Because that's not gonna fly.
Yeah, don't want to get a strike on that one either.
Stricken. Yeah.
There's an old tune called Struck Dumb by Lofa, and the second drop caught me way off guard. I kind of got spooked when I first heard it.
Yeah, speaking of which, got some music for you guys here. And then we'll go ahead and proceed with Bill Joy, right? And okay, I'm only gonna do about an hour of this Bill Joy stuff. Okay. Well, we've already been here for 5 hours, over 5 hours, right? So then I'll play my opening presentation that we did, okay, where me, Traditional Culture Preservation Society, Unseen Warfare, right, presented the first part of the show. Barely anybody was here. We had like 6 viewers at one point, so I'm sure nobody saw that, right? So if you guys want to go ahead and watch that, right? And then later they jumped into a discussion, okay, between Twilight and Rant, and some other stuff happened. We'll move into that.
That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah. Some key disagreements there. But yeah, here's some music. We'll be back soon. It's quite a bummer, but we're trying to really lock things down here because, we don't want to get us a too many strikes here. We'll have to download all the videos, and it'll be just a total mess. I mean, but yeah, and then we won't be able to present for like a week. So, we're trying to keep things above board here until we get this other strike away, because I have hundreds of hours of content, okay, that I have not downloaded. So I need to go and back that up, real quick, because I've been producing material at a staggering rate now, and got a little backed up here.
You can need some external hard drives for that. That's a lot of memory.
Yeah, I got comparable space for now, but yeah, we'll see what happens. Yeah, but thank you for joining us. Here's some music for you guys.
I'm a motherfucking chainsaw. See everything and remain raw. Why you think we brought you unique and slain for? The same reason that Henry VIII was king for. The same reason Kaczynski was in the Bing for. The thoughts going through Tyson mind in his ring walk. If it's beef, I suggest to you that you bring chalk. Everything is more merciless than a Ming thought. You in county and thought that you speaking Bing talk.
I still have a feel cause I was born and killed. Yeah. And love it seems the devil done stole my soul. I still have a feel cause I was born and killed. Put the metal in your mouth like you was rocking braces.
After the game ends, I'm blasted from Gravesend. You rapping for gay men, I'm a master of mayhem. The city's a pool of devils and sin. I give you the tools that'll sever your skin. Slice the hands of a track assassin, choking the victim, keeping the gap from blasting. I'm hoping and wishing the streets let me stack from rapping. I'm speaking the crack, holding a magnum cannon. You slamming.
I still have a feel cause I was born and killed. Ain't no love it seems the devil done stole my soul. Cause I was born and killed. Metal in your mouth like you was rocking.
I'm ghetto like strawberry in a limo, copper rocks in Queensbridge. Real shit, keep your weapons concealed, kid. This is for soldiers that chose to ride. Those that died, logo made of skulls and knives. Murderers multiply, souls survive. Those that know the road survive, scope the sky, vultures fly. Desert eagle, chrome collide. Close your eyes, it's the hellion. My rebellion, retaliate. I have the whole New York state aiming at your face.
I still have a feel cause I was born and killed. Ain't no love it seems the devil done stole my soul. I still have a feel cause I was born and killed. Heavy metal, classic hits.
I was on a crash course with the cemetery or the task force. Shooting for the skies, I'd do anything to blast off. Rewind to 99, fucking now fast forward. If I could see today, this is everything I asked for. Back then I had nothing, I could rap my ass off. I'm on the corner spitting raps, twisting caps off. Now here I am today, people. See, this is what you asked for. Not the man, not the myth, only superhero with his mask off.
Everybody's where they dealing and selling vinyl. Acting like you Richie but you Lionel. Sound primal, so you study mine like a final and still fail. Lost the battle, now you leave a blood trail. Like a snail, you just a shell. Just as well, you can't come where I dwell. I rebel. Battling forever and a day, never went away. I bring it to you on a tray. With a glass of ice, I'll make you call me master twice. I'm too nice, kid, I'm just too nice. Don't you get it? I wouldn't have said it the first time. I don't curse rhyme, I curse swine. Like I fool you when you blind. Why you still looking for a sign? Original rap, everybody stealing, catching feelings. Everybody's where they dealing and selling vinyl. Acting like you Richie but you Lionel. Sound primal, so you study mine like a final and still fail. Lost the battle, now you leave a blood trail. Like a snail, you just a shell. Just as well, you can't come where I dwell. I rebel, never end the day, never went away. I bring it to you on a tray. With a glass of ice, I'll make you call me master twice. I'm too nice, kid, I'm just too nice. Don't you get it? I wouldn't have said it the first time. I don't curse rhyme, I curse swine. The original, like before you when you blind. Why you still looking for a sign?
Yeah, welcome back. Yeah, essentially, you know, we're talking about the use and misuse of technology, and sometimes the line is not so clear, right? For example, with nanotechnology, right? And you guys will see more in the first part that increased corporatization, right? The influence of the technical complex on the economic mainframe, right? The creation of world markets, right? The establishment of commerce and war on an international stage. A lot of these are part and parcel of a global technological system, right? That has emerged quite recently. So here are two of the ideas, right? Okay. In Engines of Creation, right? Eric Drexler described beautifully how manipulation of matter at the atomic level could create a utopian future abundance where just about everything could be made cheaply. Almost any imaginable disease or physical problem could be solved using nanotechnology and artificial intelligence. A subsequent book, Unbounding the Future, the nanotechnology revolution, which Drexler co-wrote, imagines some of the changes that might take place in a world where at the molecular level, quote unquote, assemblers, right, could make possible incredibly low level solar power, cures for cancer, common cold by augmentation of the human immune system, essentially complete cleanup of the environment, incredibly inexpensive pocket supercomputers. In fact, any product would be manufacturable by assemblers. Okay, at a cost no greater than that of wood, space flight, more accessible than transoceanic travel today, restoration of extinct species. Okay. He said, I remember feeling good about nanotechnology after reading Engines of Creation. As a technologist, it gave me a sense of calm. That its nanotechnology showed us incredible progress was possible, indeed, perhaps inevitable. If nanotechnology was our future, then I didn't feel pressed to solve so many problems in the present. I would get to Drexler's utopian future in due time. I might as well enjoy life more in the here and now. It didn't make sense given his vision to stay up all night all the time. Drexler's vision also led to a lot of good fun. I would occasionally get to describe the wonders of nanotechnology to others who had not heard it. After teasing them with all the things Drexler described, I would give a homework assignment of my own. Said, use nanotechnology to create a vampire. For extra credit, create an antidote. Ooh. Use nanotechnology to create a vampire. For extra credit, create an antidote.
Sad trombone.
Indeed. Indeed, the saddest trombone. I mean, essentially, you know, you know, the raw bone, the rusted bone, the nano bone, invisibone, silent killer, invisible threat. Remember the term invisible threat? I won't harken back to where that's from, but it's interesting. It's kind of an oxymoronic term, right? Undetectable dust. Imagine if that, imagine if people start blaming undetectable dust for people dying. Oh boy.
I mean, we're almost there with the smart dust.
Yeah. Yeah, with these wonders came clear dangers. Yeah, no kidding. As I said at the Nanotechnology Conference in 1989, we can't simply do our science and not worry about these ethical issues. Okay, but my subsequent conversations with physicists convinced me that nanotechnology might not even work, or at least it wouldn't work anytime soon. Shortly thereafter, I moved to Colorado to a skunkworks. Skunkworks. I had set up and the focus of my work shifted to software for the internet, specifically on ideas that became Java and Genie. Then last summer, Brassel Haslacher told me about nanoscale molecular electronics, and now said he said it was now practical. This was new news, at least to me. I think to many people, it radically changed my opinion about nanotechnology. It sent me back to Engines of Creation, rereading Drexler's work after more than 10 years. I was dismayed to realize how little I had remembered of its lengthy section called Dangers and Hopes. Dangers and Hopes, including a discussion on how nanotechnologies can become engines of destruction. Oh, no way. No kidding. No shit, Sherlock. Now, think about the idea of self-replicating machines, right? And how that takes some of Alul's ideas to a whole nother level. You know what I mean? But it really elucidates what Weiner was saying, right? All the way back in the 60s as well, right? Where he's talking about self-replicating machines, right? Machines that program other machines, right? Okay, so he's talking about advanced robotics and sort of nano replicators in terms of he's talking about genes being nano replicators. And he's saying if we make machines like genes, machinogenos, or
Ruh-roh.
genomachinos, or genomachinos, machingen. All right. These are 3 words I've invented today. Okay, it says, indeed, in my rereading of this cautionary material today, I'm struck by how naive some of Drexler's safeguard proposals seem, and how much greater I judge the dangers to be now than even he seemed to then. The enabling breakthrough to assemblers seems quite likely within the next 20 years. They keep saying that, right? Saying 20 years, 20 years, 20 years, 2030, 2030.
They always seem to. It's like some kind of code or some shit.
2030, 2040, 2050.
Like 20 years, wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
20 years. You could take just 20 years. Now we're 2020, and none of the things these stupid motherfuckers said are actually happening. But the fact is that they are deluding more and more people and convincing them that it's possible, that they need it, that it's good. That is happening. Okay, just like how we had a conversation with a transhumanist fella that we we just simply don't have time to cover it today. Seems like. And where has the time gone? We'll be playing replays all day, folks. Okay, why? Because we recorded a 5-hour show earlier and we got jabomed by the jabberoni. Jabroni.
Debated.
Jabated into a jabate. So, we apologize to Jack Talcott, Flow State, and others. We were planning on watching their shows and not streaming while they were going on. But we can't do anything, and you're welcome to dump your audiences into this rerun. Okay, we're much obliged. Help us improve the numbers here because we've been critically low on numbers. So maybe this whole session will improve our numbers drastically, or maybe we'll get a strike, and then we'll be gone frantically downloading much of our content. Anything's possible, folks.
Like, you could even still record the striked videos, but it's just really a pain in the ass to do it. They don't let you download, but you can still play in that little preview box. You can play the whole video. You just have to figure out a way to record it. It's just an extra step of being annoying.
I didn't know that. But yeah. It says the enabling breakthroughs to assemblers seems quite likely within the next 20 years. Molecular electronics, the new subfield of nanotechnology, where individual molecules are circuit elements, should mature quickly and become enormously lucrative within the decade, causing a large incremental investment in all nanotechnologies. Unfortunately, as with nuclear technology, it is far easier to create destructive uses for nanotechnology than constructive ones. Nanotechnology has clear military terrorist uses, and you need to be you're killing me. Self-harmable to release a massive destructive nanotechnology device. Such device can be built to be selectively destructive, affecting, for example, only a certain geographical area or group of people who are genetically distinct. An immediate consequence of this Faustian bargain in obtaining the great power of nanotech is that we run a grave risk, the risk that we might destroy the biosphere. What the fuck? It's always that, right? Oh, we got to invent this new technology. Oh, yeah, by the way, it might lead to like people becoming zombies or like, the total collapse of civilization. But yeah, we'll just go ahead and invent it anyways. Whether it's with nuclear, computers, genetic engineering, any of the other things.
Possibly 0-point energy.
Yeah, they just think, well, we'll just keep on going with that. I mean, hadron collider, we'll just keep on doing that. We don't know what it's going to lead to. Even though a lot of them admit that, they don't know the next step. And that seems actually quite stupid. That you just open Pandora's box, you don't know what's in it. A fascinating conclusion for ethics there, right? But yeah,
Mary says, Faustian bargain in obtaining great power of nanotechnology. We run the grave risk of destroying the biosphere. He said plants' leaves no more efficient than today's solar cells. This is now Drexler. Could outcompete real plants, crowding the biosphere with the inedible foliage. Tough, omnivorous, quote unquote, bacteria could outcompete real bacteria. They could spread like blowing pollen, replicate swiftly, and reduce the planet to dust in mere days. Dangerous replicators could easily be too tough, small, rapidly spreading to stop. And if we make no preparation, we have trouble enough controlling viruses and fruit flies. Among the cognoscenti of nanotechnology, the threat has become known as the gray goo problem. The what?
But can I finish my inquiry, please, before you move off of it? If you masturbate with a wooden dildo, and that's conceivably fine, but having sex with a tree which is alive is not, then the only threshold breaker there is that the wood is dead.
Ruh-roh.
How come it didn't play? How come it didn't say the wood is dead? So weird. Just cut off at the end. Very strange. Very weird. All right. But this whole gray goo. I mean, I wish they would have called it something else. Black goo. The colloquial name is black goo. I don't know why they went with gray goo. Bunch of nasties.
Moral gray area maybe is like a
maybe
reference, possibly.
extrapolation. Yeah. I will now read it as black goo or ragu for red blood. Okay, though masses of uncontrolled replicators need not be black or gooey, the term black goo emphasizes that replicators able to obliterate life might be less inspiring than a single species of crabgrass. They might be superior in evolutionary sense, but this need not make them valuable. The gray, black goo threat makes one thing perfectly clear. We cannot afford certain kinds of accidents with replicating assemblers. Black goo would surely be a depressing ending to our human adventure on Earth. Far worse than mere fire or ice, and one that could stem from a simple laboratory accident. Oops, he says. Quite an understatement. Oops. Yeah. Yeah. Oops, he says. So, I mean, obviously he's under the ludicrous assumption that he could wake people up if this is the case, that people are already developing things like this. Okay, the people who are developing them, like K. Eric Drexler, are literally talking about the risks in such a blunt fashion. Okay, and they are at the cutting edge of research of developing these things. Okay, so they're complicit in research that may or may not, according to their own estimations, wipe out all of humanity. Okay, now are they being sort of hyperbolic in their estimations? Okay, or is that a deeply troubling ethical stance? behind them essentially gambling with the fate of humanity, right? Okay. They're certainly not virtue signaling to people by saying, "Hey, look, we may or may not cause the ecosystem to become eaten." It is most of all the power of destructive self-replication in genetics, nanotechnology, and robotics, GNR, that should give us pause. Obviously, self-replication is a modus operandi of genetic engineering, which uses the machinery of the cell to replicate its designs. Okay, we talked about the issue here, right? Within Weiner, and the prime danger underlying black goo in nanotechnology, stories of run amok robots like the Borg replicating or mutating to escape from the ethical constraints imposed on them. By their creators are well established in our science fiction books and movies. It's even possible that self-replicators may be more fundamental than we thought, and hence harder or even impossible to control. A recent article by Stuart Kaufman in Nature magazine, Self-Replication, Even Peptides Do It, discusses the discovery that 32 amino acids is 32 amino acid peptide can auto-catalyze its own synthesis. We don't know how widespread this ability is, but Kaufman notes that it is a hint, a route to self-producing molecular systems on basis far wider than Watson-Crick Bates pairing. Okay. I'm going to read this this little segment here. He says, in truth, we have in hand for years clear warnings and dangers inherent in widespread knowledge of genetics, nanobots, and robotics technologies, of the possibility of knowledge alone enabling mass destruction, but these warnings haven't been widely publicized. The public discussions have been clearly inadequate, but there's no proof. There's no profit in publicizing the dangers. Said the nuclear, biological, chemical technologies used in the 20th century, weapons of mass destruction, were largely military, developed in government laboratories. In sharp contrast to 21st century GNR technologies have clear commercial uses, being developed mostly exclusively by corporate enterprises. In this age of triumphant commercialism, technology with science as its handmaiden is delivering a series of almost magical inventions, most phenomenal, lucrative ever seen. We are aggressively pursuing the promises of the new technologies. Now, within the now challenging global capitalism and its manifold financial incentives and competitive pressures. Okay, I think we'll leave it there. Okay, because that kind of brings us full circle to what we're going to talk about in my presentation of Elul that happened earlier, right? But yeah.
1-4-A.
Yeah, exactly. Let's go.
I do like 140 ppm though.
Yeah, exactly. Let me see this.
A bunch of strange windows open here. Let me open up a window here so that I can look at Bill Joy. Little video we were looking at. We were about 8 minutes into this. Okay, let me try to play through this commercial here. Okay, so let's hear him talk about this for a second, and then I'll go ahead and just, I guess most of this will be replays from now on. And that's how we'll have to do things. Okay, so we'll figure this out. But yeah, like I said, there wasn't that many people watching before. So I guess it's just all in the cards here. Oh, whoops. All right. So I'll be downloading that replay here while I talk to you guys about this video. Blessings. And
computer you can buy. That might be its cost. I think we can have that in 2020 for $10. Okay, now just imagine what that $100 computer will be in 2020 as a tool for education. I think the challenge for us is, I'm very certain that that will happen. The challenge is, will we develop the kind of educational tools and things with a net to make it, to let us take advantage of that device? I'd argue today that we have incredibly powerful computers, but we don't have very good software for them. And it's only in retrospect, after the better software comes along, you take it and you run it on a 10-year-old machine and say, God, the machine was that fast. Remember when they took the Apple Mac interface and they put it back on the Apple II? The Apple II was perfectly capable of running that kind of interface. We just didn't know how to do it at the time. So given that we know and should believe, because Moore's law has been like a constant, I mean, it's been very predictable progress over the last 40 years or whatever. We can know what the computers are going to be like in 2020. It's great that we have initiatives to say, let's go create the education and educate people in the world, because that's a great force for peace. And we can give everyone in the world a $100 computer or a $10 computer in the next 15 years. The second area that I'm focusing on is the environment.
Shit, son, I wish I had a $10 computer that had a really good sound card, you know?
yeah. Yeah, I mean, essentially, we discovered with
beats.
Yeah, essentially, we discovered with Hank that his prediction here is totally false. You know, so what that says about the commercial interface of how the market accepts new technologies, and it's really leading to more of a sort of elitism. Then I mean, obviously, all of the technologists seem to say, "Oh, this is going to become democratized." But yeah, it doesn't seem like that. It just seems like the people have to level up their training, and yeah, everything costs the same, which is a sort of I mean, to anybody who's seen how many predictions they've made that in the next 10 years, the next 20 years, everything's going to be fixed because of technology. I mean, it's just incredible. the real world that is in the future is probably going to be more of a semi dystopian, cybertropic sort of chaotic world, similar to the William Gibson novels.
Environmental problem, because that's clearly going to put a lot of pressure on this world. We'll hear a lot more about that from Al Gore very shortly. The thing that we see is the kind of Moore's Law trend that's driving improvement in our ability to address the environmental problem is new materials. We have a challenge because the urban population is growing in this century from 2 billion to 6 billion in a very short amount of time. People are moving to the cities. They all need clean water, they need energy, they need transportation. We want them to develop in a green way. We're reasonably efficient in the industrial sectors. We've made improvements in energy and resource efficiency, but the consumer sector, especially in America, is very, very inefficient. But these new materials bring such incredible innovations that there's a strong basis for hope that these things will be so profitable that they can be brought to the market. And I wanted to give you a specific example of a new material that was discovered 15 years ago. If we take carbon nanotubes, GM had discovered them in 1991. They just have incredible properties. And these are the kinds of things we're going to discover as we start to engineer at the nanoscale. Their strength, they're almost the strongest material, tensile strength material known. They're very, very stiff. They stretch very, very little. In 2 dimensions.
He was the one. Fajin is the one that invented the microchip, and now he's saying that quantum fields are conscious. So it's interesting. I haven't read his recent book yet. I mean, there's so many books it's like I don't even know what to do with them.
Yeah, and what's interesting is that, rather, there may be energies or, subtle life forms that exist, within the sort of, what they're calling the quantum field or whatever. They're saying it's what generates, our experience of, reality or whatever, but in another way, it could just be channeling, part of, a life from another world. So, what they're really opening up there, seems to be
It's possible,
open.
I guess.
Yeah, it seems to be open. I mean, so, because they haven't really figured out what the quantum field exactly is.
Right.
I mean, so that's the thing is that,
you make a
so then, in other words, what would it mean to channel a consciousness through a field that you don't even know where it's going? I mean,
Yeah.
And what's coming through the other end? It's like some type of interstellar, moment from that movie. I mean, where the guy touches himself.
Didn't see that movie.
Yeah.
Like a fabric out of them. They're 30 times stronger than Kevlar. And if you make a three-dimensional structure like a buckyball, they have all sorts of incredible properties. If you shoot a particle at them and knock a hole in them, they repair themselves. They go zip and they repair the hole in femtoseconds, which is it's really quick. If you shine light on them, they produce electricity. In fact, if you flash them with a camera, they catch on fire. If you put electricity on them, they emit light. If you run current through them, you can run 1,000 times more current through one of these than through a piece of metal. You can make both P and N type semiconductors, which means you can make transistors out of them.
That sounded like he just mentioned like an over unity process where you can get more energy out than the energy you put in. Unless I'm misinterpreting what he's saying there.
Yeah, I mean, say they reach peak efficiency. What type of world would they create from it? Would be, I guess, the real question. Um, you know, but yeah, it seems like, you know, at least he's very much a techno optimist. So in line with saying one or other type of technologies are really, 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 really bad, you know, I think he's going to have a hard time convincing his colleagues because, they might have a few nightmare scenarios in their head that may be different from his.
Right.
And it just goes, yeah. So, it just goes to like what you think the singularity is. It could be, 0 point energy. It could be like, you know, co- combination of consciousness and machines uploading consciousness. It could be, um, entering or able to create a virtual reality simulation that's just like the real world. So you cross over into, not knowing what's real and what's fake. I mean, so what exactly is that? Now they're saying that, all right, well, or it could just be the next stage in evolution, right? So really, it's a mixed bag of what people actually think is gonna happen. Right? And why should we trust something, right, that seems indeterminate? We don't know what it's gonna promise, and we don't even know if we'll be here. I mean, uh, you know, as we'll see, you know, many of these people think that if humanity gets wiped out in the process, or if we get sublimated by machines, well, that's just the next step in evolution.
They conduct heat along their length, but not across well, there's no width, but not in the other direction if you stack them up. That's a property of carbon fiber also. If you put particles in them and they go shooting out the tip, they're like miniature linear accelerators or electron guns. The inside of the nanotubes is so small, the smallest ones are 0.7 nanometers, that it's basically a quantum world. It's a strange place inside a nanotube. And so we begin to see, and we've seen business plans already, where the kind of things Lisa Randall is talking about are in there. I had one business plan where I was trying to learn more about Witten's cosmic dimension strings to try to understand what the phenomena was going on in this proposed nanomaterial. So inside of a nanotube, we're really at the limit here. So what we see is with these and other new materials that we can do things with different properties, lighter, stronger, and apply these new materials to the environmental problems. New materials that can make water, new materials that can make fuel cells work better, new materials that catalyze chemical reactions that cut pollution and so on. Ethanol, new ways of making ethanol, new ways of making electric transportation, the whole green dream, because it can be profitable. And we just raised a new fund, we dedicated $100 million to these kinds of investments. We believe the Genentech, the Compact, the Lotus, the Sun, the Netscape, the Amazon, the Google in these fields.
Did you notice the names? Like Lotus. Here, hold on, let me go back.
$100 million to these kinds of investments. We believe the Genentech, the Compact, the Lotus, the
Genentech,
Sun, the Netscape, the Amazon.
Yeah, he called this thing the Sun.
Believe the Genentech, the Compact, the Lotus, the Sun, the Netscape, the Amazon, the Google in these fields are yet to be found, because this materials revolution will drive these things forward. The third area that we're working on, and
what's funny is he keeps saying we. This is not made up, folks. He is constantly saying we. He said we're working on these things that could change humanity. So obviously very hubristic.
Maybe it's sort of a hint to like a breakaway society of sorts, perhaps.
Yeah, he's a hubristic brisket. A hubristic
Brisket.
brisket.
I'm gonna have some brisket for supper.
Yeah, supper's a good word. We need to start using that in Ramadan.
Techno brisket.
Techno brisket crypticism. I mean, got that techno biscuit cryptic, techno biscuit crypticism.
Hell no! Hell no! That shit ain't gonna happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're doing it big out here. We got some replays for y'all. Unfortunately, I'm still waiting for this junk to download. You know what I'm saying? What it said 30, 32, 23 seconds, 22 21 seconds, 18 seconds, went back up to 17, went back up to 19.
You almost sound like Jesse Lee Peterson.
Beta. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm sorry about this, Joe Mills. Deeply apologize for the dumb assery. Blue for cop. Sterling Wright's going at Truther cop. Oh, hell no. All right, folks. We're ready to present this. Let me try to play some music for you guys. All right. And yeah, we're signing off here. I've been here for a good amount of time. All right. About 7 hours and 30 minutes, but the other 5 hour here we'll play here. Okay. Blessings.
Beep,
Yeah,
boop.
exactly. Yeah, we called out the shills. Yeah, we did call out the shills. Well, they hopped up here. They wanted to tango. I started yelling at some of them. I apologized to Bill Hicks.
Tango spotted.
No hard feelings. I mean, but you know, and he didn't have to leave like that. See, this is the thing with Wilson too. Wilson didn't have to leave like that.
Yeah,
just
well,
abrupt.
it's not surprising.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of grandstanding. I mean, dramatics. I mean, the thing is that these people create fake drama all day. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, look at their Twitter pages and this. Oh, I'm responding to a tweet about this guy. You know, cloud chasing.
This is basically content creation these days, right? It's just drama bullshit.
Yeah, last night they're covering this nonsense where they're covering this guy. He's talking about his tweet he did. Okay. A tweet that he made about Andrew Tate. So of course they're trying to, like, what are you, a celebrity newscaster? I mean, see, this is the type of trash that we become exposed to. Right? But yeah, folks. Yeah, how about this? How I Won the Right to Think. It's always a good song. You know what I mean? Let me see if I could get another good song for you guys before I play some stuff for you guys. I mean, it all went wrong. I don't know what to tell you guys. It all went wrong. There's no explanations that I can offer you. I'm just trying to keep it safe out here. We'll see what happens. Um, yeah, give me 1 minute, folks. And thank you guys for joining us here on the Machine Lives, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And you know, there's another part of this where I talk about a Lul that I'm going to present to you guys, and some interesting discussions I had. Sadly, they were all cut short, and we haven't had that much engagement on the panel. Right. So I'll be happy to play this and play some of the NeuroJack panels where we had some very exciting conversations indeed. Okay. You know, so that's what's about to happen for you guys. As soon as I find a little musical outro for you guys, right? I'm trying not to get this video struck so that we'll have to keep reposting shit over and over. Okay, let's go with this. Blessings. Looks like we can't. Okay, what's this? Wow, that's truly terrible. Yeah, let's go ahead and remove that.
Whoops.
Yeah, because see, there's a bunch of stuff that comes with the StreamYard. Okay, now I can't find it. Okay, here it is. All right, folks. Yeah, thank you so much for being here. Let me go back and read the chat. I appreciate you guys' engagement. We got this right here, Cyber Caliphate channel. Okay, lots of new material there. We'll be bringing you guys part 2 here of this special here, made by Machine Bob. All right. And a special discussion with Rant and Twilight here. All right. Twilight, are you here? I don't know if he's out here. He might have stepped away for a second. But yeah, anyways. You know, yeah, we got the homies here in the chat. Mama Sue Lee, Orange. In a thought experiment. Missing Link. Live. Okay. Televised Apocalypse. Truther Comp Official. OTW Live. Okay, I appreciate you guys. All right, let's move on here. Okay, some music for you guys.
I'm talking about the death of rock and roll. One, two, three, four! I came to raise the energy. They came to kill the energy. Some spread lies and some go wild. But I don't care, 'cause you can't stop me. I'm here to stay. I'm here to stay. I'm here to stay. You better watch out, 'cause I can't retaliate. Get off this. Come on. Get off this. I'm gonna tear your world down. Don't even try to come me. Don't even try to seduce me. Get off this. You gotta do much better than that. Hey. 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 When I feel it, you feel it. And when I do, you do it. I wanna know all the truth is gone. Next to me is where you belong. I'm here to stay. I'm here to stay. I'm here to stay. No one around is gonna take my place. Get off this. Come on. Get off this. I'm gonna tear your world down. Don't even try to call me. Don't even try to seduce me. Get off this. You gotta do much better than that. Media's telling you to adjust. Friends look at you like you must. When they start putting shit into gold, it's time. Come on. Death, the only rumors to have. Faith is gone, only ignorance is left. When they start putting shit into gold, it's time. Too many things with crooked days. And all that's leave when the ship starts to sink. And when there's nothing to leave true. It's time. It's time to make up your mind if you want to belong to that dying kind. Get off this. Come on. Get off this. I'm gonna tear your house down. Don't even try to corrupt me. Don't even try to seduce me. Get off this. We gotta do much better than that. Hey. Hey. Oh, hear me now. They'll bury me with my SP 1200. For sure. Fuck the Trinity, inseminate the earth now. Take its virginity. In my vicinity, rap is like energy tax. Enemy back behind, enemy line. The rap to melodic melodies, never melodramatic, but hypnotic like jello. So fellow fanatics I beam for. You fuck with inappropriate, filling with so much leather gore. Burger and associates. This rhyme will remain in the minds of my foes forever in infamy. The epitome of lyrical epiphany. Skillfully placed poems and carefully planned symphonies. Who would be ignorant enough to have the audacity to fuck with the life, the body, and my tenacity? This is what you get when you fuck with the likes of these magnanimous flows of total assholes and ignoramuses. MOB/Pharaoh March cause damages. The advantages we manage artists, labels, and managers. Amateurs found 6 feet deep in metal canisters. We show no mercy. For the love of this shit, yeah, niggas are bloodthirsty. Drop, low, line, hammer, aim, cock. Show no mercy. For the love of this shit, yeah, niggas are bloodthirsty. Drop, low, line, hammer, aim. Lil' Fame, bring it live, yo. strive for. I'ma settle this before you get the call 5-0. You wanna see me phone fire blow? Nigga, put the phone down before I jump 2 times 4. What you want cry for? You know that my hammer is heavy and it got kicked like Taekwondo. Now you going die slow. I'ma show you how to stretch a motherfucker if you wanna watch Taibo. Yo, we down by law. And what I hold this pound down for is for me to put it down by law. Till it's life downhill. I'ma make a nigga smell a quart from King County, Morgan, Brownfield. Rep your hood and wave the flag for Almighty Pharaoh, Fizzy Woo, Mac and Dan. Guns up, guns down, from sun up to sundown. Make it sing to you. Show no mercy. For the love of this shit here, niggas are bloodthirsty. Drop, load, lock, hammer, aim, drop. Show no mercy. For the love of this shit here, niggas are bloodthirsty. Drop, load, lock, hammer, aim, drop. I'ma put you cowards in perspective. If you looking for child's play, don't look my way. They have never gave me any credit, so I developed a homicide fetish. Deal with it, motherfucker. It's your call. It's only 7 ways that nigga usually fall. I'm abusing them all. Now when the real comers, please stand. Get up against the wall. Make it easy on yourself. Dance, don't sleep when I catch you on the creek. I'll lift the ground right from up under your feet. That's words that lie. Be a man and prepare to die. It's the return of the hooded soldier. Your man should have told you. If it's walking sideways, and send it to blaze. First family, and very much. Studying criminal ways. Show no mercy. For the love of this shit here, niggas are bloodthirsty. Drop, load, lock, hammer, aim, drop. Show no mercy. For the love of this shit here, niggas are bloodthirsty.
Nazi, a group of people who want to rule the world. Hitler's second book was The World Order, the New World Order. The Council on Foreign Relations crowd are trying to establish today what Hitler established yesterday. But Hitler's been demonized. 85% of the people want a national ID card. They want what Hitler delivered.
We're living in the last days. What will be the prophecy? The 7-headed beast. Place the hexagram on the streets. Illuminati kamikaze. Who are the real Nazis? Beware of the modern day Hitler. Your Masonic seals on your dollar bills suddenly transform into swastikas. 24 elders appear from the 4 corners as I recite verses from the scriptures. Angels ascend, the sky blackens, the sun turns into blood. Behold a pale horse rider. From a distance I see the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. The entrance to the pyramids where the secrets of the lost ages are buried, wrapped up like mummies, uncovered like archaeology. This is the new discovery of the LCOB.
Secret society, trying to keep the
Illuminati propaganda, enslaved through legal tender, holocaustic brain, Washington, super state epicenter. There's nowhere to hide the great eyes on me. Entertainment industry, spiritual icon B. Collectively collude to leave the free man slain, shepherding sheep into the concentration campaign. Run for your life to escape the Gestapo police. These are the real terrorists, and the fear won't cease. Capitus diminutia, engage in politics. Seers of Bavaria, worshipping the idol 6. Totalitarian rule through conquest or consent. Total Aryan school, requested all the bombs sent. Yeah, you heard right, this is the new Third Reich. Double-headed eagle in flight, swoops like a thief in the night. As the prison walls harden, the parallel goals of Halliburton and IG Farben become apparent. Underneath the parent Union Banking Corporation of NYC heads up the distribution of RFID chips to make you slip into submission. Become civilian citizens of neo-fascist jurisdiction.
Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body.
Children of lost souls, crossroads, towards flows. In the valley of death, don't step where the corpse grows. Ain't nothing magic like Angel and Copperfield. Novus, Ordo Seclorum on a Masonic seal. Illuminati hobby ill, follow what they fathers build. Eye of illumination stamped upon a dollar bill. Secret symbology, the circle in the prophecy. Skull and bones, scroll, lock and key, that's the policy. Raping the nation, the philosophy is Satan. The hypocrisy we facing like we got to be forsaken. lost without a savior, burning the corpse upon a cross without a neighbor, and toast the forgotten flavor. What? Neo-Nazi fascism, the classism, collapse system that felt the venom when man bit him. When that's given, then nothing can ever come of this. The smoke and mirrors of shadow worlds that don't exist. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep the eye on me. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep the eye on me. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep the eye on me. Secret society want my mind, soul, and my body, but I'm stay incognito. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep the eye on me. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep the eye on me. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep the eye on me.
Welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And of course, I got the Technological Society by Jacques Ellul with the coffee stains. I mean, intact. I mean, that's my little reader version. I mean, of the book. I mean, but blessings. Yeah, we're doing a lot of contemplations today in terms of looking at technology and how it affects human civilization. We're not technology experts, right? Nor are we, anarcho-primitivists of any stripe, nor do we promote any revolutionary maxims. Now, we know that the fight against, the existential crisis, right, that's posed by the reflections on technology in Western civilization, right? Okay. We know that technology is creating a world system. This is the threat of globalism, right? Okay, the political threat of the global sphere emerging right now. It's obvious that technology is responsible for creating the global sphere of influence, right? Obviously, technology created the state, right? And techniques are part of the expansion of the state. And how did this come about? Well, it came about through the building of the city-state, right? And if you look at Babylon, if you look at Athens, if you look at Jerusalem, and you look at the ideas of a central political state, right? Or a city-state, from Athens to Jerusalem, we have this conception of the city-state. And what does the city-state represent? It represents enterprise on the highest level, war and commerce, right? And the ideas of war and commerce are the ideas of expansion. So, once you have a political might that is dealing with expansion of territory, they take in foreign territories, right? And through the assimilation of foreign territories and cultures, okay, and once different civilizations tend to, basically fold and essentially become wiped out from existence, right? There is still a cross-cultural genealogy of techniques and the assimilation of techniques and tools. And so, I mean, obviously, social techniques simple tools and agricultural, sciences, right, that were new, right, like irrigation and all that type of stuff. Okay, hybridization of certain plants. Okay, and all of these ideas, they basically created a cross-cultural assimilation of techniques. Okay, and this state, okay, it suggests that techniques are not just focused on use, right? Now, technique is how to use something. Technique shows us how to use something, right? So it creates a use, right? It's not the use itself, okay? Nor is it the tools themselves, right? Okay, if you look at the broad definition of technology, okay, we got a guy named Technol OG. Blessings, right? But yeah, I mean, man, people are so funny, man. They're constantly making me laugh, man. I was just watching the spoof show with Jewburger with this guy Ebitard. I mean, just complaining and whining about Wilsonian, the Wilsonian saga. I mean, okay, without actually having any really elegant critiques. I mean, but here we actually bring critical critiques, right? Actually seen as radical, right? Because why? Because people assume, right, that progress and the knowledge, the application of knowledge and the ideas that are necessary for human civilization, right? They assume that these things are to be taken for granted, right? Because they assure our survival, okay? Because they're based on a progression that is beyond our control, right? Now, many people will say there's no going back to a previous age, a primitive age. Okay, we're partly in agreement with that statement, right? But having made this statement that you agree that, okay, going back is not optional, that the use of technology is not optional, right? Now, if the use of technology is not optional, we can't look at the technological simply on the level of the use of tools and technological instruments, right? Okay. First of all, we looked at how there's a huge difference between a tool and a machine, right? Okay. In the sense that a tool is an extension of human movement. It moves at the speed and pace of human movement, right? Okay. A machine, okay, it puts into motion the efficiency of means, right? And the automation of choice, right? And the complexification of means, right? And the enframing of means or the concealment of means towards a particular end, right? Right? But for example, we see the images come through the screen, but we don't know how it's done, right? The enframing of means, the complexification of means towards a particular end, right? Right? There's simpler ways to communicate, right? Okay, but they're non-technological means, right? And of course, they would have to be more direct and they would have to extend or expand on human use of those means, right? The more automation, okay, of choice, right, is done through the complexification of means, right? The less the particular technique that's employed is focused on use or an extension of human movement, right? As in a pen, right? Or a bow and arrow, right? Okay. or a sword, right? Or a musical instrument, right? Okay, all of these tools are moving at the speed and pace of human movement, right? They're extensions of human movement, right? A machine is not doing that, right? A machine tends to curtail human movement, and it also tends to curtail human use, right? Okay. Curtail. Am I using that correctly? Curtail. I think it's like slow down, right? Reduce in extent or quantity. Yes, exactly, right? All right. Sorry, English is not my first language. I know that may be hard to believe for some people. But yeah, English is not my first language, right? I was brought here as a as an immigrant, right? I mean, when I was 9 years old, right? So yeah, blessings, folks. You know, this is your friend Muhammad at the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And you know, we talk about the danger of the use of machines and how man has lost control of the use of machines. It's very easy for us to explain, right? The ideas, right? Okay, because we've looked at several critiques. Now, conformity in our age is nothing more than conformity to the technological system, right? And everything technique touches, it transforms into a machine. Okay? All embracing technique is the conscience of the mechanized world. Okay? And technique is what integrates the machine into human society, right? Now, as I previously explained, there's many different levels to things, right? Okay. There's the level of techniques. Okay. And the techniques are extensions of the human, right? Now, this is why technique is able to integrate the machine into human society, because techniques are sort of you know, post mechanical extrapolations, right? Okay. In terms of the mechanical ideal, right, seem to bring the reification of techniques into the organization of humanity, right? So human beings seem to understand, right, through the use of tools and certain ideas in terms of the mechanistic, right, and extrapolate on human techniques. This is how they built the mega machine, right? Through calcification of the use of symbols, right, and the ordering of techniques. Okay. Essentially, the great empires of the world, okay, they wanted to expand their territory, right? So they brought in cultures, trade, okay, tools and techniques from different parts of the world. Okay. And when you have the intellectual elite develop in one part of one part of the world, right? Okay, through a cross-cultural genealogy, okay, where techniques are amalgamated, right? Through the city. Okay, there you have the culture of the elites and the multiculturalism that they develop, right? It starts to develop things like, perennialism, philosophy, multiculturalism, right? And you'll see wherever the cities of the world develop, you'll see this type of cross-cultural genealogy take place, right? Now, techniques themselves have a cross-cultural genealogy, right? They're not dependent on the diversity of forms, right, and the diversity of cultural modes. Okay, this is another thing, another reason why they're not limited to human society, but they sort of use human society to catapult their cross-cultural genealogy, right? And of course, they have a collective incubation, right? Meaning that there's a fostering of techniques across different disciplines, right? So there's two movements that are made with technology, right? One is the specialization of means, right, through the use of experts. Okay, and the rule of experts itself, right? Okay, secondly, there's innovation that affects different expertise across the fields, right? Now, lastly, right, when this happens, okay, when the specialization of means occurs, right, and then tends to affect a development across different fields of expertise, okay, and techniques and certain technologies and machines start to affect developments in other fields, right? Then you have the necessary linking up of different types of technique. Okay, and this is especially where we are within ATLANTIS. Okay, and I know in these morning shows, there's not that many people showing up, so I'm taking the opportunity to explore the ideas. Okay, okay, and so I take it we won't need that many bells and whistles because people show up here early, and they want to have some insightful reflections, hopefully, right? But yeah, we're on page 111 in ATLANTIS Technological Society, right? And we've been taking a deep look into ATLANTIS theories, right? And in his discussions of the development of the characters, of the characteristics of technique itself, right? He's looked at the development of a sort of technological monism, and this is why ATLANTIS is unique, right? He's brought into frame many different ideas, right? He's brought into frame ideas like the drug epidemic, pre-crime, right? Mass surveillance, okay? A global referendum on resource management, right? Movements towards globalization, right? The destruction of capitalism as a result. Okay, because of, you know, the various ideas in technology, right? Look at what's happening today, right? Okay, you already have how Gibson predicted, right? Okay. International corporations functioning as pseudo-governmental entities, right? The nonprofit industrial complex, corporate espionage, private intelligence security firms spying on federal agencies, and vice versa. Okay. And much of the activity online is okay. to funnel people into radical groups. Okay, so that they could gather information on them and honeypot them and blackmail them. Okay, that's most of the activity. Okay, most of the activity on these panels are scripted, gay ops. To try to get people out of their hole, right? Rage bait them, right? Right. And the reason is clear, right? Blessings.
What's up, bro?
Hey, what's going on?
I've been listening to you, man. You own it?
You're one of the few 5 viewers. Blessings.
You had 10 when I was looking.
Yeah, really. Yeah. Yeah, but it's yeah, but it's a great blessing to have you, brother. You know, how are you doing today?
I'm good, man. I got officially made, and I took the name Macarius, and I don't even remember. Like, it's so hard to go by another name. You know what I mean? Like, even people have been calling me it, and I just don't even like respond to it type stuff. So
Yeah,
it's
explain
a little
that
weird.
if you could, for the audience.
What? What do you mean?
Macarius, the name.
Oh, it means blessed or something like that. But it comes from Saint Macarius of Egypt, and there was another one called Saint Macarius of Alexandria. It's a Greek word. It means blessed or something. That's about the extent of its meaning. But he's a pretty important desert father, like very early in Christianity. Yeah, I mean, I would recommend, just like anybody who wants to look into it, just check out his story. He's got a cool story. He wrote a bunch of homilies you can read. I think it was around the 300s. But yeah.
Yeah, what precisely is a homily as opposed to a liturgical prayer? Are those kind of the same thing, or are the homilies included in the liturgical services, or?
Yeah, sometimes. So
Okay.
like at a
All right.
specific point in it, you'll get done with like reading hymns and like singing, like
Oh, okay. Yeah,
chants
that
and
was going to be
stuff.
my next question. That is it related to the hymns? But yeah.
It kind of is. So like in between that, you'll stop, and then they'll bring out probably like a book, and they'll go to an altar, and you'll light 2 candles, and the bishop will read from this stand a homily from one of the saints, or he'll give his own homily. And homilies are just like kind of like sermons or something. It's a nicer word for sermon, you know, but it'll be about a specific text in the Bible, or a specific situation that's dealing with like a feast day, like a Ash Wednesday, or you know what I mean? It's like something like that. It'll be dealing with whatever topic it is, and then that saint has written about it for other bishops and people in the church to read it, you know, out loud. And it's pretty cool. But also it's just like for like gaining some knowledge about the church, like patristic like wisdom, I guess. Like that's a good way to go about it, is reading their books and their works. And it's rare stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's interesting that Christianity took a huge W here on the machine lies, and the whole you know, performance or whatever it is will be reproduced, just because I couldn't have asked for a greater gift. You know what I mean? From heaven or wherever it came from. I mean, I really don't know, because I literally put inside my episode conversations with a transhumanist. You know what I mean? And I was gonna play the breakfast tacos clip at Jack Talcott, but
Yeah.
but what happened is that the Nick Volt character came up, you know, and I love the guy, but he decided to put all the weight of his argumentation behind the transhumanist viewpoint. I mean, and of course, Father Swaden was there to oppose him. And then after the entire chat or whatever ended, I asked them their opinions on Israel and Palestine, and you know, I love the guy, Professor Nick Volt, but he said, you know what I mean? he agrees with Israel's ability to defend itself, and Father Swaden said he agrees the same thing for the Palestinians.
Yeah.
So that was a great W for Christianity there, in my opinion. I mean, so we will be reproducing that on.
Well, I mean, because I guess, like, believe it or not, we do see through it. You know what I mean? You're not going to find too many true Orthodox out here that's going to support Zionism. You know what I mean? Like, and if they do, they end up probably leaving. Like, there was a bishop in our church that was angry, and calling some of our other bishops gab Nazis because they chose to speak out about Israel. You know what I mean? And well, because it's kind of tied in with the conservative narrative, right? And so everybody kind of expects you, if you're a Christian, to have like a conservative lean. But if you don't get caught up in the politics and you see things for how they are, then a few people can get scandalized. It is what it is.
Yeah, it's incredible. And exactly, Browns for you. I was thinking the same thing. I was going up in the comments about to look for this. I mean, yeah, exposed as a Zionist cuck. I mean, and these guys literally, flabbergasted by Andrew Wilson and his rise to fame. A bunch of Johnny Come Latelys over there on Ebitard's stream.
Right.
I mean, but it's fascinating. They can't raise one single point, and they have no shows against Zionism, right? So this is the actual thing: is that they're here, supporting, essentially a greater scale of, man, you should have seen what they were saying. They were supporting a greater scale of ecumenical dialogue. I mean, they even said that true Orthodox are more ortho Protestant. That Andrew Wilson is ortho Protestant because they try to use presuppositionalism, and they say they don't really have to listen to their church fathers because they try to use it as like a side thing, against like listening to the church fathers. But they said that they're the soy versions of the true Orthodox, because at least the true Orthodox stand on their square or whatever. I mean, so
Which
that's
is
what
true. We do. I mean,
so it's interesting. Even in the insult, it was like a compliment wrapped in an insult, in an insult by this character, Toilet Bowl Birth. I mean, over there on his stream. I mean, but very fascinating.
I'm surprised they're even bringing us up. Like, I mean, they usually don't even say. They don't want to say. They don't even want to bring any attention to us. You know what I'm saying? Like, kind of. I don't know. Which they shouldn't. I mean, if they were smart, they should shut up and not say anything.
Yeah, and we
but
got
they're
another. We got another expose here from our friend Neurojack. I mean, lots of different exposés. Jim Bob saying that he'd rather live in a Orthodox. I mean, of course he live in Orthodox. I'm saying he'd rather live in an atheist society than a Muslim society, even though Muslims literally protected. Churches. They literally protected churches. I mean, this is history, folks. And atheists are literally like saying like that you shouldn't have church traditions. Like, it's okay if you just get rid of the church traditions. I mean, and the churches. I mean, and just follow whatever you want. So which, lifestyle.
Let's say you go to Russia and live in an atheist society and see how that worked out for them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about 100 million, or like at least 20 million Orthodox Christians were killed there. And then, like you were saying, like St. Anne's Skeet on this particular place, Muslims took that particular monastery over at St. Anne's Skeet and kept the Bible protected and all the icons. And it's some of the earliest icons Christians have, and if they didn't preserve those, we wouldn't have an actual text of the Bible in English today. A lot of people don't know that.
Yeah, and they can critique it all they want, but here is, they got Jim Bob in their chat. They got Jay Dyer on their channel. They can't critique anything he says. Right? Even though they're, such, rebellious figures against all the internet established shills. They can't even critique the big dogs. When they're right in front of their face. They cuck. So here is the truth behind who supports who and who challenges who. Let's see what's going on.
Like it's in the audience somewhere. I did notice that Enslaved by Truth was live. Holy shit. Are we gonna do a raid over to Enslaved by Truth? Feminist, would you adopt the belief system of the
That's right. We've never gotten a raid. We've never gotten any support. Actually, they come on the show to shit on us and to throw it under the bus.
Wasn't that Enslaved by Truth guy on Father Joseph's channel recently? Like yesterday or something? He's a Protestant, if I'm not mistaken.
No.
Maybe
This
it
guy's
might be a different guy.
Yeah, this guy's a Catholic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's pretty open about his Catholicism too. So, but yeah, not yeah. So obviously they're on the same side. So this is the facts of the matter, but we got to really move and groove here in terms of we can critique these things all we want. We will be back with another secret stream, where we look at the Cockboy Hotline crew. And we will be also back with Made by Machine Bob 2. And extended commentary on the Zionism, saga here. Zionism support saga. Zionism support groups. So we'll be looking at that either Thursday of this week or this coming week or Friday. So look out for that. Here's part 1 of it so far. So yeah, we'll have part 2, doing a new series on the other channel. So if you go to that link, it'll take you to the other channel. If you're not subscribed to that, you guys could go and subscribe. But yeah, we're here to look at Elul, and the reason why I started talking about the ideas in the beginning was about the international organizations, right? And how globalism sets foot on the world stage through economic and technical means. It's the sublimation of economic means through the technical, okay, that actually causes the international system to emerge, right? So once the economic and the cultural modes are driven through the technical modes, and science itself becomes driven by technique, right? So scientific progress becomes driven by technical progress, right? That's when you have the last instantiation of of this sort of all-embracing, mechanical view, or in other words, a technical monism, that Elul describes through the necessary linking up of techniques. So this is the sort of section that we're on here. And yeah, blessings, Trad Culture. How you doing, brother?
Hey, I heard y'all talking about a lot of information that I'm out of the loop about. So I was like, holy shit, I didn't realize all this was going on.
Yeah.
I think I really support what you're doing, because it's a lot of things. I think a lot of people are starting to notice a lot of things about a lot of our so-called saviors, and I'm sick of it. I'm sick of the spaces being dominated by these complete frauds and possible feds, because the world is too, like, the future of humanity is far too important for it to be, for legitimate concern to be diverted into these just horrible movements that are demonic, right? Like, I mean, these people that are out there trying to have this have their cake and eat it too with blending what they call Christianity with modern liberalism and capitalism and technology. It's a satanic system, and I want to see it brought down.
It is. It's either you're all in or you're out. You can't be half in and half out. You can't serve God and mammon, you know. And that's kind of what, you know, I guess true Orthodox has been seeing for a long time, is that there's this plastic fake orthodoxy that's kind of getting a lot of people, you know, thinking that they're going for the right thing and they're not, you know. And it's pretty scary because they push the same things the Zionists want, you know, but they want to have control over it. They say they do, but I'm not so sure. I think that they're just as much as involved as a Freemason or something. You know what I mean? I'm convinced maybe most of them are.
Well, look at how these. It reminds me of the way that just the broader, you know, right/Christian nationalist movement is completely gone behind Elon Musk. Like they don't seem to understand that, you know, this is a guy that clearly does not hold to anything remotely traditional, remotely Christian. None of his views would have been accepted by anybody 20 years ago. He's obviously about as NWO as you can get, but like what? Because he's like says things that are anti-woke or something, we're not allowed to criticize him, and we need to like trust the plan. It's just it plays on people's like need to fall into these us versus them narratives. But the problem is that that's not a good thing, right? Like we need to get beyond just like simplistic us versus them narratives and realize that a lot of the people that are spinning those narratives are not interested in us and our well-being.
Yeah,
No,
like
they're not.
yeah, like literally on Evatard and Toilet Bowl Birth, they're literally like asking each other, like, would you rather live under a Muslim dictatorship or a Talmudic Jewish dictatorship? And it's like, open your fucking eyes. Like, what are you living under now, you fucking dunce? I mean, right? I mean, so this is the
Well, that's the
problem.
thing.
It's like, I mean, you know, is
I think
that people can't take, you know, 2 steps outside their door and actually look around. I mean, you know, and they want to ask all these questions and be these sort of radicals against liberalism. You know, when seriously, you know, and this is the problem, is that we have to be serious about the problem. You know, is that you know, you know, the so-called science people, you know, they came from a Christian and European civilization, right? Why can't Christians do anything about it? Is because they're too fucking soft, you know. You know, and they blame Muslims. I mean, right,
You
for
know,
being like anti-liberal. I mean, right, which exposes them as the real liberals. Right.
it's fascinating, right? Like I made this point probably about 2 years ago on the Other Carl channel, which is basically that like I looked at data from surveys that were taken over the last like 10 years or so, and I came to the conclusion that American conservatives and American Christians have never really gotten over like the Bush neocon thing, right? Like they say that, oh no, now we're like paleocons, now we're like anti-war and stuff, but like they still have fundamentally the same mindset. They still have basically been socially engineered to think that everything's still like the way it was right after 9/11, where like Islam is the big bad enemy, and that the big thing that we're supposed to be preserving here in the West is democracy and liberal values and humanitarian, like personal freedom and individualism and all this. And it's like, no matter how hard that ideology fails, it'll always just get rebranded as a new version of the exact same thing, and it'll fail all over again.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, to summarize the problem, you know, scientists don't want to admit that their techno-liberal complex grew up in a Christian European society. You know, you know, Christians don't want to admit that they're too soft and they should actually be behaving a lot more like the Muslims. I mean, right? In response to the techno-liberal complex, you know, and trying to preserve their traditional society. Now, what are the Muslims trying to do? They're trying to be like white people. So we're all basically fucked. All right. So this is the actual reality of the situation. Meanwhile, the European society is actually just a facade that's actually run by international corporations and Jews. I mean,
Well, the crazy thing is that, oh, I'm sorry if you want to say something on
No, go
Seymour.
ahead. Go ahead.
The crazy thing about all this is that like there's nothing inherently liberal about like Western European society. If you look at, say, I don't know, 1500 or something, I don't see I don't you look at, like the Salem witch trials and think, wow, that's like humanitarian liberal values right there, right? Like it's like the very heritage that they think they're defending is completely anti-traditional and completely anti-Western and anti-European.
Yeah. Well, I mean, our society as a whole, from what I've looked into it, America's sort of like this Freemasonic experiment, and it's always been that way to a certain degree. Like all our founding fathers were Masons and all this stuff, and a lot of that ideology came out of just this rejection of Christianity, like the Enlightenment. But it was like taking from like Greek philosophers that Christians monks had already brought over to Constantinople, from Constantinople into Europe, and they cherry picked and then created this what they thought was a new philosophy. But I mean, we had already, at least the Greeks had already looked through this stuff and was like, Christianity, Orthodox Christianity was a superior thing. But now you have this blending, like you're talking about, where it's like, they're blending deism and humanism and idealism with and just slapping a Christian sticker over it and saying, well, this is what we are now. And it's just really far from whatever traditions we did have. I don't know. It's pretty confusing too, because I don't know whose side is on anybody's on. It just like feels like everybody's infiltrating everybody else. You don't even know what's going on and who's sincere.
Well, I think that people start sincere and then they start to get like an actual following and a large audience, and they get bought and paid for at that point, right? Like I following, some of these online orthobros and stuff and seeing what they were saying back in like 2018 or something before they really became big versus what they're saying now. It's like, wow, like, Jay Dyer, when he had a small channel, he was able to think for himself and he could come up with original takes. Now that he's got a big following and now they appears on, Alex Jones and Tucker Carlson, he talks like everybody else, just marches in lockstep with what Fox News is promoting or what Alex Jones is promoting today, right? Like they were all truth seekers, but the ones that become successful and gain a large following cease to be truth seekers and become propagandists.
yeah, I mean, if you look at you know, the top psyop, I think, is this idea that, we're going to use technocracy and commerce, in order to suppress globalism when it's the Trojan horse of these global corporations being brought in to take over the government. And right, so the obvious fact is that they call to fight the onslaught of globalism by promoting technocracy, which actually supports the world system. See, this is the actual facade and the trick, the swindle, you know what I mean, and the delusion that's sold to the people, and it's actually in the form of technological progress. True nationalism would actually try to suppress certain forms of technology, right, and certain forms of media, right, certain forms of global communication, and the entire infrastructure. So the fact is that these people that are so-called conservatives, right, they're supporting techno-liberalism, and
and this is actually seen perfectly well, in Elul, because he's actually saying there's two of these elements combining, of self augmentation and monism, and actually the idea of when the whole system becomes, interconnected, and then different techniques or innovation are offset, and they tend to affect other forms of technique, so then there's a sort of, as we say, collective incubation of different types of techniques. And the result is that you can't control the speed and pace of innovation. There's such an over specialized, sort of effect of the techniques, and yet, new developments affect other areas. So this whole problem creates a world system that really can't be opposed. And what it really gets brought through is international trade, the world markets. And if you really look at it, this is the thing that is happening. And yeah, I mean, he's the homie, but he's supporting globalism, in terms of supporting Bitcoin and
This
digital,
Bill Hicks guy.
digital currency, yeah, and all that type of stuff.
Okay,
I mean, so
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I've interacted with this guy before. This is a plant. He's some bot account that frequently creeps on videos every time
no,
somebody.
he's been on panel. He's actually engaged.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, once at least. So
He
he's
got
definitely not
scared
a
and
bot.
cried and ran away from me. So that's interesting that you managed to get something out of him.
Yeah, we baited him onto the panel one day, admittedly, because he said he complained that I rage baited him up here, basically. But yeah, he's a nice enough guy. But yeah, he is a diehard fan of these guys, and that's fine if they watch, because we actually have, I mean, see, this is the thing, is that we would like to support some of their positions if they were serious, but it's clear through their other connections and through their other types of cloud chasing and their promoting of the gay ops and sort of sort of collusion with the type of people they oppose in order to get a following. Let's just put it that way, right? Obviously getting paid in order to do so, and they get paid to show up on these opposing shows where they that's run by like an atheist or like a trans person, and obviously they're promoting the other show and they're getting paid to do it. See, this is the thing that people don't get, and then we call them a shill live to their face, and everybody cries about it. So this is the fact.
It's fascinating, isn't it, and how like somebody like Andrew Wilson will have infinitely more respect for Destiny, who's an actual, PDF, atheist creep, totally, completely spiteful mutants, right? And that's not scary, right? That's not a bridge too far. But things like deep ecology, prim, anti-tech, like he's got to find any excuse he can to run away from it, to disavow any association with anybody that's preaching anything like that. Because, oddly enough, that actually, if you're somebody on our side, that actually makes you more confident in your own convictions, because it's like, oh wow, we really are scaring the powers that be. They're willing to entertain like total degenerate perverts like Destiny and give them, all the support and all the love they need. But you come out there and you start like dissing their precious machines, and all of a sudden it's the end of the world.
Yeah, it's getting creepy and weird. But yeah, we appreciate the people that are watching. I definitely appreciate everybody. Even the haters and all of that stuff. So,
Oh, to answer Bill's question, yeah, he calls Destiny out, and he still comes on his show, and they have conversations, they have debates, and they collaborate and they
Yeah,
cooperate.
he's complimented him.
They don't
Yeah,
do
what
that
about all the
with us.
times? Yeah, what about all the times he complimented him? You're just gonna let that slide? Oh, I get it. You know, see, you see what you want to see. You know, see, this is the problem. You know, he platforms him. You know, he compliments him. He says he's one of the top debaters. You know, he legitimizes his positions every time he debates with them. You know, let's be honest. You know, and he does the same. I'm sorry to say, he does the same with with anybody, you know, they debate against, including the Machine Lives. When they come here onto the platform and try to defend that they're not shills or try to defend their views about technology against the Machine Lives, they're legitimizing my positions. Yes, they are. You know, they're showing that there's a conflict there that they need to oppose, and then they're platforming, and that's why they don't want to engage with me, because they don't want to show visibility to these positions. They don't want to show that there's actual visibility, that there's actual opposition. You know,
By the way,
they don't actually want that.
by the
They don't want the
way,
smoke.
there's only two, as far as I know, and I admit I haven't been, paying attention. Maybe there's more, but as to my knowledge, there's only two debates that Andrew Wilson ever had that he took down and memory hold as soon as they happened. And one of them was his debate against me, and the other one was his debate against Machine Lies.
Yes, and that's right. You know, you respect who you engage with. Now, we haven't had that much engagement. You know, see, this is what I'm saying. You know, is that you legitimize whores, phagotes, I mean, and other types of, I mean, you know, to quote Hillary Clinton, undesirables. I mean, but yeah. Or what did she say? Deplorables, deplorables or undesirable, or something like that. Where she got caught being an elitist.
Basket of deplorables, and that's the thing, right? So the basket of deplorables is absolutely fine on all these, panel verse debate blood sports shows until they start saying maybe tech is not the greatest thing on earth, maybe the industrial revolution has not been a success, and all of a sudden there's a code red right there. He just said that the emperor has no clothes on. We gotta pretend that never happened, right? Like, it's like we gotta do everything we can to pretend that this never happened, because they're that scared. They are so fucking scared, and they're scared, which is why, by the way, back when I used to do streams for over 2 years, I would invite any naysayer to come on and debate me. Guess how many showed up the entire time? 0.
Yeah.
It's amazing. All the tough guys in the world, they start shitting their diapers as soon as you actually start critiquing modernity, actually start critiquing liberalism, actually start critiquing industrialization, post-industrialization, because they're just that scared to give up on all their little toys. All their little toys and all their little pills mean all the world to them.
I rage kicked him. That's how you see that? Yeah. The fact is that he begged me to kick him. He said, I'm not going to kick him because he's so important. I showed him he's not important. He's not worth my fucking time. I mean, right? So if he won't respectfully engage, and if he's going to keep on talking over people, it shows that he's the afraid one. You fucking
Also,
lunatic.
by the way,
I mean, go back and watch the interaction. You know, you're a boomer tard. I mean, right?
Billy
Literally.
Boy.
You know,
Billy
and you
Boy.
support shills online. It's that simple. Bill Hicks, you support shills online. You're literally the opposite of what Bill Hicks, he's like against the system. You support the fucking system. You liberal
Billy
cuck.
Boy, come on.
You support Zionists. You support Zionists.
How about this? How about, because you keep on talking about like any good debater. Do you consider yourself a good debater? How about you show it? How about you be a man and come right up here right now? We have the StreamYard link. It's in the chat. Be a man. Come up here. Show us all how, quote unquote, Luddism is stupid. Show us all how, like, actually the future of humanity is gonna depend on, Jim Bob and Andrew Wilson's love of technology. Show us how. Demolish us, you wonderful alpha male.
Yeah, literally destroyed Wilson, the liberal Zionist cuck.
I mean, who literally platforms liberals. I mean, he's too afraid to come and debate the machine lives. It's obvious they got stomped. I mean, Andrew Wilson admitted in a debate that the use of technology is not an option. You know, he couldn't figure out if the laws of logic exist in the mind or not. I mean, you know, and it's not even part of the debate. You know, so the fact is that your so-called champion, you know, he's not worth the time here on the Machine Lives. You know, unless he's here to talk about Elul and actually engage, or talk about the Tao Te Ching, or talk about any of the subjects that we talk about. That's what this show's about. So I quickly asked him, you know, to show me when he actually said he gets paid to go on shows. He actually admitted it, and he's proven. And he's saying, "Prove I'm a grifter. Prove I'm a grifter." You literally said it. Okay, how moronic are you, fucking morons? You know what I mean? Like you're literally coping hard with the fact that the dude is a huge grifter. I mean, yeah, I'm a Kaczynski Luddite. What the fuck are you talking about? I never once supported Kaczynski's positions. I mean, I gave a complex critique of his views and opinions, including his actions. So, just because you don't know any of my views and positions, yeah, you want to go and strawman the position here. See, this is the thing. All you people know how to do.
Multiple conversations where, like, you know, and I'm not just sticking up for you because you're my homie. You know what I'm saying? It's like we've had multiple conversations about Kaczynski where
because you're a moron, because you're dishonest.
This is problematic about Kaczynski. This is an issue with him. You know what I mean?
Because you're dishonest. Because you're dishonest. You just lied. You lied up here. You said you said I'm a Kaczynski supporting Luddite. That's cope from you. See, you strawman positions. You know, just like this fucking moron in the debate, he wants to tell me that I think that people can't use tools. That's what my position amounts to, the use of tools, right? So this is a clear straw man. Learn how to debate. Learn how to stop supporting shills online, Zionist cucks, right? You're a fucking moron, dude, right? Sorry, right? Learn how to engage honestly with people, right? This is the fact, right? And then keep in mind that if you think that that's worth my fucking time, you know, that type of dishonest engagement, it's not even worth 5 fucking minutes of my time.
Well, keep in mind though, these people like Bill Hicks, you know, I've encountered enough of these types, these people that go in for their online daddies that I know. He's, you know, let's face it, what sort of person is going to be on the morning show of somebody that he hates to shit talk for hours and hours on end, just lurking there and then scared to debate? It's a profoundly insecure loser, basically. It's like we're talking about somebody who has essentially no life, probably no friends in the real world, no actual like real world experience at all, and is just like desperate for defending what little that they do have, right? We're talking about somebody who's a very, very broken person, most likely. So, you know, a certain part of me is sort of like, oh, do I really even dislike this guy? You know, he's probably had a shitty life. He probably has a shitty life. The thing is that, like, even so, you know,
there he is.
There we go.
Go ahead, sir. Defend your views. Live on the Machine Lives.
Are you going to kick me or?
What? Do you want to be kicked? You're going to waste fucking time? Do you have something? Do you have a valid point, or are you going to waste some fucking time?
You called me a Zionist shill, globalist.
Supporter. Supporter. Yeah,
and all that.
Yeah, you support that. Yeah, you support that shit. You support that shit.
No. You called me.
You support that fucking shit, buddy. Right? You support that fucking shit. Be honest. You support that shit. You support Piers Morgan, the fucking fourth branch of the fucking government, the Jew-funded fucking media. You support that fucking shit. You're a Zionist cuckbag because you support Andrew Wilson and Jew Dyer. You got to get that through your fucking head, or are you a fucking moron? Or what part of that don't you get? Or do you want to be dishonest now?
I support Jay Dyer and Andrew Wilson. I think they're great debaters. I think
cool, good for you. Right, and you're a Zionist, liberal supporting cuckbag. Good for you.
All right. Explain to me how they're Zionists and liberals, because that's
they just did a debate. They just did a debate: Zionism versus anti-Zionism. And guess what? One side was pro-Zionism, and the other side was neutral on Zionism. None of the sides took a side against Zionism. Andrew Wilson had a chance to take a side against Zionism, and he didn't. So he's a total Zionist cuck. He performed as a total Zionist cuck in a live debate. Do you have anything to say about that?
It's quite amusing.
And then he fucking showed up on the Jew supported. Hold up. I'm not even done. I'm not done talking. I'm not done talking.
Just kick me again, you coward.
No, this is my fucking show, you piece of fucking shit.
Well, kick me again.
Go get your own fucking shit. Go get your own fucking shit. Go get your own fucking. Go get your own fucking show and let me. Yeah, you're too scared to let me. You're too scared to let me.
Talking about scared.
You're too scared to let me. Yeah, because you want to talk over people on my fucking show.
Well, keep on filibustering. Keep on going on your rant.
You're a Zionist cuck boy. I'm gonna finish my point and then you'll talk.
And you're a fucking
moron.
retard.
You're a fucking moron. You're a fucking old Australian moron that cares about American politics. Why do you care about American politics, Fed boy?
Maybe because that is the center of the globalist.
Why don't you both care about Australian politics, you fucking bitch? You're a fucking old boomer retard. Why don't you show up and came up? Why don't you came up and let us show let us see how you look, you fucking bitch boy? You probably look like a gay boy. You probably look like a fucking gay boy. Why don't you came up and show me how you look, you fucking bitch? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought.
I thought you were all right, but like,
yeah, that's what I thought. No, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. You got nothing.
Hilarious.
Yeah, exactly. You got nothing.
I got a question for you.
I can't counter the claim that I'm a gay boy.
Shut the fuck up. My friends are talking now. Go ahead.
Of course he's gone. Hey, can you explain to me how I support Ted Kaczynski? When did I say that I support Ted Kaczynski, loser?
All right, so
am I allowed to talk again?
About Bill.
No. Hold on. Let him answer, and then Unseen, you go.
He asked me a direct question.
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah, he asked you a direct question.
The mute button. I think it's pretty funny. You're talking about who's scared of debate.
Hey, little bitch ass motherfucker. Are you gonna answer the question or not? It's funny that you can't answer a simple fucking direct question. He asked you a direct fucking question. Answer the question or get the fuck off my stage. You fucking Zionist cuck.
Are you gonna keep muting me like a poofter?
Yeah. You answer the question or I'll mute you again, you little bitch.
Well, look, I don't have time for this. I thought
this
was...
Yeah. You don't have time for it, then get the fuck off my stage.
That was a great debater. By the way, just so you know,
you don't have
great
no. Hold on. You don't have time for this. He asked you a direct fucking question. You can't answer. You're here misrepresenting people's views. Next fucking and you don't have time for it. Then get the fuck off the stage if you don't have time for it. Wait. Hold on.
Good debaters like.
Yeah, he doesn't have time. He's got to go. Yeah, go ahead, buddy. Yeah, are we not men? You got anything to say, or are you going to cuck out too? So I'm just going to kick this fucking loser. What are you doing on my stage, boy? Are you a boy or a man? Speak up for yourself. All right. Looks like Are We Not Men bitched out. Are you a man or a little girl? All right.
So my question for Bill was, even though he's gone now, whatever, but to support Jay Dyer, right? He's associated with the Moscow Patriarchate. If we look into the Moscow Patriarchate, it was established by Stalin. He used the provisional for Masonic government to establish this. And he's embedded with Kirill. Machine's already shown what Kirill's all about. The guy runs the church like he's a mob boss. He sells liquor. He sells cigarettes. He's using got millions of dollars. He's in the World Council of Churches. He's embedded with Protestants and Roman Catholics and all these things. So how can you support a guy that's a part of an organization that has nothing but patriarchs that are part of the KGB and clergy that's part of the KGB, and he refuses to acknowledge that? And in fact, he makes a joke out of the KGB, which is still very relevant. It's still alive today. And they're using the church as a means to gather information from people through confessions and different things, man. So I would say I would look deeper into these guys that you're supporting, because they're the same guys that, murdered truly Orthodox people, I'm talking about the KGB, so just something to think about.
Yeah, we're gonna let that slide. Be wasting my time, or are you having audio issues, or I don't understand because I got to move on to other things too. And I'm gonna have a musical break. I'm gonna move on. You got something to say, or you know? All right, I guess not. Type in the back if you figure it out. Figure out the audio. I'll keep you back there. I mean, but yeah, I mean, I don't kick anybody. I mean, you saw what happened. We asked the guy a direct question 3 times, doesn't want to answer. He's saying I'm filibustering. You're coming on stage. You're complaining about being censored. It's not a free platform. Okay, you can go start your own channel. All right. There's 8 people watching here, so I don't know what kind of great point you're making. It's not like a huge audience here that you're defending your internet buddy. I mean, this is essentially what's happening. You're a boomer tard calling from Australia, defending your internet buddy, and it's about time somebody woke you the fuck up. I mean, I've been talking to this guy for like a year. I'm so fucking tired of this stupid fucking idiot. I mean, dude,
Well,
use
you
your
told me
fucking
last
brain.
time piety signaling. You know what I mean? It's like
I know.
You're like, what are you talking about, man?
Like enough is enough, dude.
Well, he's biased about what? About some loser.
Well, his issue was, that I'm a monk and I have a picture of a saint, but it's a logo. It's not just like an icon. They have these issues like that. Like if you have an icon as a profile picture or something like that, but then ignore the fact that, you have Zionism funding Putin, who's embedded with the Moscow Patriarchate, and they're also funding Ukraine, and they're using, Slavs to kill each other to push their, New World Order plans. And then you have these internet personalities that are backing that and saying like, well, Putin's based and all this stuff, and they're embedded with intelligence agencies, dude. Like, it doesn't make sense, really. So what's so pious about that?
Yeah, we can't hear you. I see you typing in the back. It says, "Can you hear me?" I can't hear you. It says you're muted here. So maybe unmute yourself. Or, we're going to take a musical break here in a minute if this guy doesn't figure it out. What we're having is a little dialogue with the Andrew Wilson fans. No, it says you're muted here. So on stage, it says you're muted. It says, I can't mute you. It says, can't unmute your guest because they choose to mute themselves. That's what it says on my end. So, if you want to go ahead and try to unmute yourself. I
mean, what I would do is I would probably leave and come back and then try.
Maybe leave and come back in. Yeah, leave and come back in because I've taken a picture. It says can't mute. Muted. Yeah, can't mute because your guest is, because your guest just chose to mute themselves. So, I took a picture of that because I know I know you guys are gonna be acting like, oh yeah, he muted me when I was on stage, or I would have destroyed him. Dude, I destroyed Andrew Wilson in a live debate. Like, I don't need to come in here talk to his fans. I'm literally entertaining you guys. I mean, and then Bill Hicks leaves. You can't answer a simple question and then you leave. This is what happened to Andrew Wilson. Andrew Wilson literally left the backstage. I'm gonna bring him back up. See, people talk over you. I control the stage. I control who I mute. I mean, perhaps you didn't get that when you click the link. I mean, yeah, that's how it works.
I don't know, man. It's craziness.
It's just, you make any excuse not to engage. Oh, I need money, and then you come on for free, and then oh, it's still not enough. Even though you can't prove a point, and you want to keep on looping about the same point when, I mean, what's the point? You got paid, to go on platforms, with people promoting their work that you don't support. This is the reality of the situation. I mean, it's pay to play. We all know what it is. You're an entertainer. Okay. And all of this game about political ideologies and philosophical insights and all, it's just a game. Just a game. There's no bottom level truth to it. And that's what that's why the truth is consistently being swept under the rug, being cast aside. For these silly political games, for these silly little games, somebody made money. Yeah, let me play some music and we'll be back with some Alul. And I'm pretty sure that our friend is not figuring this stuff out here. But yeah, we got a couple songs here we want to show you guys. And yeah, we'll be back with some Alul and Dao De Ching and all of the rest of the things. But yeah, we're happy to have a little bit of engagement this morning. We usually don't have anybody calling in. And so we appreciate Bill Hicks. No hard feelings. It's just a little argument and stuff. About who we like. And, people just argue about sports teams and shit. I consider it something like that. But ultimately, there's a greater psyop behind it. The types of things that we're talking about. Globalism, techno-liberalism, those types of ideas. So, we got to mind our P's and Q's here and get to the bottom of a few things. But yeah, let me show you guys a few songs here. Blessings. I'll be right back. All right. Yeah, blessings.
All my niggas out there, I'm gonna tell y'all niggas one thing, man. As we move into this motherfucking future, man, shit is gonna get realer. Shit is gonna get realer, man. All my niggas out there, keep your mind on your paper, baby, and watch these motherfucking hoes, cause these hoes is bitches. And niggas is bitches too, and you can't trust them. That's why I ask my niggas, Yo, crossbreed, 2-5, Arab C, my light speed. That's why we all smoke weed. Thug mob be inside of the livest niggas. All the war was designed by the wisest killers. Wrote the thug book, only the truth gets spit. Took my hooks like you wrote that shit. Foul bitch. Tell them niggas how you rock my jewels, rock my clothes. Yo, I ain't red dot when I spot my foe. Taught you how to spit, taught you how to breathe on beats. If it wasn't for me, you'd probably be on the street. Fucking up pack, niggas coming at you again. Same nigga at your show you got watching your back. We can shoot out on the roof till we fall in the street. Draw heat and clap till our bodies in the floor meet. Eat your food like animal dog. Raw meat, say my name if you want more beef. I don't associate with niggas who switch. Fake thug like Sammy the Bull. Turn snitch, yo, my Glock kick. Ready to spit, foul shit. Putting bullet holes all in your click. Who you with? All my niggas live a thug life. I can't fuck with niggas if they ain't my blood type. If I don't get you with the knife, then a slug might. Before you bring a nigga in, know his blood type. All my niggas live a thug life. I can't fuck with niggas if they ain't my blood type. If I don't get you with the knife, then a slug might. Before you bring a nigga in, know his blood type. What's your blood type? Allahua, Blaze Yah with Naruga. Kafadoon, stay tuned, I'll be back soon. Mahdi, 252, Munafikun. When the grass low, all them snakes are show. Like them niggas in your team that's starving to blow. You like the sweet thug on Oz, HBO. Fuck fucking with any click that's ready to blow. Hot night, catch you backstage, stop your show. Tie you up in the back of the row. They know. I'll tie you up in the back of the row. And you know. Yo, follow the rule. Blood in, pot rule. Then I rap set 252. Guard you. Time zone. Born alone. Die alone. Yo, I blaze any nigga with chrome. In my zone, be the blind justice. Automatic gat, never trust it. Only revolvers. Climax when I bust it. Air like me, one and the same. True hustlers. We understanding the game. 2-5, be my set, so a set you claim. My niggas bleed through similar veins. We like blood type, one and the same. We like blood type, one and the same. All my niggas live a thug life. I can't fuck with niggas if they ain't my blood type. If I don't get you with the knife, then the slug might. Before you bring a nigga in, know it's blood type. All my niggas live a thug life. I can't fuck with niggas if they ain't my blood type. If I don't get you with the knife, then a slug might. Before you bring a nigga in, know it's blood type. What's your blood type? Air light. That mean true to the game. West Coast thugs, my niggas like one and the same. Just like East Coast, yo, we one and the same. Niggas bleed through similar vein. We like blood type, one and the same. We like blood type, one and the same. Tell them niggas who the father to your style is. Yo, you started off winning the race, but lost mileage. Formulas, crime science. Bow down to something far greater. Mach-D, royally your highness. Queen's finest, buck your all-star lineup. My Artie Clay tear your spine up. Get my shine up. Artie Clay tear your spine up and get my shine up. Yo, death before the sun up. That nigga smoke too much marijuana.
Yeah, nigga. NY to Philly. What y'all niggas feel like? Drama?
Cool G and Connor.
That's the case, nigga. You know the dawn on with 16, and I do harm for this big cream, the whips and the carrots. More like the Knicks and the Mavericks, slipping the fabrics, pull up with some bench shit, the tennis shit, hitting the hazards. Got a bitch with that Chris habit. Gotta have it, fuck shorty, it's in the OT with a brick in the baggage. Throw where the club's at, slip with a rabbit. Chick only lick dick status to get cabbage. She can lap it to the dick Baptist. Who back on the map, G and Connor with offenders. It's drama to the finish, put the llama to your appendix. The squeeze in the slug, gunpowder season your blood. I'm a legend, breathing the reason you thug, nigga. It's where the buck stops. Fuck props, fuck shots to the top. Money, what the fuck you forgot? Thought I was done, wasn't touching the block. Still real, busting the Glock. Put it where you can see it. What up now?
Yeah. Yo, what's the motherfucking guy to this? Y'all believe lies like y'all was Catholics. I rap in Arabic, so my message is just immaculate. My rap elaborate, Rick of 40 can blaze a sack to it. My aim is accurate, take your brain and blow out the back of it. I'm salty, miserable cat that slap shorties. Looks kinda resemble that, a fat party. I don't even clap, young boy, clap for me. Chain hang down on my dick, I'm not gaudy. I don't even fuck with you cat, you rap poorly. I don't even fuck with you cat, you that corny. With a whack army, we barking at you. And Vinny Paz hold a hammer like a carpenter do. You understand that I ain't really fucking around. And if you don't, you're gonna find your body stuck in the ground. We bucking them down, cause that's how wrong my life is. Y'all don't understand how fucking strong my wife is. I'm from a time where every song was righteous. Before rap was just a swarm of white kids. And y'all are witness to the dawn of heightness, or just another victim to the pawns and shysters. I feed your corpse to a swarm of vipers. Let them suck the blood till your form is lifeless. What? Fucking Vinny Paz, daddy. Jedi mind tricks. Yeah.
D-Rap, G and Connor, Jedi mind. Y'all niggas know. Vinny Paz.
Y'all fucking running with words. The fucking legend.
My nigga Stoop on the track.
Yeah,
Enemy of mankind, you feel me?
It's just the fucking beginning, motherfuckers. We're back at this motherfucker. Stronger than ever.
What?
You fucking crumbs.
Holla back.
Yeah, blessings.
He called them crumbs, bro.
Yeah. But yeah, y'all are just the victims to the pawns and shysters. I mean, yeah, definitely. I mean, but yeah, blessings to all the people. What we're gonna talk about is the necessary, linking up of techniques, once the system gets moving. I mean, oh, look who it is. Even the boomer tarded like Avatar. Like, what are you from the 1950s? You want to step in a time machine? And none of you techno liberal cucks want to go back to the 1950s. See, that's the thing. Consider that an ultimate defeat. I mean, be gone!
So I noticed he's still muted.
Yeah, so anyways, the necessary linking up of techniques. In terms of, see, this is a radical statement that Alul makes. He says that the coordinated phenomenon, they constitute a coordinated phenomenon, no element of which can be detached from the others. It's an illusion, a perfectly understandable one. To hope to be able to suppress, quote unquote, bad side of technique and preserve the good. This is the idea that's promoted, okay, through those who want to support progress on both sides. See, this is the thing, that this isn't a liberal or a conservative issue, right? Okay, obviously there's a necessity of liberalism with the techno-industrial system, right? There's increased atomization, of the individual, increased alienation felt by the individual, right? There's a universality of means, right? There's an interconnectedness of different parts of the world, sort of multiculturalism. So liberalism is a necessary consequence of techno-industrial system. This is why liberal values didn't really take root until you had the Industrial Revolution, right? You had the great majority of men, right, still following the old traditions up until the 1800s, right? It's only when the techno-industrial society became endemic that liberal values actually took root. I mean, this is way after the 1800s. Okay, so this is the fact, right? And so we have this interesting fact, right? And then you have another fact of the matter, right? In terms of, the conservatives, right? As Dr. Kaczynski says, I mean, they are fools, right? Because they whine about the loss of traditions, but they support the thing that basically causes the loss of traditions, which is the techno-industrial system, right? And they support the global, sort of phenomenon, that it constitutes, right? So this isn't on either side, really. And it's not a pro-science or anti-religious or pro-religious or anti-science issue either. It's not a pro-future or anti-future position. Okay, it's not pro-past. Okay, there's nothing to go back to. All right, we have to move forward from where we are now. The real question is, where do we go from here? Right? Faith in the future is a flowery trapping of the Tao, right? The past is immutable, the future is non-existent, right? We have to focus on what is. Okay. And that's why we're looking at the problem itself, right? Okay, and analyzing, okay, how the system takes root. What is a technological system? Okay, these are the problems we're exploring. Okay, now how the system becomes endemic is because of two things. Right? One is the monistic quality, right? Okay, a sort of monism that develops, right? But before that, there's the self-augmentation. Okay, now self-augmentation occurs when, you know, developments in one field start to affect research in another field and developments in another field, right? The classic example that Alul gives is a steam engine or DDT, right? These are examples he gives of techniques that affect other forms of technique, right? They have unintended consequences. They're used to develop other forms of technology, right? Okay, so one form of technique or technology, okay, causes advances in other fields, right? And this is unforeseen, right? Because essentially the system itself makes, expertise increasingly specialized, right? So, yeah, what's going on? I mean, not a peep, not even backstage. I mean, but yeah, you can show your support by sitting on the panel. I mean, you will be seen as a silent participator to the machine lies and a supporter of the content here. So we greatly appreciate you. But yeah, you're complicit in whatever's going on here. Sorry to tell you, but but yeah, you were at the scene at the sign of the accident. I mean, and
You know
did
what?
nothing.
How about how ironic that the things that Wolf's talking about sort of fit in perfectly with what's been discussed today? You know, isn't that weird? And I know you didn't have that necessarily planned. It just worked out that way.
Well, I have a plan to talk a little bit about globalism, and how it's a necessary consequence of a techno-industrial system. So that's kind of one of Alul's great predictions, and he's made so many of them. He's made a staggering amount of predictions at this stage that we've went over. But yeah, this is just one more. Is the global markets. I mean, yeah, I mean, computers really established that whole thing. I mean, I was thinking about buying, black colored boxers, just 10 of them yesterday online. So this is the reality of the situation. I mean, is that clothing items, things that were usually manufactured locally, right, are now usually purchased online. Now, what does that mean? I mean, how are they made, right? And of course, there's the post-geological feeling of the digital money. Obviously, most money is digital, right? So this is the reality of the situation, right? And the idea that computers, okay, now what's funny is that digitalization consists of plasticity of content, and the idea or notion of the plasticity of content, whether it be films or money or personal information, I mean, or medical information, I mean, or any of that type of ideas. I mean, that all of these are simply data. I mean, that can be exchanged and can be manipulated, via the communications technology, right? There's obviously a very funny movie called The Net with Sandra Bullock. I mean, if you guys watch this movie, it's really funny. It's like one of the corniest movies. But this lady,
essentially they show how they go into a computer and like change her identity, make it look like she committed like some type of crime, all because like she had like some sort of hard drive full of some information. I mean, so yeah, this movie's hilarious. I mean, but the concept is rather futuristic. You know, that she essentially becomes like a targeted individual, you know, within the scope of this movie. And you know, the information is being manipulated through the internet to, you know, sort of tip off the police and all these people that should be looking for her and, under this guise of this false identity. So the whole thing is about this plasticity of content and how it could be used to manipulate and target, you know, certain individuals when the means that are employed through the system are used to target different people by changing the information in the system. I mean, so that's going to become a new possibility more and more in the future. You know, you already see it through the swatting. You know, somebody's able to use the system to swat somebody, right? Because it's an automatic response, right? So this is the thing is that, you know, the tools that the system employs can be used, you know, as Alul said, against the innocent and the guilty. You know, and that's a new idea. Okay, is it possible through the universality of means? And we greatly thank traditional culture preservation for joining and airing, you know, his complaints, their blessings. I mean, and we'll have more work with him soon. You know, but yeah, we're at this section here at page 111 in the John Wilkinson translation of Jacques Ellul, right? And he says that we have seen how the two technical characteristics, self-augmentation and monism, combine. Now we must consider the historical necessary linking up of all the different techniques. This analysis will complete my discussion of these two characteristics. Machine technique appeared after 1750. The technical state of mind was first manifested in the application of the principles of science. Okay. We already know how this necessity arose. It is emphasized in all the textbooks. The flying shuttle of 1733 made a great production of yarn necessary, but production was impossible without a suitable machine. The response to this dilemma was the invention of the spinning jenny by James Hargreaves. But then yarn was produced in much greater quantities than could possibly be used by the weavers. To solve this new problem, Cartwright manufactured his celebrated loom. In this series of events, we see in the simplest form the interaction that accelerates the development of machines. Each new machine disturbs the equilibrium of production. The restoration of the equilibrium entails the creation of a new one or more additional machines in other areas of operation. Okay, so this idea is essentially what he's defining. Okay, here is the notion of self-augmentation itself, right? And giving, you know, several more examples of how it operates, right? Okay. Yeah, please subscribe to Traditional Culture Preservation Society. His channel here, JR's reading list.
Yeah, he seemed pretty cool, man.
Yeah, Traditional Culture. Is that your first time speaking to him?
Yeah, that was my first time. Yeah.
Oh wow. Yeah. Yeah,
got a lot of similar views, and he seems he's got it pretty figured out as well, man. So
he's one of the first guests we had on this channel.
Oh, really?
Yeah, really.
Awesome.
Yeah. Me and him both did a debate on the Crucible against Andrew Wilson. the same topic.
Oh, word.
Yeah.
What was
So
it? Technology?
yeah, technology. Yeah, so that's how I met him. Yeah. And his debate is no longer available. It may be available behind a paywall, but we haven't investigated. Which, if it is,
Why is he doing that? Like, what is he scared of? You know, it's kind of weird. Is it just he doesn't
censorship.
want to give you guys any light, or?
Yeah, because in traditional culture preservation societies debate, he didn't discuss any any radical concepts at all. And he definitely didn't discuss anything about Dr. Ted or Uncle Teddy or anything like that.
I see.
Yeah, like I directly mentioned Uncle Teddy's ideas because the question that I floated in the Discord was Kaczynski right? The reason was because I saw a lot of YouTube videos under that title at the time of his death.
Yeah.
So I thought that I thought, as the type of grifters that they are, they would definitely want to hop on the algorithm. I mean,
it's not a bad question. I mean, but there is nuances that you brought up. Like, okay, he could be right, but did he go about it the right way? I mean, that's and they'll try to kind of trap you into the not great aspects of Ted, and that's unfortunate. Or even the made up aspects. We watched that video and it just seemed like everything was kind of propaganda they were saying about him.
Yeah, I mean, they just refuse to accept this idea that that we can't control technology. So this was their big sticking point. They consider it a huge sticking point. And it's not that serious. It's not that serious.
Well, you're not completely anti-technology, from what I understand, right? Like you're more like we need to be more responsible with it, if I'm not mistaken. That's what I've kind of gathered what you said, or maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, we need technology that's under our control.
Absolutely.
So it's just that very obvious solution to the problem is that the technology needs to be human scale. We don't need to develop systems, that then, essentially condition human beings. We don't need that.
Well, they want those things because they're using them to condition human beings. You know what I mean? It's like when you're talking to salespeople, because that's what they are, and the product is themselves, right? They're using brainwashing techniques. They're using marketing schemes, like Bernays talks about. Like, this is going on. So, of course, they would, support that.
Yeah, and he basically summarizes it very well because oh shit, actually. Oh wait. Oh no, wait. Yeah, I went back a page. Whoops. Yeah, but yeah, this idea, and I like how he describes it better in the other parts. He uses a bunch of terminology that I think he doesn't bring up again, but I really like it, like massification of means, and and collective incubation, which he actually borrows from another author. But I think that's a good way to describe the compensatory mechanisms that are developed and why, as he says, he explained it in a very, very simplistic way that, one machine develops, one machine disturbs production. You have to create other machines to undo the damage. So how many times have you seen that? I mean, that you know, that's essentially how the system grows, is that you can create another machine to improve the problems with the machine. And that very simplistic explanation, of why technical research develops and what's actually, propelling it, totally blind progression. Okay. We got our nihilist, our community nihilist, Von. Blessings. He says nothing matters, nothing really matters, gonna die in the end no matter what. Well, you matter, sir, and I care about your words, so that matters. So blessings to you, my friend. Amo 777. Yeah, blessings. Lizard Tree. I appreciate you, madam. Very much. Okay. I was thinking about reaching out because I didn't see Lizard Tree in the chat for a couple streams. He would be right if he skipped the serial killer stuff. Yeah, I agree. It's a bad look. Definitely terrifying. Definitely not a holy move at all. And that might be the problem, is that Kaczynski didn't have a strong religious foundation, and you can see that in his writing. Okay.
Yeah, I think that might have been his issue. I think that maybe if he would have took more, because he was already sort of going like an ascetic route, and Lul kind of seems to have gone, being that he's a Christian, he understood that aspect of it, that you can't go overboard into this, the kind of becoming what you're going against, like a caricature of what you're going against.
Yeah, that kind of is the image. But
see that?
But yeah, we got a Lul, and he doesn't really have that problem. He doesn't have that weight behind it. I mean,
you ever seen one
blessings.
of these?
Yes. Yeah, definitely a little vibes there. And yeah, we have videos. We have exclusive videos that we're watching in terms of interviews of Alul. But we've taken a break from that. Why? Because there's not that much participation on these streams during this month where I'm doing these morning streams. Okay, so I'll wait till I get more participation on the streams before I, present exclusive content here. But the fact is that we've, translated some Alul material, and we'll be bringing it here and looking at it. Okay, I don't think it's ever been covered before online, so it'll definitely be a very sort of exclusive look at his ideas and views, never before brought to an English audience, to my knowledge. But yeah, yeah, we'll be looking at some videos, explanations by C.J. Kala. Okay, interesting fellow that I've procured some of his material online through his YouTube channel, and he's having some interesting thoughts about Alul that I think are interesting. He's talking about this kind of like Alul versus this sort of CTUHLU mythos and his like sort of technological monism, and looking at the evil sort of dark nature of what Alul is presenting. Because it is very much like, sort of spiritual wickedness in high places motif here. I mean, but yeah, he says here, production becomes more and more complex. The combination of machines within the same enterprise is a notable characteristic of the 19th century. It is impossible, in effect, to have an isolated machine. That is a very important point. It's impossible to have an isolated machine. Okay, and yet pair that off with the other idea by Mumford that the machine is essentially antisocial, right? So it has this, again, effective integration and disintegration at the same time, right? Okay, what it disintegrates, okay, is human skill. What it integrates is human behavior. I mean, definitely. So, you could see that on a mass scale. Yeah, and he says it's impossible to have an isolated machine. Okay, machines have an integrated function. And yeah, they are mediation. At root, a machine is mediation. Right? Another great word that Ellul uses. And also is a combination of sort of Ellul and McLuhan, Marshall McLuhan. Right? So this concept really, is pregnant with hope. But yeah. But yeah, he says there must be adjunct machines, if not preparatory ones. Okay, he says this. Okay, so he says it's impossible to have an isolated machine. There must be adjunct machines, if not preparatory ones. This need, which is not clearly evident in the textile industry, a loom is relatively self-sufficient, is singularly well defined in the metallurgical industry. Fabrication in this area consists of multiple inseparable operations. For each of these operations, one or more machines are needed. This gives rise to a complex enterprise which demands the application of an organization of production. Okay, I can't believe that that people have a hard time seeing why, because of this complex, right? It's not just about using a machine, right? I mean, there's experts, there's machines, and no machine is isolated, right? So all of these ideas brings the reality into configuration that the individual use is really diminished, right? When you have the technical complex at hand. And I can't believe that I really can't even believe that it would be a point of argumentation. But yeah, but yeah, the need for organization of machines is found even in the textile industry. A large number of looms must be grouped together in order to utilize the prime mover most effectively, since no individual loom consumes very much energy to obtain maximum yield. Machines cannot be disposed in a haphazard way, nor can production take place irregularly. A plan must be followed in all technical domains. Okay, this is important what he says. He says, in this plan, which becomes more and more inflexible in proportion to increasing production, is the production of a technique of organization and of operation. Okay, organizational technique was still very sketchy at the beginning of the 19th century, but with the increase of the number of manufactured products, new commercial methods had to be created. Capital, labor, producers, and consumers had to be found. Three kinds of technique emerged: commercial, industrial, and transportational. Okay, this third kind is really, I think the primary one, the transportational. And I think the transportational really includes communications. I mean, and I think that's why if you include communications to transportational, I think you'll see, I mean, in terms of commercial and industrial, there hasn't really been that many improvements. And more or less doing the same thing they've done since the 1950s, right? Since the Lewis time, But in terms of communications and transportations, I think they're constantly improving those areas. Yeah, and so I think that that's going to be, one of the biggest. And yeah, and here's the main point. He says these commercial techniques exploited. Wait, hold on. Oh yeah, commercial techniques developed at the beginning of the 19th century at the same velocity as industrial techniques. The commercial techniques exploited all the old systems which had previously existed sporadically without much vigor. Bills of exchange, banks, clearinghouses, double entry bookkeeping, and all the like were further developed. The need to distribute manufactured goods just acted to produce a powerful commercial technique, which, however, proved to be incapable of assuring proper distribution. The accumulation of capital produced by machines was also necessitated by it, became the source of an international financial organization. Okay, so here we have it. Okay. Okay, and I'll read that again. He says the accumulation of capital produced by machines and also necessitated by it became the source of an international financial organization. Okay, with its system of great firms, insurance, credit, corporation with limited liabilities. The corporation was indispensable in view of the magnitude of commercial traffic generated by sheer concentration. Okay, now I'd like to talk about the idea of commercial, advertisements. Okay, public relations firms. Okay, mass surveillance. Right, global corporations. Okay, all of these things came about at the same time. Okay, corporations. Okay, advertisement. Okay, all that stuff. International financial organization with the systems, great firms, insurance, credit, the corporation with limited liabilities. Okay. Okay, now he really gets cooking here. All right, he says two systems, commercial and financial. Right, were only able to function at full capacity if they were in a position to dispose of their merchandise at the most favorable point, as determined by commercial techniques. This implied the rapid, regular, and certain transport of merchandise. Okay, hence systems of transport had to be assured if financial and commercial techniques were to be able to operate. The new technique came into being, transport, which is not a direct result of the machine. It was a separate branch and organization, played a greater role in it than the machine itself. And railway routes and timetables, problems of eminent domain, etc. Okay, to quote Thoreau, right? We do not ride on the railroad, but it's the railroad that rides on us, right? Let me see if I can find that great passage by Thoreau, because man, it's a real banger. It's from Walden there.
Talking about Henry David Thoreau.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's an interesting writer. In a couple of his books that I've read, I thought he had some pretty sound views.
So didn't he do the same thing? He sort of was like an ascetic. He went out and you know,
Oh, yep.
left
And actually,
society and
yeah,
built a cabin or something, right?
yeah. It says in the whole it says in the movie The Net that that actually Uncle Teddy learned to build his cabin by reading the World Book that was published by Stuart Brand, right? And in it was a description of how Thoreau built his cabin in Walden.
Yeah.
So he literally built the same cabin that Walden built. I mean that Thoreau built in the book Walden. You know, so there's an interesting connection there that I've covered on this show. You know, it's very interesting.
Yeah, I think Ted would have made probably a decent monk, you know, if he went that route. That's why I think the ideas of Father Seraphim Rose are so kind of connect with a lot of the ideas that he's had, but it's coming from a different angle, you know. It's pretty interesting because I mean they were around the same time. When was Ted doing his thing? The 80s?
He apparently went in the 70s.
Oh, okay. But he wasn't caught until what, the 90s or something?
Yeah. I think it's like 96 or something like that.
Yeah, so I mean there's a parallel there because if I'm not mistaken, Father Seraphim built his monastery in like the 61 or 63 or something like that. You know, he died in 1982. So a lot of the similar like world stuff going on around that time, they both experienced like the 60s and you know that whole movement. And you had thinkers like Watts and the Beats and all that.
Yeah, they're definitely you know, influenced by the transcendentalists, but they were kind of 1 foot into the ideas of the occult and transhumanism as well. You know, so you know we're definitely going to cover a lot of that as well. You know,
So did on the topic of transhumanism, did Ted write about that in him? I'm sure he did, right?
Oh yeah.
I'm sure he had a negative view of it, of course.
Yeah, yeah, yep, yeah, yeah, yeah. We're kind of covering that with the Bill Joy.
Oh
And,
yeah,
yeah. He has he talks about Kaczynski's super negative view, and then he kind of amends his view, right, by saying he's not a Luddite, right, but he says that intelligent secession from certain types of technology is probably important, as he discusses nanotech. So he discusses how, you know, he would like to be the sort of middleman between Kaczynski and Kurzweil. You know what I mean? But you know, I think his critique falls flat on its face. You know,
the biggest issue I see is this idea of eliminating suffering, right? And from my understanding of suffering, you know, at least from a true Orthodox context, is that suffering has a purpose, you know, and I know that scandalizes people, but it does. It's like a bitter medicine. It's like a lot of times people don't, if they don't suffer, they don't normally go towards God, right? It takes some amount of suffering in life to reach that point of falling on your face with the world and being disenfranchised by men and different things, you know, people you can't trust, family, whatever it is. Those kind of things push you towards God in a lot of ways. And I think that what ends up happening is when men are comfortable and they just seek after pleasure, and it's you're enslaved to desire, and then there's not, it seems to be free from an external point of view, but it's really not, there's no freedom in it at all, you know so that's the hang up. It appears as an angel of light, and it's really not. A false peace.
Yeah, I agree.
But as far as the technology as a whole, if you look into, monks have always used, in an Orthodox context, we've used technology to, help us in different ways. So it's not like we're like Amish or something. Like, we'll use technology, but there is, with everything, there's sort of a royal path, a mean between extremes you try to walk. Which doesn't seem to be the case with a whole lot of people. They just sort of gun ho towards progress and whatever, this idea that everything's going to be perfect, that doesn't exist. It's really just all in someone's head. And once it hits reality, then it starts getting real ugly every time. I mean, you look at it over and over again. Every society that tried to create a utopia, it ended up into like a totalitarian government. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
Yeah, and I'll read a very impressive tome by Lul. Yeah, blessings to my friend Twilight.
Blessings.
Yeah, the son of Lilith. Yeah.
What's up, man?
Yes. Utopia
blessings.
means no place, so it can never be reached in space or time. So yeah,
It's unattainable, right?
Oh,
It's
yeah.
just an idea.
absolutely 100%.
It's an idea. And I'm not saying that everything that associated with like a social, like a social gospel is wrong. Like, I mean, okay, it can be efficient, it can help people, and that's not evil in itself, but it always leads to evil in some way without people really knowing it. It's so subtle that before you know it, something you intended for good just flips on its head, and it becomes something really bad, for society. Like AI, for example, intended to help mankind, but what's going to happen with it? The possibilities. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, this is really brilliant what he says here. He's talking about transportation and the development of cities. And I mean, he couldn't be more perceptive. And it's amazing he's writing in 64 here. And I'm going to read this page, and then I'll take a musical break and open up the Tao Te Ching here. So, we'll keep it moving because I also have a video I want to review with Breakfast Tacos. He's been going around, getting a lot of promotion with his atheist presuppositionalist debate channel. And I think it's an interesting channel. I think it's a fascinating meta troll, in that he's kind of, you know, debating the Christians on the presuppositional tactics, and he's presupposing the quantum field, which I think is a very funny meta troll. I mean, because he's sort of just saying, well, if you can do it, I can do it too. And yeah, so but yeah, we're not really here to talk about all of that position. Although I would like to debate him on some of his views, but the whole idea I would like to talk about is his support, his tacit support. Because of his support for the science ideal, he tacitly supports transhumanism, even to the extent of a sort of scientific misanthropy, which doesn't care if humanity is wiped out in the process of technological growth.
And I think that that is the kind of at base level, I think that is ethical. On the basis of ethics, that is a system that we'd like to oppose. In terms of the notion of how much technology is necessary to live a good life. But I think that Alul gives a very fascinating tome here. He says, about transportation and he says the transportation. He says it that this new technique is not a direct result of the machine. It was a separate branch and organization played a great role in it than the machine. Played a greater role in it than the machine itself. Excuse me. Railway routes, timetables, problems of eminent domain, etc. At the period this technical torrent was emerging from industrial enterprise, a crowd of human beings began to gather about the machine. A great number of individuals were necessary to service it. An equally great number were required to collect about it and consume its products. The first great change consisted in forcing the consumer to come to the machine. Inasmuch as adequate means of transportation were to come 50 years too late, with this development came the hitherto unknown phenomenon of the big city. At the beginning of the big city engendered no particular technique. People were merely unhappy in it. But it soon appeared that megalopolis represented a new and special kind of environment calling for special treatment. The technique of city planning made its appearance. At first, urban planning was only a clumsy kind of adaptation, which was little concerned, for example, with slums, despite the effort of the utopian planners of the middle of the century. Somewhat later, as the big city life became the most part intolerable, techniques of amusement were developed. Okay, it became indispensable to furnish amusements, right? He said like the motion picture industry, right? And they said the phase of development was still dominated by the machine and corresponded to what Mumford called the paleo-technical period. During this period, the instruments of the power mentality developed. It became apparent that mechanical improvements alone do not suffice to yield socially valuable results. This was clearly a period of transition in which inventions had not yet completely overthrown the older institutions, and they had not yet touched human life except indirectly. And he says it was a period of disorder shortly, right? He says at the most glaring manifestation of disorder was man's exploitation of man. This disorder, however, led to the strenuous search for order, was developed first in the economic field. For some time, it had been possible to believe that the increasing flow of merchandise would be absorbed automatically, but the illusions of liberalism collapsed very quickly. Little by little, the liberal system broke down. The profusion of goods which the machine blindly poured forth. It was inescapable that only technical methods of distribution would be able to cope with the problems created by technical methods of production. There was no way around it. A mechanism of distribution and consumption was necessary, as precise as mechanism of production, which itself not yet sufficiently precise. Merely because it was mechanical, it was imperative that the different parts of the productive mechanism be adjusted and the goods produced correspond exactly to the need and quantity as well as in quality. It was no longer sufficient to organize enterprise. The entire production had to be organized in all details. And if production were completely organized, there could be no question of allowing consumption, which had in the meantime become mechanized, to operate without its own worldwide organization. These logical interactions without its own worldwide organization. Sorry. It says these logical interactions, which emerged first on the national level, were soon found on the international level as well. Okay, this is where I'll conclude reading. Okay, because this is where the international system emerges, right? And yeah, I think he's correct. It's because of the transport systems, right? Now I'd like to read, to pair that off, right? This idea from Thoreau, right, about the development of the railroad in his time, right, in the 1800s, right? This is, okay, Thoreau writing about the railroad in the book Walden. He says, our life is frittered away in detail. An honest man has hardly need to count more than his 10 fingers. Or in extreme cases, he may add his 10 toes and lump the rest. Simplicity, simplicity, simplicity. I say, let your affairs be as 2 or 3. Okay? And not 100 or 1,000. Okay, instead of 1,000,000, count half a dozen and keep your accounts on your thumbnail. In the midst of chopping sea of civilized life, such are the clouds and storms and quicksands of 1,001 items to be allowed for that a man has to live. If he would not founder and go to the bottom and not make his port at all by dead reckoning, and he must be a great calculator indeed who succeeds. Simplify, simplify. Instead of 3 meals a day, if it be necessary, eat but 1. Instead of 100 dishes, 5. Reduce other things in proportion. Our nation itself, with all its so-called internal improvements, which, by the way, all external and superficial, is just such an unwieldy and overgrown establishment, cluttered with furniture, tripped up by its own traps, ruined by luxury and heedless expense, by want of calculation and a worthy aim, as 1,000,000 households in the land, and only a cure for it, as for them, is in a rigid economy, a stern and more Spartan simplicity of life and elevation of purpose. It lives too fast. Men think that it is essential that the nation have commerce and export ice and talk about a telegraph and ride 30 miles an hour without a doubt, whether they do or not. But whether we should live like baboons or like men is a little uncertain. If we do not get out sleepers, i.e. the large wood timbers that support railroad tracks, and forge rails and devote days and nights to work, but go to tinkering upon our lives to improve them, who will build railroads? And if railroads are not built, how shall we get to heaven in season? But if we stay at home and mind our business, who will want railroads? We do not ride on the railroad. It rides upon us. Did you ever think what those sleepers are that underlie the railroad? Each one is a man, an Irishman, or a Yankee man. The rails are laid on them, and they are covered with sand, and the cars run smoothly over them. They are sound sleepers, I assure you. And every few years, a new lot is laid down and run over, so that if some have the pleasure of riding on the rail, others have the misfortune of being ridden upon. And when they run over a man that is waking in his sleep, a supernumerary sleeper, in the wrong position and wake him up, they suddenly stop the cars and make hue and cry about it, as if this were an exception. I'm glad to know that it takes a gang of men for every 5 miles to keep the sleepers down and level their beds as it is. For this is a sign that they may sometime get up again.
Hey man, I'm gonna head out, brother. I appreciate you as always.
Yeah, blessings.
Be easy, unseen.
Yeah, you
Blessings,
too, brother.
bro.
Amen. Bless. Later.
Yeah, we do not ride on the railroad. It rides upon us.
Less
Okay,
is more.
Yeah, we shape tools to use, and the tools we use shape us. Let me open up this Burial Goods. You know, Burial Goods had a good interesting video recently, kind of echoing this sentiment. Let me try to pull this up. I've shared his videos before. It was on the trolley problem. And yeah, he said he's got a new trolley problem. And yeah, it's pretty funny. Let me see if I can pull this up. Oh yeah, this is what it is. Yeah, he said there is no trolley problem. And this is video. It's kind of a dark comedy video. Check this out.
Now, the very tracks are composed of human beings. They thrash and wail, begging for mercy from the machine that uses their bodies to move forward. There is no dilemma, no problem, because there is no resolution, no choice. The world works as it works. Things are as they are. Everything runs on tracks. From the whirling of electrons to the collision of galaxies. Everything has its path laid out in advance by a force before time. Our thoughts, emotions, actions, lives chug dutifully along according to the laws of motion and energy. Everything runs on tracks.
Yeah, that's literally like what all of his videos are like. But yeah. Some wild shit.
Excuse me.
Technique is both the force and foundation of our economy. Dynamic forces are concerned with technical innovation, while static forces are concerned with the organization of the economy itself. Technique influences both systems of production and distribution, resting at the base of the economic system itself. When technique is developed and reaches its maximum limit in a given area, it tends to unbalance the system as a whole, causing a strain on the economy, which forces it to adapt and evolve. The only way to ensure this needed and necessary evolution continues to occur is through technical progression, which replaces the old with the new, preventing stagnation from occurring. This progress, which creates global unity through technical civilization and monism, torches all traditions, leading further to an acceleration of technical progress and new forms of technical production, which dominate over human theoretical ideals. Marx was right to note that the more we advance, the more the economy relies upon technical development. As automation occurs, it will be incorporated into the economy, throwing other structures in the system out of balance, which have not yet adapted to it.
Yeah. Yeah, so these are the modes that Alul was talking about. He said the commercial, the financial, okay, and also transportation. You know, but yeah, he says here, three new kinds of technique emerge: commercial, industrial, and transportational. So yeah, so these are the kind of techniques that develop in new areas and form a monistic quality, right? That link up the different forms of technique. And that's why, you know, it's got this, it's got this, technicians engaged in their craft, where they're sort of summoning this thing. It's not really, so much a conscious process, is what he's trying to explore here. I mean, and that is the essence of technical monism or of the collective technical will.
Since technical means become more costly, it requires a concentration of capital, giving rise to either a corporate or state economy, which, as its capitalistic concentration increases, will only enslave and alienate all the more. The motivating force behind this concentration is technique itself. Concentration becomes necessary to keep everything up to date and continually evolving onwards, even if it goes against the decisions or wishes of the state. This makes the need of the state to organize itself through technique all the more necessary in order to keep up with an evolving technical economy, creating a sense of normalcy that can be used to sway or sanction public opinion that deviates from the path of evolving technical directions. State economic intervention is thus not one based on ideals, but technical manifestations. Since technical progress is generally linked with the means of production, an overabundance of products are generally produced, causing a need to find new markets for the sake of sales, thus transforming human needs and desires, where all functions through techniques as an object of the economy. Thus, the economy must now consider the human and incorporate it into the technical equation. This is not to say technique can be manipulated by man. Technique, remember, has its own will, contrary to human wishes. It simply needs us to contribute and subordinate to it so it can push us along its designated path. Economic techniques such as this arrived on the basis of the belief that physics was the ideal science, concerned with finding facts efficiently, leading to a more technical state of mind, and thus a technical method that overtook man. Microeconomics, which concerns itself with man typically, will now be absorbed into a macroeconomic approach, which incorporates technical applications. Thus, technicians prevent the layman from playing any part in such a system, done unconsciously and part of what O'Luel calls the secret technique, which holds in contempt anything that does not fit in with the technical world. Technicians even use a secret vocabulary of technical terms that remain inaccessible to the outsider. Technique creates its own kind of secret society in this sense, giving rise to an aristocracy of technicians who guard their secrets almost like the crafts of an occultist. No democracy is thus possible in such a place, where the average citizen has no knowledge of the occult technical crafts being conjured and which shape our economy and impact all our lives.
Over the past
Okay, let's cancel that out. Okay, some type of. I mean, I can only speculate, but it seems like they're trying to promote more police stuff. I mean, this is predicted in O'Luel. That they would be propaganda. You know, most of the shows are propaganda that either promote military or police, right? You know, and we got the homie here. Blessings.
Propaganda.
Exactly.
What's up with all the propaganda?
Propaganda.
That's all that's left in the world.
Propaganda, bro. Yo, how is the Dalai Lama kissing little boys, bro? What's going on?
That's where we are, man.
That's a PDF, yeah, for real.
That's where we are,
bro.
That guy actually, you know, you know, by religion they do tantric stuff.
It's like
the tantric practices. They yeah, they do with little girls and stuff. They do with they actually eat. Like I think they eat poop and shit. They eat like semen and shit.
Oh yeah,
they
bro.
do
Oh yeah.
shit. And their tantric practices.
It's holy.
Yep.
They
He's
like
they bless
they have like holy secretions and shit.
Yeah,
it's fucking nasty. Yeah. Real
like
talk.
I got the common cold. It means I gotta eat 7 buttholes.
Right.
And
Yeah,
that's
I mean, you guys can look it up. Yeah, you guys can look it up.
I know you're not lying because yo, Crowley didn't invent all the shit that he had, right? He just fucking wrote it down.
Yeah, the Tibetan monks do some tantric practices that would be considered societally improper. Let's just put it that way.
Well, yeah, like where do you think they got all this crazy shit? Like a lot of the occult shit comes from Asia.
Bun.
You know what I mean? It made its way west. It didn't come from the west. You know what I'm saying? They repackaged it. And then like, all right. So yo, the real origins, right, of the Satanism is potentially handed down to mankind through fucking beings who masqueraded as gods that were blue, emanating light. And they came and they fucking handed down the technology, how to hack the matrix, and it involved all kinds of satanic shit. And it's actually where the Satanism comes from. You've got Kali, bro. That's the mocking tongue of Lucifer, right?
Yo, real talk. I'm not looking through this article, but let me just show you guys this right here. All right. If you look up holy secretions Tibetan, right, it'll come up Kala Chakra. That means black energy. I mean, so it says public and secret the public and the secret initiations. It says fluids, secretions, quote unquote winds flow through, pervade this complex network. Among the secretions, male semen and female menstrual blood. I mean, so they literally talk about in their practices, they talk about semen and menstrual blood and shit being like holy secretions. I mean,
well, yo, look, right? Your body is where your consciousness is housed, right? It is the temple, but it's not just in your brain. So that's the lie of science, is that your consciousness is just in your brain, right?
Exactly.
Your consciousness is distributed throughout the whole body, and it works in unison. Like every cell communicates with every cell, communicates with the neurons, and you receive the feedback even if you can't interpret it.
Well, it's even deeper than that. The mind, body, and the soul are a unit. They're not separated. This idea of the Cartesian dualism is a farce.
Yeah, I found this shit for you guys.
The mind, body, and the soul are one unit.
Here's my point, right? When a man is born, right, the man is created, and then there's a certain amount of fucking like sperm cells you have in your nutsack. There's a certain amount of eggs a woman has, and this is by design with the original blueprint of that body. So that all of that is an extension of that original body. So when you release parts of it, like if you fucking bust a nut, right, that nut was part of your body when it was created in the original state. It was originally there from the beginning of the creation of your body. So it's part of you technically. You know, you cut a fucking arm off your body, it's still part of your body until it like dies. And so the idea is, I mean, in my own idea, they believe that they can do shit with these pieces of the body that can be easily, you know what I'm saying, distributed outside of the body.
Yeah.
Like that's the overview behind it. You know, like they're like, if I nut in this person, right, then like I can control the part of me that's in them, and thus I could mind control them.
It's a distortion. The idea of white tantra is the opposite. Which is the retention of that force that you're talking about. Which is what Kundalini is.
Here's the problem, right? People go in and they do the white tantra, and what happens is it makes them miserable because they're sitting there with blue balls, and then what happens is they're doing it wrong. They're doing it wrong, man. They cause themselves, right, to swing so far to one way of the fucking pendulum that it's inevitable that when they do crack, they're going to go so far to the other side of the pendulum.
They're doing it wrong then, because it's an energetic process.
There's no right way to paganism, okay? There's no right way to do it. See, that's the trick of the Freemasons. They're like, look, you could be good or bad, but they're both fucking Satanism.
Well, the Freemasons, I mean, they have certain traditions, but
they have traditions.
They, if anything, they were
Certain
influenced.
ones, yes.
They were influenced by it. They don't have
what
the
traditions?
They don't have the
Which traditions do you speak of?
well, I'm saying they've gathered different traditions over time, but they're
Who's
not
they?
the end all. They're not the end all be all. I'm saying the Freemasons. They're not the end all be
Well,
all.
I mean, until they had the traditions, they weren't Freemasons.
Well, yeah, they've basically they're like the librarians.
No, they're actually like the crypto Jews.
Well, yeah, some of them are, but not all of them.
No, that's exactly what it is. That's why Hitler
No.
tried to get rid of the Freemasons and the Jews because they're the same.
Well, we can talk about Hitler on another topic, but
No,
because he's
it's not about
well,
Hitler. It's about the Freemasons being a fucking undercover, right, Jewish sect.
No, they are for sure. Very much. Well, to put it more accurately, the Freemasons were infiltrated by Judaism. Is more accurate by the Kabbalah, which itself is not Judaic. If you actually take it back, the Kabbalah goes back to traditions much older.
So, of course, they were infiltrated under
Yeah.
Albert Pike, but that's what
So
created the
Freemasonry was
Freemasonry that
originally
we know
pagan.
of.
Freemasonry was
That's what we know
originally
of.
pagan.
The
Okay.
founding fathers was
It goes back
Freemasons.
to Egyptian. That's why you have Egyptian symbolism everywhere. Okay.
It goes back to Samaria because that's the origin of the fucking fall.
Well, if you're talking about history, yes. But if you're talking about pre-dynastic, it goes back to Egypt. Because you had civilizations before we have recorded history.
Samaria is predating Egypt, buddy.
Yes, in historical time.
I'm just saying,
But
in
you have prehistorical time that existed in Egypt.
Prehistorical time.
Prehistorical, yes. There's time that they don't want to admit to, even though we have megaliths all over the planet that say very clearly otherwise.
We're talking the antediluvian era?
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
Before the flood.
So you're saying Freemasonry comes from the antediluvian era?
I'm saying I'm telling you that they have taken information from well, they don't have it anymore. I'm saying the Freemasons are new on the block, okay? At least in their current form. But they go back to a tradition that's much older.
Yeah, it's called Judaism.
No, Judaism is new. Judaism is AD in the form that we have it. After the death of Jesus, if he in fact existed, okay, there was no ancient Judaism. It didn't exist.
Yeah, no.
When he died, all that was left was the Pharisees.
There was Israelites.
There were the Pharisees.
Jews.
There were the Pharisees.
You know what I mean?
I have a book from the 1800s that tells you that. They openly acknowledge it and they brag about it. And they say that, so what if we killed him?
Do you know what
Maybe
a Pharisees is?
Yeah, I know what a Pharisee was. They were the ones who were in the Sanhedrin, the same people that he said were the devil.
Yeah, but what is that? What does that mean?
They were scribes and Pharisees. They were lawyers. They were practicing the Talmud. They were,
but do you realize that they were one sect of Judaism?
Yes, I do. And there were like 7 of them. And after
7 of them, was there?
There were like 7 different sects of Judaism before Jesus died. Yeah. There were like 7 different.
So there was a bunch of different
and there was polytheistic Judaism too.
So essentially, right?
Hold on.
Here's the reality.
No,
I'm going to give you the reality of Masonry.
No, hold on a second.
What are you going to give Masons?
I've looked into this
Special
for years.
Information?
I've looked into this for years, man. Okay,
yeah, well,
you're not
I'm trying
talking.
to explain to you that there was a secret council where the Tanakh was canonized after the death of Jesus. This is after the death of Jesus. This was the beginning.
There was
this
nothing.
Was the beginning of
that.
Freemasonry.
No, Freemasonry goes back before that. It goes back to Egypt.
That's what they claim. I understand that.
It's obvious.
No, they're
if
laying
you really look
claim,
into it.
They're laying claim to the ancient shit, but the reality is, it was created. It was created, all right, by the Jews.
The modern Freemasonry, yes, for sure.
No, even the ancient one.
But the tradition, well, it wasn't
didn't
called
start out.
Freemasonry.
It wasn't called Freemasonry. It was called like
No.
fucking. Hold on.
It goes back to the Knights Templar, and before that, it goes back
Yo,
to other
TML.
traditions older than that.
Do you remember when they were canonizing the Tanakh? There was like a fucking secret council of Jews. I forget what they call it. Hold on.
The oldest inscriptions they even have mentioning Yahweh.
You talking about Jamia?
Are like 400 BC.
Yeah, the Council of Jamnia.
Yeah,
So the
I know about
Council
that.
of Jamnia was
Yeah.
held by a fucking secret society of Jews that later became Freemasonry. That's
Yeah,
what I'm trying to say.
I know about that. It's not the beginning, though. I'm telling you right now.
What do you mean it's not the beginning,
It's
though?
not the beginning. I'm telling you right now. It's not.
So you're gonna run with the sales pitch from the Masons as
Have
to
you looked
where it
into it? Have you looked
originated.
into it? Have you actually looked into the evidence?
I've looked into their sales pitch and I've looked into the evidence.
Have you?
I have. It doesn't go, they don't go back to Solomon's temple. The
No,
knowledge goes
Solomon's
back to
temple is a
Solomon's
metaphor.
temple, possibly.
Solomon's temple is a metaphor. First
Oh,
off,
is
there
it?
was no Solomon's temple. There's no evidence for Solomon's temple.
Oh, really?
There's no evidence for Solomon's. Where?
Okay,
Show
so
me
why
evidence
did
for
they?
Solomon's temple.
Why do they have a Messiah?
Solomon
who's,
is three names for the
who's
sun.
a builder?
Solomon is three names for the sun. It's a metaphor.
Sol, Om, and On. Yeah, I understand what it is. But
Okay, it's a
the
metaphor.
reality is
the temple is the temple of your body, like you were talking about just a minute ago. Your body is a temple.
you do realize
body-
there is a Solomon's temple that was built in the earth, right?
I'm
You're
saying
aware
that
of
a
this.
lot of the stuff in the Old Testament, they say there's evidence for.
Okay.
There's none.
Okay, but I'm trying to explain to you there was an actual Solomon's temple that was.
Where's it
built.
at?
Well, they destroyed it.
Where? Well, that's
It's
a good. That's a good
in
way
Israel.
to.
It's in Israel. It's probably under that Dome of the Rock because
Probably.
you know what I'm saying. The Muslims
Where's-
probably don't want
where
them to
is
be able
it?
to build it again, so they probably built
Where-
that right on top of it.
Where? Just like the Exodus, right? Where?
Where? Like Dome of the Rock.
Where?
Like
Okay, but
underneath
where's
it.
the evidence that it's actually there?
Where's the evidence? The fact that they're protecting it from being built
What is that? How does that prove anything?
proves it enough to me, bro.
Well, to me, it's not.
I
Proof.
mean, what do you want me to literally go and break through the Dome of the Rock to show you the fucking remnants?
I want
with
someone
like
to.
a GoPro. You want me to sneak into the fucking?
I want someone to.
Like, are you fucking retarded?
I mean, you're saying that there's no evidence of anything before what you call it with Freemasonry. It's
Where's
the same
the
idea.
proof of any fucking thing you said so far?
Dude, I'm telling you, there's
Do you have any
megaliths
proof
of
of
lines
any
of
of it?
different star
All right,
cultures
show
and
it
all
to
this
me.
other shit.
Show me the proof.
There's actual physical evidence that you can touch and see.
Show me the proof. Show it to me.
What do you mean, show it to you?
I mean, fucking
There's
cut it out of
megaliths all
physical
over the
reality,
planet.
bring it to the digital realm, okay? Put it on your camera so I can see it right now.
There's
or I don't
megaliths
believe you.
all over the planet. I don't care if
Well,
you believe me. It's all
show
over
me a
the place. If you're
megalith
too
right now,
lazy to
right?
look for it, that's not my problem. If
Motherfucker,
you're too
show me the
lazy and ignorant.
megalith, okay? Show me
If
the
you're too
megalith.
lazy and ignorant to look at it, that's not my problem. It's right
Show me
there.
the megalith or it never happened.
You can look for it.
Show me the megalith.
You can go and visit
I don't
it and
believe
touch
you.
it
I want
and
evidence that this megalith
you
exists.
can go
So
look
you
at
need
it.
to fucking show it to me or
No, I
fuck
don't
your
need to do
information,
anything.
okay?
If you're too ignorant and stupid, it's not my
Oh.
problem. You
All right,
can
well,
go
now
look for it.
write that
I
down.
don't need to do anything.
Write down
Your
your
ignorance
last
is your problem.
speech, right? Write it
Your
down,
ignorance
and
is
then
your problem, not
read
mine.
it, because that's you.
Your ignorance is your problem, not mine.
No, I'm saying that's you.
It's
So
there.
just write it down. Remember
It's
it.
there.
You know
It's
what I mean?
there. It's there. It's
That's what I'm
there.
saying. It's there.
All these
The
traditions
temple
are,
is fucking
are
there, okay?
ancient.
You want me to bring you the temple?
It's all there.
Listen, your ignorance isn't my fucking
You
job,
go
okay?
look,
You
go
have
to
to
Egypt,
research the
go to
temple under the
Göbekli
Dome of the
Tepe,
Rock,
go
okay?
to fucking,
You
go to
have to
Sparta,
research it.
go to
All right?
Göbekli Tepe, go to fucking, all these fucking megaliths all around the fucking planet. I don't need to sit here with a crayon and show you, you fucking child. Why don't you grow some brain fucking cells that operate in the same fucking direction and fucking do some goddamn research by yourself? I'm not
Why you
here
got
to fucking
why you got a
to
fake
show
voice,
you how to
bro?
use your goddamn brain. Why
Why
don't
you
you be a
sound like
fucking
that?
adult?
Why you sound
Why
like
don't you
that,
be an
bro?
adult? Why don't you be an adult?
Why you sound like that?
Because I'm talking to a child.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
You positive?
I'm pretty sure.
Do you have proof? Show me the child. Is this Clay?
Get you a pen.
Is
and a
that
fucking piece of
Clay?
paper.
Animalist Telesti of Carlos Santana?
Get you a pen and a piece of paper.
What are you doing?
And fucking learn to read and write.
I dunked my nutsack in a tea today.
Learn literacy. Okay.
And then
Number
I read
one.
the tea leaves off my scrotum.
Learn logic. Okay. And learn what empirical is. And
Okay.
then you'll be on your way.
All right, I'm gonna write that down. Empiricalism. I'm gonna learn that.
Write it in crayon so you understand it.
Mm. TML, greetings.
Blessings, homie.
How you doing on this fine Saturday?
We're chilling. I'm gonna do some music here and pull up on this Dowdy chain.
And anytime you have evidence for the Temple of Solomon, I'll be happy to see it.
How about you could suck my ball sack?
Or anything.
Is that enough evidence?
In the Old Testament, for that matter. Anything. Anything.
Yo, what's this guy's deal, bro?
Anything.
Where'd you find this crazy?
Anything.
This is the homie. This is a Sicilian too.
Anything.
Yo,
Sicilian homies.
Yo, what's wrong with this guy?
Any fucking thing. Show me anything there's evidence for. That I can actually see.
All right, yo, stick your head between your legs.
Because I can give you a fucking list.
See your vagina.
Shit, but you're too brain fucking dead to actually see it.
Can you
so
see
I can't
your
help you
own
if you're blind,
vagina?
deaf, and fucking dumb. If you're too blind, deaf, and fucking dumb to see, then I can't really show you. Because it doesn't matter what I show you. You're too blind, deaf, and fucking dumb to see it. So you're fucking brain dead.
This fucking guy is retarded.
So why don't you get a hysterectomy?
Yo, you need a history lesson in hysterectomies, okay?
Get you a hysterectomy, and yeah.
I bet your boyfriend gives you one every night.
Why don't you get a hysterectomy? You better off.
Well, tell you what, I'll crap in my pocket if you get a lobotomy.
No, I think you'd be better off with that one. You're not using it anyways.
No, stop.
Yeah.
You don't know nothing.
No, yeah. Not at all.
You're about shot glass deep into some occult books, bro, and think you're a wizard. Calm down.
Yeah. Okay.
I bet you listen to Archaics, okay? You sound like you like honey buns. You like honey buns? Do you like knowledge derived from occulted tombs only found in the world's Texas prisons? All right. I'm going to go smoke a cigarette. I think I have a TML remix somewhere. Yo, TML, you want a TML remix?
Yeah.
Let's see if I can pull up the TML remix, bro.
Wait, what you talking about, Willis? You're talking about like a remix of a song we already made?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Oh, let me see which one it is. I think it's 13. I just kind of like isolated some TML tracks, bro, and shoved them all into a dope ass beat. I think so. It's more like a fucking upbeat shit. Because like I make beats that are not so upbeat. Let's see if I can put it on here.
Yeah, we got some upbeat music here. I mean, whole lot of it, and then we'll move on to some Tao Te Ching here. I got 10 chapters here I want to read. Last 10, from Philip Ivanhoe. Yeah, this shit is wild.
I'm not sure how to. I don't think I could put this up though, unless it's a MKV. Hold on a second.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. Yep. But here's some other music in the meantime until we figure that out, and we'll move to the Dow. Blessings. And I'm yeah, you know, we've been going through it. You know, I've had Twilight here, I've had Lilith here. You know, Twilight, Son of Lilith. You know, I've had you know, Unseen out here for a lot of them. You know what I mean? Unseen Warfare. You know what I mean? I've had some discussions with a couple other cats, maybe Nubs and a couple others. There hasn't been that many people here. Reddington's been out here. You know what I mean? Yeah, there's been a couple participants here. But yeah, come through on the panel. If anybody wants to come and talk about the Dao De Ching, you know what I mean? We're gonna play some music. You know, the homie's gonna find a remix that he made. You know, we got Lilith out here. You know what I mean? So yeah, blessings. Yeah, here's some music. See where's open this up here.
Those crazy ballets out of town. Chase those crazy ballets out of a town. High and I build the cabin. High and I plant the corn. Didn't my people before me slave for this country? Now you look me with that scorn. Then you heat up all my corn. We're gonna chase those crazy. Chase them crazy. Chase those crazy ballets out of town. Steady little bit, step, stop, step, till you don't stop, to let up. Build your penitentiaries, we build your schools, brainwash education to make us the fools. Hatred your reward for our love, telling us of your God above. We're gonna chase those crazy, chase those crazy bumpers, chase those crazy bullets out of a yarn. Chase those crazy bullets out of town. We're gonna chase those crazy, chase those crazy bumpers, chase those crazy bullets out of a yarn. Here comes the con man, coming with his con plan. We won't take no bribe. We've got to stay alive. We're gonna chase those crazy, chase those crazy ballets, chase those crazy ballets out of the yarn.
They froze, hands rose, hose down, the audience chose sound. I on the nose when I spit it, they It's natural, actual, factual. It's natural, actual, factual. Whoa. Now maybe it was justice to have just us whipping you. Sipping brew between my verses, I'm hipping you. Till my feelings very strong when I like the song. Am I right to song prolong the set? Only a few regrets. I should have paused there, heard applause there. I didn't swear, I hit it on the nose. When I spit it, they froze. Hands rose, hose down, the audience chose sound. Oddly since probably imprints from the last time. Hooked them, mass minds took them words and related. Belated from the vibe, I paid the extra attention. Check the intentions I have. Whack prevention in effect, 7 more legends on deck. Prevalent minds of all kinds under one roof, enjoying the truth. I spoke clearly, nearly perfect enunciation. Hear me raise them hands, you give me power, enable me to stand. I tower, devour the false pretense. Unsigned means indecent. One's mind makes the sequence he lives out. We give about enough energy to go round twice, so when the flow sounds nice, it's doubly a pleasure. Now does that measure up to expectation? Can you feel it? Does it give you a fresh sensation? Caressed, embraced, and laced with the finest additives, I had to give it to you straight. No boundaries, I found the keys to the lock that blocks my entry to justice. A sound to please, profound with ease. I rock, don't stop this century. I bust, it's natural, actual, factual. It's natural, actual, factual. Far from make-believe, achieved in the flesh, well received, I've seen it with my own eyes. And I've known guys to try and build us down, conceal the sound from the mass, we steal the towns. Topic of talk and assault on the insecure, when for sure you know we mean no harm. Be armed with only IQs, turning heads like fly shoes. Never seen this ever clean crew, lives whatever dream dreamt. And any failed attempts won't remain due to attain desire to prosper. Admire the author's offerings. Scotland brings things so relevant, you hella been on the wordplay. On an absurd day, I come weak, feel dumb. Seek out another path, speak out, feel my wrath. Emotion, devotion to the art, from start to finish, I'm in it. Replenishing the goodness as best I know how. Impressed if no wow. I feel fresh still, no rest till mission accomplished. Never a pompous troublemaker. Do a double take for goodness sake. I speak the truth. For real. Every time I open my mouth. No boundaries, I found the keys to the lock that blocks my entry to justice. A sound of please, profound with ease. I rock, don't stop this century. I bust, it's natural, actual, factual. Whoa, it's natural, actual, factual. It's natural, actual, factual. It's natural. Fact. Feel it. Peep it. Pump it. some noise for the blessed one up in here.
All right, homies. Blessings.
Blessings.
Yeah, and I think the homie has the song as well, right?
Blessings to this do not too.
Yo,
Blessings
I got
do
the
not.
remix. All right.
Blessings to this do not.
It's got a random ass fucking it's got a random ass picture that I just threw on there so that I could make it into a video. Because it wouldn't let me just do the song. So I had to make it a video. So it's got the 3 brain systems for you to look at while it's the remix. Figured that'd be fucking solid.
For sure. Trinfinity. All right, here we go. Yeah, blessings.
Hegemonic sentences through cavalcades of reminiscence. The dark soul mentions crevices of insight, appendages of tripwire reverence. The Gun Hill legend brandish your weapons for Armageddon. Headless corrections for willing participants before the line finishes. I got shadow grimace, the obscene dream of human chaos for the pilot smoke screen. Combined with the best wishes, master attacks intended for advanced craft methods that were highly adapted to the presence, sharpening psyche, which often might be construed as badly used or beautiful looks of life. To mirror the schism unseen hidden, the newest eyes cast shadows into the bluest skies until the Tory Allegory brought to the kings before me as a sacred justice plotted to misinform the whole. The chorus within construction, nano-nets, filaments, hidden secret touch, mystified by the comfortable and united by inner struggle. Hidden a bundle of scar, written enigmas. Now the claw is risen. Man is up with cheeky. With this type of disease sprayed to the east, not to the man-made structures, but to the rising of the sun. A comparison of those diligent millipedes, legs rushing around in any direction. Misperception and prism seem bad design. People and the best vision from the unlikely incision to the makeshift minions of bad decisions. I'm pressing danger to the head skill, kicking twinks to level hidden cages you can't unstage. Cause I'm live and in the basement with bones hidden all on chrome, hidden with thrones. Like a program metal skull covered in the hard routinely cycled by a metronome. Bones are collected to make me feel like the connection is real. Not only steel can sharpen steel. They hit the record.
Yo, it's the remix.
Yeah, it's sick nasty. In my opinion. I mean, I really appreciated it. Blessings.
Yo,
yeah,
I'll
definitely.
fucking, I'll send you the file for that and shit.
Yeah, I definitely need a copy of that one. I mean, I'm gonna
all
open
you.
the show. Open the show with that. Yeah, definitely. Blessings. Yeah, thank you so much. Right.
Because the original Bones was dope, but it just didn't have like a. It didn't get you ready. But yo, I didn't make the song that I used with it. I'm pretty sure it's like not copyrighted, but I remixed it, so I don't know if that matters also. You know what I mean? I would just make sure like it's not gonna get you fucking flagged or some shit. But
I don't think. Yeah, I think if you remix it, because I
remixed complete remix. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's
I remixed tons of songs. Yeah, I remixed tons of songs. So you know, I don't think it'll actually. But yeah, that was something I wrote a little while ago. I mean, definitely, yeah, blessings. But yeah, scar-ridden enigmas, definitely.
It's got some fire ass bars in it, you know.
Yeah, it's got some. Yeah, it's got a little bit of that. Yeah, I need to write some more shit. You know, get on some poetical moods. You know. But yeah, I used to write a lot of poetry. You know, yeah, I love poetry. I mean, that's a secret passion of mine for sure. But there's just so much philosophy and shit. I never really get to it. I mean,
speaking of writing and poetry, bro, you know what I've been doing lately? And I was wondering if you do this also. What kind of pen do you write with?
Oh yeah, it's gotta be like the shit where the ink just comes out, right? The pilot.
It's a good question because I just recently started fucking with fountain pens, and they're really the shit, bro. I don't know if you ever fucked with a fountain pen.
Yeah, I'm specifically on that pilot pen where the it flows, where the ink flows out. I'll be using the same pen.
So I mean, there's a lot of different pens out there, right? In the commercial market, like you get in like any random store. I used to fuck with zebras that were roller balls, and they were fine point, and they wrote like fucking super smooth. And then they changed the cartridge that goes in them, and then they were trying to get like $2 a cartridge, and that should have last you like one day. So I started fucking with fountain pens, right? And like, you buy a fountain pen for like $45, a good one, and then you just refill it with ink. The ink costs you like $4, and it'll last you months, and you can write all day. You also,
that might be the next move.
In your hand, bro. The fountain pens are designed to be written with like all the time, so they're ergonomic. You don't get like a pinky cramp from writing with them. You don't have to put a lot of pressure on the paper like you do with roller balls, or even a lot of the fucking, tipped pens. I'm telling you, it's really a game changer, bro. And I don't know if you ever tried a fountain pen, but get you a cheap one and just fuck with it a little bit, and you're never going to want to use another pen. Straight up.
Yeah, thank you for the recommendation.
Bro,
yeah, because I actually hand wrote. I mean, the entire, like, you have a copy of the book that I wrote. I actually hand wrote the entire thing. I mean, and I have a copy. I have a copy of the handwritten version.
I believe you.
I mean, like, real talk. So,
in my studies alone, right? And I didn't study as deep as you did on a lot of this shit. You went real deep, right? In my studies alone, I've filled up entire fucking notebooks. Yeah, to the point where I started rubber banding them together in a pack of just different shit that I was studying, right? And the notes that I was taking. And then it would get to a point where like I would learn shit where like I had to get rid of fucking like whole volumes of shit. Like, oh, this is all bullshit. And just, you know what I mean? Like, but yeah, bro, I get it. Like, I've filled up fucking almost a whole library of just handwritten books. You know what I mean? But I did it with the wrong pen. And I didn't realize until now. So if you plan on doing a lot of writing, get you a fountain pen. If you want a recommendation for which kind to get, bro, there's a Japanese company called Sailor, and they make really good fountain pens, and you can get one for pretty cheap. You can get one for like $65 with a gold fucking nib, 24 karat gold. You know what I mean? Also, I don't know if you write any Arabic, but fountain pens write Arabic amazing. Like, you can't write good Arabic with a ballpoint pen, bro. You get a certain, they use bigger nibs for different writings. Like Japanese writing, they use certain kinds of nibs, and Arabic writing, they use a different kind of nib. But it's about the width of the tip of the pen, and when you push on it, it has a certain amount of flex to it, different nibs. And so you can get really unique letter shapes and shit that you can't get with a normal pen. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure a lot of the old texts were written with fountain pens or quills or dip pens. So that was the OG writing technology of putting shit on paper. You know what I mean? Hello?
Yeah, that's the thing, is like, if I use like one of those pens with like ballpoint pen or some shit where it doesn't feel like you gotta press down. You know what I mean? Where like I like it more where you don't have to press down. You could just fucking just like the ink flows out of the tip. So yeah, that's usually the type I use, whether it be like the gel pen or the Pilot pen. Where's the ink? You know what I mean? I don't know what they call. It says on the pack like there's like Pilot. It's just like you could see the ink on the side, like how much ink is left in that motherfucker.
I know what kind of pen you're
saying?
using. You're using
Yeah.
like a Pilot 305 or fucking
Yeah, some shit like I think it's called some shit like that. Yeah.
So they're it's a click pen, right?
No, it's no click. It's just it's got a cap. Yeah.
All right, so yours got a cap. Is it one that's got a real skinny metal needle coming out of the tip of it?
That's right. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
All right, so it's a Pilot fine tip 0.5 or a 0.7 millimeter.
That's right.
Fine tip.
Yeah, it's like some shit like that. Yeah, exactly.
That used to be my favorite pen. Not
yeah,
gonna
you know
lie.
what I'm talking about? Because like,
yeah,
it's just the flow of, it goes with the flow. You know?
So what it is you don't have to press down like to depress
right.
the roller ball, and you don't have to actually roll the ball. So the
Yeah,
friction
that's exactly
is
right. Yeah.
cut down and it glides. So that used to be my favorite pen, not gonna lie, and it uses a lot of the same principles that a fountain pen uses. Like if you ever looked at that pen in the handle where your fingers hold it, it's got a bunch of plastic fins that hold ink.
Right.
And you might think your pen is broke if you look at it and you see a bunch of ink going into those fins, but that's actually part of the way that the pen operates. And that comes from the fountain pen. But the thing is, that pen is good, and I used to love that pen. That was my original favorite pen. Then I moved through a few different pens. Like I started using Zebras. Problem is, they run out of ink pretty fast if you write a lot, and they're not cheap.
Yeah. Yeah, I should show you. Yeah, I should show you the pile of them. Yeah, I should show you the pile of them I had. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I got a
bags of fucking pen bodies that you're like, I don't want to throw this out. It's so much like
I saved the pile in a Ziploc bag because I'm like, this is some shit. I don't know why I saved it. I'm like, I was like, these are the pens I used to write my shit. I mean,
I'll tell you why, bro. It's like you save the pile because the pen itself is still a good writing instrument. It's just out of fucking ink. And that's the problem with all these fucking, commercial pens, bro. And the best way to fight against that and fight against the machine is to buy a fountain pen and never buy another fucking commercial pen again that's disposable. You literally stick this shit in the ink, twist the back of the pen, and it fills itself up. They don't leak in your pocket anymore. They write like a fucking dream. They write better than those Pilots if you have a shitty fountain pen. You know what I mean? If you get a good one, there's nothing like it. There's literally no writing experience that could be compared to it. You know what I mean? Like you could just literally like rest the pen in your hand and lay it on the paper with its own weight and just move your wrist and write. You know what I mean? It's the best writing experience I've ever had. I'm crazy about it. And I've been crazy about a lot of shit in a long time. But it's great. You get to fuck the system and write the best all at the same time and save money. Like, yeah, the pen itself will cost you anywhere from fucking $60 to $120 to get a cheap one. And they can go upwards of thousands. But you buy one. That's it. Then you buy $4 bottles of ink at Michael's craft store. I'm using India ink right now. It's fucking waterproof and it costs $4 for 3 ounces of ink. Do you know how many fucking disposable pens 3 ounces of ink could fill up? You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. And you could even make your own ink. You can make lamp black ink. It's like making fucking prison tattoo ink. You just basically burn.
I don't know why, but this sounds extra special. I'm gonna look into this.
Yeah, I'm using a Japanese pen. I'm using a Sailor 1911.
What?
It's called.
So you're up on this too? This is some crazy. All right.
Yeah, Zephyr is always writing and doing art and shit. She definitely knows about fountain pens.
Okay. Okay.
But the Japanese need good calligraphy pens to do their writing because they have special letters. You know what I mean? And so they're still holding on to the fountain pens because they can't really get it done with a ballpoint. You feel me?
Yeah, it's just the ballpoint. It doesn't work with the way I write.
Bro, the ballpoint pen was designed to sabotage humanity.
Yeah,
you can't sell disposable fucking fountain pens. They're trying still.
You're right. Maybe if I had a mechanical hand, I could write with that motherfucker.
They sell ones with cartridges. I bought one in like Michael's and I bought one in CVS. I was a bootleg fountain pen. They sell one out there that's a zebra, but it's a wick-based fountain pen, and it's really, really fine point. It doesn't write good. I bought one of them bitches, and you could take the cartridge and just put a zip tie in the hole and pour the ink on the side of the zip tie. And it goes in the tube, and you just fill the fucking thing up. So they're trying to make them disposable, but they're retarded. Yeah, it's a ballpoint pen, bro. We got to go back to the fountain pen. The Declaration of Independence was written in with a fucking dip pen, I think, or a fountain pen, maybe. I don't know. Probably 1776. That's probably a dip pen. So they had to dip that shit in the ink, bro. Every sentence, you know. When you write with a dip pen, there's some people that will write with dip pens because it makes you more mindful, right, of what you're writing. Like fucking, you sit there like Lao Tzu, bro, and just fucking, you know what I mean? And just make like, you know what I'm saying? Make your sentence matter because you get one sentence of ink every time you dip it. And then you start fucking writing with the fountain pen. It flows better if you write in calligraphy, any kind of calligraphy, flowing letters, right? Now, your brain actually activates more parts of it when you write in flowing letters as opposed to print, and your brain activates more parts of it when using print opposed to typing. So typing activates the least parts of your brain, right? We got people that are programmers and shit. They can program and type, but they're dumb as fuck. And then you got, so now they taught print. They took calligraphy out of school, and it made people dumber because they're activating less parts of their brain. Because to write letters in print, it doesn't require any fucking like real learning of how the letters come together. There's a lot more going on in calligraphy, and it's actually closer to learning a musical instrument, whereas writing in print is not, when it activates the parts of your brain. So that's another thing to think about. That if you're writing in calligraphy with a fountain pen, you're activating more parts of your brain faster while you're writing. It's got to be good for your writing. I was writing in print for mad years, and I started to like hate my handwriting. I don't know why. I was like, yo, this looks like shit. You know what I mean? And it should look good if I'm going to present letters to people, right? If I'm going to send someone a fucking letter, bro, and it's going to matter because you don't just send someone a fucking letter in 2025. You know what I mean? But if you do send someone a letter, if you send them a handwritten letter and it looks like shit, that's not good, is it? Just random shit that I'd be thinking about.
Yeah, I write that shit in fucking gold. And
We should
put stickers and shit on it.
We should
like superhero
honestly,
stickers and shit.
I mean, you could do all kinds of shit with them, bro.
Like ninja stickers and shit.
I'm just saying that, like, we should always be trying to improve ourselves every day in every aspect and facet. So I've started to like really look for random shit in my daily life and try to fix it and like really correct it, like fix my handwriting. You know what I mean? These things is important.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's important to like speak elegantly, write elegantly, and dress elegantly. And like people don't put a lot of importance on these things, but it's actually a lot of like it actually like how you carry yourself and like a lot of that's going away. Like motherfuckers be walking around like pajamas and shit. Like that shit or like shorts. Well, you like you look stupid. And so yeah, definitely. I mean, I like more like people who actually just look like adults, and they actually walk outside, look presentable. So yeah, you know what I mean.
I mean,
so,
at
yeah,
a minimum, if I'm outside, I'm gonna be in like a new, you know what I mean, clean pair of fucking jeans and like a black t-shirt. You know what I'm saying? Usually. Unless I'm going to do some business, in which case I might be in fucking business like dress pants with like a fucking business shirt, some black shoes. You know what I mean? Like, I keep it simple, but it doesn't have to be garbage. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't have to be fancy. Just don't look like a fucking bum. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's a lot of people who think I look homeless. So it is what it because of the dreads. So I mean, I get it, but I smell good. I mean, pretty like I usually have a lot of clothes on. I mean, a lot of black clothes. But 2 or 3 layers of black clothing. I mean, that's usually how I look, and black sunglasses. But yeah, that's just me.
I mean, you gotta, you know what I'm saying? You gotta protect yourself from all the witchcraft, you know what I'm saying, that we you don't say you rock the black, bro. You keep the witchcraft off you like Tom Cruise and Oprah Winfrey. You know what I'm saying? Ricky Bobby.
Actually having knowledge about it helps so you don't fall into pitfalls because of lack of knowledge. Knowledge can kill you if you don't know what you're doing. That's the problem.
Just like
Oh,
your nanny.
Yeah, that
No,
goes
see,
to
because actual tantra is about going beyond the animal instincts. So what you're actually doing is alchemical transmutation. You're going beyond the animalistic need to. It's not just retention. It goes beyond that. It becomes an energetic transmutation to where what you're experiencing is far beyond just a normal orgasm. So you're not seeking after that anymore. So
But
you
yeah, say
don't
what
swing. So you don't swing to the other side. Yes, if you become celibate or you become, where you're just trying to keep that, in and do nothing with it, then yes, you will go to the other side for sure.
But yeah,
But
you
that's
said
not what. But that's not what it's about.
Yeah, but you ain't gonna procreate then.
Who said that?
Because you're doing the tantra, bro.
Well, you can still procreate. I mean, you have to do it for the rest of your life.
But you're retaining it.
Well, like I said, you have to do it for the rest of your life.
But yo,
Just
that
most of the time.
that
Just
desire
most
to
of the time.
procreate is there for a reason. You're supposed to be actively procreating.
Right? Okay. Like I said, this means you have to do it for the rest of your life.
Do you see what you're fighting though? You're actually fighting the force of life.
No, you're not
you're
fighting
fighting
any
God.
force of life. No.
Yeah,
There's
bro.
I have a whole treatise on this.
You're fighting God.
No. No, we're not fighting anything.
It's true. That desire is there so that you go and find a mate and procreate.
It's not, dude. We've been told lies about what sex even is. It's supposed to be a divine act. That's in your own holy book.
Sacred energy exchange, bro.
Yes, it is a sacred energy exchange, and that's why you're not supposed to expel it like an animal. That's what fucking Tantra is about. It's about redirecting it to the third eye so that you're not expelling it like an animal.
But why
you're going beyond that
by yourself, bro?
You're a who says you have to do it by yourself?
No, I'm saying, why are you doing it by yourself?
Who says I'm doing it by myself?
I did.
Okay, well, you're making assumptions.
All right, am I lying?
You are.
Can you prove it?
Oh, dear. As soon as you can prove anything that's in the Old Testament.
I mean, it's a lot easier to prove.
No, it's not.
You're asking me to prove things.
No, it's not. I can give you a bibliography proving it's not true. So, if you know. No, I can.
Prove it.
So you can get a pen and paper and write it down. Cause
bro, I got my dollar store camera on. Okay. You want to get a world star?
Well, yeah, sure.
Listen, take the gluten out the bread. I don't care if it's free.
Look. If you want to be fucking a student, that's fine.
Yo, where they do this shit at? Florida?
What?
This guy don't know shit.
No, it's clear. It's clear.
Fucking animal testicle of Carlos Santana, bro. Calm down.
It's clear who doesn't know shit.
Listen, Clay, calm down, all right?
Look, Cletus. I ain't your fucking Clay.
How's your new teeth?
All right, Bubba.
How's your new teeth?
All right, Bubba.
You sound different with your new teeth, bro. They resonate differently.
Giddy on, Bubba.
They resonate differently, Clay.
Look, Cletus. I had enough of your shit. All right? You go talk to Betty Sue. All right? Because I ain't hearing it.
He don't like that I know his name.
Go talk to Betty Sue.
I know your name.
He was hollering for you. All right?
Listen, man, okay?
No, you listen. She's looking for you. She's looking for you. You don't know nothing.
You don't know nothing.
Fucking wise guy. You don't know shit. What the fuck you talking about?
You know what I'm saying? They have become fools.
Look, I'm sorry you have a problem with women, okay? I understand, okay? I'm sorry.
We should make claymations.
Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. We could do that.
You ever see the claymations like Gumby?
Yeah. Do you remember, the fuck was that show called? Fuck, I can't remember. There was a game too, though. It was like, Clay Fighter. Yeah, that's what it was.
You made your own game, bro?
No, I didn't make it. It's old. It's old. It was like claymation, but it was like a fighting game, like Mortal Kombat.
Where do we go from here? So you got Dragon versus Tiger, Atlantis versus Shambala, Cthulhu versus Hundun.
Yeah, who the fuck is the
versus Dionysus?
Who the fuck is Hundun? I've been wondering that for a minute.
Who the fuck is Hundun?
That's the primordial egg.
Oh, the shofar. Yeah, man, don't do that shit.
Yeah, the primordial egg of chaos.
My ears will bleed, dude. Don't do that shit, please.
The primordial
egg.
Oh,
the primordial egg.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I have to say about the fucking shofar? Is, it's the sound of a donkey. That's what that is.
I can play a shofar, bro.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Don't, man. That's like the ninth circle of hell.
Do you know how
Yeah.
to play one?
No, I don't want to.
Oh.
Yeah, no.
But aren't you like a fucking Satanist or some stupid shit, bro? Aren't you supposed to like the ram horns of hell?
I'm worse, dude. I'm a pagan.
What's the difference?
I'm an animist. Oh, right. Yeah. That's right. I forgot. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So definitely a Satanist. Definitely, 100%.
Yeah.
100%. Yeah. I'm an animist. So right, all the other gods are evil, right? Except the one that sacrifices animals and children, and yeah. That one's good, right? Yeah. I got you. Even though
I'm not saying that, like, you know what I'm saying, that Satan didn't masquerade as God at any point. I'm not saying
right. But what if like
You know what I
Satan like convinced the world he was God? You know, no one ever
like,
thought
yo,
of
you
that
gotta
shit.
realize that there's times that it's written, right, where you got the Hebrews, right? And they're worshiping Baal, right? And they're sacrificing their kids to Baal. Who is Baal?
Well, I don't know. I think Yahweh is Baal because if you look at the history of it, like, you know, the difference between Baal and Yahweh is like a fucking a razor, man. Because you know, you look at the oldest legends of Baal and you look at the Canaanite pantheon, like he was legit part of the same pantheon. They were brothers.
Look, it could be.
No, I'm dead serious. I'm not trolling you. Like I'm dead serious.
It could be possible. This could, like,
okay.
At the point in time
So
we have
Jesus never actually said. See, I don't have a problem with Jesus. This is the thing. I don't have a problem with Jesus. All right, and he says that everyone who came before him, okay, all right, they never saw his father nor heard his voice.
Yeah, I mean,
his father drew an inapproachable light. So who was his? So hold on a second. So he went and he talked to the top Jews of the Sanhedrin. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. And he said that. All right.
Yeah.
So who the fuck is Moses talking to in the desert? Okay. It says that Moses saw him. It said he saw him, physically saw him.
You ever
He
seen
turned
ancient
his back
depictions
to
of
him.
Moses, bro? He had fucking horns.
Hold on a second, bro. Hold on a second. So who the fuck is Moses talking to? This is my question. All right.
Who knows?
Look, there's all kinds of weird shit, man. All right. People talk about the Jews this, the Jews that, da. Okay, well, I'm telling you, the Judaism didn't exist until fucking AD.
Here's where I think shit got crazy, because
look, bro.
when we look at the Bible, right, we see that God deals with people, and then the devil usually steps in. It's not usually the devil dealing with people in the first place. So we got Moses, right, and there's like a weird thing that happens in the Exodus story, right, and a lot of people just kind of overlook it, but there's a real weird thing that happens where you got so
okay, so we're having a real conversation now. Are we having a real conversation now?
You were having a real conversation. People are scared of God, right?
Okay.
So Moses goes up on the mountain. He gets the 10 commandments, right? Then he comes back down, and the people are worshiping a fucking bull. And then he smashes the commandments. He goes back up. He gets 10 more. This doesn't really make too much sense, but he does this.
Right. I'm glad you noticed that. No one ever fucking acknowledges
you know what I'm saying?
He
goes
right,
back
yeah,
up.
There's 2 of them. Yeah.
Comes back down. New set of commandments. All right. So there's a new set of commandments. Now, the second time, did he get them from God again? Was it God? Maybe we got shit fucked up. I don't know. Anyway,
right.
So we continue. Now we're going down the line. Now we got 613 commandments. Hold on a second.
Right.
Why didn't God give the 613 commandments originally? And then it's like, well, it was on fucking giant stone tablets, so you couldn't carry them. All right, well, fucking listen, bro. It's God we're talking about here. Could you know what I mean?
Right.
So, all right, hold on a minute. Look,
exactly.
We got
so someone did some fuckery, is my guess.
Yeah, this is why Jesus was like, look, bro, you know what I mean? I'm the Lord of the fucking Sabbath. He's like, I'm hungry and I'm gonna eat shit on the fucking Sabbath. I don't give a fuck.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. And they're like, well, who are you to do that? It's like he's fucking healing people and they're ready to fucking kill him. And he's like, what the fuck? He's like, I gotta get out of here because they want to kill me. The Jews want to kill me.
We've been imprisoned in our minds, being told we can't do things and we're not allowed to do them, and we believe it and then we can't. And he was trying to teach us that we can, but we don't want to listen because we don't believe. It's true.
Yeah, I'm anti-religion. I'm very pro-Christ, believe it or not. I have no issue at all with the teachings of Jesus. I think that he's one of the most misunderstood figures in history. I actually do believe he existed. That
So
I don't
what
even need
is
proof for. I don't even need
what
proof
is
for
the
that.
purpose of your Luciferian sigil inside the Aurora Borealis and with the Eye of Providence? What's going on here with all this shenaniganery?
Because I don't believe. Okay, because I see it from okay. Everyone thinks the Gnostics were so fucking evil. All right, but the fact of the matter is they were massacred by the church. Okay, so who the fuck are you gonna believe? They
Just because
exist,
the church massacred them doesn't make them right.
but it doesn't make them wrong either.
No, I mean, you could look into a lot of the Gnostic shit. It has stuff that's good, but it gets crazy and it turns into fucking something that gets really nutty with the fucking archons. And then it's like, all right, hold on a minute.
Well,
you gotta understand it ends up in paganism. It ends up in fucking deism. It's not good.
Well,
Been down all these
allegorical
paths.
though. It's allegorical. though. You gotta
It's
understand.
not what Jesus laid down. It turns into manly P. Hall, Christ consciousness, soul of God. It turns into all this other bullshit. And it has many different ways to do that. It's not in line with the truth and the message laid down by the Jesus. Okay. I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette though. I'll be right back. You could lay
I
out
got
your
one
argument.
already.
I'll
Go
listen
ahead.
to it later.
Go ahead. Yeah. It's just a matter of interpretation, I guess. I mean, I think that Jesus' message is a lot different than what the church says. That's why. I think honestly, well, first off, Gnosticism wasn't one like, group. There were as many Gnostic sects as there were Christian sects, and really they considered themselves Christian. That was a word that was applied to them by their enemies. So you had a lot of different views. You had some that believed that he was a historical person, some that said that he was a spirit that came down as a grown man. You had some that were adoptionist, which was very much in line with like the Muslim perspective. You had a lot of different views of it. Some were Stoicists that said that he only appeared to have a body. There was a lot, man. The archons are mind parasites, is what the Gnostics actually said. I did a whole thing on the Gnostic cosmology, and they fucking took it down. Me and Machine Wise did that. It was really good. It pissed me the fuck off. They took it down. Getting into it, and yeah, the Gnostics were actually animists. They were in fact pagans, as you say. Originally, you had Jewish Gnostics, you had pagan Gnostics, and you had Christian Gnostics. But they are syncretists, basically. But see, I don't believe that all of these other traditions are evil. I think this is the church that's saying all this. I think that God exists beyond any tradition, any church, any synagogue, any temple, anything. I don't think anyone has all the truth.
So it's not that it's in itself evil.
You feel me?
What it
Go ahead.
is that you've got a system, right? And like you were describing earlier, it's like, so you're doing all this shit to improve your physical, right, condition to achieve something for you. But none of that really matters in the grand scope of things. This is a selfish, personal thing. That doesn't matter. It's the deification of the flesh.
Well, no, it's the
Deification
deification
of the self.
It's the deification of the
Keep
self.
talking,
But
I can't hear you.
it's the deification of the self. But what that means is that basically we're saying that the church is saying, look, go to church, pay your indulgences, pay your tithes, and you can get to heaven. We're saying, fuck that. We don't need a middleman
I'm not
between us
telling
and
you.
God.
I'm not
Well, I know
telling
you're not
you to
saying
go to
that.
church, right?
No, but I'm saying this
So-
is what the Gnostics said. This is why they got killed. Because they said, look, we don't need a middleman between us and the divine, okay? We are the middleman.
The thing
God is the
I'm
middleman.
not telling you to be to go to church. And at the
I
end
know
of the
you're
day,
not.
right? It wouldn't make sense for someone to be the intermediary if the belief is that Jesus is supposed to be the intermediary between man and God.
Right.
So none of that, like even as a kid, right?
The
going
Gnostic
to
agreed with
church,
that.
When
The
they
Gnostics would
told
agree with
me,
that.
see, yo, I was raised Roman Catholic. It wasn't by
Right.
choice, right? I was raised
Me
into
too.
it.
Me too.
And the thing is, they tell you got to confess to this guy in a box in the darkness through a motherfucking veil. Right?
Yeah.
You got to confess to this dude on your knees, right? So you got to get on your knees in a box, right, in the darkness, confessing to some guy through a veil about shit that you did. And he is going to forgive you on behalf of Jesus, on behalf of God. And I'm like, wait a minute. Hold on a second.
Some evil shit.
Why don't I just go directly to God?
Right.
And that's kind of how it went down. So at the end of the day, the whole intermediary thing, I don't believe that's on a personal basis, on a daily basis, right? I think there was an intercession in what was happening with mankind in the earth, and Jesus took part in this intercession. But I don't believe he's a daily intermediary where you have to like go through Jesus to like talk to God. And so I do understand that there's things that are said, like you gotta get through the Son to get to the Father, right? But I don't believe that's on a daily, like if you do some fucking shit that's stupid, like I wouldn't understand apologizing to someone to apologize for you.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. Exactly. Exactly.
If I always looked at it on a human level, like God gave me a human experience to understand the macrocosm from the microcosm, right?
Uh-huh.
Would someone come and apologize to me and tell me to go apologize to my father, or would my father prefer them to just be like, yo, and apologize to him? You know what I mean? Like even on that level, it don't really make sense. So why would it make sense for God, who's way above our even comprehension?
Exactly.
So I understand that where the church is fucked up. Like I get that. So I'm not arguing for the church. What I'm saying is that there is many paths of spiritual existence in the earth and different ways to interface with this reality, right?
Yes.
All of those paths are for self-gratification, except for one, which is to not gratify yourself and to put others essentially before you.
But
and
what
it's
about
crazy? It's an illogical, right, thought process. So it's operating in an illogical reality aspect, but it's bypassed through the emotion tied to the entire belief system.
Okay, so let me put you this way. What about all the Hindus and Buddhists and Taoists or whatever, okay, that are trying the best to be the best or Muslims, in their life, okay, and serve the divine in their own way. You know what I mean? That's where I have an issue, okay? Christianity is 2,000 years old. Okay, so you're telling me the truth has only been here for 2,000 years? This is where everything falls apart for me, and everything is.
Here's the thing. At one point, I believed that the reality in the earth was the truth, until it was corrupted, and it it didn't need to be corrected until it was corrupted. It's like the earth didn't start with a flood; it needed the flood to correct the corruption that had happened in the earth. So, just like the water that washed out the corruption, Jesus came to wash out the corruption that had happened on a spiritual, ideological level worldwide. He had to jam the spokes of this machine up or it was going to be terrible.
But all these people are raised and are born into these traditions.
I get it. And it's great because if you didn't have all these different opposing traditions, then you'd only have one thing. And it'd be really hard to believe there was anything but that. And that one thing could be wrong.
But these people, I mean, like, you go to the East, man, and I mean, yeah, there's a lot of people that are converting, but there's still a vast majority that aren't, and it's just to think that they're somehow, distant from God. Like it's just, to me, it's like God is bigger than any book, any church, any synagogue, any temple, any. This is one thing I respect about the Vedic tradition is they say that everyone is Hindu, they just don't know it. And what they mean by that is everyone is, in one way or another, you know, uh, working towards the divine. And so, like, with and what I'm saying with you're saying it's about self glorification. Okay, maybe in some traditions, but with these mystical traditions, okay, with meditation and energy work and things like that, like there's real results with this. Now I don't know what people do to corrupt everything and all that, but I can tell you this: I've been meditating for 10 years, man, and it works. Like they've done studies with this scientifically. It opens parts of the brain that aren't normally active, that aren't dormant. Okay. It helps with stress, it helps with anxiety, it helps with depression, it helps like there are noticeable changes in
I mean, yo,
consciousness.
that's actually great. But at the same time, like I've also taken psychedelic substances that changed my mind. That's considered like a shamanism, right?
Well, okay. That's a good example.
But listen, I've
you can get there
meditated,
with
I've done the shamanism, all these different things. The problem is they leave you empty. That's the main problem. Is that all these different systems, they look great on the surface and they produce good effects in the physical illusion. You see? You're seeking something that produces a brilliant effect in the illusion, right? The thing is, the most evil people in the illusion are the most successful in the illusion. They're deceived, even, they deceive themselves. So you essentially deceive yourself by fucking eating from the tree of false knowledge. Because it produces things that you can see, but you see it in the illusion, their physical reality. What it does on the spiritual level is actually destroy you, and you can't even see it happen. You got to understand a lot of these practices, the goal is to empty the cup of what you even are. It's to basically delete your soul. You delete it. You basically remove yourself from even existing. And I'm not telling you to fucking empty your cup. I'm telling you to fill it with life and existence and experience instead of just sitting down in a fucking spot like a fucking tree, like a dummy.
Well, there's extremist views that are like that I actually would agree with you on. That take it too far. That this whole idea of emptiness and yeah, but it's not all like that.
That's the aspiration.
Yeah,
of the ideology,
for nirvana and all that. Well, it's not all like that, but yeah, I get what you're saying. Nirvana, to reach a state of dissolution, and I get what you're saying.
So here's what I'm proposing. If God gave you life as an experience and you decide to not experience it and instead experience a reality of your own making, right? By sitting down and meditating, right? Just hear me out. Is that not avoiding the actual lesson that life was supposed to teach you? Is that not an attempt to avoid, right, the goal of your life, the purpose?
Well, if you're using meditation to reach a sense of dissolution and nirvana, which is essentially like a spiritual utopia, then yes, I would agree with that. But that's not my goal. I'm very much, I very much embrace every aspect of life. So I don't
that's
fall
the thing.
Yeah.
If you believe you could achieve peace in the earth, you're wrong. There's never going to be peace in the earth.
No, there won't. There will always be conflicts. It's necessary. Unfortunately.
So that's the thing. It's the illusion.
Well, yeah.
What if life isn't about what you believe, right?
No, it's not.
What if life is about what you do based on what you believe?
I would agree with that too. Yeah. No, it is.
Because I don't like as the Bible says, right? It's not that there's going to be all good people in heaven, right, and all bad people in hell,
right?
Because you have people who are terrible that
You
decide
presume
to
that we're
be
not
good.
in heaven and hell right now.
Shut the fuck
Rant.
up, Nubs. Okay.
What's up, Nubs?
Why don't you go build
I'm
someone's
saying you're
fucking
making a
patio,
presumption.
okay? And drink a beer.
Godheart.
Do your
Maybe
job,
I should.
Nubs, and shut
Maybe
up.
I should.
Godheart. I would agree.
Simmer down.
I would agree with that. People use meditation and these different techniques and practices and philosophies for spiritual bypassing, and that is the absolute antithesis of what I stand for. And that I'm definitely against that, and I would agree with that. And what I is saying, I would agree with that. But that's not my position at all. So yeah. That's not growth. See, that's what I'm saying. Real spiritual practices, real spiritual enlightenment, which is one of the most misunderstood terms in existence, isn't about luminescence or achieving anything. Actually, really, it's really about lessening. It's about releasing. It's about like Machine Light Host talks about the Tao. It's about having less of something. So it's not about light so much as enlightenment, meaning you have something on your back and you're taking it off your back. So now you're lighter. That's really what it is. You have a lightness to you. And that's what it's accomplished for me.
Well, you remove the weight.
Right. Yes.
You remove the weight. But
yeah,
you
the
can't
weight, like
hold two things at one time.
Time, right?
Yes.
That's why
But
Kala is
also
time,
physical
and
weight
Kali
as
is
well.
the creator, and the destroyer of worlds. And yeah. I'm gonna start getting into all that esoterica, but yeah, right. It's the creation and destruction of illusion. That's what she's the destroyer of. So she has like all the decapitated skulls, and everyone's like, oh, she's evil, and it's like, no, she's destroying illusions. Like that's what it is. Everything that you think you are, your identity, which is not the same as who you
Doesn't
actually
she
are.
come out of Maya?
Right. Yeah, and
Doesn't
Maya
she come
backwards
out
is
of Maya?
Yama.
Which
Right.
Yeah. And what was in Hindustan but Maya backwards, which was from the land to the east with the trident. Yeah.
Well, and Maya
it all plays in.
So
Maya
if
is
you
also
want to
Yama
participate in the
backwards.
illusion until you learn the truth, go ahead, keep doing it. But you're gonna land where I'm telling you you're gonna land if you ever land on the truth. And if you don't, you'll be forever lost in the Maya of illusion. Go for it.
That's Jesus Christ.
What can
Your
I say
personal
except
bonus.
you're welcome? Okay.
You could say a lot, just like I could say a lot, but I don't think that would do
by the way,
conversation very much
That
good.
was a quote by Maui Disney. All right. Just want to let you know.
By Maui Disney.
Yeah. What can I say?
Great
except
stuff.
You're welcome. It's by The Rock. If you haven't heard, The Rock said it first. I said it second.
The Rock is, yeah. I'll leave that one alone.
Look, The Rock's a piece of shit.
Rock papers.
It was a good line, right?
Yeah,
You should not throw away good information from bad people.
He got busted. Playing with we'll just say being friendly with children, like all the rest of them. Yeah.
Well, that's good that he got busted.
Yeah, it is. It is.
I want to see them actually, arrest everybody that was involved with all that shit. But I haven't seen nothing happen, so I'm starting to wonder.
See, that can get.
It's happening slowly.
That is a place that we can definitely relate.
Yeah. That's kind of why I said it. Yeah, he's stick fucks, man.
I think most of the world would agree on that, and so I still can't understand how these people are walking free. If most of the world agrees that this has to be, it doesn't make sense.
Because some of the world doesn't, unfortunately.
Well, I would say that anytime you put a third party arbitrator in a contract, it fucks the contract no matter what. And I think that's what you're experiencing with what you're talking about, because you have this third party arbitrator, which would be daddy government in this scenario, where we have to wait and make sure that they actually touched a kid, and you know, the whole 9 yards of it. It's a third party arbitrator. If that were to transpire, if there was a child that was being harmed and the four of us were to see it, would it not be our duty as both fathers, there's just men, would it not be our duty to go do due diligence to make sure that that child was not harmed again?
Absolutely.
And so by removing that third party arbitrator, we gain our power back, because we reaffirm the power of, and in this case, unfortunately, it would probably end up being a fear-based tactic. Nevertheless, the fear of God would be stricken into that man.
I would do some due diligence. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And that's what I'm getting at with even in Christianity. Same thing with everything else. And I would say that if there's anybody out here that would do the diligence, it would be you, sir. And I think that you would be a great power if you came into your power.
Look, Christianity is not opposed to doing due diligence. I'm just saying. What you see,
I would say anytime, just like you agreed to just a moment ago.
It's like this, right?
Anytime
What was
you put
the
party
golden
arbitrator
rule,
in,
right? What was the
whoever has the gold makes the rule, Goy.
No, you got the
Makes
golden
the
rule,
rules.
but you have
Yeah.
you have the great commandments, right? Which is love God above all things, right? And love thy neighbor as you love yourself.
Right.
So if you really take that into your soul and you embody that principle, those two principles that was laid down by Jesus, right? Can you possibly not end somebody who's going to possibly hurt another kid and is currently doing so?
I would agree with that.
Possible?
Absolutely. Hang on. Let me break that down, because you said we need to go deep in on that one. So I'm going to go deep in on that one. The Christed being was allegedly murdered for quoting a scripture out of Psalm.
Yeah.
But ye shall die like men. He was talking,
the
quote is that we are the gods. So if it is that
being, bro, it's not even English.
Does it trigger
if you're gonna say the anointed being, that's one thing. When Christ means anointed, you're using different languages all at the same time. Should fix it.
That's what I'm doing.
The Christed
Great
being
stuff.
sounds stupid.
Anyways, so you have and
give us the all spark
said,
nubs.
Love your God with all your heart, soul, and strength. And the second is like it, love thy neighbor as thyself, inferring to that scripture yet again. If you look at the context, in my understanding, which I could be wrong, I wasn't there, neither were you, so neither one of us can tell the truth. Just an opinion. But if you look at it, it would be that we are the God, that we are supposed to then love other gods as we love ourselves. We are the creator of our we are the creator of our own. Tell me how it's involved in.
No, it's like this, bro. You have to love other beings because they are the only thing else that exists in this reality that is a representation of God. Everything else is an idol. Man is made in God's image. And so every man is a representative of God. I mean, some of them are terrible representatives, but nonetheless,
So far, we're saying the same thing.
All people are
with different
important to
words.
God, even if they are currently at this moment right now a piece of shit. That person could change, and God might have a plan for them. You don't know that.
Maybe their plan is to be a piece of shit. So there's the dilemma as well.
But if they're actively being
if it were not for Paul's active murder on the Christians, he would not have come to the realization or the revelation that he did, according to that book. So yes, absolutely. And not only that, but did the creator not create both good and evil for his glory, not ours?
I mean, there's a lot that we could go into, but you know what I mean?
Let's go into it. You wanted to bring it up. So
the main point was you were like, Christians, you know what I mean, won't do that. And I argue that that's not true.
I agree.
I would say that not all Christians would do that. I would say that there are some Christians that would do it, and I don't think it would be because of Christ.
There was a guy that came into a church, right, with like a shotgun and started blasting people in Texas, I think it was, and fucking some dude pulled out a cig and domed him, like without even thinking. So I don't think you have the right understanding. You know what I mean? Like, just took his dome off.
Well, see, that's the beauty of thinking. That's the beauty of thinking, because my understanding and your understanding have to be different because we're having two different experiences.
So
your experience will ultimately be 100% different than mine. Your experience at this point is looking to a sky daddy. How do you know it's fucked up? Is that not your judgment and your perception of this reality? And does it not say refrain from judging in your book?
Well, is yours corrected or is it fucked up?
That would assume that yours is coming from a standpoint of correction. That would assume that you have the higher authority, which you do not in a conversation.
I'm claiming
you do not have a higher authority whatsoever. Well,
I have the higher
claim
authority.
all you want. Where's your proof?
It's right here.
Where's your proof?
It's right here.
He's gonna dig up Solomon's temple for me.
I am the proof. You know what I mean? You just gotta dive in the pudding, bro, and you'll find it.
I do not want to dive in your pudding, nor do I want to find it.
Well, then shut the fuck up. That's simple. I mean, if you don't want to find out, then how are you going to tell me that I don't have it?
Well, you're telling me
How
it's
do you know
through
that
this
Shiva
guy in
isn't
the pie.
a good guy? Maybe
Right.
he's friends with Jesus. How do you know?
Is it?
Maybe him and Jesus get fucking coffee on the weekend. How do you know?
Do you?
Yeah. How do you know?
J-Dog at
How do you know? Maybe there's not. Maybe they think our bitching is fucking nonsense, and they laugh at it, and they're like, "Damn, they got no fucking fighting and shit." Like, what for?
Is this true?
It could be. I don't know. I mean, I've worked with Shiva, and fucking, I've never had any bad experiences with Shiva, so I don't know.
Well, doesn't any good project
experiencing a bad experience with Shiva?
I've never had any bad experiences with Shiva, man. I'm just telling you. He's talking about we all have different experiences. I'm saying I've had experiences with Shiva.
Does that mean you're Shiva?
You're in the middle of
I'm
one,
fucking
right?
Does that
Shiva,
mean
bro.
you're Shiva?
Of course.
No. Rant is Shiva in this scenario because he's saying you're having a bad experience with Shiva.
Oh, this is the infamous rant. I've heard so
And
much
I know
about
I'm
this.
not Shiva in this case.
No, you're having a bad experience by following Shiva.
I mean, it's been pretty positive, bro. Honestly, I have to tell you, like,
Positive is subjective.
Your
it is
words.
subjective.
I'm
But
telling
that
you,
so is negative.
Positively.
So is negative.
It's positively negative.
But it's been
that's great
positively
stuff.
positive.
That's great
not.
It's
stuff.
been beneficial, even.
It's not, bro.
But it has been.
It just
It's
appears.
been great. I feel great.
You think you do?
What is your baseline?
I mean, I don't know. I wake up happy. I Things have been pretty good. I don't know.
Well,
Life's going
happiness
pretty
be
good.
damned. Are you fulfilled?
Life's going
That's
pretty
the
good.
real question. Are you
Life's going
fulfilled?
pretty good, man. I got money in the bank. You know, I got a girlfriend who loves me. You know, I'm pretty good, man. I don't know.
Is that good?
Oy vey. I don't know. I don't know, man. I'm not homeless. I don't have to rely on anybody. I breathe air. I'm not sick. I'm not dying. I don't have any major diseases.
Not in jail.
I'm not in jail. Right. You know, I mean, I don't really have much to complain about. I mean, I could, but I'm not that type of person. I don't really judge people. I don't really like think about all the things. I mean, I've had a lot of fucked up shit that's happened in my life for sure, but you know, it's gratitude's an attitude, man, and that's how I live my life. You know, that's how I've always kind of lived my life, and I don't think I think you need to understand that I was a diehard Christian at one point. So you know, it is what it is, man. I don't know what else to tell you.
They can't understand, man. They
I
can't
know, and
understand.
it's
They're
like,
trapped in the they're
and
trapped in it.
I'm still not against, like, I'm still have nothing against, like, I'm not like an atheist or, you know, anti Christ or whatever. Like, I'm not at all, like, far from it. I just think there's serious problems with religion as a whole, of any religion, really. I'm not like in any one religion. I think they're all
I'm
have
not
problems.
an advocate for religion.
Any one religion, like,
Yeah, I'm
period.
not an
I think,
advocate for any one religion. I don't believe in it.
but you're against any other religion. So in a way, you kind of
I'm
are.
against all religion for the most part.
Well,
Then
really
why would you preach a religion of Christedness?
That's not what I'm doing.
Because Christ even himself said, "You're going to do better things than I am." If he existed, that was one of the quotes.
Right. Which I can't prove it, but I think he did, actually.
Yeah, well, that's not what I'm doing. So,
well, they can't prove that he didn't, and they can't prove that he did, and so we're both wrong until proven otherwise.
Yeah, I think he did, because there's too much evidence to suggest that they fucking hated him. And so it makes too much sense that they would want to bury the fact that he existed. And so, yeah.
Same thing with Serapis.
I'm going on faith. I'm
Same
legitimately going on faith.
Yeah, I get you.
well, I'm not.
Which
I'm
is
not preaching
fucking
any
ironic.
Fucking doubting Thomas.
Which is looking ironic to me, but yeah, like I
mean, you guys both live in a reality where things happened, right? It's a matter of you. It's a matter of your own retardation.
We allow things to happen.
But see, I don't think anyone is retarded for their beliefs, though.
Within ourselves.
Like, I have friends that are Muslim, that are Hindu, that are atheists.
The real thing you need to do is you need to wonder why did things happen.
You know,
you don't need to wonder if Christ existed. You need to wonder why the fuck do so many people still care if he didn't. You have to really wonder.
No, I have thought about that.
You have to wonder why it happened. Like, why did he do it?
Well, I just think that the story that we're given
to create a third-party arbitration contract. Yeah, it's complete mind control.
Right.
What does it control?
Complete and utter mind control.
Better human being? Is that what it's aimed to do?
I mean, by their fruits you shall know them. I don't see people really living by what's taught, honestly. So I'm not so sure.
So if the people aren't living what they're taught,
I know people that
the people.
You can say not religious all you want, but I know people that aren't religious.
Is it the problem of the teaching or the people?
Well, I mean,
it's the problem of the teaching. Hang on. It's the problem of the teaching, because you will know them by their fruit.
Yes.
And the average modern day Christian in today's society, at least the American side, I haven't experienced others, But here in America, if you know them by their fruit, the Christians are the most deluded, twisted, disgusting people out there.
Here, hold on a second, Nubs. Saddle your horses. The freak. Let me have you come in on this. Blessings, I mean, because I kind of roped him in on this. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I'm just gonna defer at this point in time. You know, they're
Deferred away. He just said the Christians are the most depraved people in the country. Well, you're not gonna defer to that.
That was a
right?
little much, Nubs.
I don't think so. I do not think so.
The thing is, these three guys have like the same personality in my mind, and they can actually get to me. So I don't want to interrupt what they're doing right now. So
the three of us. Wait,
this guy is
I'll soundboard
retarded.
him.
I'm just saying. Is this guy not retarded? Arrest my case.
Numbers.
There you go. Look at those numbers. The freak. How's the methylene blue treating you, bro?
Oh, you know, I haven't been consistent with it, so I really can't say it's been doing anything good or anything bad. I should like schedule it up and do something like with it though.
Did
But
you
I
see
swear
the
to God, that stuff
JFK,
is
the
like the
RFK
best.
video? That the RFK
No.
video, they caught him drinking it on a plane. He was making it with his dropper. And
That dude is
fucking
No, I didn't see that.
That dude
and
is
Mel
whacked
Gibson
out.
Mel Gibson mentioned methylene blue on the Joe Rogans recently, bro. Talking about
You're still taking
one of
it?
his friends beat. Yo, I take it every day. It's the shit.
That's cool. Yeah, it's not medical advice or anything or whatever, but that stuff.
No, you shouldn't
definitely
even
would
take it
definitely
every day, but I do because I don't
be
even
the
care.
best ink refiller that a pen could ever have.
You use it
But
in
yeah,
ink?
I'll try to be more consistent with it. See what it does. What does it do for you?
It makes me amazing.
Makes you amazing. All right. Well, that means you should be up here more.
Like Captain Amazing?
No, I'm busy being amazing, bro. I'm not gonna be here, bro, dealing with these fucking retards. Okay, I try to come here to hang out with TML, and then these retards show up.
Well, you know, I don't know. Like, I don't think any of us are retarded up here. I mean, right now,
I think we're all
anyway, you know.
retarded. Okay,
Stubborn as
in our
all hell.
in
I
our
mean,
own way.
stubborn as a leather boot, but hey.
We're all clinically retarded.
What is the definition of the world? What is your definition of the word retarded?
Nubs.
It's funny. A lot of people don't actually know the original
That's the
etymology of that
definition.
word.
It's just nubs.
That
it means slow.
That's why I'm asking.
It means slow.
I know.
It
I
means
know.
slow.
Okay,
Like when
so
you
to
have
be
something
slowed
that's
down.
fire,
All right, I'm
yeah,
just
like
making sure.
when you have something that's like fire retardant, right? It's not that it's fireproof. It's doesn't burn fast. Okay, it's slow to burn. The fire will move through it slowly. No,
Not exactly. It depends on your material, but
well,
nevertheless, I
put it
understand
this way:
what
your
you're
information
looking at.
retarded. All right,
What?
the information moves slowly through your fucking brain matter because it's information retarded.
Right.
It's like
So
fire.
you're female retardant?
Right. I know that going
Or is that
to
repellent?
general, 5-year-old banter is definitely the way of a wise man. I know that for a fact. Makes
Well, I'm
perfect
dealing with
sense.
a retard. I have to
Exquisite,
get on your
immaculate
level to communicate.
perfection. Sublime, even.
Trying
Yes.
to communicate on your level, Nubs.
No.
Just saying.
Arrhythmia.
Well,
Yes,
wouldn't try
arrhythmia.
and be fair.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I mean, if you're gonna come at me with just complete retardation, that's what I'm gonna treat it like, right? Where you sit here like, yeah, all Christians are the worst people
Right.
of the world. Like this isn't. This
They
isn't
are.
not retarded. This is pretty.
They
retarded.
are, in my experience.
Not
In
everyone.
my experience.
No, I've met some genuine ones. To be fair,
I haven't met them.
you haven't really.
I'm not saying they're genuine. I'm not saying they're not genuine.
No, there are some really genuine ones that are open minded.
My point is the problem is with the
And
people.
I'm not
If you
saying
find any different,
that-
not with the teachings. It's not the teachings.
The problem is with
they
it.
choose not to
The
follow.
problem
No,
with
it's
the
definitely the
teachings.
They're not
teachings.
actually
It's
Christians.
definitely
What are
the
we talking
teachings.
about?
It's definitely the teachings because the genuine ones are the open-minded ones, and they're the ones
Look
who
at the
really
fruit.
walk in the spirit, as they say, and actually fucking care about everybody,
Yes.
and are like graceful and hospitable and generous. And no. Yeah, because when I was a Christian and when I wasn't a Christian, I met them, and they like honestly like made me do a double take. Like, whoa, like damn, like I actually want to hang out with you.
What are we talking about here? What is the point of what you guys are saying right now? What is the purpose and goal? What is your point? What is the purpose of it? Nubs, animal testicle, Satan. What are we talking about here?
Satania. Satania is
Fucking
a
Carlos Santana.
Gorgon goddess. Okay.
Carlos
She's
Santana.
the female.
Apparently attempting to rip another man down. Great stuff.
She
Isn't
is
it? Is that the best you've got?
She is a female goddess.
Just trying to figure it out. What is the purpose and point of what you guys are trying to say here?
Is much older than the fucking cloven hoofed boogeyman they created. Yeah. So you can look that up. It's from the Iranian.
Ever created.
Yep, for sure.
We are all fucked up, bro. It's just a matter of
I'm not fucked up.
Where you stand.
I grew up in a fucked up environment for sure. And I
What do you think about being fucked up is the state of mind, and that mind is less.
It's a matter of where you stand in the truth paradigm. What's up, Rocky? How you doing?
What is truth, though?
Truth
what is your definition of truth?
Truth is all that is left when you carve away the bark of lies.
What kind of an uncarved bark, though?
Facts witnessed objectively.
It's fucking funny, too.
Facts witnessed objectively. I like that one. Who said that one?
That was the freak.
Objective arguments are convincing and feel natural, not forced. I would agree with that, Zephyr. Blessings.
How would you say observe objectively
Feel
when it's
natural.
subjective experience?
I sense a wolf has
And a
entered
word like collaboration.
the room. Blessings, Red.
That
How are you,
is
brother?
a very good.
How are you, brother?
That is a very good perspective of that.
I'm good.
Hail Satania.
That is a very interesting perspective on that, because you're in the Michelson Morley. You are the one creating the difference in all
There's
of
no
that
such
reality. Yeah,
there's no such
I
thing
get
as an
where you're coming
objective
from that.
stance when you yourself are an object of your own subjective awareness. Anyways, I'm not going to get into philosophy yet.
Until you collaborate.
We'll do that when we get to the Tao. But yeah,
Can you prove it?
Can you prove it's not?
I don't have to. You're the one making the claim, bro.
We're not about proving negatives here.
I'm making the claim
Yeah,
from
right,
my
exactly.
understanding.
Thank you, Red.
Jack
Can you
Talcot's
prove
got
that?
this coming up today at on beef tacos against Leo Phileas. It's gonna be
Beef
sounding.
Go,
Jack
Jack
gonna go.
Talcott.
I'm praying for Jack. Though.
Yeah.
That's gonna get destroyed probably.
We can get back. We can get to the evidence. If you go back to all of the talks that me and Machine Lies have gone into on philosophy, yeah, there's plenty of evidence for that. Blessings.
Fuck your philosophy, pussy.
Okay, well, you're on a channel
Red herring
about
red
philosophy,
herring.
so
we
you're
could
calling
be
philosophy.
anti-philosophy,
You're calling philosophy.
How much?
You're insulting philosophy on a philosophy channel. So blessings.
Yeah. Fuck
I just want to make you
philosophy,
aware.
bro.
I just want to make you aware of that.
You should be seeking this knowledge to expose evil. That's something Christians are supposed to do.
we don't pray. We don't seek knowledge. That's Gnosticism.
Evil Gnosticism.
I swear Jim Bob was trolling there.
Even though some of the oldest, again, they're not Gnostic. They're fucking Telestai. Okay.
I can hear
They're
it in
initiators
your
of the
voice.
mysteries. They're initiators of the mysteries. That's what they were. The Gnostic was basically, they were being called know-it-alls by the church.
Philosophy is the love of wisdom, bro. Fucking
Yeah,
love of wisdom. Okay?
Sophia was a goddess. Sophia. Yeah, Philo.
I don't love wisdom.
But where is wisdom found?
I know, because you crucify your mind so you don't
I
fucking
love
think
God,
anymore.
and God created wisdom.
Did God create wisdom? Right, so why do you hate
He
it?
did. I don't
That's
love
my
it.
point.
I
Right,
don't love
okay,
it.
why
I
not?
love God.
Where did he
You
put
don't
it?
love what God created? Why?
Where did he?
God give you a mind?
You worship the wisdom, not the God that created.
I don't worship wisdom. I don't worship
You make
anything.
an idol out of the wisdom.
Isn't there like a work in Islam called like the Madness of the Philosophers, or I forget?
Incoherence of the philosophers.
Incoherence, that's the one. I meant to read that at some point, but
Where God put his wisdom?
well, damn.
Didn't he put it into his creation?
Dude, there's legitimately a fucking text in the Bible that talks about wisdom is precious above every pearl.
Yeah, they have become fools in their own wisdom.
Yep. Proverbs.
And it has been
That
laid
sounds
before
like
them to be
Like,
a
do I need to
snare,
pull this
so
out?
they
Like,
would fall.
Like
maybe Song of Solomon.
The false wisdom, the false light of Lucifer has been laid before you as a pitfall, a snare, a trap. You fell in it. And you're arguing with me. I'm trying to rescue you and give you a ladder. And you're like, no, that's
I'm not
not a fucking
arguing.
ladder.
I'm not arguing
Get that
with
ladder
you.
out of here.
I'm telling you that it talks about wisdom is precious above every pearl. It talks about
Same
this.
shit, different day, eh, Rant?
Same shit, different toilet.
Toilet bowl birth.
Yeah.
Hell no. Hell no. That shit ain't gonna happen.
Yeah.
All we need is Andrew Wilson, and it'll be a party.
I think Jim Bob is like on top of his game right now because like the atheists don't want any part of him.
Lols.
Polytheism
No,
makes sense
that's
for
serious.
explaining the many aspects of the all. Oh, so you're telling me it's not a million gods? It's really just a bunch of aspects of the same God? Oh, wow. That's a fucking...
it's just one God.
Yeah. No, I know that, but a lot of
Maybe
people...
it's henotheism.
A lot of people think that polytheism is about a million gods when no, really, actually, it's just multiple aspects of one God. That there actually is no such thing as polytheism when you really understand it. That's just something that they created to confuse people.
You know what's kind of crazy is that a Unitarian Christian, they kind of separate the Father and the Son, and that makes two gods, but yet they're called Unitarian. Whereas the Trinitarians combine the three into the one, which is kind of the view I have. And
Well, the Trinity is pagan. Just so you know.
Trinity is Trismegistus.
The Trinity is a pagan concept. It's really the Godhead.
Well, it was conceived in Rome, though, like under the one of the summits that they had, whatever it was called. I forgot now.
I mean, I'm not against it because
Right.
I'm pagan, but
So
how
after Christ was already gone after like a couple hundred years, did they come up with a pagan Trinity?
Well, everything was after Christ because they don't have anything, because all the evidence was either destroyed, hidden, or just doesn't exist. One of the three. I don't know. Pick one. But the Trinity was conceived at the Council of Nicaea. Along with the virgin birth, it was all conceived.
or popularized.
Well,
yes,
no, it was
yes.
popularized. I mean, fuck, even the cross wasn't even the original symbol of Christianity. It was the fishes.
The fish, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, a lot of these things that are considered like you know, from straight from heaven are traditions, straight up,
They did the
and it's not
fish
even debatable.
because they were trying to hide it. Like Christianity was originally a cult; it was hidden.
It was
because they were being murdered.
Exactly. I'm glad we agree on something.
Yeah, there's a lot of shit that goes down, but I believe at a certain point, Christianity was subverted.
Do you know that some of the gospels that were considered heretical were later on made canon, and some of the gospels that were canon were made heretical? And this includes Revelation?
Like, I'm not too much into all the fucking
it's kind of important
sitting here and trying to fucking prove the authenticity of
Well-
this script and that script and this one came from that. That doesn't really matter at this point.
Well,
wait a second. Wait a second.
If
Doesn't that book of yours say? Doesn't that book say prove all things 2 or 3 witnesses?
No,
Both
your
Old
audio is
Testament and the New Testament.
Yeah,
and you're going to
I
come
just
in
went
here
through
and
this
say,
shit. I've been through this shit too many times, and I really don't care to prove it to you personally.
No, it's not about proving things.
You know what I mean?
It's
Like
not
I've
about
sat
proving
here and proved
anything.
that this is true and that's true.
No, see, that's the thing. I'm not trying to prove
We're
or
gonna end up
disprove anything.
We're gonna waste fucking
That's the
hours
difference.
on nothing. We're not gonna get anywhere. What
Hey
is the
Nubs,
point?
have you ever talked to Lou Bass about going to Canada and finishing the house for him?
What is the point?
No, I haven't.
Canada.
Bummer.
You know,
Jack needs a place
does
to
anyone
stay, I
have
think.
a point, a purpose?
Hail Prometheus.
a goal?
Yes. Hail Prometheus.
You know what I'm saying? Is there a point to it?
There's absolutely a point to it.
All right, what's your point?
The point
The point
is the journey,
don't
dude.
you want to be the closest to the authentic scripture? I mean, hell.
Right. This is true. We do want to be as close to
right.
the original scripture. That's true.
Okay. Well, if there are texts that were taken out, okay, and there were texts that were made heretical that weren't heretical, and there were texts that were made canon that weren't canon, isn't that important? See,
Yeah, I think
this is how I got to where I am today, because I realized that it's all very in the air of what the hell was actually legitimate.
So I think we should read all the texts, and then we should use our brain to
Okay, well,
kind
that's
of
true.
figure out what's true and what's not true, and then discern for ourselves what is to be extrapolated. Because just because
you got the same church that created the canon is the same church that's now using the Apocrypha, which is that kind of an add-on. So it's like, well, what are they saying now?
Okay, fair enough. Okay. Well, some people just don't even
Kind
look
of
at
an
the
add-on.
or whatever. So then, okay. But yet you completely reject what the
and then we
what the
compare
Gnostics
it to
said.
all the other shit, and we see if it's in line with, if it makes any fucking sense. You know what I mean?
In line with what though? What is the baseline?
And then we weigh it. We weigh it based on, like, how do you weigh any
Weigh it
information?
against what?
I mean, how do you weigh anything? You weigh it against the fucking rest of the information that you possess. You know what I mean? It can't,
I
like,
agree with
if you got a fucking text and it says, well, and then fucking Elijah got on a fucking umbrella and wrote it like Mary Poppins across a gorge, you'd be like, all right, wait a minute.
That's
is
totally legit, bro. That's totally legit.
You'd be like,
Prove
wait
it.
a minute.
Prove it.
I mean, he was taken up into the heavens.
Then
man,
you'd have
with
to be like, is
flame
there
and
any
cherries.
other text that says that Elijah rode like Mary Poppins on an umbrella? And if you can't
switch
find
it out with the
anything else that
chariots.
says anything about it,
Right.
then it probably didn't happen, right?
Probably.
But if you find like a couple thousands of texts that say shit that's basically the same thing, different people, different texts, different sources, you could say,
So like the
all
Book
right,
of
this has
Enoch,
some
for example.
credibility.
So what do you think about the Book of Enoch, for
Well,
example?
which one? There's a few of them.
Right. Fair enough. Okay, first Enoch.
And there's a few versions of each one.
Yes, there is.
There's some of them you only have the Ethiopian version that's been translated, but
Right.
Other ones you have other versions, and I don't believe every book of Enoch is actually real.
It's not.
I think
No,
Enoch
I would agree with
1,
that.
I think Enoch 1
any
is
of them.
valid. I think
Yeah.
Enoch 2 is valid. I don't know about 3 or 4, but it's possible
Yeah.
that 2, 3, and 4 are invalid. But I'm for certain that 1 is definitely inspired, because when you read it, it feels like you're reading the Bible. I can't
Right.
explain that to you, but a lot of it feels
No, I get what you mean.
and it's in line. A lot of it's in line with what's written in the Old Testament, but it expounds on it. Now, look, I also take it with a certain grain of salt, but you could also compare it with books like Jasher, right?
Right.
Which is also non-canonical, and it's also in line with Jasher. It's in line with the Old Testament. It doesn't disagree with anything, to my knowledge. And I mean, Enoch was an amazing, prophet who God loved so much that he took him.
Right.
I can't see why we wouldn't have any writing from him.
Right. Well, it's quoted in the New Testament. So that's what's weird. Is
Well,
there's multiple texts
Jesus
that are
quotes,
quoted.
Jesus
Right.
quotes parts of Enoch.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they
Well,
definitely.
let me
had
ask you
text at
this.
the time.
Let me ask you this. Have you ever taken the time to read the Mayan Codex? Because that, to me, would also read very much so like scripture.
It does. It does.
Which
And
Mayan Codex?
I don't. The Popol Vuh.
The Popol Vuh, yeah.
Their creation,
It's very
their
similar.
creation story.
It's kind of wild.
Uncannily.
Quetzalcoatl and shit.
You would have to explore it for yourself.
Is that the Quetzalcoatl story and all that shit like that?
It has. It's
so.
more of the story of the balls.
Of the balls?
Of the
great game. The great game.
Satchel.
You would have to do your own understanding.
So what does it have to do with what I'm saying right now? You're talking about a great game, and that
Because you're talking a very similar story.
Oh,
you're talking a very similar story.
Well, is it possible they copied it?
What is that you have in your hand?
It is possible that somebody copied it. I will agree
Because,
there.
I mean, among like the Cherokee Indians, we find ancient scrolls that are copper tubes with Hebrew scrolls in them, with the 10 Commandments.
Yep.
And we also find out in Arizona, we find inscriptions with the 10 Commandments in their languages in there. So, like, is it possible?
Well,
Because
not only that, but you also have
animal sacrifices. This has been going on in every culture all over the world. Is it possible that we had a unified world at one point, antediluvian, where they all had one unified pagan religion?
I thought there was no
antediluvian
world
against God.
I would agree. I would absolutely agree.
Antediluvian world, bro.
Well,
in fact, I would say there would be a lot of evidence.
Antediluvian knowledge,
and that's why it was
kept?
destroyed.
Well, okay, but you don't think that some of these people kept the knowledge? You don't think that's why they built all these temples and cathedrals and megaliths the way they did? Why do you think they built them so crazy huge and aligned them with all these fucking star constellations with sacred geometry and advanced mathematics and
encrypted the knowledge? Yes, they did that.
To save, because they knew that it was going to be destroyed. That's why all the 7 wonders of the world are destroyed, but yet it's still standing.
Yes,
that's
they
what I'm trying to tell you. Okay, well, that's what I'm saying.
At the same time, they're just this is all essentially the Tower of Nimrod, the Tower of Babel. They're trying to rebel against God. You see?
Well, I'm not denying that.
They're trying to hack the Matrix.
Well, yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay, and the way they're doing it is through all different types of ways, but a lot of it is the beginning of all of these different ways is the spiritual systems that you're describing. Like, for example,
no, it's you.
Right? No,
it's
not
you
me.
and it's me. It's individual. individual.
It's not
yes,
me.
yes. He's
it's
saying
not.
it's individual people. It's not the.
It's an individual thing.
Yeah. He's not saying it's us literally. He's saying that it's individual people with twisted intentions.
Look, the spiritual systems you're purporting.
No. I'm saying it's everybody on both sides
of the process in which you start to deal with these lower dimensional beings that
like
start
Shiva.
to corrupt humanity.
So Shiva's evil, right? I guess you.
All of them are, even the ones that appear good.
Right. See, how
could that even be possible?
Because there are lower dimensional beings that have fallen. That's why.
See, I think there are I do believe there are different spirits and different entities that are in fact evil. I do agree with that.
It's like this.
I just don't believe that all of them are fucking evil. When you have shamanism going back 50, 100,000 years, I don't believe that all of these traditions are just evil, and they've always been evil.
They all are because they're not all fucking separate. They're all the same origin, which is evil. You see, because it's all a lie. That's why.
Then writing and communication by that same standard. By that same standard, writing would be along that same. Because was it not the fallen angels that gave us writing?
Abraxas, exactly.
Just like they gave us makeup.
I need to change my pants.
They didn't create everything. They gave us access to technologies and things that we shouldn't have had access to in advance.
But in turn, it was given to us by evil.
It's like this. Okay,
they were punished for it.
Let's say you've got a zoo and you've got some monkeys in a cage, right? And then Nubs over here is like, you know what? I think it's a good idea that we upgrade these monkeys and give them grenade launchers. And he gives the monkeys grenade launchers. And then the monkeys take the grenade launchers because they're fucking retarded like Nubs. And they start shooting grenade launchers all over the zoo. That's what's going on, Nubs. Okay? The fucking,
I'll let you monkeys blow some shit up and I'll sit back and watch.
Right. That's what they're doing. That's what they want. You see,
that's what you're doing.
Does
that's
anyone
what you want.
believe that those who control this place have just come into power recently? Yeah, exactly. Hell no. They've been here a long fucking time.
And they're the people outside the cage of the zoo giving us the rocket launchers.
No, they're in the zoo too. They're in the zoo.
Why are you
throwing shit at each other and shooting?
No, they're in the zoo too.
So, Rant, let me ask you this. If that's the case, if we're just a bunch of monkeys throwing shit at the fucking proverbial wall and or our neighbor monkey, why are you a dumbass monkey throwing shit as if it's going to do anything to the actual problem or just get your rocks off calling me a retard?
I'm not throwing shit.
Do you see what I'm saying? You're not. You've never thrown shit. You've never.
You kind of are, though.
No, but I'm not throwing shit at the wall.
You're calling him a retard.
Okay,
That's
so
shit at the wall.
So in essence,
we're not calling you a retard,
shit,
man. You're supposed to be the Christian.
You're
We're not calling you a
expressing
retard.
shit. Right, your whole religion is based off
You do realize that, right?
You.
Are you
Do you
aware of
believe
this?
that a Christian
Are you
can't call
conscious?
someone a retard? Is that
No, I
against
know,
the
I
Bible?
believe it. I just think that it's
Is it against
anti
God?
what Jesus
What
actually spoke
would
about.
Jesus do?
I don't
Listen,
think
What would
Jesus
Jesus
would
do?
that.
I love my kids. I love myself. I love you, but you're all
Oh, so
retarded
you're
and we're all
about
retarded.
yourself and yourself. Right. So
you
Love
gotta
your neighbor
understand-
as yourself, but you call me a retard.
I got it.
Right.
In this day, I love you, but you're retarded. Okay,
Right.
You gotta get
Right.
your mind around it. And there's no way that you're gonna ever get better unless someone tells you. If I told you you were a fucking genius, then you're gonna continue being.
But you should
retarded.
have love for me, though.
See? because I love you, I tell you you're retarded. It's
that
like
doesn't
if your
work, though.
brother
Well, according
sticking his finger in an
but
outlet,
see, that's
you'd be like, "Don't do
that's
that.
not
You're
how
retarded."
love works.
That's
That's
According
not
to
how
your
love
book,
works, though. That's
love is
abuse.
patient, love is kind, love is
Right.
gentle. It is not self-loathing. It is
don't
not
read the book.
envious, and it never fails.
You need to
I
read
know
the
the
book.
book pretty damn well.
Read it again.
There is no fear in love, but lift the glove, casteth out fear. Oh, I know it too.
Right.
I
There's
know it
no
well
anger
too.
and
I don't need to open
fear.
it either.
I'm not worried about your feelings, bro. Okay, you're retarded.
It's
Get
not
over it.
about feelings.
Well, I
It's
think
not
you're
about
retarded
feelings.
too,
That's where
and
you're
I love you
skipping it.
too.
Are you offended?
I think you're retarded too,
No.
and I love you too.
Oh, okay. Are you offended?
There's no reason for offense.
Well, if you're not offended, then why are you crying?
Do you hear me crying, sir? I'm asking you
Bro, I'm
if your religion is based
drowning
off
in
of.
the tears.
You're not accomplishing anything.
I can
though.
almost barely breathe. It's like Titanic right now. I feel like I'm like in the bottom of the fucking ship, and I'm trying to get air at the top from all the tears that is filling up this room right now.
I know. Yeah.
Right.
Right.
You know what I'm
Look, you need to
saying?
just ask Lilith into your heart. I'm sorry, okay?
No.
Just ask
No, I
Lilith into
really
your
do
heart.
not know what you're saying.
All right, well,
just
here, I'll
ask
give you
Lilith
an
into your
experiment
heart.
to perform. All right, get a Ziploc bag.
I
fart
don't know
into
what
the
you
Ziploc
have,
bag,
what issue
seal
you
it up,
have
right?
with the
Insert a
divine
straw
feminine.
into the Ziploc
I don't
bag
know
and
what
then
issue you
drink it.
have with the divine feminine, okay? Look, okay. I don't know what issue
An
you have with the
experiment
divine
to
feminine.
perform. I'll be
That's
back.
one of my number one bones with the Abrahamic religions is the denial of the divine feminine. And yeah, I'm sorry you have an issue
I
with
think
that.
it was pretty hard to deny her last night. That was pretty fucking rocking. That moon was pretty rocking.
Yeah.
I learned something about retrograde that I never knew. That's an interesting study.
Yeah.
Very interesting study. Well worth the time.
Get wrecked! BB is a fucking comedian, dude. He always cracks me the fuck up, bro.
I've read some of his comments and I've seen some of his actions, and I'm still out. And the jury's still out. He does have some funny sayings, though. I will give him that.
No, he's funny as shit, dudes. I think. Maybe you're
Like, I
taking it
don't
too
have any
seriously.
personal. No, I don't have any personal issue with him, so I can't say with personal experience. I've just seen interactions, and it's just like anybody else, and they'd probably say the same damn thing about me. And in fact, many have said, even here on this,
Right.
It is what it is.
I tend to be able to look at things from all
It is
sides.
what it is.
I tend to be able to look at things at all sides. Maybe because I meditate. I don't know. And I don't judge people. So I don't know. You know.
You guys are retarded.
I know. We need Jesus.
I'm kind of like in shock right now because Brown Boy just got his first his first W on me right now.
Get wrecked, nerd.
You're also retarded.
Yeah,
if you're
so I was going to
counting
soundboard the
wins
panel
and
the whole time,
losses
and now it's like if I do
in
that,
chat.
I'm going to be
That's
validating
retarded.
Brown Boy. It sucks.
No, Zephyr, I really don't judge people. I troll people when they judge me.
Well, anyway. How about the
I think
Dragon
all we need
Tiger,
is
Atlantis,
all we need
Shambhala,
is,
Cthulhu, Hundun,
Inner
Apollo,
Darkness.
Dionysus, guys? How do you feel
What the
about
fuck
that?
is Hundun?
It's page 40, pussy. What do you think?
That sounds like fucking like some Chinese shit. Like I want the Szechuan and the Hundun. Like what the fuck?
It does sound like a Chinese order, though.
Doesn't it?
It does.
I want the happy family.
Yo, the freak. If you're going to take methylene blue, bro, add a lemon to it.
All right.
That's the secret. You add a lemon and a little bit of sugar. And
All
you drink it, and it tastes like lemonade. It gets rid of the chemical flavor.
Nice. So I was wondering, like, why am I drinking this ink refill? Like, wow, but I'll do that. Yeah.
It's dark. It'll make your piss turn blue, but it's definitely fantastic. When you first start taking it, it may make you feel worse because it kills off a lot of parasites, and then the dead parasites have to be removed. We're inundated with parasites. I don't know if you know that.
I don't know, dude, but you were selling it so hard that night, like I was compelled to have to go to Amazon and I had to buy it. So but it's been sitting on my shelf ever since.
What brand did you get? What kind did you get?
It's Acti Blue Plus.
Acti Blue Plus. What the fuck is that?
BioVitals. BioVitalis.
I'm gonna look at it right now.
It's like $15 Amazon. It's nothing.
I found it. Okay, so it's 1% solution, and they gave you 2 ounces.
Yeah, that's the one.
It's not bad. I make,
but yeah,
I make a 1%.
Literally ink.
But yeah, this is like $17, right? So I get a gram of methylene blue for $2, and then I mix it into 100 milliliters of water, right? And that gives me over 3 ounces. So this is only 60 milliliters that you're buying, and that cost me $2. This costs you $17.
So you're taking it every day?
Every day. I would only recommend taking it 5 days a week and then 2 days off so that you could get it out of your body because it'll build up in you. But I'm just taking it every day because
turn him into a Smurf.
I don't actually care if it builds up in me. You know what I mean?
Probably does.
I think I need it. But I take 30 drops usually, or I'll take 15 and 15
every day.
Yeah.
Dang.
You could take way more. Like you could essentially drink that whole bottle.
If I want to feel like an octopus.
Like, all right, so they give patients anywhere from 2 to 7 milligrams per kilogram of body weight, right? That's 2 to 7 milligrams per kilogram, right? 20 drops is 10 milligrams. So how much do you weigh?
I'm probably about 200 right now. I'm a little heavy.
200 in kilogram. Hold on.
No, you're probably thinking.
Hold on. I'll tell you right now. So you got 90 kilograms, right? Your body could handle. Hold on. Your body could handle 180 to 7
squeak
to 630 milligrams a day.
Dang.
Right? So your body could handle 180 to 630 milligrams a day, and that's safely. That's therapeutic levels. Now, you might feel like shit after you get above 4 milligrams per kilogram, right? But the levels that we're taking it, right, 90 kilograms, you're taking 10 milligrams. So you're taking 10 divided by 90. You're at 0.111 indefinitely. So it's just 11111 to infinity. 0.11, right? Milligrams per kilogram. Okay. And you can safely take anywhere from 2 to 7. You're at 0.
money. It's about sending a message.
Exactly. Everything burns.
The mob.
That's why the apocalypse
Cops
has to
have
be televised.
plans.
Do you know how much
Gordon's
money they're
got
hang on?
plans.
Do you know the amount of money they're gonna make once they fucking televise the apocalypse? Because it will be televised, so I guarantee you everyone will watch it happening on screens. It'll make you want that Antichrist serum real quick.
They can take the money and choke on it.
Aliens
along with
exist
all the rest of
apparently,
their chemicals
according to the
and everything
government.
else.
But I'm the one who gets threatened online, not the Jews or the other people out there who are actually working against the human race, who want to go in their bunkers and restart the world in their image. But I'm the crazy person.
Dude, I really gotta buy the full service to Twitter. Right? It's
Yes, that's right. Pay Elon Musk more money so that way he can side the masses going to Mars.
Well, I mean, I don't know.
It's like
I
140,
have longer
however many
paragraphs.
characters. Yeah, it's not enough paragraphs. I thought so.
No.
Not with the stuff you talk about. You don't have enough character space.
Yeah, I mean, that sucks. It's getting...
That'd be $8. Or is it
yeah, that ain't
inflation
nothing.
now?
I mean, I got that. Whatever.
But
I've just
again,
been avoiding
is it up to
it.
$10 now?
Do you at least agree with my point that I can point out you can tell who's actually here because they care about the situation, those who don't?
Yeah, Brown's boy's probably right though. Dumpster fire.
Well, I mean, it's all a dumpster fire, bro. We're all in there and we're all fucking shitting and fanning the flames at the same time. So
I was like half asleep and Brown's boy like woke me up. Like, what? Say what?
wow, people who usually yap, it's about their ego. So okay, yeah. See, there you go. There's my proof, TML. When I sit here and tell you that the people who you sit here and you try to teach people hours of awakening, they don't give a shit about you. They don't give a shit about me, and they surely don't give a shit if there is an agenda out there to depopulate the masses. They only care about themselves. They only care about what they can get in their lives, their sex, and their OnlyFans, and they don't give a shit. That's my point exactly. But I'm the one who gets threatened online to be doxxed because I just simply point out the fucking hypocrisy in every other human being I've ever met in my years of living. But okay. See, that's why I don't interact with the human race. That's why usually people like me would be okay with signing a contract about depopulating the human race. But, I believe in Jesus Christ, and that's a bad thing. So I deserve to be ridiculed and doxxed and killed. Oh, just like the Bible tells me.
Noahide laws.
Yeah.
Shit, son.
Shit, son. Might as well. Go ahead. Guillotines for everyone. You get a guillotine. He gets a guillotine. You all get a guillotine.
Apparently by Chanel, of all companies. It's kind of strange.
I agree with you.
Really strange.
Red. They need to hurry up and get it done. That's why I'm tired of getting on the internet and arguing about it and watching Fed videos all day. Because in reality, again, these people who get on here to watch us, who act like they're your friends and act like they care, they really don't. People who believe in rocks and other stuff. So I'm just tired of
the
hypocrisy.
aliens.
That's right. Maybe I am, but I'm just tired of it.
Probably.
It's not worth getting on the internet. It's not worth getting on the internet and trying to be authentic with people. You have to be a liar. Whether or not you're getting paid for it, you have to be a liar because that's what people want to hear. They don't want to hear the truth, TML, and everyone else who's actually here to want to talk about the things that are happening.
I mean,
no, they don't. No, they don't. That's why they get off the podcast and claim that they're going to go talk to people because they don't like being told that there's a God or that you have a purpose or that there is a conspiracy out there to control and do whatever that we know that they're doing. So still the point is that it's not people like me who should be ridiculed and laughed at, made fun of. It's the people who we know who are being paid to keep that fucking lie going. And
I think that sometimes, like when you have these people out here that sort of give you some pushback, especially like when you're talking about God or something, whether they know it or not, sometimes that'll open someone's eyes. Like it'll kind of blow up in their face,
Well,
right?
I've already said multiple times. That's why I don't
You
like
get what
when
I
people want to say, "Well, what does God say about this?" To me, it doesn't matter because you know what? I don't go out there actively wanting to rape and kill and hurt people. I don't go actively out there to steal and kill and destroy. So to me, it doesn't apply because why? Yes, I've made my sins. That's not the point. I'm still a sinner. I know that's not the point. The point is that certain things in the Bible don't apply to me, so I don't talk about it because why? I found a wife who I love. I don't need to cheat. I am content. I can't help that God won't bless me like he did Job. I guess he decided if you did,
But
he wouldn't be
see,
the person you are
where you're
now.
wrong, what you don't get though is like not sinning is not enough. That's not
no shit.
Everybody like
coming in hot.
I already know this. So what? I'm supposed to still go out there and actively sin? That makes no sense. I do actively sin every day. The point is I still ask
Getting all
forgiveness.
Zabbatean on us.
I still ask forgiveness for that every single day. That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to go to Christ every single day and say, "Thank you, Jesus. Thank you for the dying on the cross."
Yeah, but you're not supposed to just continue on doing whatever you're doing and just say, "Well, I can just repent later."
Coming
because
from
that's
the
not
ones
really
who probably still do
sincere,
it
is
too.
it?
So coming from the hypocrites again, at least I can admit I'm a hypocrite. I don't hear you admitting the last time you did a sin. When was the last time you went to confession?
Recently, because I just
you're
got
asking
back
the
from
wrong guy. This guy is like definitely.
Well, I don't know. I don't have to. I don't have to go and talk to men in little booths.
I'm not the only one. Brown's boy
I'm not
agrees.
well, I
don't
didn't
have
go
to
into
go-
a booth, because that's not really what we do.
I
We
go
you know, like
directly to the
you'll have the
mediator,
Vladika
Jesus
stand to the
Christ,
left of
'cause
you,
that's what the
and he'll
Bible
place
tells
you in
you.
front of the
You know,
icon of
the Bible
Christ, and then you're,
Jesus Christ is the way, the truth, and the life, and no one comes to the Father. So keep going, man. When you're too, do you pray to Mary too? Do you eat your little bread and wine, Styoper?
Well, you could kind of go back to, Saint Ignatius again, who was directly taught by Saint
When was the
John.
last time you fasted? When was the last time you fasted?
We are blessed.
I just did the fasting for Theophany. That was like a week of fasting.
Well, all these words.
There you go. There's the Pope right here. We got the Pope in the house. Hold up.
Because the point is, no one still cares. No one's still going to do about it.
The Pope's blessing.
You all got it. I don't mean to interrupt. Go ahead with your squabbling. You've already got all your blessings. Go ahead.
Sweet blessings. Well, the Pope stick can't be DJ floor clearer here.
Don't get all quiet, everybody. Now,
I don't give a fuck that he's here. Wow, hi there. You're still alive, just like me. Congratulations. Wow, another human being. I don't care whether or not there's a connection or a relationship. So what? He's another human being who's going to be depopulated just like the rest of us. Because you know what? He's not in the club just like the rest of us. What does it matter?
Don't you see the hat? That means I'm in the club.
Yeah, I'm sure you are. Do you own billions of euros? I don't think you do, Flo. Sorry, you're not in the
Club
Saudi
with their
Arabian
funny
desert.
hats. They're silly hats.
Flow State is an expert on political stuff relative to most people. So I'm kind of curious. What I haven't really talked to you in a while. What's your opinion of our Lord and Savior Donald Trump right here?
It's the same thing as it was. It's the show, right? It's the circus, the bread and circus, and it's the show, and he's meant to be the savior, right?
Right. I agree with that.
He's playing his role very well.
Or maybe he's the sacrificial lamb. They're just
One
getting
of the
ready.
many false ones, at least.
What I will say about him is that I do think if the whole shooting was true, you know what I mean? I'm not going to get into that, but if it was, maybe there is some truth that woke him up a little bit, and maybe there might be some change. I don't know, but maybe that's too much. Maybe I'm being naive.
I definitely missed the days
The
of
way
hope
it's
and
going
change.
so far, I doubt it.
I definitely miss the days of hope
with
and
the whole
change.
Canada thing.
Do you guys miss hope and change? I love that slogan. That was a good one.
That's every politician ever, isn't it? Oh, hope and change. I'm gonna do this.
But
and
you
that.
see, y'all still look at the
It's all the same.
bang. Hang on, y'all still looking at the bang bang thing as a 1 or 2 layer thing. Y'all need to look at it as a multiple layer thing. As someone who only has had minimal firearm training, I can hit a target from 150 meters away with the AR-15, no problem. Okay, so this guy supposedly, and I can do it in VR too, very easily. It's not that hard. At 150 to 200 meters away with a sniper rifle on a VR game, and I know, compensation, all that shit. I'm telling you, when you look at it at a multi-layer thing, you're not going to convince anyone in the military that I have spoken to who literally shoots people for a living that for any reason there was a reason for him to miss if he had supposedly trained as much as he had. And still, the point
to be fair, the guy did look mentally retarded. I mean, just
my issue with the shot is the angle. I don't see how you could miss at that angle like that.
Hey, no, guess what? There are plenty of mentally ill. There's millions of mentally ill idiots around the United States who have guns shooting, and guess what? They can shoot pretty well, even though they're trying to do sideways.
My thing is like, okay, people there seen this guy get up there, and they're like signaling, like, "Hey, there's a guy up here." And then shots go off, and then
have you ever seen an ear been blown off by a bullet? Have you ever seen an ear? Have you ever seen what it does to a body part when it's even pierced? Okay, yeah, okay.
In the ear?
Or I'm sorry, whatever part of his butt cheek or the side of his flab that it supposedly is, that they claimed.
It was his ear.
Okay, his ear, yeah, his ear.
I don't know. I can't say, but it seemed to be that I'll leave the possibility out there that it actually happened. Because I don't want to go too overboard with it. According to the Boys,
the TV show, they've been telling you for quite a while who was going to come in and deputize some superheroes. So keep telling yourself, America.
I mean, there's something
next thing you know,
obviously.
he's going to put an American flag on his back, and he's going to run around laser people in the fucking brains.
Do you just wait for someone to talk and then immediately start talking?
Because we all know he's part of the plan, okay? And
you need to start trusting the plan. You need to start trusting the plan.
That's right.
Okay?
Trust that.
You mean this guy doesn't trust the plan?
I know. What's your problem, dude? Like we already told you
the plan. The plan of going and living out in your Ozarks when they've already planned for the people who plan to go live out in their Ozarks and get off grid. You mean that one too?
How do you know that's my plan?
Shots fired.
I think the Flowzarks is better.
I've seen.
They're only a couple hours away from me.
You have with Dyer Flow State. What did you think of him as a person?
Did you see the one on his Clips channel or on Sarah's channel?
I think it was probably the Sarah person.
Okay, because he put like half of it on his Clips channel. I'm happy for the extra exposure. I mean, the one that he put on his Clips. So okay, let me back up. I thought that he was a mopey douchebag.
Yeah,
it was kind of disappointing because I liked him. I never met him before, talked to him, but I liked a lot of what he did, even though I'm not Northrop.
Jay Dyer?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was disappointed in the interaction because I thought you guys would have had a good debate, but for whatever reason that didn't happen, which was kind of sucked in my opinion.
Yeah, no. So anyways, I thought he was a disappointing douchebag. But like I don't hate the guy or anything. It was just like not the interaction I would have hoped for. I was happy that even though he only copied part of it, he half of our discussion, he did put that on his Clips channel, and it's getting a lot of views compared to most of the stuff he puts on that channel. So
yeah, I agree.
Yeah, that's cool, man.
I think you guys should do it. I think you guys should do another interaction if it's ever possible, because he
what was the argument? It was something about
he's going to show up on Raging Tomato. Why not?
Well, I'm actually kind of partially into a response. I'm gonna do a response or a video, kind of reacting to it. I'm not gonna do it live because I don't want to get distracted by everybody. But
Yep.
We'll see how it goes from there. The live face-to-face interaction didn't get a lot of traction that way, so I'll try this approach, a little bit more indirect and not live, and see how that goes.
Yeah, I
I
think
agree.
it's
I
easier
think
in
that
that way.
I think
Go.
that you and him could have a really good discussion, because the thing is, like, I agree with most of what J-Dyer says, but definitely a lot of the ways he says it is like, it turns people away from the positions that he takes that I agree with, and I think that that's something that he needs to take a little criticism on that part.
Well, so I went back, like, you know, he deflects with jargon, right? And I'm not a philosopher and I'm not a debater. So when somebody like him tells me, "Oh, you don't understand," when he tries to gaslight me, it actually works because I don't know what fucking Hume or Locke said, right? I'm not the machine lies. But I did go back and look at the things that he said I didn't know about, and I fucking knew about it just fine. He was just bullshitting me. So yeah.
Well, that was to make the audience, you know, feel as if he was in a superior position and had some leverage or something. There.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just pure gaslight and show. So and like I said, I thought that was a disappointing douchebag move. I would have hoped that he would have come with a bit more integrity, or at least like started off with more integrity. He went straight there really quick.
Where is this video
around here?
Yeah.
Where is this video? Is it Raging Tomato or?
Yeah, it was. So right when she opened the panel on hers is the full thing, and then he clipped out like the front half of it and put it on his clips channel.
I thought it was interesting. He sort of left when Jim Bob got there.
Boys territory then.
Jim Bob came in and played blocking for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Jim Bob. Doodle Bob.
Oh yeah, you guys did a panel after, right? I missed that. How did the panel go? Because the panel actually looked interesting, but I didn't catch enough to have an opinion on it.
You mean in the J-Dyer episode or the debate afterwards? I did with Jim.
I don't know. You guys had a bunch of weird panels where like Jim Bob and other people.
Like the week after, Jim Bob and I did we were on the same team and we did the moon landing debate.
Oh yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Sorry, I got it mixed up.
Yeah.
How do you think that went, in your opinion? Because the flat Earth and the moon landing stuff is just getting so rehashed.
It's played out, but they were, but it was fun because they were outgunned like big time.
Were you guys for or against the moon landing?
Diversion, Bob.
We think it didn't happen.
Okay,
100%
gotcha.
Browns boy.
He actually says when he showed up,
interference.
he says that he came up here to say, what did he say? I think he actually said to save, and then he caught himself and changed the word, but something for Jay.
Run interference. That's probably what he was gonna say.
That's exactly what it was.
Because that's what it was.
But then I've got, what time is it? In about 2 or 3 hours, I've got another debate on tomato tonight against Ben Thorpe.
Oh, brother. That's sad trombone right there.
He is against revenge corn laws. He thinks that there should be no laws against, revenge corn. And I'm absolutely okay with it, which is a strange position twist because I normally am against everything law enforcement. But
yeah, I think it's a really slippery slope because
strange.
It's not it's all the unintended things that come out of it. It's like people don't think about media and IP laws and all this, but it actually gets into like very strange territory very quickly when you start looking at the legal precedents of this kind of stuff. Like it's why like people got to really look at companies like Disney and think about like what are these precedents going to set for the average person as far as like, do you own your data? Does you signing a
I looked at
long
there's federal laws and then there's 48 states have laws against it. I looked at my state, Kansas, and the way that it's written in is breach of privacy, and it really doesn't
there's a lot of contract and like corporate law around it too. That's the weird part about it is like it, not to get all soft sit, but there's a lot of like soft sit.
I mean, there could be if you get into that level, but I don't think that we're talking about like how does this affect professional pornographers.
Well, but like you have like OnlyFans, and so like you have like this whole like underground, like I think there's like a whole underground economy of this kind of stuff too. Though that's the thing is like you have to look at it.
If you sign up for OF, then that's like you're contracting there, and you consent to. It's not.
Well, but
right?
even think about like YouTube. Like we're on YouTube now, and sometimes you have conversations that people are going to take out of context. And like, do you have the right to say that you don't have the right to take my stuff? Like people have accused me of like that my videos take stuff out of context, but the whole point of the video is to show that like people will just like interpret shit however they want. It doesn't mean that your intention is to make people think that something means this or that, but people will just believe whatever they want to believe about what's being said, anyways, right? So. It's kind of weird, you know what I mean? Like you can spin narratives based on like anybody's word that you want, so.
Yeah,
and
you could.
And I know that's not exactly related, but I think there is some sort of like overlay with.
There may be some connections, and that's why I'm actually looking up the federal laws right now. But at least the way that it's set into the entire code, right? In at least in Kansas, it's set in like the same category as like if I tapped your phone, right? It's specific to sexual stuff. It's not. It doesn't. It's treated more like wiretapping or eavesdropping or spying than it is like speech.
Right. No, but that's exactly the thing though. Is like like if somebody uses like like there's been these things where like somebody takes a picture of a woman and makes something sexual out of it, even though the person didn't.
Oh, you're talking about deep fakes or something?
Well, yeah, exactly. Or like somebody posts a picture on like social media, someone takes that and uses it for some sort of sexual purpose. Does that mean that they violated your rights because they've taken a public picture and used it in a pornographic way? Or you know what I'm saying? Like it gets into really strange territory.
Yeah, well, they've been doing weird stuff. Like they'll take a picture of a chick and then like they'll put some words next to it that are like racist or something, and make it seem as if that person said that and they didn't really say that. You get what I'm saying?
Well,
and that's been
like
spreading over social. It's pretty crazy, dude.
Right. Well, and like let's use a different example, like the Hawk Tuah girl. The Hawk Tuah girl was drinking in public. Somebody came up and asked her a question. She gave a very lewd answer. She turned it into a career for 5 minutes or whatever. And like there's like I think there was like a lawsuit over.
She's on my bucket list, by the way.
I understand. Well, but there's like a whole lot of like things that were around that about like there was like a lawsuit involved in that stuff too. Of like did the guy who set that up have the rights to some of the stuff that came out of that, or was she scamming people with the meme coin, or you know what I'm saying? I mean, she basically made like $50 million.
I think that you might be overthinking it a little bit. Like I get what you're saying. Maybe I'm underthinking it.
No, you're right. No, you're right. I'm just saying that like it's not as simple as saying, well, if I send if I make a pornographic film with somebody and then it gets leaked out, like it those kind of cases have huge precedents and other things other than what it's about. Like, you know what I mean? Like it'll bleed over into like all kinds of other things. And I mean, about the court system, right? I mean, legal set precedents, right? So that's what I'm trying to say is like it's going to set precedents for things that we don't think of. And I think that it's just interesting that people don't think of like if they pass a law to protect people for this one thing, it's gonna impact other aspects of life. That's all I'm trying to get at, essentially. Because like you're saying, like they're trying to tie it to like whatever,
Really, the biggest gray area I think that I see is the fact that like has been said before, you can't really define what is and is not corn. When you see it, but it's hard to articulate. Pause. I didn't mean to say hard there. That was no pun intended.
No, but that's true, and that's kind of what I'm trying to say is like, was the Hawk Tuah girl being pornographic at that moment? I mean, couldn't you say that she was drunk and she said something, that want to say, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I just want to say, I think the worst thing about it is the reason why she became famous. Why couldn't she become famous because she was giving, things to animals in the first place? No, it's because she did a sexual act and everyone cares about sex. That's why she became famous. That's why Andrew Wilson gets paid to go and talk review and talk to bimbos on stage with their boobs hanging out.
Yeah.
Are you saying you wouldn't do that?
Pay me a shekel.
I think Flow State should get on whatever podcast. That'd be awesome.
God, I don't want to. I mean, I would. I would certainly won't pay for it. I don't know what they charge guests there, but I don't like it. I don't like the show. I don't like shows that sit around and just bash chicks, which I feel is a good chunk of what they do.
I agree. I think you should pay and actually defend them, because I think that the way that they're going about it is like very, let's just say it's not very productive for what their goals are stated as.
You want me to go white knight?
Well, not white knight, but give a different perspective, because I think that you probably have more experience with women than most of the guys on the show, to be honest with you. So I think that you might actually you might have a better angle to like give some pushback.
That's probably for sure true, but I don't know that means that they listen to me.
I mean, it's not hard to look at a woman and not see her as a sex object. So I don't know what the fuck you're doing.
No, what I'm saying is this, like, okay, so my point is this. Why is Neuro sucking up the flow state? I think that,
why isn't Anna sucking up to flow state would be my question.
Well, no, here's the thing. Flow state is someone who gives a perspective, especially if he's not trying to manage a panel. If you're not actually trying to manage a panel, you can give a perspective that will actually make people like Andrew Wilson and Brian Atlas or whatever his name is, make them actually nervous. And I think that would be interesting, like, because a lot of the stuff that they say, like, yes, it's true, this person's like whatever, they're selling their body on whatever, on OnlyFans or whatever, but a lot of the times the guys just all dogpile on and say, well, you're bad because you're doing XYZ, but they don't really look at the underlying. And I'm not saying they never do, but I'm saying, like, it's clear that they haven't really
they're intentionally right, they're intentionally not understanding any of the nuances, right? They look for the condemnable and then attack it.
Well, I think there's something going on here where, and maybe I'm wrong about this. It feels like it's being pushed to, cause a fake war between men and women or something. I don't know if that makes any sense.
Well, there's a chunk of dudes. I'm sure there is a chunk of women too, but there's a chunk of men who have had bad experiences with women or who are unsuccessful with women, who understandably and predictably congregate online. And it seems like it's probably pretty lucrative to sell to that audience what they want, which is blaming women, dosing out cope for their own failures. It's not your fault, it's women's fault. And just kind of bullying women.
Yeah, I think that's true.
Well, what's funny is, like, it's actually a feminist position, because they're actually giving full agency to women, which they say they're against, which is fucking hilarious to me.
Yeah, I want to say, the women's OnlyFans profiles and all that stuff, it's boosted just by them getting on there. Even though these guys are supposedly downgrading them and putting them down, they still get promoted for being on there.
But what I'm saying is they're giving women full moral agency, which they're trying to actively argue against, which is kind of like,
I don't think that they are, though. I don't think it's full and honest moral agency. I think it's bashing and then going, well, you wanted this agency, right? But I don't think that it's honest in its in the attack approach. That's just my perspective.
I can see your point. And what I'm trying to say is that, I'm not trying to bash them, but what I'm saying is, like, let's just be honest. There's a lot of men who may or may not have a certain, quote unquote thing that starts with AU and ends in tism. And, and they might take some of these things and just be like, you're a woman, you're dumb. You should listen to me. I mean, like, that's not really good for people like that, to like have these people giving, talking points to men who are already struggling with women and saying, you had sex with a lot of men, you're stupid, and I'm smart, and I'm a man. I mean, like, you get what I'm saying, right? Like, you can see that it can do more damage than good very easily. I'm not saying that they have full responsibility for that, but what I'm saying is, like, that's definitely something that I think is something that people should be more conscious of, if that makes any sense. Right? Like,
no, I agree, but I think that they're meeting a consumer demand. Like, I don't know that the market segment, the group that wants to buy content where women are getting bullied and picked on would not be interested in my talking point anyways. I suspect.
Yeah, I agree, but at the same time, I think that it's something that needs to be said and heard anyways, because like I could tell you like a lot of things that I heard it like back in the old Red Pill days from like like Owen Cook, like Tyler Durden, RSD. You remember those guys?
No, I never had anything to do with manosphere shit until like
Until recently. Well, like the old version of Red Pill was like a lot more healthy in my opinion, personally. Like the new version of Red Pill is like very non-productive and certainly non-reproductive, if you get my meaning, right? So, I'm just saying, like, at least if people hear a little bit of a different angle from somebody who actually knows how to talk to women without creeping them out, I think that would be positive. Like, I think that helps a lot. Like it helped me a lot. I can tell you, like, growing up, there wasn't a lot of men who were like out there teaching guys like, oh, this is how you talk to women or this or that. Most guys just had to figure it out for themselves. And now a lot of the people that are teaching that stuff are basically trying to sell you a product that is more likely than not to like make you
it's trash.
Celibate essentially. So
I don't think I've seen anybody who's like actually giving good advice. Of course, I haven't looked for it really. I just encounter what I come across.
Yeah, and you don't need it, but my point is like I think that like a lot of the audience is for their kind of content, it overlaps with a lot of other stuff. I mean, now Andrew Wilson's on like Piers Morgan, and now he's on all these other different things. So like you never know where it can lead. It can actually lead to like a bigger platform or a different kind of platform that you may not.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. You better say something rude to me. Your chat's gonna eat you alive.
I mean, I already expected it. I mean, the thing is this, like you and I already bump heads enough, so it's more interesting if we actually agree on stuff, because a lot of times you get dragged down by panels and stuff. So, I mean, I can disagree with you and still think you have good points. I mean, Jay Dyer, I totally disagree with on major points, but I can still give him credit. Same thing with Jim Bob, same thing with Andrew Wilson. Like, I like to give people like a little bit of a benefit of the doubt, because a lot of times, it's just more productive to actually find some agreement first, and then we can figure out where we disagree. It's not fun. I don't think it's productive just to fight all the time.
What are you agreeing on? What is this precious insight that's more?
Don't tell her. You have to watch my channel to find out.
That's never gonna happen.
I guess you just won't know.
All right, now we're to the conflict. Now we're to the conflict.
It's
There's
not
no
that
conflict here. Just withholding.
Conflict content.
So I just went to the police station and left a follow-up report. So they're gonna be in touch tomorrow, Officer Snaps. So you better get your stuff together quickly.
You sound like you're like calling from outer space in a 1990s sci-fi movie.
He's in his car. That's why.
Yes, I'm in my car on AirPods. And not in a freaking mobile audio studio.
So Nazi salute or not a Nazi salute? What do you think? I think it's a Roman salute, personally.
I
don't care. What doesn't matter?
It's a distraction. It's meant to get attention. It's doing its job.
I'm with Hank.
I mean, we know he's not a Nazi. He's a scammer.
He's a government contractor. He doesn't have one single business that would be financially viable if it weren't for subsidies and grants.
He's the first African American I want to deport.
So my question is, why does it matter? Why should I care? I'm fighting terrorists.
You're talking about Snafu.
Well, I guess he's a wannabe terrorist because I'm not afraid of him. He actually just makes me angry.
Did you see his background report, Hank?
That background?
Did you see Snafu's background report?
Yeah, I saw it before, and I left all his information with the police this time. So.
Did you see the thing on his criminal record that it ended up getting dropped, but that he was charged with, and I think it was 2,000?
Let me double check. Oh, I don't think I have that one.
You would remember it if you had.
Yeah, I don't have that one.
People who live in glass houses shouldn't throw rocks.
My email in the public and private chat. You go ahead and get in contact with me.
I've got your email.
Okay. I'll put it in just in case.
Well, everybody's so quiet when me and Flo came up. I want to see Flo and Anna fight. That'd be fun. Let's do it.
Anna, you want to wrestle?
I'll fight eventually, but so we're real. We're not LARPers, so we'll probably feel like it. I mean, like I'm the only one that would take Flow State's offer for street beef.
Wait, are you trying to fight me now?
I'm okay with taking your body for street beef. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, I'm 0 for 3 of accepted offers.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't have a problem with taking your body. For
That would be kind of fun though, like truth or MMA. That would be kind of interesting.
Why did you say that Flow State knows how to talk to women and shit? Like, where the fuck was that coming from that he doesn't creep out women?
Am I creeping you out?
Well,
Women
I
are
mean,
sexual objects.
I'm saying that a lot of people that give advice probably haven't talked to a lot of women in regular life as much as someone like Flow State. Now, if you want to get into the details of like, well, does he ever creep out some women? I mean, I think most men creep out some women at some time and some place, for depending on the situation and culture and all that. So, you know, we can definitely get into the nitty gritty.
I'm to ask what you just said. I'm sorry.
Well, let's talk about it. Let's bring it up. Let's get into it. I'm sure that Flo's not scared to talk about
About what? I was zoning out. I wouldn't pay attention for like
Nero is known for not holding women in high standard.
Oh, now Neuro's known for not holding women in high standard. Okay, go ahead.
Brown's boy is the youngest, prettiest one, though.
He tells him all the time. Every single show he does. I'm not even just rizzing him. That's factually true. That's factual. Women throw himself at every single show he does.
Say what now?
Women throw themselves at Flow State, aka the Powder Dusty, every show he does.
Is that true, Mr. Pope?
I don't know. I guess there's not really a comfortable way to answer this. I either say yes and sound like a douche, or I say no and make Hank a liar. So I'm just gonna pass that question to.
So, but no, Anna, can you state your position, and let's get into it if you don't mind. I'm sure he's not shy. No, let's get into it. I want to talk about this. I think men versus women issues are the most important, and hopefully one day we'll all be on whatever podcast to discuss it. Let's talk about it here.
No, that's not my
Shoot
position.
me now if I'm ever on that podcast.
No.
Just saying.
What if you're on that podcast? My theory is you have to be a hoe.
Well, look,
no problem there.
If every person on this panel had $1,000, we could get one of us on the panel. Okay, I think it costs about $9,000 to get on, so that's not bad. Okay, it's a good investment.
You have $9,000. You buy a piece of land, you subdivide it, and then you resell it. You don't.
Where can you get that much land for $9,000?
You don't have to buy much.
Well, never forget the old psyop. If you ain't got land, you ain't no type of man.
I'm just saying, if you had $9,000, you would go and give it to like a bunch of prostitutes on that podcast.
But okay, well, here's the question: do women care about how much land you have before they want to talk to you?
They're more interested in your goat herd. What's the
That's
size of
so
your flock,
funny.
sir?
Are y'all women?
Are you?
Yeah, I'm a woman.
What is a
Zing.
woman?
Zing.
I guess anyone who identifies as a woman is a woman, right? God damn it.
I don't know. They say that a man can be a woman now.
You guys are
just don't
confusing
think
the hell out of
Euro,
Ike
I just
here.
was like, I didn't get where you were coming from at all. And I guess I still don't, but it is what it is.
With my secret talking point.
Where am I coming from? I'm coming from
now
the fact.
it's about the whatever podcast.
Let me give a little bit of a let me stir the pot a little bit, because I'm sure there's someone who's going to watch this.
Why don't you admit that pornography being free to the masses during the early 2000s up until now is a big part of why many generations now growing up don't care about man and women single relationships?
Well, I think that's overdone. I mean, I'm not saying that it's not a big deal, but I mean, there's a lot of other factors that go into that.
I mean, I'm sure it is too, other than all the gay Jew ops. But I mean, it's still accessible to millions of young people every single day. So,
well, so let me answer Anna's question before I forget. So, like, basically, what I'm saying is, like, if you go look at the general advice that quote unquote Christian people are giving to Christian men about how to find a wife and meet women and whatever, I mean, they're basically telling men, like, wait, like, go look for a woman who's a saint, who's never done anything wrong and never made a mistake in her life and blah, blah, blah. I mean, it's like literally they're raising the bar so high that it's like science fiction essentially. And then, someone like Flow State can probably just generally tell you, like, this is kind of like what women are like. This is like kind of, if you're looking for a wife, this is what you might want to look for. Like, I think that he has the enough life experience that he can kind of like tell people like what's going on. And
that sounds like a lot of personal molding. That sounds like you want the woman to be your personal little Barbie doll, to be exactly how you want her.
Is Flow State married?
Yes, I am. I was married and divorced, and now we're not legally married, but we've been together longer than my marriage was. Lived together. Each brought kids from our previous marriage.
I understand.
Yeah. So functionally, yes, but oh, I just lost my train of thought. I had to learn all this shit for myself.
Nero's trying to make you a matchmaker or something, I guess.
I think that what he's saying is that I am probably a better source of advice for this stuff than the people on whatever podcast. I have to agree.
Well, like, yeah, like I'm saying, he could give bad advice.
What a great compliment.
Yeah, it's not that huge. I mean, it's not that huge a compliment, but
you hear that?
Yeah,
Anna?
he's not wrong.
They say they want your model husband to be Flow State and Nero.
Busted. There we go. No, I think that, most, I mean, let me put it this way. At least where I live in California, most people, men and women, they're like in this null zone where it's like they want a relationship, but they have no idea how to get one. And even when they do get one, it's out of a situation more than it is about like finding something that's, a growing thing. At least
you really want people like that to settle down and have kids?
Well, no, I agree with Bill Gates. I think, let's get those population numbers down, but I don't think that we should impose that on people. I think that people have a choice. They should have a choice,
I agree.
Yeah, human life has always been messy, and it always will be messy. I think bring more people on.
Well, yeah, I mean, a lot of men are trying to like stop the risk of like dating women because of this or that, and I think that you just can't avoid it. Like,
people are too risk averse.
What do they suggest you do? Just be
like go to church and like wait around for 15 years, and maybe you'll meet the right one that totally believes everything that you believe about God and the universe and everything else.
But on the side, they're probably watching porn, right?
Well, they are for sure, because most of them are single and fairly narcissistic, because they assume that they're perfect, and so they deserve a perfect woman. And that's just false paradigm.
Who are these men?
such
I left
thing.
3 churches in 2 years.
We're not talking
Who are
about
these
you.
men?
But you could make an argument that they think that the audience that they're talking to do all this is kind of stupid anyways if they listen to it. So it could be like a eugenics program of some sort for all I know.
I think it's more emotional immaturity than it is stupidity. A lot of them have a chip on their shoulder for whatever reason.
This sounds like, oh my God, there's this like Filipino woman that does content for women. This sounds like radicalized, like, men are lower than you. Men are narcissistic. I mean, like she puts out these blanket statements and
yeah, that's basically what it is.
let me find that video, Nero. Try to tell me if this is what you're talking about.
I think I sent one of those videos of someone with the Filipino girl. She's like, you don't need a man unless he can buy you like a Hermes bag and a Louis Vuitton bag and a Bugatti and all this shit. Like the funny thing is most women want those things, but then when they actually get a guy that has all those things, they're just as bored as they were with, Joe Sixpack essentially. So
yeah, women don't give a fuck about money, really. They give a fuck about the personality type that has potential, but the money itself, no. Rich men get cheated on way more than not rich men.
I agree. Actually, I totally agree. From what I've seen, I think that's true.
It's important to have security, though. Like, what do you know?
I mean, that's
like
when you're asked that question, you say
on the couch. Some man
can look
sat on the couch where the woman is working and like she's supplying spices.
Nobody, yeah,
cool.
right.
Well,
nobody wants a slob to take care of, but he doesn't have. The guy does not have to be rich at all. He just has to seem like he's got potential. And you don't have to agree with it, but evidence, like it's been proven that broke dick gets fucked all the time.
Yeah, it's true. And also I think that it's almost like an IQ and EQ test that women have, in my opinion. I think that women,
just because they have sex with a man, they won't marry him. Like it's okay.
Well, yeah, but she might pass the kid off as someone else's who's a beta's kid and get him to raise it. So that's definitely possible.
Oh, what? Oh shit! What do you mean? Like
the numbers of that are pretty high, actually.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Like she'll have the kid with the broke guy, but then pass it off as a rich guy's kid?
This is also another trope from sort of the manosphere. It's that women want to fuck alphas but marry betas. I don't necessarily believe that either, but
I mean, I'm not saying it happens all the time.
Alpha beta shit is pseudoscience at best.
I mean, I think it's referring to real social things, like sociological things that happen, but
it's the hierarchy, social hierarchy. It's
social hierarchy. I think there is some truth to that, in like a very not
there
to be all like evolutionary psychology, but there is something to it. To what degree you can argue, but there's something going on with it.
Yeah, but it's just like how many can offer. Okay, is there any other women on the panel? I guess not. But from my point of view, can you offer?
Cop is here.
What are you guys saying? I'm skipping in and out of here.
Nothing. I just took a shot at you. You caught a stray.
Send me that email you're talking about, man.
I wasn't actually offering to distribute it to anyone.
Please.
I was just asking who had seen it.
Oh, if you got it, I want to see it.
Anyway, you need some kind of security in shared value system. What else?
Well, hold on now.
You need to believe in God, the same God. Like this is the stuff that makes a marriage work.
Wait a second. What about Benjamin Franklin when he said, "Those who will trade security for liberty deserve neither security nor liberty"? What do you think of that?
Benjamin Franklin was like the worst husband in American history.
All right, hold on. Let's see what she says.
But are you saying that marriage deprives you of liberty?
It does to a degree.
Well, that's a nice view.
It's just reality. It's an exchange.
Well, I'm married. I don't see it that way, but
Well, are you free to jump on whatever dick you want? No.
Exchange, but I don't
That's
want
what I
to do
said.
that. That's why I'm married.
Because you're happy with the exchange.
Oh my God. Having an exchange, is that the same as not having liberty? Like having the liberty to make a
give
decision
up
to enter into an
some of your
institution that requires
freedom.
you to make an exchange? Is
You
that
give
the same
up
as not having liberty?
some of your freedom in exchange for the other benefits that marriage provides. And it's a trade that's well worth it to most people.
That's like a contractual view of marriage, though.
Well, I mean, relationships are transactional. As much as it may not sound nice,
Oh,
it's
wow.
a fact. You think that's not the you just got done telling me that you want somebody who can provide stability, security. You
Yeah, I
know,
just don't view that as a transaction.
it is a transaction.
I mean, I hate to defend even Flo, but I mean, yeah, I mean, he's right because God, man is supposed to supply the meat and the hunt for the wife, while the wife is supposed to be the caretaker of the family. So I mean, in a way, even
don't
in
view
that
it
in
as an
itself is a
obligation.
transaction.
It's a
I don't view it
transaction.
as an obligation or a transaction.
But it is.
The way I see it is, it comes from like
when you go and say your
love.
vows, don't you say in sickness and in
love,
health,
though.
right? I mean, in sickness and in health. So in a way,
Yeah, the vows are literally
Y'all, but it comes out of love, y'all. Like you do this shit out of love, not because like the fucking
Look, it's not our fault that you don't like the word
and
transaction.
ask your head off because if you don't do your duty, like come on,
But I do agree with you, Anna. Yes, you have to have love, genuine love for another person in order to want to caretake for them when they're old and you have to wipe their ass. Yes, I understand. That's what I'm saying. I'm going against kind of what they're saying, but in a way, yes, it is a transaction.
It's absolutely a transaction. She just doesn't like the word.
But I do agree that transaction should have genuine, powerful love behind it.
Yeah, but then that makes it not a transaction.
For me, it's not. It's not the same for every relationship. And for me, I got lucky with my wife. My wife, she went through very personal things that molded her to be a very compassionate, loving, caring person. And I got lucky. I went through many relationships, at least 5 relationships before I found the woman who I trusted enough to have a kid with. I was a man whore for a good part of my young life. And then,
how many dicks did you suck?
One too many. But yeah, I didn't get paid for it, unfortunately. But still, the point is, Hannah, yes, as someone who believes in love, I love my wife enough to say that, to me, it's not a transactional thing. Everything, including the sex life and the love life, everything to me it's a balance between the two. You shouldn't love the person no more than that person loves you. You should love each other equally. You do everything equally. One doesn't do more labor than the other. You help each other out. But you have to admit, you live in a world today where they've managed to, teach a majority of people who aren't like me or like a lot of other people that, all you care about is who's got the bigger bank account, who has a bigger penis, who drives the Bugatti. I mean, that's the kind of lifestyle that's being, perpetuated to young people and even people who are older than me. I know people who are older than me who are all about that lifestyle, wanting to go out to the nightclubs. I was one of them people where I was offered to be taken to nightclubs and I'd end up falling in love with a stripper because I don't want to get into a relationship if I'm not in love with the person. So for us Christians who wait 15 years, it's not about, sometimes you might have to wait, but, I'm not one of them people who waited. So for me, I care more about the love connection. That's how God intended it. Back in Adam and Eve's time.
Without it, it's just
what I'm
like
saying is, if you could remove,
you end up hating each other. If you don't love the person,
if you could remove this construct in society of you need money to survive, if you were back in the way God intended, it's a completely different story. You're living in a world that's constructed to remove every aspect of God, which is, it's an equal thing between the man and the woman. One should love each other as much as the other. Now it's all about who has what you can drive, how many bitches you can sleep with and stuff like that, compared to on top of what the other crazy stuff that they're telling people can do nowadays. So, I mean, at some point you have to realize that, yes, they can be in love, but it is a transactional thing. Most guys don't want to be in a relationship if the woman ain't putting out, and most women don't want to be in a relationship no matter how good the guy is, coming from a guy who was rejected, not because he was ugly, but apparently I just wasn't cool enough in school in order to get girls. But, you know, I found someone who I know for a fact that I would never trade another woman on this planet for. I don't care what she's got shaking in front of me, because I love that woman enough. But there are many people on this planet who don't have that perspective. They only care about is the butt cheeks hanging out of the yoga pants enough? Can they see their, you know, camel toe and all this other stuff? Can they see the nipples? Like, you know, people getting on podcasts and getting paid to look at.
I think there's both. I think there's both a lot more men that are like you out there, but I also think there's just a lot. There's a lot more men out there that aren't like you as well, and I think that's the kind of dichotomy.
And then you have all the people who have to interact with the people who aren't like that. So the people who love going out there and having sex with 100 men, 100 women, you don't know who those people are until all you've done, spent like 6 years in a relationship, done married them, had kids with them, all poop. Now they're, you know, kind of find out they had 30 men behind your back the whole entire time. So, you know, again, I know it sucks to hear, but, you know, some people do get lucky. You know, I feel like in my wife and husband relationship, I'll never have to worry about that, thank God. But I mean, unfortunately, you just live in a world where people are materialistic. You know, let's just admit it. We're all materialistic. You know, can you get the next buck? You know, that's just the kind of world you're living in. And how do you unpsych a mass of people who've been raised on? You may say that pornography, you know, isn't a big play in a lot of this, but if you do the research and the studies on how it affects young men, they're already hostile enough when they're being psyoped with games like Call of Duty. So imagine when you sit here and you psyop a bunch of young men who already have no control, that it's okay to subjugate and basically, quote unquote, rape women on camera. But, you know, that's not, you know, human trafficking. Trust me, this stuff does have a detrimental effect to the young minds of both men and women, because I've been in those kind of research studies. You know, as someone who grew up on that stuff, it does affect your mental mind. It makes men think that women are nothing but sex objects. And the only way a woman can get love for a man if she gets railed by 5 black dudes. So there you go.
So here's my issue. If your methodology, you can't tell the difference between a psyop and something baked into someone's personality. So
I use the code word psyop for a reason, Hank. They don't like it when you use the more direct terms.
Okay.
Gay ops.
But that's coming from serious MK Ultra, that people are hypersexualized. It's not a normal human trait to want to go and sleep around.
Well, it's not normal to sit here and lust after bestiality and wear furry costumes, but they got, you know, a minority to overrule the majority. So there you go. You keep telling yourself what's normal.
That's not normal to sound a stream your panel either. So
nothing you do in life is normal, Hank, because it's not what God intended.
If it's not what God intended, how are we doing it at all?
That's right, because you don't believe in my God, because my God's a lower G. So what does it matter to you? Put me in a box.
No, your God obviously is a lower G. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to do anything.
But isn't all this part of God's plan ultimately, though?
My God is my God is apparently Bill Gates and Trump, because that's what everyone else is saying. Do you think Elon Musk will start making armbands?
Yes. If the government will pay for it, absolutely.
Just like the purge checks. That's what I'm waiting on. You ready for the purge?
I'm already purging.
Your search history?
Oh no.
No, but I agree. You know, there's a big chasm between.
I just think that when things are transactional, there's no love behind it. That's what I think.
Because I think it can be both. I think it can be both.
When it's just transactional, then you end up hating each other. You have to love somebody that you want to care for, be it in the provider aspect or the caregiver.
The only thing I will say is, like, you have to incorporate time and linear time as we experience it as part of it too. Like, we're going to go through stages of life. Like, you're a kid, then you're an adolescent, then you're an adult or young adult, then an adult, then midlife, then etc. Right? So each stage and season of life, you're going to have a little bit different of a wants and needs that people are going to try to fit into, and also, as you said, like we're living in a kind of synthetic MK Ultra environment, right? So I'm not trying to say that you're wrong, but I'm saying if you incorporate all that into it, it certainly explains why people act as if things are transactional, even if it shouldn't be, right?
Well,
because that's there to destroy marriage.
The fact is, it always has been transactional. Read your Bible. That's what it says. Marriage was originally a transaction between two families.
Well, I mean, yes, but the two is supposed to become one. So in aspect, it's supposed to be, you know, both do equally the same in all aspects. If the husband gets hurt and can't defend the child against the bear, it's the wife's duty to take the man's place and defend the child from the bear if she can help it. So, you know, you don't try to put God in the boxing.
No, I'm just saying, read your Bible. It says it was transactional.
I know that it's transactional, but it, you know, there's a thing called love. But according to Agent Smith, right, that's insipid. So.
Well, I agree with Agent Smith on this one.
Well, of course you would, Hank. You love no one but yourself. You're right for our new world order. I told you we were going to send you an application.
I literally just left the police station. I think I'm in there already.
No, police departments are very low tier when it comes to the infrastructure. Okay. They're just there to keep the civilians and the dense cities controlled and contained for as long as they can.
All right, so where's my next stop be? I'll go there now.
The point of marriage is shared values, security, and shared faith so that you can raise a family. And that's the point of sex and attraction.
Yeah, it's shared value you can put a price tag on.
If you take everything else out of the picture, prawn and prostitution, everything that is there to destroy that, then yeah, two people have a fucking chance. That's what I think.
Explain all the marriages that are working now then.
It doesn't help that America has been a democracy, as Sidious would say. You know, for the longest time, they're basically been telling you in America that it's the land of the free. So, you know, I mean, even back in the 50s and 40s and 30s, out in their jazz, you know, clubs, you know, they were most of the time having sex and cocaine parties in the back. So, I mean, you know, sex and the freedom to kind of drop your trousers for anyone you wanted to, it's just been part of the culture for the longest time.
Land of the coward, home of the slave.
There you go.
But it's not my home.
You pay taxes here, so it is what it is.
Taxes theft. Taxes theft.
Taxes rent.
All right, let's play some of this Filipina lady. Let's see what she has to say about men and their.
Y'all notice that dumbass brush or whatever she has the microphone taped to? Like, come on, dude.
No, that's like like almost all the different like influencers are doing that. They like take some weird object and clip a microphone to it. I might do that soon. Okay, I'm gonna go grab a mic and do that.
So what? You're never on camera.
Like, I swear, a lot of men lack the empathy gene. Like, a lot of them are borderline psychopaths. Like, why don't men care about their children? It's because they don't have empathy.
And that truth bomb about how terrible men are was brought to you by a YouTuber who goes by Manifestel. Her proof of this statement? The actions of a few celebrities.
And look at them
great.
subscribers.
Thanks for attacking men in general because of what a few celebrities are doing. Anyway, as I said, this is Manifestel, or El Rey, which sounds like a fake name, but I guess we can just call her El. Elle is a part of a group of women who decided to become YouTubers after they binged gold digger content clips from Shira 7 on TikTok, and it seems like their singular goal is to make their female viewers as unlikable as possible. As if male and female relationships already weren't bad enough, we have creators like Manifestel making things worse by spreading narcissistic ideology like this.
Just exist. Because as a woman, you have value just by existing. And a lot of people don't want you to know that. Simply existing with a man, you're already doing him a favor because you bring so much to the table just by existing with him, just by allowing him 24/7 access to you.
Nah, no you don't. The only things that have value just by existing are children and pets. So unless you want to be treated like a child or a pet, you better get to work. Getting along with someone and enjoying their company is great. That's the fun part of the relationship. But also, there's a lot of work to be done to create the space to have fun. And what guy wants to be with a woman who just sits there and exists? What woman would want to put up with a man who just exists in a relationship? Well, I can think of someone who wouldn't.
Like, honestly, the holidays are even worse for women who bear this responsibility of making sure that everything is in place and everyone else is unwinding. Like, a lot of the women are running themselves ragged while the men just exist.
Oh, so now it's suddenly a problem for someone to not contribute actual labor when it means that you have to do the work. What a convenient set of beliefs. It's almost the same kind of one-sided beliefs a person who lacks the empathy gene would have. So on the female side of the internet, you have ideas like that poisoning women who are often fresh out of a pathological relationship when they find Manifestel, and she basically recommends that they fix their relationship problems by doing the exact bad things that were done to them. And if that wasn't bad enough, she fills their head with ideas that are very far removed from reality.
Guy friends almost always end up liking you.
Okay, technically that part was true. Anyway, here's the delusional part.
And for the longest time that you've been friends with them, they have liked you for all that time. So you just allowed him to date you for years on end, getting all the benefits of a relationship with you, draining you, using you in the games of men, using you as a status symbol, all under the guise of friendship.
Wait, they get all the benefits? Are you sure? Because I can think of a physical activity that is a benefit of a relationship that guys don't get when they're in the friend zone.
Women are trophies in the games of men. So female presence around a man confers a lot of status on him. All of a sudden, he's a winner. I've experienced and learned from other women how guy friends would want to go out with you as friends, but they would make other people think that you're together. And after that, he still has the audacity to Venmo request you.
You're kidding, right? As a guy, if you pretend to go out with a chick when you're actually in the friend zone, all of your male friends are going to think you're a complete loser when they find out. This isn't high school, Elle. I mean, you're old enough to be out of college. You're a fully grown adult, and who in their mid-20s thinks a guy in the friend zone is a winner? She's so delusional about this that she brings up a comment about how a male chat mod of a female streamer is using that streamer for clout, as if anyone outside of Reddit thinks that a Pokimane simp is cool. And the craziest thing is that she spends this whole video pretending that women don't knowingly string guys along in the friend zone because of the benefits that they get.
All the girlies who say, well, my guy friend is okay because he pays for me. So when you go out, he pays for you, but he's not dating you. They're accessing you in a romantic way, in a romantic setting, without being an actual mate.
Yeah, it sounds like she's receiving the benefit of a relationship here.
Jack.
Because certainly I don't pay for all my friends' meals. We either trade off or we split the bill. Now, despite the fact that Manosphere will throw slight jabs at the Manosphere, I really don't see much of a difference between her content and channels like Fresh and Fit. That's kind of the problem.
Can you pause for 1 second?
I think mainstream figures in both the Manosphere and the She-Ra 7 cinematic universe promote ideology that is incredibly toxic to the dating pool. The gold digger stuff is just the version of it.
How long are we supposed to watch this 1 hour complaint video? This video is 1 hour long, complaining about what some kind of para-social wine fest.
Hank doesn't want to hear more about why women don't want him.
I already know why women don't want me, and it's not my confidence because I'm fighting freaking troll terrorists. So it's not my confidence. It's simple. My looks aren't up to par.
He's a very strong word. I'd advise using against it.
My looks aren't up to par. That's plain and simple. Not tall enough. Not
The world's racist, y'all. The world's racist.
That's right.
I'm
Everyone's
literally getting death
racist.
threats.
How about that?
I'm literally
Look,
getting death
hey,
threats.
Hey,
no, I'm literally getting death threats. You're saying no one's racist.
Well, hold on though. You're getting a death threat from a brown person, not a white person, though, right?
What difference does it make?
Makes a lot of damn difference.
Yeah.
If you're
Well,
pulling the race card,
it paints.
So when a
You ain't
brown
shit for that
person
one.
kills someone, do they die?
Well, I'm gonna tell you, Hank, as someone who survived many years of racial bullying from blacks, you learn to either deal with it or cry about it, and neither one helped me in the end. So I'm saying if the threats are credible, yes, maybe you should worry about it. But you know what? They're gonna send some hitman to your door. I mean, you shouldn't be on the internet if that's what you're worried about.
So I should duck like a coward. That's ridiculous.
I never said that. I never called you a coward, Hank.
I'm not. Even if they were, I'm not going to do that. They could have a snuff film.
Did you ever think that maybe these guys are just trolls? I mean, do you think these guys have the Illuminati capabilities of mobilizing hitmen or people to move across the Atlantis to come fuck with you. And even if they do,
even they were, I would
that's
demand
why you
that
take
they
them to court.
do it on there.
That's why you take them to court, Hank.
If
Doxing
they
is
did,
not a joke.
they would have to do it on there. I'm not kidding you.
I'm just saying, make sure that T word is very powerful. So just saying, if
Can
you
an
want to
African
take legal
American
action,
be racist against another African American?
Man, any race can be racist against any race. Racism is just that.
everyone's racist about something.
Everyone's
Come on,
trying
let's admit
to.
it.
People are trying to change it so that racism, you have to have the power. So only white people can be racist into that paradigm, which is of course the changes so that people can be racist. But
That is the effective definition. I mean, dude, I literally see brown people that are saying that other brown people are participating in white supremacy, therefore they are white supremacists and want to destroy everybody who's not white.
White supremacy is different from racism. Racism is any direction in all directions. It's just one.
It's not according to that,
I don't give a fuck. We have common sense. We know what it's always been. And just because they're trying to change it so that they can justify actually being racist doesn't mean that it's worth going along with or it's accurate at all.
Yeah, but Hank's pulling the racism card.
Okay, I'll just
when
show
it's
the
not
tape again.
even.
I didn't hear him pull the
doesn't even
racism card,
apply
but if
with
he
Hank.
plays
It doesn't fucking apply.
Okay,
was
I'll
a-
just show the terroristic threat since you
I
don't
can't
really
believe
don't
how
care.
much this brain cancer is caught on. You don't think it's racist because a brown person? I mean,
He didn't
it's
do it
clearly
because he was
racist.
black, Flo. What the fuck are you talking about? He didn't
Okay,
do it
look,
because he
but
was black.
Yes, they did. Just show my screen.
Hank.
Show my screen.
Okay, can we make it? Can we get back to the?
Show my screen for fuck's sake. Saying I'm.
Yeah, I mean, or you could have Hank read it out loud. But you probably don't want him to.
Yeah, you probably don't want me to.
Go ahead. All right, let's see the big thing. Well,
No.
go up
Right up
again. Wait, go up.
Yeah.
I saw the N-word.
Yes, maybe Hank will get hung from a tree like the N-word he is. Okay.
Seems kind of racist, doesn't it?
Yes. Again, Hank, I hope.
That's what this conversation was about. That women don't like him because of his appearance.
Man,
and then I said, "Oh, the world's racist, y'all." And then he said, "I'm literally getting death threats," and he pulled that up from Snafu.
Bring those goalposts back here.
Which is a
Yeah,
legitimate
bring him
10,
back here.
Or a woman, which is a legitimate 1.
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
Your big shots, they're going to put you all back in chain.
And everyone's sitting there clicking woman, 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 woman because they think they're going to be gay if they do anything else. But they're not actually thinking about the question. I am so smart.
My heart goes out to you.
Corn Pop was a bad dude.
Masons are like homosexuals. They can't reproduce themselves naturally.
They operate on so many levels higher.
And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
They can only, amen. They can only recruit.
So do you think? So why do you think Snafu says all that stuff to you? Do you think it's because he's racist against black people, or what's going on with that? Do you think he thinks he's white?
I think he's just malicious, and it's a vector of attack.
Yeah, I agree.
So why do you think he mixes in all this conspiracy?
Connect to you and women and racism.
The things are not connected.
Well, that's what Hank was implying.
Oh, okay. It's okay. There is a
The snafu thing had nothing to do with the women thing.
Oh, Annapurna, you sound like you might be a white supremacist. That's what Hank's trying to say.
That's great. I'll take that.
Yeah, thank you for Poser for telling me what I said. So the connection is my looks aren't up to par. The race it's
maybe okay. I guess I stand corrected. There was a
Closely, why you defend? I just
I'm just white knightish by nature. I guess
the whole time.
You leave Hank alone.
It's quite simple. It's just it makes people uncomfortable. Looks just aren't the par. But I'm afraid because I don't run away from my own panels like some people do.
I guess that was supposed to be a burn on somebody, but
they know who they are.
Adopt Snafu to prove you're not racist.
I could be Snafu's new daddy if that's not a big deal. But he has to behave.
how is Snafu being racist towards you prove that women don't like you because of your appearance?
Because there's women that feel the same thing he does but don't say it.
How do you know that?
The fact I don't have a woman on my shoulder right now.
On your shoulder?
Yeah.
Maybe God intended
I
you to be gay.
Do you believe this extrapolation?
Well, give me your counter argument.
God intended for you to be gay, Hank. That's my counter argument.
Yeah, if that's the case, I'm going to destroy God.
But you are God.
Damn, son.
Well, he's going to be destroyed too.
Wait, what?
Next topic.
What's y'all's favorite genre of porn?
Taking slight jabs at channels like Fresh and Fit. He repeats the same ideology.
You are the prize, not him. You are the source, not him.
Gee, where have I heard that before?
I always find it interesting how like girls kind of like look at it like I'm the prize. Not really. I don't think so. The reason why the man is the prize is because the man needs to be superior to the woman for the woman to be interested in him. That's a fact.
Personally, I fail to see strong relationships where each partner doesn't think of the other as the prize. But maybe that's just my own life experiences. Next, we have the abundance mindset.
I want guys to have an abundance mindset because when you have an abundance mindset, you're able to better detect a girl that is worthy of a relationship.
You need to get more into your abundance mindset because as a woman, everyone wants to access you. Like literally everyone wants to access you.
I mean, I've even heard Manifestel call men hypergamous.
Because as it turns out, women usually date within or below their league, while men usually date out of their league.
What? If you watch the video,
just parroting what
this is
Puck
a
Russian
random
did
street
there.
interview where men say they would rather date a higher value woman.
The math doesn't work out on that. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, she it doesn't need to. She's just mimicking, and it gets attention because it's outrageous.
Yeah, and in this response
She's a
video, it's just a
coach.
mimic too. It's just a simulacra. It's a simulacra on simulacra.
She's a coach for female empowerment coach. Or
She can
whatever.
coach this dick. I wonder if she has any clients.
Oh my God! Will you see? This is why, like, I do not agree. You don't creep women out. Why the fuck?
But it doesn't matter because he's so hot. That's my point.
And to
Who?
hmm?
According to you, is Hank hitting on Flow State?
Well, it could be, but yes, Katie. Yes, Mrs. Flo
Yeah.
with him on
He
the
probably just observed the fact that you were not up here until you saw me up here and then came rushing in asking me questions.
Fuck! Oh my
Yes,
God!
that's a very good point.
I'm married. This is.
I didn't say that you I didn't. There's nothing
didn't ask.
more implied than
We didn't ask if you were married.
You know what, Hank? Shut the fuck up.
That's what Snafu wants me to do too. And even if you work together, it's not going to happen.
That's right, Hank. You put that woman in her place.
Hank's pimping hand is strong.
I'm working on it. And Jack's on his way back home. He's fine.
And women say they would rather date a lower value man. First of all, just because a man wants a more valuable woman doesn't mean he can get her. Second, hypergamy is not specifically defined, so we have no idea what it means. Does higher value mean more physically attractive, more money, more education, more social skills, a better network? That's kind of the problem with this and the hypergamy studies that I was able to find. Basically, none of them considered important value indicators like physical attractiveness or the person's network and how those mix with things like making more money. Now, surely Elle wouldn't repeat this same talking point about how hypergamous men are in a different video about princess treatment and be dumb enough to show a graph that displays married men making double what married women make and follow that by saying that women would rather be single than marry a guy who makes less than $40K a year, which is more than the average woman made in that study. That sounds kind of hypergamous. I mean, even the unmarried men are making more than the married women, and this is men marrying up? The only metric she wins on is education, but this probably doesn't factor in trade schools or apprenticeships. And more importantly, being a college graduate doesn't mean you're smart or have a lot of money. In fact, what I see here is the unmarried men who make more than women are probably in a lot less debt. But if you think that her thoughts on hypergamy was the worst manosphere copycat take, then you haven't heard this one.
Men baby trap women all the time, especially women who have high potential or are already high achieving, high earning women. Men love to baby trap these women all the time. A lot of bad men will baby trap you, have children with you, then disengage, leave, and then use the child to manipulate you and have constant, continuous access to you through the child. A lot of bad men use children to perpetually
And
abuse
women
their
don't do that?
ex-partners. And a lot of the
Lols.
times, the court
Yeah, that's the point of the video, I think.
systems help them do it. The courts help these bad men control their exes' lives.
Great, she's red-pilled on family court. But ultimately, the decision to have a child or not is on the woman, so this isn't trapping. Even if you were stupid and had unprotected sex with a person that you aren't married to, women can still choose whether or not to take that baby to term, whether a man consents to it or not. The man can't do that, which is why it's called trapping, though I don't see why everyone feels the need to blame the opposite sex. If you have unprotected sex with a person who you aren't in a committed relationship with, then both of you are stupid. Stop creating messed up situations for children and then blaming each other for it because you wanted to feel slightly better in bed. And if you had the kid voluntarily in a marriage but it failed, then that's not baby trapping, that's people picking the wrong partners. So I don't think Elle really understands the terms that she's using. But I will say that it literally looks like this chick just watched a bunch of manosphere content, flipped around some of the words, and sold it to women. I mean, this is straight up copycat. This problem is a little bit more complicated than one group on the internet pointing the finger at women and one group on the internet pointing the finger at men. And it would be nice if we could stop doing that. So instead, we could focus on asshole elites who are pathologizing society so they can get a few more zeros next to their names or stay in power.
Getting into this whole comparative suffering thing, whether it's Black, Asian, white, Chinese, man, woman, all this other stuff, it is most often pointless and counterproductive. You spend more time discussing who suffers more and who suffers less, and less time acknowledging the other person's suffering.
Suffering Olympics.
You're in competition. There's literally no opportunity here for you guys to work together because you're too busy being like, I have it worse. And in order for you to be able to say that you have it worse, you have to discredit the other side. How are you ever going to build?
Speaking of politics and an extreme lack of self-awareness, Manifestel decided to make a video about the 2024 election.
So my strategy for going after the pathologizing elite is going after the pathologizing sub-elite and work my way up the ladder.
Who's a sub-elite? Snafu Snaps?
Yes. He's up here.
You can't be serious.
Thank God.
Okay, what's
Thank
your
you,
strategy?
Eddie.
What's your
Thank you.
strategy? Does anyone else have a strategy, or you
Get married
Snafu
and
ain't
have
no
children?
sub-elite. He's not even sub of a sub-elite.
he's not elite, he's under elite. That's what sub means. Under. So do any of you have a strategy at all?
Strategy for what?
Nope.
Married and have children.
You don't. Okay, yeah. Get married and have children. Well, I can't unless I'm gonna go in the right van. I can't guarantee that. So.
Oh my God, your crybaby story is getting annoying as fuck.
Oh no, he doesn't want to go on the news. How dare he? Oh no.
So you're saying you can't get a wife unless you like abduct a woman and become a serial killer? That's what you're saying.
Here's the thing. I believe in women's right to choose, and if they don't choose me, I don't get it. So if you have a disagreement there, you had to explain what's the workaround.
I don't have one. Your question was, what's your strategy? I gave my strategy. If it doesn't work for you, continue to hound the sub-elite.
Well, I can't do your strategy without breaking feminism. So if you
You
have
don't
another
have to
strategy,
use
if you have another
you don't
strategy, go
have
ahead
to
and
use
propose
my
it.
strategy. You don't have to get married.
I
You don't have
can't get married
children.
because I have to support women's right to choose, and they don't choose me. Do you
So what can
understand?
I do about it, Hank? What the fuck is your point? Use your
My
other
point- my-
strategy.
My point
Get
is
divorced and choose
And
him.
go after the sub-elite and be happy with that. Why do you have to cry every time that you can't get a woman? Any little point, you make it about you. Like, chill out.
Yeah, I thought I was the grifter here.
I'm obviously the grifter here.
I'm sorry, let me correct that. E-beggar.
Yep. You're welcome to post your
Slope
chat.
State definitely the grifter here.
Yeah, yep. Welcome to post your Cash App links in both my chat and Joe Jack chat. So
may have noticed, like, I don't really talk about politics. There's other people better equipped to talk about that, and it's not me. Value, and you are being mined for your value, and the least men can do is pay.
I want someone to make a counter for how many times she objectifies men in her videos for their money and just sees them as a wallet. And speaking of dehumanization, Elle constantly dehumanizes men to make us seem psychopathic and evil.
Men love free birds. Like, they take pleasure in you giving up something to be with them.
What kind of men are you dating? Again, this is not a common thing. The only person who would think this is common is a person who got all their relationship knowledge from TikTok.
Always see older women in their 80s and 90s saying what has kept them going for so long. They said they stayed single. Men make us miserable.
This comment piqued my interest. Are women really living longer and happier lives without men? And the answer is yes.
Yeah, this is like incel content for women. It's hard to imagine any self-respecting man dating someone who hates men so much that she would frame them in this way in so many videos. The minute he sees her saying stuff like this, he's out.
Men have not kept up with the times. They still have this entitlement towards women, and they are disrespecting women even more. They are scamming women even more. They're hurting women even more. They're unaliving women even more.
And now we're a bunch of killers? Unaliving women even more is a strange claim because murder rates have been trending downward for the past 30 years and only spiked up a little bit during the COVID years when mainstream media was openly encouraging rioting. But now that that's over, you can see them trending down again, and the rates of female homicide follow the same trend. Resolution in a relationship.
You guys are so entitled that even the idea of asking is offensive to you. And then when you don't ask and you don't get what you didn't ask for, then you complain about it on a podcast. It's crazy.
They don't talk.
Bitch, use your words.
They don't talk.
Use your fucking words.
They don't talk, but they want a man that communicates. That's wild to me.
Now, a part of the Manifestal brand is that she's the spoiled girly who goes into the research. I mean, not that she actually does that, but it's how her viewers see her. And she has a real degree, sort of, because she graduated in like biology or something. So she puts a lot of research on screen to make it look like she's well read. But allow me to caution you, because that is often a red herring, as I have found while making videos, that an uncomfortable amount of people do not actually read the research that they use for their videos, including multiple doctors. So what I see with Elle is a very lazy demeanor when it comes to research, while trying to maintain the reputation of someone who is a good fact checker. It's not just the critical thinking fail or the failure to clarify with the study that she used to make her point about hypergamy, or the fact that she talks about homicide in multiple videos without showing the actual statistics. But Elle also very frequently cites secondary sources, which are like magazine articles about a study, instead of the original source material. This is a problem, particularly when complex things are being studied, instead of simple demographics. This often causes her to make stupid claims like this.
I am so passionate about this because of the effects of all this invisible labor on women, and especially women's health. Studies have found that an imbalance in household labor is associated with poor health, and domestic work has been linked to pain in the neck, back, and shoulders, and even cardiovascular disease.
You've got to be kidding me. Housework causes heart disease? Where does that claim come from? Because I didn't see it in anything she sourced. That article was about chronic injury, and if we're going to have a pissing contest about that, then may I point out that over 90% of workplace deaths are men. You think men don't get injured doing their jobs too? Anyway, even though she will sometimes go, air quote, deeper into the data, though she seems to frequently just quote the summary of the study, but when she does go deeper, she often uses those results to fearmonger the audience into thinking that traditional men want to kill their wives.
What are family annihilators? It would seem to have been Dietz, 1986, who first coined the term family annihilator. He described the family annihilator as usually the senior man of the house who is depressed, paranoid, intoxicated, or a combination of these, and noted that he may commit suicide after unaliving the others or may force the police to unalive him. It is also clear that family annihilation, as well as spree or serial murder, is an overwhelmingly male preserve.
So I looked up the actual statistics for murder by an intimate partner, and this study from 2021 said that 4,970 women were homicide victims versus 17,970 males. 34% of women were victimized by an intimate partner, which comes out to 1,690. For comparison, according to this graph, in that same year, 12,135 women were killed in car accidents, which means you are roughly 7 times more likely to die from a car crash than you are by an intimate partner. Manifestel majored in a STEM field, right? So I'm sure that she understands math. So why doesn't she mention how dangerous it is to be around cars? We're trying to protect women, right? Also note that considering that men are over 3 times more likely to be victims of murder than women, it's probably best to categorize these by total number of victims and not by percentage if you want an accurate picture of this problem. So if you do these categories by the total number of victims, it turns out that the actual number of people who were victimized by intimate partners is 1,690 women versus 1,078 men. So, hey, Manifestel, women abusing and killing their male partners is not that infrequent. The numbers are actually way closer than the title of this article suggests. But what a shock. Yet another example of women most affected in a situation where most of the victims are men. Not to mention that the silver lining of women knowing their assailant more often than men is that you can more effectively reduce this problem by learning human psychology and by learning how to identify predators so that you can stay away from them. Yet instead of empowering her viewers with information like this, Manifestel often fearmongers her audience into believing that murder is something that's likely to happen to them if they don't heed her warnings. She does that by saying,
That's right.
You can never tell what kind of men these are. There are no signs. It's just random.
And the problem with previous pre-2014 perception of the family annihilators was that family annihilators were painted as like these obviously unhappy and frustrated men, like men whose turmoil is so visible that we think that we would know if they were going to do it. But apparently, that's not representative of reality. You can never really can tell.
Actually, there's a great book that teaches you how to identify risk factors for extreme abusers called The Murderer Next Door. But do you know what the dumbest thing was? Elle's evidence of, this is just random, you can never tell who it's going to be, comes from a text that says, these men had good jobs and made a lot of money. They would never do anything abusive. Are you kidding me? Yeah, like a rich person has never done something evil before. If you ever needed any proof that graduating college doesn't make you smart or give you critical thinking skills, here it is. The text also stated, oh, but publicly he seemed like a good husband. Do you have any idea how many people lie about the health of their relationships in public? Behind the scenes, there were probably a number of signs he was abusive before he committed the crime.
If we can find a Murder Next Door survey, if you want to do it all on stream, fill out that Murder Next Door and see how much of risk you are.
These things don't just happen in a vacuum. You can learn the signs. Elle, have you ever thought about doing any research on mental health? I mean, how does this video actually help your audience? Telling them that men are a bunch of killers and there's not much they can do to protect themselves. But in reality, there's a lot you can do to protect yourself from abusive people. First and foremost, understand that abusive people, male or female, tend to be very good at identifying who will be an easy target. The best thing that you can do is not be a good victim. One of the most common ways that abusive people know that you're weak is through your posture. Not only does standing up straight make you more physically attractive, it also signals that you're not weak. Bad posture is one of the ways that bullies know which kid to pick on at school. They also look for people with very soft or weak voices, or people who aren't very assertive. Outside of that, there are certain common red flags that abusers have in a relationship, like they call you stupid or worthless a lot, or they think of excuses to isolate you from your friends and family, or they increasingly try to restrict your freedom against your will. So if they do those things, then don't marry or have kids with them. Maybe if Elle did some actual research on this stuff, she could give her audience some decent advice. But wait, if she did actual research, she couldn't fearmonger her audience about the frequency of murder, and that's bad for views.
Late last year, this TikTok video went viral, and it reads, "White men because they no longer want to be a married father of 4, but divorce is never an option." And she first points the phone at her head and then points it at other people, basically as a joke to say that these men would threaten to do bad things to themselves, but really they do bad things to the people around them, aka their family. And no, I cannot play the video, but check it out if you want, okay? And this video was so viral because, I mean, it's a thing.
Sorry if this seems like a random tangent, but I caught it during editing and I couldn't leave it out. So you mean to tell me that this chick flipped out and went on a 22-minute rant about how disgusting a comment was that a girl made about black people, but if a black person makes a joke calling white men a bunch of mass shooters who will harm their own families, that's something that your audience just has to watch? I'm so tired of these fucking racists virtue signaling to everyone. Either all of this stuff is okay, or none of it's okay. These people will say the most racist shit, and then when someone makes half a joke back at them, they'll spend like 10 hours crying about it. Anyway, sorry for the tangent. Let's finish the fear-mongering clip.
But more common than once in a blue moon. And honestly, the girlies are already starting to talk about it. Someone said,
It's like a universal agreement that this is how they will handle it. Even when they simply lose a job, this is their reaction.
Jalen or whatever her name is. She just
there's
being a racist or whatever.
There's nuance. There's nuance to this. There's nuance to this. That, like, I don't get offended by Linwatani saying the N-word, but I do get really ticked off when someone proposes ending my life. There's nuance. There's a line.
Again, Hank, it comes down that comedy is subjective. I mean, I still say that 9/11 is pretty offensive. And, as someone who's cried, despite the fact I was not related, nor was I old enough to really understand what was going on, I cried for the people who's supposedly died in that, attack and had to jump out of them buildings and jump to their deaths in order to escape the smoke and thermite. So, it's a hard thing to say when people aren't very emotional nowadays. Do you not realize that? I noticed that the majority of the people around me, people are just not emotional. So, yeah, I can look at a meme now and sometimes laugh at it because some memes are kind of funny. But then when you put it in perspective, again, you find it subjective. What's funny, what isn't. So, look at Dave Chappelle. I remember growing up with Dave Chappelle. I could sit there and watch Dave Chappelle in a fucking Klansman suit and go, white power, and find that shit hilarious. And so could other black people around me. But then there's other people who say, he sold out to the white man. Again, it's subjective. Everything's funny. Everything's horrible. Get over it. You go to movies like John Wick, but then turn around and complain when a school gets shot up. I mean, come on.
I got you. I got recorded, so I understand.
That's the truth and reality of almost every person in not just America but the world alone, that they're completely okay with violence and rape and murder in the movies and video games and comic books and televisions and music. But the second it happens in their life or their real life, they want to blame God or society or a certain
heck, they're fine in real life if it's far enough away from them. So
I'm sorry that people don't like you, Hank. You know what? As someone who's not very well liked either, I really don't give a shit.
All right, if you can be callous, I can be callous right back to you. I have a lot.
I understand.
I have all kinds of spreadsheets.
I know what it's like to have your life threatened, Hank.
Yeah, I know.
I've had things happen to me, but I mean, I'm not going to sit here and, I get what you're doing, but I mean, you do kind of bring up the woman thing a lot to the point where it's like, dude, either move on with it or just shut up. I mean,
all right, you want me to shut up to you? Okay, that's fine.
I just want you to.
Just make sure you form the angry mob
because
quickly.
we want you to shut up doesn't make us racist.
Just form the angry mob quickly so I can dispatch you all in.
I mean, my wife has heard you speak before, and she says it's not really your personality or the way you look. It's just it's got to be something else. It's got to be something about you that throws certain women off, or you're not going for a certain type of women. That's what it is. Do you like white women? Do you like black women? Do you like Filipinos? I don't know, but clearly, if you've tried every single race and every single whatever has rejected you, then it's maybe not of them, maybe it's you, or maybe it's all of the above. Who knows? But I can tell you, get on.
I do know. I've done the research. I keep doing the research to you. You say no, that can't be right. You're retarded.
I mean, as someone who was called Leonardo DiCaprio for most of his young life, but yet was rejected by all the girls he had crushes on in school, yet turns around and has the most beautiful woman he could ever ask for. I don't know, Hank. I don't know. I guess you're going to have to ask your hand because, I mean, no one on the internet's going to be able to help you get a woman or a wife or help you get a one-night stand unless you're paying for it. You're going to have to either, like NeuroJack says, as a Christian, go throughout your life and wait until God sends you the right woman, or you can go out there and search for one who might divorce you and, you know, take all your pension money when you get older, or just shut the fuck up about it. Because I can tell you, no woman's going to want to hear you complain about it. That's not going to make a woman want your penis more. I can tell you that.
Well, there's women with all kinds of whiny guys right now. So I don't understand your point. Guys are whining way more than me, complain more than me. Don't even run their own friggin' show. So I understand your problem.
Looking at videos of something like this, knowing that, you know, if a woman doesn't want you, you can't force them to want you. So maybe you just have to go to the grave being celibate or touch yourself. I don't know, Hank. I mean, that's kind of.
I know you don't know. And I can bring you the research and say, just shut up. I don't want to hear it.
Yeah,
so,
I don't want to hear you constantly complain about how women don't want you. But here we are back in
I don't want to hear about people who constantly want me to die. So you just had to deal with it.
Well, Hank, welcome to the internet. We're living in a meme. I mean, it comes with the territory. You don't think it's happened to me? I've only been getting on here for a few months, and look how people treat me. And all I want to do is just fucking stop the New World Order. I don't give a shit what goes on in your personal life because I don't have no control.
You think I don't want to stop the New World Order now? I have AdBlock Plus installed. No, I switched to not AdBlock Plus. I used uBlock, MicroUBlock. I have the sponsored block. I'm using Linux, and you say, "Oh, you don't care about the New World Order." I'm going to work on it.
I mean, you say, but every time.
Yeah, but you're an occultist.
It's about women. Yeah, you're an occultist too, apparently. So.
But she's named after a mountain, so if I'm a occultist, she has to be a occultist too.
Who is an occultist?
You are.
No, I'm not. I'm a Hindu.
That's literally the same thing.
No, it's not.
From the respect of the West, it is because the
I'm not
only way not be occultist is to be into Christianity.
I'm not from the West, and I'm not an occultist. I'm a Hindu.
Yeah, from my perspective, you are an occultist. Because
it doesn't matter. Yes. It doesn't matter then.
Okay,
from
gotcha.
your perspective.
Yeah. So,
you're not a Hindu from my perspective.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back, guys. What are you guys talking about?
I don't know. For some reason, we were talking about why women don't love men enough.
I don't know why. We could change the topic.
It's like a lot of projection.
Yeah, I agree.
Just because we tell Hank to shut up, it doesn't make us racist. Just because our racist told him to shut up.
Okay, we say so.
Oh, come on, Hank. Nobody's
He's just all over the place. There's no link with any claim he's made and any evidence.
The only thing
And yet
I don't even know what's going on right now.
Crying about how women don't want him is research.
Hank, look, I'm gonna tell you. If you want to get a woman, go and pay one of them dudes who goes and takes you out to bars and bees your wingman and makes.
Oh, it's this chick again. Oh no.
I'm gonna shut it off. I think we've seen enough of it.
So,
I agree.
I haven't seen what you were playing about, but I remember the last time you played that shit. That's funny.
It went along with the theme. They were talking about Andrew Wilson, some kind of debate when men and women and shit.
Yeah. And she's a perfect example of kind of what I was talking about. Like, these people are trying to sell that as a product, this divide or something.
Yeah, I'm not buying it.
It's not. It's for females. That was targeted at females.
There's nothing on this earth that's free, including love, Hank.
Who made that claim?
I can tell you right now, everything that's been constructed in our timeline of being alive is constructed that in some way, some form, you have to pay for it if it's not genuine.
Yeah, I didn't make that claim. Adam made that claim.
I don't know, man. It depends who you're getting with. Like, if you're getting with a more traditional type.
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
Your big shots, they're gonna put you all back in chain.
And everyone's sitting there clicking woman, 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 woman because they think they're going to be gay if they do anything else, but they're not actually thinking about the question. I am so smart.
My heart goes out to you. Corn Pop was a bad dude.
Masons are like homosexuals. They can't reproduce themselves naturally.
They operate on so many levels higher.
And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
They can only, they can only recruit.
As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders.
You know, think of that. That's the way with every cult. If you know someone who's a Mason, or if you yourself are a Mason, realize that when you kneel at the altar of Masonry as an entered apprentice, and you take that oath, you are adopted into the family of Lucifer.
That's why women take so long to reply, even though majority of them stare at their phone all day long. Let me explain. Majority of men are trying to raise the interest of a woman that fundamentally doesn't like you.
The average man. You people are not thinking about the question.
If you're a Christian, and mind you, there are pastors that are doing this. There are deacons that are doing this. There are countless Christian lay people that are doing this.
When I say a 1 and a 10, I mean
Male and female.
Don't you feel silly?
Gonna get high with the machine lies. I rocket to the sky, covering up massive lies.
Don't you feel stupid?
Edibles that taste like American pie. Celebrating the inauguration of the last generation. Incredible.
Don't you feel a little ashamed?
You'll be able to look back and tell the story of American civilization from its birth to its downfall. And once American civilization is in the past, there will be a new civilization. It will be comprised of new people who are going through this same process. You don't escape this process. This is the purpose of this life that we're living, is to conceive of technologies and interface with technologies and be led astray by the technology. So
you cannot serve two masters.
Megan Fox with a dick.
Lead others astray with the technologies. To recognize it, see ourselves revealed in them. To repent of our going astray. Repent of our leading astray.
Holy shit. What type of shit is that?
Well, Hulk Hogan with a pussy.
We have a nigger mayor. We don't need any more nigger big shots.
Holy smoke, girl. Holy fuck. We're being saved through technology.
If you understood the profound relationship between witchcraft and Freemasonry, you would know what that cord, that cable tow meant, because they've got a rope around their neck.
You know who you fucking with.
That's like an open silence or something,
This is a very important principle, and it's good to be proud of German culture, German values, and not to lose that in some sort of multiculturalism that dilutes
a declarative statement of what is true. He's not a Nazi.
You know Elon Musk?
Do I like personally?
Yeah.
Do you know me personally?
No, but you didn't.
Then you're gonna call me a grifter? Wait. But you're gonna call me a grifter? You don't know me personally, though.
You called yourself.
I did that.
You're now saying it's a joke. You're now saying you didn't have a joke.
You mean like everybody knows that it's a joke, which is why they say, here, take your grift cash.
And then
You
we can just set it up like a perpetual motion machine and go on with our lives. That's never going to happen. At every single decision point you're faced with, we're going to choose this, we're going to choose that.
He just made
It's going
this
to blow
shit.
up in our
That's
face.
crazy.
It's going to reveal to us who we actually are. We're going to learn something about ourselves. We're going to repent, and then we're going to get up and we're going to do it again.
return and redeem.
Yes.
And what that means in witchcraft and the occult is that is a symbol of the umbilical cord of the mother goddess.
Christian and Nazis are best friends till this day, to the point where they even have together. In 1933, the Nazis and the Zionists signed the Havara Agreement. It was a major factor in making possible the migration of approximately 60,000 German Jews to Palestine between 1933 and 1939.
The Queen of Heaven linking her to her hidden child. So this guy has just been born again by the Queen of Hell, the consort of Lucifer. Freemason has this happen to him. And they don't understand the dynamics, probably 99 out of 100, but they still go through it.
If you have not read the Havara Agreement, you need to read that. Haavara.
That he had deliberately mocked up a fake FBI report about a sex cult secret society in America that was highly connected to high politics. And he'd sent this to Kubrick, faxed him to him. And this document describes the ideology of this group and their attitude to sexuality.
It's something to do with the apocalypse. I mean, is it are we preparing for the end?
And he said that Kubrick believed that the document was true and became kind of paranoid about it. And
is preparation. Our world is so rapidly changing. So much is happening.
So that you make red pill thought leaders wealthy by giving them your time, your attention, and your money. Take a quick look at the following video.
If you ask me out and you're a millionaire, I'll say yes.
Oh, if you're a millionaire. If they're not a millionaire?
Then we can be friends. No, if he doesn't own a house that's over $7 million, I won't take him.
So let me break down how this business model works. The Whatever podcast is owned by Brian. Brian knows he has a big platform and can charge guests upwards of $9,000 to appear on his show. I know this because a year and a half ago, I messaged Brian and asked him what the process was of being a guest, and he told me I need to pay $9,000 to appear. However, the reason Brian has a big platform in the first place is because he's made a business of platforming girls who are mentally unwell or are simply there to gain notoriety by being absurd, while simultaneously making the claim that these women are representative of all women in the West. He does this because he claims he wants to show young men the truth about modern women while sampling the complete wrong group of women in order to effectively make this point. But it gets worse. Brian knows the girls who come on his program will end up making money on their OnlyFans because he knows that the angry men who watch him, who claim to hate OnlyFans, also secretly subscribe to girls on OnlyFans on a regular basis. As a result, he knowingly contributes to the adult industry while claiming to be against it, also that he can get wealthy here and now in the present, regardless of whether or not you waste your money or get addicted to a fake girlfriend.
Being prepared, having what you need in your home, just in case for disaster strike. And certainly Walking Dead, pretty big disaster. I think there's a lot of analogies about what's going on in the world today and how to be prepared for it if you want to survive.
Well, I think by using the cut-up method, he might have opened up the message that we've been talking about.
Now, how do we do it?
Instead of reading a book.
Speaking of a book, I would recommend the book. It's called Unseen Warfare. It's edited by Saint Nicodemus of the Holy Mountain, and it was revised by Theophan the Recluse. And I recently got a copy of it finally, but I had already read it a few times. But it's a great book.
I got a lightsaber from a guy named Obi-Wan Kenobi. He was a hermit on the planet Tatooine.
I'm sure you did get a lightsaber.
Oh, what's wrong? You don't like the dark side? You don't like black meat?
Well, I mean, I'm not the one that Hanks has been calling racist, am I?
I'm not racist just because I want to hang someone that happens to be black, right?
Oh, I'm not arguing with that part, Hank. I'm joking on everything else. I take threats very seriously. That's why I said no harm about earlier. It wasn't like towards you. It's just the way you were coming off. I didn't know who it was against. You didn't announce a zebra beforehand, so.
Oh, okay.
I was a little confused on who you were going after earlier when you just disappeared. So I was like, oh, I thought it was towards me. I'm the same way, dude. You shouldn't have to resort to those kind of tactics. You should stay off the internet if you can't handle logical debates without getting emotional.
Exactly.
Who are you talking about right now?
Lots of people.
Yeah.
I mean, were you talking about me? It was like when I left
No.
or something?
No.
Yeah, I left earlier because I was hungry. Really, that's why.
Yeah, I'm hungry too, but I was looking for a way to disconnect my stream because I don't really trust No Jack the whole time because he actually got me community guidelines strike, but didn't stick. I decided to edit the video, so I think I just need to remove the destination. I think that's all it works, and I'll cut my cord back and go about and eat my what's the thing I got?
So there's a debate coming up, and I don't know if you guys know about this, but they're looking for like someone to debate for the Muslims or something. All right, and it's called Modern Day Debate.
Yeah, the Modern Day Circus. The Machine Lice is going to throw his hand in the ring.
So I was saying, I would say that if you can find out about this, go support Machine Lies and try to vote him into the spot to take the place, because it was supposed to be Sneeko, and I think we all agree that would suck. That guy can't really debate pretty well, and I think that Machine would probably do it justice.
Yeah, I'm on their Discord. I'll take a look and see if I can find it. I think James just has control. I don't think I can vote, but I'll take a look for anywhere I can vote.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to do either. Neurocheck is a loose cannon when it comes to what the fuck he wants to do with this.
And it's very annoying.
1 minute he's there, 1 minute he's not. It's so unfair. Where's our holy grail, Neuro?
All right, I think I know how to unplug the cord, so I'm going to go ahead, remove the destination, then I'm going to get off the stage. Let's see if it works.
Yeah, I think I'm out, guys. I appreciate you guys and everybody having me today, and my bad for leaving earlier, but it is what it is. Later, my friends.
Peace, Insane.
Later, brothers.
Hank, no ill will, brother. I hope that nothing happens to you, man.
Oh, I'll ensure that nothing happens to me.
That's right. You tell him.
So I remove the link and do not delete on YouTube, and I think that should work.
There you go. All right, Hank. All right, now come tell us, almighty white devil. What's the grand plan?
There's some forms of natural occurrences that we can't control, and maybe we shouldn't even try to control those natural occurrences. However, we still have dominion over our will. Our will. Do you understand? Everything's an extension of this. So when you say the system can't be reformed, you're saying that people's wills can't be reformed. And that's bullshit. Of course they can.
Every empire on earth will fall. Every knee shall bow. Every throne shall be handed over to him. All possessions shall be handed over to him. Who controls that? Who controls that process? Who controls that process?
That's a
Collapse
reformation.
is inevitable according to Christianity.
Yeah, but
You're a perpetrator. You're a perpetrator of a Christian if you don't believe collapse is inevitable.
You just made my point for me. Everything that you just stated is a reformation.
It's under God's control, not human control.
Then it's but it's a reformation.
No, it's not a reformation. It's a total undertaking by God and not by
that would
human.
be a reformation of the system, wouldn't it?
That human beings are not in control of. One vessel made for
Human beings
glory,
are in
one
control of
vessel
their own
made for
systems.
God's glory, and one vessel made for his destruction. Not in control.
Why do you think?
We can have the free will debate later, let's talk about collapse.
Yeah, let's talk about collapse. So I would concede, of course, that nothing can last forever and that eventually entropy can lead to collapse. However, you're not in control of that either. You're not in control of when something will collapse.
So we're not in control. So human beings are not in control.
You're not in control of when it will collapse. We only know for certainty that maybe one day it will, but
The
that doesn't
master
mean that you're
debaters.
not in control of the collapse. It just means that we can base human history on knowing that we've never seen anything that doesn't. But that
We're
doesn't
not in
mean
control. We are in control. It's optional. It's not optional.
No, it's both and. It is a both and proposition.
Yeah, both and.
Yeah, it's both and.
And
No,
or.
just both and, not and or. That's a different statement.
Okay.
So it's both and.
The collapse is inevitable. It's not being caused by human factors.
Yeah, but at the same time, collapse can also be staved off by human will changing. Both of those things are true at the same time. Just because the eventuality may happen because it has to happen eventually, doesn't mean that your will can't control when that will happen. Your will changing can necessarily slow a collapse down. It can change it into a renaissance, into a reformation. Both
You
of these
literally
things
just
are
said.
true.
You literally. Here's what you just said. You said the will controls inevitabilities. That's bullshit, isn't it? That's a complete nonsense statement.
Why would it be a nonsense statement?
Inevitability opposite of control, friend.
No. You're misinterpreting what I'm saying. Try to understand. Can you give me a date? Can you give me a date when society will collapse?
No.
No, right. The reason that you can't do that is because you don't know. You
No,
do know
no
that.
man. No
Right.
man knoweth the hour of
But
the
you
time.
do know.
My
But you
friend.
do know.
Not
but
even
you do,
Jesus.
But well, I'm not even talking about like the end of all times. Just like a basic societal collapse. You don't know when
that's
that
what I'm
will.
talking about. That's what I'm
Yeah,
talking about.
Okay, but I'm just stay
Does
off
man
that
control
for a
the end of
second.
time, and who knows when that's going to come?
Dude, I don't care about that yet. Well, I'll get to that. But let's just start with this very basic principle. Do you agree with me that you don't know when the United States will collapse? You don't have any idea, right? You agree that that's true? You don't know? And I would agree that you don't know. So somewhere in this process, let's say if men made different choices than the ones that they make, it would take 800 years rather than 500 years. Not only is that totally reasonable, but it's the only thing is logically true is that it's the will of people that control these things ultimately. And if there's a shift in public consciousness, there's a shift in how people think and how they do things, then necessarily that's going to control for this outcome, even if the outcome's inevitable. Both and are true at the same time.
Yes, but human beings do not control the speed and pace of scientific innovation. And then the rule of experts is inherently driven towards a myth of progress. So not only do they actually believe that the system is progressing and they have to make it progress at all costs, but there's no real way that they're controlling the speed and pace of innovation within that system. So to reiterate the point,
so let's assume for a second that there was a shift in the consciousness of experts where they decided that it was not necessary at any means to make technology propel forward. If there was a conscious shift in these people, don't you think that technology then would necessarily be slowed down?
Hold on. Can we move to how our
No, I want you to answer my question because it's an important one.
Okay, ask that
If
question.
the consciousness of these scientists, was affected this way, where they no longer considered the scientific pursuit to be necessary to always be moving forward under any means necessary, as you just said, wouldn't that necessarily slow down technological advancement?
Which scientists where?
Whichever ones you're talking about that are driven under all circumstances to drive technology forward, whichever ones those are.
They're driven by an ideology that I mentioned.
Yeah, I get it. So answer my question now. If their consciousness changed and they no longer thought that that was like the end all be all and shifted away from that, then wouldn't that necessarily slow down technology? Isn't that necessarily entailed?
No, because they don't control the speed and pace of innovation.
Then what does? What controls it if it's not people?
Innovation is inherently random.
Okay, so hang on. Do people create technologies?
Do people come up with new ideas? Is what you're asking.
No, I'm asking if they create technologies.
Each technological advance is based on previous advances, so not always.
Okay, but people are the ones who are creating ultimately most of the technologies, let's say.
No, because if that advance is based on a previous technology, then it's the technology.
Well, they're still inventing a new technology, regardless of what it was.
No,
based
the system seeks improvement, self-improvement, efficiency for the sake of efficiency. The goal is circular, my friend. You're not getting
so what you're trying to say here, which is ridiculous again, is you're saying, okay, the combustion engine was already made. So if you make a combustion engine that only takes half the fuel to fire the pistons, you haven't actually invented a new technology. Because it was based on a previous technology. That's insanity.
How is that insanity?
Because it is a brand new technology. It's a different type of engine at that point. It's a different type of motor. It operates a different way. So it is actually a new technology. It's still based on a previous one.
And what does new mean?
A phone is a phone.
You said earlier there's nothing new under the sun.
It means has not been created anymore. Or before, has not been created before. Nobody knows it's been created before.
Yeah, nobody knows.
And when you're saying there's nothing new under the sun,
that's exactly the thing I'm focusing on. When nobody knows it's being created before, so they don't control when it's being created.
Okay. But when somebody says there's nothing new under the sun, they don't mean that every technology which has ever existed has already existed. They mean that the human process and the human method is nothing. There's never anything new there. Never. It goes in like these cycles. And those cycles are dependent upon the consciousness of people. So what I'm saying to you
let's
is
talk
that
about these cycles.
If the consciousness of a person,
let's talk about these
people
cycles.
collect. I'm talking about them right now. If the consciousness of people and the person shifts, these technologies would necessarily have to slow down. There wouldn't be a choice, and that's the logical entailment. Which is why you like divert. You divert from almost every question I answer.
You just said if the technologies don't lead to human flourishing, then they will have to be curtailed, and that's exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying collapse is inevitable because they do not constitute human flourishing.
Yeah. So when you say that collapse is inevitable,
who's getting their ass whooped now, buddy?
When you say that collapse, still you. Just because I'm responding to you and picking my words doesn't mean that you're not losing this debate horribly. But that's your fault.
It took you a fucking minute to respond there.
Well, dude, it takes me a minute to unravel the shit that you say. It's like
I'm just talking shit, dude. Go ahead.
But let me dive in real quick to kind of this bizarre idea. You still haven't really answered for this inside of your own purview. You say collapse is inevitable. I'm willing to kind of concede that on a micro level, there are collapses which are probably inevitable. A house can't stand forever and things like this. I've never disputed that. What I'm disputing, though, is that if there's people constantly working on the house, the chances that it's going to collapse are not very good. And it's there's people who just abandon it and leave it to nature.
They're not building the houses for you.
Atrophy, eventually, this thing's going to collapse. This shift in human will is
what do you mean? Leave it to nature. What do you mean?
What allows the house to stay, or I'm just saying, independent of human will.
Independent of human will. Where does that work? There is no independent of human will. Nature, independent of human will? Yeah, that's what the fuck I was talking about.
That's what I just said. You're just like reaffirming my point.
Yeah. It's not under the control of human will. Independent of human will.
Yeah, technology is not independent of human will.
You're reaffirming my point. You're reaffirming my point.
Nature may be independent of human will, but technology is not. Technology is still subject to nature.
He sounds like one of the dudes who'd be working for Cyberdyne, working on the Terminator as it's going around,
Well, I mean, have you ever seen a ship?
It's the other way around.
Is the ship in control of the ocean?
It's the other way around.
The ship. Is the ship in control of the ocean, or is the ocean in control of the ship?
The ocean is in control of the ship.
Right. So then the technology, which is the dependency of a person's will, is actually subject to nature, not nature to the technology.
Nature is subject. Human will is subject to nature, and nature is technology. How is technology separate from nature? Everything you get from everything you use to make technology comes from nature.
If you say that nature is technology, then I reject that.
You got him with that one.
My purview
how do you get anything outside of nature to create technology?
I'm going to explain this.
The human will is not outside of nature. You just said the human will is subject to nature.
Yeah.
Therefore, how do you get something outside of nature?
I'm trying to tell you. Do you want me to answer your question?
Yes.
It's very simple. When you say that nature is a technology, it's not a man-made technology, and so I don't consider it to be technological. I consider it to be, in fact, the antithesis of everything that is not technological. So it is not a man-made technology. Just because it's a requirement that we use the refuse of nature or dead things in nature to create technology.
So who made nature?
God.
So nature is not under the control of man. It's not a man-made technology. You just said that.
Yeah.
So you agree that nature is technology?
It's not a man-made technology. Therefore, I don't put it in the criteria
It's a God-made
of
technology. Therefore, it is technology.
Oh, it's a God-made technology. Well, if that's your purview,
do you not think that? Do you not think that God created nature?
Hang on. Well, I do think he created nature, but here's the thing.
Then.
If that's true that you think though that makes it a technology, right? That's my dispute.
You just said it was a technology. You said it's God-made technology. That's what you said.
I literally said God invented it. You added the word technology to nature. I said nature isn't technology. So by your definition,
no, you didn't. You said nature is technology.
Not only did I say that, but I said it. That was my opening for it. And on top of that, let me ask you a question. You know what the mind is? The mind. Do you consider the mind then to be a God-made technology?
God can control your mind.
No, not your brain, the mind.
The mind is a God-made technology that God is in control of.
Oh,
human beings
okay.
are not in control.
Then let me ask you this question. I'm just curious. Can God make anything evil? Or does everything good come from God?
Why does he sound like he's attacking his own faith? It sounds like he's attacking his own faith more than he's attacking you.
What God made. It is inherently evil.
Question
Especially
to you is what God makes, can it ever be evil?
What God makes, can it ever be evil?
Is anything God creates evil?
Well, I believe that the God is not responsible for evil.
Right. So then no, which means that the mind that he creates can't be evil.
How is nature evil? How is nature evil?
I didn't say it was. So one more time, back to my question, since the mind is not evil and God creates the mind and ideas come from the mind and technology comes from the ideas, how can these things be evil if they're rooted in what's good?
Evil comes from the heart, Andrew.
Technology does not come from the mind.
Where do ideas come from?
Ideas are built upon previous ideas. They usually come from nature.
Where do those ideas come from?
They come from nature, which God made.
Oh, nature created the ideas that you have.
Yes.
Oh, where? So which part of nature?
But you haven't demonstrated that nature. You haven't demonstrated that nature created the technology.
Listen, which part? I just want to know. I got to know which part of nature created your ideas.
Which part of nature created my ideas?
Because I think the mind is where your ideas come from. Do you have some other explanation for where your ideas come from?
I have no explanation for what mind is. Why don't you define what mind is, since you're so smart?
It would be the portion of you which has a connection to the metaphysical, which is governed by the laws of logic, which are immaterial.
That's a bunch of gobbledygook.
I just explained it. What's gobbledygook about it? Do the laws of logic exist?
What is a mind?
Do the laws of logic exist? Because this will explain the mind. Say yes or no.
The laws of logic exist independent of minds, no?
No, well, I don't know. Do they?
No, I don't know.
Gentlemen, we're approaching time.
I want to know. Do the laws of logic exist?
Well, this is an important point, gentlemen. I suggest perhaps in the last few minutes we have, or I don't know how long you intend to be going before closings, and if you even want closings, maybe focus on the question not of control, which we've had for a while, but is there in fact a collapse? Are there signs?
Did you guys see that? Do the laws of logic exist inside the mind or outside of it? And he's like, he gets stumped, and then old boy has to pull him out.
Yeah. There it could be collapse or it could be renaissance. Hard to say.
So you don't know.
Yeah, how could anybody know that?
So how are human beings in control of that? It's independent of the mind.
Is it overly?
It's independent of the mind and the human will.
What you're saying is overly simplistic. Again,
You're saying
no,
that,
what you're saying is overly simplistic. You pick up a chicken, shoot the chicken in the fucking head, and you control every part of that. That's fucking retarded.
So can I pick something up off the ground?
Yes, nobody's disputing that.
Do I know what'll happen if I do?
What caused you to pick that thing up off the
Do I
ground?
know what'll happen if I do?
Do the laws of logic exist?
You're not answering my fucking question. You just like sit there and stare at me, and you never answer any of my questions. If I pick something up, and I
you know what? I answered so many of your fucking questions today, dude. It's fucking ridiculous.
You've avoided everything I've asked you.
All right. Yeah. They all say that.
Yeah,
I've confronted you here.
Can you pick something up off the ground, and then you know what'll happen if you do?
How do I decide that I was going to do that? Every part of me picking something off the ground was based on a previous action, and then once I pick it off the ground, what the fuck am I going to do with it?
Who cares? It's not answering the question.
Am I going to control what comes of what I do, of what I pick up?
Yeah, you don't know what the outcome's going to be, but just because
no shit, motherfucker.
Just because you can't predict what the outcome's going to be doesn't mean you're not in control of picking the thing up off the ground. But you understand that just because you're in control.
No, because you're not telling me what happened before that and what happened after that.
You can operate.
Cut a piece of time out, isolate it from the rest of all of reality, the past and the present, and just go with what you're doing now. Nothing fucking happens that way.
Okay, so you can drive a car, but you could get in an accident in a car, even though the car's under your control, right? Things can happen where it spirals out of your control temporarily. Like what you're saying is overly simplistic, that technology is never within human control because you can't always make a prediction as to when, why, or how.
You already admitted it's not under human control because its use is not optional.
No, you admitted it's always under human control because every time you question about any independent technology, you can't move it outside of humans interacting with it.
I know Casimir is gonna get pissed off if we don't talk about collapse here. For real. Because I'm on some shit right now where I'm like, let's go with the collapse angle, you know? And
well, I don't mind. You guys have it's about 5 minutes to a full hour of debate. So if you guys want to discuss one more topic or go into closings, it's your call.
Yeah, I'll take it wherever the machine lies wants to go from here. Wherever that is.
Okay, well, I'll say that I guess how is every time you see reforms of the technological system, you see that the problems are worse than the solutions. For example, human beings invented chemicals that cause various autoimmune diseases by changing the expression of your genes. And then to combat this, we actually invent
like GMOs. Like GMOs.
That's right. And then to combat this, we don't stop the effects of these chemicals, but what we do is we make compensatory mechanisms like genetic engineering that are worse than the problem itself. Can you explain how we can stop this process if we are indeed in control of it?
How you can stop injecting people with GMOs? You stop manufacturing GMOs. You make strict laws against GMO manufacturing. Make strict laws against chemicals which hurt people, which people do now. Countries and nations do them now.
That's not what happened. That's not what happened. They created genetic engineering to deal with the problem.
On the flip side of that, you also have technologies which exist which cure people from all sorts of ailments using this same type of engineering, and it works pretty effectively. So I don't know what you're talking about. Both of those things are true at the same time through the extension of will. Some of those technologies are greatly beneficial to humanity. Things that, like, for instance, getting a stent put in your heart through your wrist is an excellent advent of technology. These technologies are supremely beneficial to humankind, well within the purview and control of humans. Just saying that because we invented GMOs, there's no way for us to stop them from being produced that's also not true.
Do you think a life is
see this in farming now? You'll see this in farming now with heirloom seeds that are getting away from GMOs.
Hold on. Do you think a person's life is qualitatively improved by putting a stent in their heart?
Well, if they're fucking, if they've had a heart attack, sure. Yeah, if they have like a blood vessel that's clogged up, they'll die if you don't put a stent in their heart, dude.
Why would it be better for them to live than die?
What? Okay, so switching gears, I think it's better for a person to live than die because we have a deontological, ethical, and virtuous-based duty to keep them alive if they want to live.
So then we have a deontological, and ethical duty to stop human suffering.
No, that would be consequentialism. I wouldn't say suffering. That's not suffering's not what the goal is. That would be the opposite of deontology. It would be more like.
But to maximize human life, you said.
I think generally speaking, we have a duty to try to help people live who want to be alive. Yeah. I think that there's great virtue in that. I think that both your cultural background and mine, Christian and Muslim, would probably agree that there's great virtue in keeping people alive who want to be alive.
I think that there is factors that are causing human suffering that are technological, and it's a moral obligation to end those factors.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
So can you name one net gain that technology has provided us? Or
net
can
gains?
You not?
Oh yeah. Well, there's tons and tons of net gains of technology, just machinery and logistics alone.
What is it? What is it? Go ahead and
trying to explain it. So just within the confines of logistics alone, rampant starvation was a problem for most of human history, and it's all but eradicated. And we have more human beings on planet Earth than we ever have before. This is due to purely logistics, the ability to move food all over the world globally at the speed of light. It's incredible. We have more people who exist now living good lives than have ever existed in any single given time
of international
in recorded
trade.
history.
Are you kidding me?
Not because of international trade. I didn't say that. I said it's because of logistics. You understand the difference?
Logistics.
Yes, this would be the machinery delivering, machinery which can package and deliver food all over the world in a moment's notice. No, it's not always just based around international trade. Sometimes it's localized trade. A lot of times it's localized trade. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? That it doesn't have to be geopolitical every time, man.
Yeah, large-scale technologies are inherently maximizing, and they do spread globally. They do enact global controls. If you think we're not living under a global system right now, you're delusional.
But logistics require controls too. But I don't see a problem with that.
Logistics are technologies.
Yeah, I think that those controls are good. I think they help feed a lot of people. I think they get my Xbox here by the next day. I mean, I like that.
Yeah, they also spread lots of GMOs and give people cancer and spread.
Yeah, and I think that we can get rid of those. And we can get rid of those.
Genetically superfluous material.
We don't have to have both. We don't have to have GMOs. We don't have to have GMOs.
We don't have to have RNA either.
We don't have to have GMOs in order to give food to the world at lightning quick speed. Like, that's not a necessary entailment, bro. We don't have to have it. You can get rid of GMOs and keep the logistics.
You just said it makes everything better, so we do have to have it, in your opinion.
I didn't say GMOs make anything better. You're just making shit up again in your own brain.
You said no. I didn't say you said GMOs make everything better. I said you said international trade makes everything better, which you won't admit is international trade.
I didn't
call it logistics.
No,
which is a superfluous term.
It's not. Logistics don't always have anything to do.
Logistics is a superfluous term.
It's not always international trade, right? Logistics can just be localized trade. The ability for you to get in a truck and drive 30 minutes away with a truck full of goods is a huge boon on society compared to having to load up fucking carriages and you haven't seen all day for one stop.
And you haven't seen how multinational corporations are inherently causing the loss of local trade.
Well, yes, there can be side effects.
Yes, that's what's causing it. Yes.
Well, that's not what's causing it. It's a side effect.
That is what's causing it. That is the objective factor.
It's not always what's causing it. Localized play. Do you know that there's local areas where local governments have stopped Walmarts from coming in and stopped large transnational corporations from coming in and still keep their localized trade? So you can have the big transnational corporations and local bodies which stop those corporations from coming in and demolishing your local systems. I can give you several examples, even two off the top of my head, of places that have stopped transnational corporations from coming in to their small local communities and destroying them.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd love to hear those examples, but can a highly technologically advanced society exist next to a smaller technologically advanced society? History has shown us that that's not such a good case.
Not only can it happen, but it's happening right now. One such country is North and South Korea. South Korea is technologically.
And how are they doing with each other?
the technological advancement.
Oh my God.
Well, unlike us in Mexico, I think there's been less violence between those two countries in the last 60 years than us in Mexico. So just saying.
Gentlemen, we're close to out of the normal time. Do you guys want to keep talking or do closing statements? We're about an hour. I think we're exactly an hour after the open discussion started.
Okay. Yeah, we can. Let me get the call-in link over real quick.
Hell
oh yeah,
I gotta
there's
get
at
that
least
over
one
to the
caller.
mod.
So
one
Oh,
caller.
Yeah. If you have the
Where's
link,
all my
Kaz,
people
there'll
at?
be more.
No, my people need to call in.
Yeah. If you have the link, Kaz, you can put it out. Well, usually there's closing statements, and then while we're doing the closing statements, callers will stack up. Have mercy on Kaz. It's his first time moderating on the Crucible, and he did it with super short notice, which is my fault. But yeah, he did it with super short notice. So
Kaz has done an excellent job, as have you, brother
is
Andrew
he?
Wilson.
Is he? Because earlier you were bitching him out because he asked you a question. So I don't know.
I know.
Is he doing a good
It's
job?
part of the show. Hey, it's part of the show. It's
all right.
part of the fucking show. You know, we got to bring the audience. We got to keep it live out here. Yeah, you know, I respect you, brother Wilson, and I was mainly just doing that for the show. But we've had obviously very calm interactions in person, and obviously I like to whoop it up. You know what I'm saying? But I hope that worked out for your audience, or if everybody's shitting on me, I'm sorry. It's all good. But yeah, are we doing callers or closing statements or what?
Well, if we do closing statements, then you would go last. So,
okay.
I'm getting a small slight echo. I think maybe that's from UCAS. Maybe, yeah. And nope, that's from the machine lines. How are you listening to me? Is it through like a speaker?
Yes.
Yeah, so your speaker's too loud and it's actually.
Oh, okay. I guess my brother's telling me I just have to back up, so I'll just stay behind.
Test. I still hear it. Got to turn your volume down a little bit.
Okay. Sorry about that.
All right. Yeah, that's better. Anyway, so I guess in closing, I never actually got a demonstration of technology which works independent of human interaction. In fact, the only thing he gave me was something bizarre like books. But the thing that's interesting about books, especially, is he's like, well, a person could put the ideas down in a book. Like, yeah, that's true, but then a person has to read it in order to gain the ideas, right? So it's like, again, it's always the employment of technology through human will. And just kind of every avenue that we go down, it's always the same thing. It's like, this is inevitable. It can't be stopped. This operates absent human will. It really doesn't. Technology is controlled by humanity. Maybe one day there'll be some form of technology that's invented that is not controlled by humanity. But right now we don't live in that world. And I don't know when we'll live in that world. There could be, side effects of technology that we don't exactly control the outcomes of it. Obviously things go wrong because machinery is imperfect. Everything down from a basic trap can go sideways. But for the most part, these are things that we definitely interact with and have control of. So I really don't even understand what the crux of the argument is when you say something kind of as seemingly absurd to me as like, it's inevitable that technology is going to move at a stasis speed, which, by the way, we didn't even get into this, but computer technology has moved far, far faster than many of the technologies of the past because of its ability to assist in the generation of its own technological advancement. And this, again, though, is all through human invention and human interface with that technology. So how you could ever say that technology doesn't exist through will, I don't know. I have no idea. Anyway, that's it. That's my closing statement.
Okay.
All right. The machine lies. Your turn.
I mean, one of the things I'm seeing is that I haven't seen any defense of why we should use technology, how it increases the human moral scope, or why there's not a moral obligation to end the system. Now, Christian morality makes no impetus for the use of machines. How much technology is needed to live a good life? Well, the answer that was given by Brother Andrew himself is very little. Now, every encoding of knowledge, which is technique, constitutes a loss of agency. This loss of agency comes in the fact that every act that's performed in arbitration loses in accuracy. Every act that is mediated through the use of machines loses in accuracy because processes are encoded. Techniques are not the same as knowledge. Knowledge is something that is neutral, that you can use for your benefit or your harm. But technology is something that encodes this knowledge into something called a technique that functions independent of human use. It functions as a process that is done through innovation, through the rule of experts, whose expertise constantly intrude into our daily life, and whose expertise we have no way of understanding, controlling, modifying, or reforming. And therefore, as Brother Andrew admitted during the course of this debate, the use of this technology is not optional. And also underscore here the point, power is not the same thing as control. One may exert a large amount of power unless it's directed towards a specific goal. Control, the more power one has, inherently the more lack of control one has. Power is brute force. Objective means of power constitute technologies that constitute a system that is not under human control. Furthermore, choice is not freedom. Just because we have choices does the more the more choices we have, the less free we are. Oh, Andrew's muted. What? Well, anyways, I'm done there. So.
Oh, you guys are done with the closings?
Yeah, I was just making sure. Did somebody mute your mic right at the end there and ruin your closing statement like you ruined his opening statement? What?
No, it was just like a 5-second mute.
Do that? What kind of dickhead would do that? I don't know. Anyway, Adam Dole, you're our first caller up.
The same dickhead who came on was a dickhead the other night.
I have the moderator's
prerogative. Yeah, that's true. You do. You have the moderator's
prerogative. I was paying attention a little bit to the debate.
No, pay me my shekel.
I don't care much about the control compatibilism. That's separate debate you guys should have. I have a couple of questions to Machine Lies. So I'm assuming you don't know when the collapse will happen. I think that was determined during the debate. And I'm assuming...
well, it's inherent in the argument. It's in Uncle Ted's argument.
Right, but does the argument depend in any way on historical pattern recognition? It's like Roman Empire, British Empire, American Empire. Is that
yeah. There is a phenomenon within civilization where you reach a high level of cultural and technological advance, and then the society gets taken over because the people in it become so used to those means. They create a class of luxury. That class of luxury exploits the population. This is precisely what we're happening today. All the factors of those collapsed societies in the past are actually existing today, as many other have noted.
My follow-up to that is, do you believe that when the elites of those societies, the elite Roman society collapsed, let's say, if we accept that, did the Roman people disappear, and did Roman technology disappear? Did Roman advancements disappear?
Well, what you're saying is that were the inventions of a previous civilization constituted into the next dominant civilization, which constitutes a full progress of humanity in terms of technology. I don't agree with that. I think that technological progress has many ebbs and flows. We can gain technologies, we could lose technologies. We may have lost technologies that existed in Roman times that we do not know how to perfect today.
Well, let's come closer. The British Empire recently dissolved. I don't know if it counts as a collapse or not, but Anglo technology and Anglo-made technology or source technology and Anglo people are all over the planet. There's still allegedly someplace down under, although we're not so sure with Andrew. There's Canada, there's the United States, right? There's probably more of those people around, in fact, than back in the peak of the British Empire. So how is an elite collapsing resulting in an inevitable collapse of the society where it just seems to morph to something new?
Well, do you think after the collapse of Roman society, it just morphed into something new?
Yes. Holy Roman Empire, Byzantium, and so on.
And do you think that was the same as the Roman Empire?
Well, it's not the same. It was slightly different, but
no, it's totally different.
No, in terms of the laws.
First of all, it's a totally different location. Second of all, it's a totally different basis for rule in the society, which is the church.
Okay. Fine.
Yeah, that's right. He was talking. Yeah, that's right. He was talking about that. Hey, we don't give medical misinformation. We don't give revolutionary maxims. We don't give legal advice. But hey, here's Kurzweil talking about it. And I'm not doing any conspiracy stuff. I'm just reading Kurzweil. So don't shoot the messenger, okay?
Yo, I think we're live. Are we live? Are we here? Greetings, everyone. This is Spontaneous.
Look, it's Timu Seth Rogen.
Is elocution's even a word? Hold on, we got media assets here that we can play around with. I always like this one to start it off, just to let you know how I'm feeling about things generally.
They don't see a danger to humanity because there won't be a humanity.
Oh, look, it's Beep Beep Man. Where's the Beep Beep?
Their entire goal is to redefine what is human. That's why it's called Human 2.0. And so they're really that far down the rabbit hole. I mean, if you listen to them talk, they legit, I think Kurzweil himself said, I'm going to become a god. And if you get in my way, we'll have problems. So they want to build a god and then merge with it. So it's not just, creating advanced technology or advanced robotics or advanced, it's creating it and then merging with it. So that they can carry on and forever. That's their actual stated aim. They want immortality of the flesh. That's why I said if you really want to get into like apocalypse and stuff like you could very well make the case. I mean, it's nuts. And even transhumanism, as crazy it is still just another stepping stone. Eventually, what they want is post-human.
Now, all of these are showing pathways that head down toward the origin of this graph. This is a graphite composition down here with very little oxygen or hydrogen. And so the hydrogen is expended in making the hydrocarbons that are generated.
Graphene is an amazing new material. It was discovered in 2004, and it consists of carbon atoms arranged in a perfect hexagonal lattice.
It's trapping people in a false world to the point where they don't even know it's a false world anymore.
It paves the way to redefine humanity, as you were saying.
Yeah. To redefine truth, to redefine humanity, just everything.
So all you gotta do is turn the power switch off.
The animals, I have it on really good authority that all the stuffed animals got out of all the homes and they are safe someplace wherever they stuffed animals go. But you gotta think that every time we pan through these neighborhoods, you see this. And these are homes, and we've talked about this in the past, the devastation, the loss that goes on down there, the personal items that will never be recovered. And people say that all the time. It's like, well, property can be replaced. Some things can be replaced, but they might not be that same thing that you had lost to begin with. Now, of course, we do know that there were lives lost out here in the Palisades.
Yeah, that was literally Elon. He was in the tower. Elon was there. He had the chopsticks. He had the chopsticks grabbing the rocket. Nobody can do it like Elon can do it. Only Elon. He's the best. He's the greatest. You know, he's got the chopsticks and the rockets. You know, only he can do it.
I wouldn't know anything for a fact with those.
Yeah. But see, like propaganda with words, it can backfire. But all this shit they're doing physically, they're using technology. They're getting away with shit. You know.
Yeah, I think Rocky's right. They're trying to build that smart city in California. They want to clear those motherfuckers out. You know, that's what makes sense to me. You know, it's just like real estate. And it's like what they killed that insurance dude. It's just moving money around.
Yeah.
When will somebody care about me enough to feature me in one of their gay op videos?
I read the thing on my show with Freeman Dyson talking about adaptive optics. And I said the same thing that allows you on the fucking telescope to zoom in a fucking million miles away can be used to point a laser and burn the fuck out of something. I mean, they put it right in their fucking book.
Yeah, it's just this is the shit now. It's like where you want the truth because you don't want to sound schizo, because they can try to make you look schizo, which is what the elites do. They try to make you look dumb and crazy.
I mean, I'm interested in like the International Space Station. Who's running it? Who agreed that it should be there? And why don't we all agree to shut that motherfucker down? Because that is an international spy station that could be used to fucking aim lasers at you from motherfucking space.
Uh-oh, that's a conspiracy.
So these are the type of issues I think people should be more concerned about.
Although just have a black op satellite.
Yeah. Like people don't even think about what's possible, and yet they're scrounging around trying to wonder like what's going on. It's like obviously they have every ability to fucking take over your fucking TV. You know, every time you let it fucking line, it's all just fucking rigged.
Come on, satellite, work with me.
Yeah.
I couldn't resist.
All right. Well, I'm glad you got that on record. Thank you so much. So you? I know you don't like European people. Don't worry. Once we're gone, you know everything will be great. You know, I think.
Citation needed.
Yeah, don't worry. Once we're gone, you'll love it. It'll be great.
Citation needed.
The Bible.
The Bible. The Bible is why I don't like European people.
Well,
I didn't write the Bible, for your information.
All right. That's true.
Yeah, really.
I thought you're timeless.
Nope.
No, I mean, you know, you don't like the system that we're under now, and I don't like it either. So you know, we have that in common. Just saying, like.
So does it mean you also hate Europeans?
Well, I mean, if I was a self-hating European, then I would be Jewish. So I mean, that would be. I don't want to do that. So.
Well, a lot of Jews are European anyways.
That's the double entendre of like.
Of course I'll catch. I'm a Zionist.
My one true God gave me the word that said, all that shit will be outed in time. Not one hidden thing will not be shown.
The reality is, Nachiketa and I, one of the very, very few that called this thing from the beginning, from the very beginning.
But all truth will come to light, Jack. All truth will come to light, Paul. All truth will come to light. Close date. And I agree, it's stupid to call you that. I think another position I'll take as current panel vice president, we've got to get motherfuckers to quit calling anybody some of these terms that we use. Or then if I can't achieve that, I'll change my name to Mandela Effect.
From top to bottom. Okay, so just know that we knew that the observation was going to be based on evidence. Okay, celestial observation, sun count data. The original Zetetics 120 years ago wrote about the Antarctic from an 1895 expedition that was done.
Yeah, you gotta do it, you know? Yeah, like, Barb.
A big shout out to the chat community. Truther Cop, I saw you got gifted with your other account. And ain't this just a Truther Cop? Every time he's getting back in, every time he's making a little progress.
What's wrong? You don't like the gay apps?
Come on. But he's one of those guys. I can be light with him. It's like when a toddler's threatening to shoot you with his cap gun. It's like, you don't have to get mad. He's harmless. And Truther Cop's open to the constructive criticism. If he did another stream of Bonnaroo hippie wear, I would have hands down said, you must change the entire dynamic. I can't Truther Cop some hippie boy. You got to get back to the uncomfortable button-ups and the fiddle. And I know you all appreciated that sweet Truther Cop office I gave him in the experimental video.
Another structure of carbon is graphite, where the carbon atoms are laid out and stacked up in sheets. If you separate out just one atomic layer of graphite, this is graphene. Because graphene is only one atom thick, it has some amazing properties. It's fantastically strong, it's very light, it's extremely flexible, and it conducts electricity and heat better than almost any other material.
But I'm excited. I'm excited for what our future is bringing, brothers and sisters. Alive today, there are so many inspiring and amazing voices. In the description of the videos today is a video I watched her.
To me, when we get down to brass tacks, I just spent 4 months in jail. So yeah, when it comes down.
You've been in jail this whole time while you're in the supposed free world because you ain't free in your mind and heart and you live like a slave and you popped a whole bunch of shit too. You were in jail way before you got to jail. Let's be clear about that. You ain't gonna now run around and try to use the fact that you got put in jail acting like a bitch for street cred. Cut that out right now, because that ain't what. Hey, bro, you remember I just got out of jail doing 4 months. You cried like a bitch the whole time. You didn't stand on nothing. You hired an attorney for hundreds of thousands. You let the whole fucking community down. You're a complete loser failure on every level and a fucking coward and an embarrassment. You don't get to say you went and did time and held it down and all the rest of it. You didn't.
If you haven't discovered him, check him out. He's sincerely. He's young, he's handsome, he's a pretty boy, he's got a beautiful partner. He's living a beautiful life. And his messages, they're truly inspiring. They're about love. They're about relationships. They're about becoming greater in your life.
He is from a different planet. He's the greatest guy. Leave, don't come back. Be gone forever.
Beautiful sermon. Machiwa, Reggie. Machiwa.
Merkel Media.
And we were all gathered around her. And suddenly her eyes turned serpentine. And they turned bright red. And it was just freaky and obviously demonic.
Oh, hell no.
And I said, "Who are you?" And the spirit said, "I'm Leviathan, the power spirit of Anton LaVey. And you are a murderer. You've killed the Black Pope."
This was all circulating around the base that a giant had been killed, but no one was supposed to talk about it.
What in God's name?
Saw 3 long, bony fingers reach up underneath the door, curl up to grab it, and then disappear.
When he came over to me, dude, he slithered over to me.
And this giant comes out of the cave, and they're all frozen. And he starts running and firing at this giant. But the giant moves. He's got a spear in one hand, and he's running really fast. And spears Dan and holds him up like this. Somebody yells, "Shoot him in the face, shoot him in the face." They basically decapitate him.
Got closer. When he got about 15 yards away from me, I raised that 12 gauge and I blowed his head off.
I feel something pulling at my leg, and I look over, and there are 2 small gray entities pulling at me, and they're literally, I'm getting pulled off the bed.
I reached my hand into this bush, and I touched air. Couldn't breathe, and I couldn't move, because I know I'm seeing a monster.
Yeah.
Welcome to the show, everybody. You're listening to the Confessionals Podcast. I'm your host, Tony Merkel. Thanks for being here. If you have a crazy, wild experience you want to share with me on the show, go ahead and shoot me an email. My email address is contact@theconfessionalspodcast.com. That's contact@theconfessionalspodcast.com. Or go to the website, theconfessionalspodcast.com, hit the contact section, and you can reach me that way as well. Either way works for me, just get a hold of me. If you want more shows on a weekly basis, go ahead and check out theconfessionalspodcast.com/join. Get yourself a membership, and you'll get access to all the Thursday shows, ad-free listening on Tuesdays, and overtime segments when they are available. Next week's episode is going to be an overtime show, and there is an exclusive thing happening next Tuesday. I'm very excited about it. Make sure you tune in to find out what's going on next Tuesday, but it is going to be a banger. All right, friends, listen, also check out Merkel.media. That's where we keep our films. The Shape of Shadows is the most recent. Expedition Dogman was the genesis, and we're very close to releasing our 3rd documentary with a very familiar face for all you listeners that have been around for a very long time. So stay tuned for that. But if you haven't checked out those films, or you want to watch them again, right there on Merkel.media. And, you know, I don't mention this a lot, but we do have a Reddit. I don't really know how to use Reddit very well, but I have people operating the Reddit for me. And he said to me, it would help if I just said it on the show. So here we are saying it on the show. If you are on Reddit and you never ventured over to the Confessionals subreddit, I think that's what they call it, go ahead and check it out. we have stuff going on over there, and he is planning some really cool things with me in the future. So I'll be engaged more moving forward on Reddit. Go ahead and check it out. Now, today we have a fantastic show. We have Pastor Dave Bryan coming on, and he is somebody that I've known about for quite some time, and it took us a while to get this interview done. But his story is a story that I find absolutely fascinating. It has deep spiritual warfare. It has a lot of things that you guys are familiar with. In fact, let me just tell you what happens when you adopt Anton LaVey's daughter as a pastor. Yeah, spiritual warfare ensues, and it doesn't end very well. So this is a story that I think many of you are going to find fascinating and enlightening. So without any further delay, let's get to Pastor Dave Bryan and his journey with spiritual warfare against Anton LaVey. All right, today we have Pastor Dave Bryan on the show. How are you, sir?
I'm doing good, Tony. How you doing?
Hey, man, I'm good, man. So listen, this is an interview that I've wanted to do for a while, and I think we could have had it done sooner. But in all honesty, I got sick. I think it was in November, and then my family got sick. And
oh boy!
I checked out. I didn't even touch my emails for 2 or 3 weeks, and the interaction I think I had with Tara just got buried. And I had to revisit. I'm like, I still want him on the show if he still wants to come on. So I'm really glad to have this interview with you because, like you and I were talking earlier, I stumbled across a video that you did an interview with on the Deep Believer YouTube channel. And she had you talking about your testimony, which we're going to get into today. And what caught me was literally the thumbnail. Like I think I was scrolling through YouTube, and it wasn't like, this is how YouTube works. Most people are looking at the thumbnails over the actual title of the video. And the thumbnail image had like zombies, vampires, Church of Satan. I was like, it was like from the Wizard of Oz, what was it? Lions and tigers. Oh my. I was all in, and then I clicked on it. And it was a 3-hour long conversation. I was like, man, this is gonna be a time commitment, but it hooked me right away. And I was just like, let's go. So I'm very excited about having you on. Just to let the audience know where we're kind of going with this. You were raised in a Christian household. You were in ministry. And through what I would believe, and I'm sure you do too, divine order, you kind of, quote unquote, stumbled your way into a whole side of ministry that you never expected with fighting against the occult and deliverance and things like that. I find it fascinating. I was shared with you earlier, I was raised Pentecostal. In fact, I was raised in the Assemblies of God myself. And so very familiar with your perspectives on things and how you were raised. And I'm just really excited about this conversation. And before we get into this conversation, I would like to let the audience know and give you an opportunity to share about your book, because what we're going to talk about detailed 30,000 times more in the book. So if you could let people know about the book and where they can get it.
Yeah, well, thank you, Tony. So you described that well, by the way. We stumbled into the deep end of the pool, not knowing what was happening, and had to learn to swim. But anyway, I wrote a book about the testimony that I'm going to share this morning. And it's this book. It's called The Serpent and the Savior. And the subtitle is A True Story of Occult Level Spiritual Deliverance. So The Serpent and the Savior. And you can find that at churchofgladtidings.com. Cheryl and I have pastored Church of Glad Tidings for 38 years now. So that's churchofgladtidings.com. And there you can go to the store. And if you look through the materials, you'll find The Serpent and the Savior. But if you're interested in the story, you will be very interested in the book, because there's so many intriguing details. But again, Church of Glad Tidings, we're in Northern California and Yuba City. And if you go to that website, you can get The Serpent and the Savior.
Awesome. Well, the link will be in the description of this episode, and people can definitely go check that out. Highly recommended, because I've done a lot of interviews. Okay, so I've done more interviews than I have episodes. Obviously, you talk to people all the time doing what I do. And I think we just came out with episode 620 something. We come out with 2 a week. And in the time of doing interviews, you cover so many topics. I've talked to a guy who came from the church. I don't know if it was actually the Church of Satan, but he was a Satanist. And he was a werewolf. No, a vampire. He had gone the route of a vampire and came out of that lifestyle. I've talked to people who have Bigfoot encounters, these dogman encounters, witches, and all this stuff. I mean, we go if it's outside the norm, we're going to talk about it. And of all those years, the name Anton LaVey has come up on the show in conversation. I have never had anybody on my show who has had very direct interactions with LaVey and his family. And I'm very excited to have you share this story. And also, I just want to let the audience know, before we started recording, you have confirmed that I don't look like Anton LaVey. People say I look like Anton LaVey.
No.
Just because I'm bald with a beard, guys, doesn't mean... So I do appreciate that, and I wanted to just let the audience know. After you hear this man's story, just know he said I'm nothing like Anton LaVey. So with that said, though, I kind of want to hit.
Driving out, the time for me to let you know something, blow something, get dope, blow a O, reload and start, dumping hard, pumping.
Shit you can't see. Phone entanglement, what do you believe? Communication, military, technician of speech. The young man, they taught nicely, his grandmother sleeps. The source of all light is in the darkness in the deep. We carving rapper seeds like we harvesting the wheat. The more you know, you less you speak. You love your own physique until it's bleeding on the streets. Your organs leaking on the beast. 73 degrees, you're cutting angles off the sea. You hear the lessons, demons teach, strict defeated from the weak. We like the organs off the sea, picking minds off.
Yo. What's up? So I'm looking at this guy, Luigi, on Twitter, right? I don't know if you know about this guy.
Yeah. We were watching Luigi versus Redeem Zoomer. Is it the same guy?
Yeah, I guess so, right? So I'm looking at something he posted right now. And he said, if you're not an American, you don't belong in America, right?
Well, I'm an American, definitely.
So this is what he's saying. He said, someone said, I'm confused. I'm against mass immigration, but if someone wants to become an American, they should be able to. American is not an ethnicity anyways. Literally every American has ancestors that migrated here. What is the problem if people want to illegally migrate here? And this was his response. He says, that's not what the founders believed. Your definition of American reduces America to geography. He tells this person to watch Sam Hyde's Dear Elon video. And then he posts this picture with it. And he says, the Naturalization Act of 1790 was the first law passed by the United States Congress outlining the requirements for becoming a naturalized citizen. It restricted nationalization to, quote, free white persons who had lived in the U.S. for at least 2 years and demonstrated, quote, good character. This law explicitly excluded non-white individuals from citizenship, thus creating a legal framework that tied race to the rights of full membership in the American political community. And he goes on and he starts making these arguments. He's like, is it racism to say Japan is for Japanese, or does this nonsense only apply to us? And he tells this person again to watch Sam Hyde's video, and he tells them they've been indoctrinated and you don't even realize it. I was like, wow, this guy's tripping, dude. Like, so I told him, I said, so you believe only white people should become American? I was like, Native Americans owned the land long before Europeans. And I said, I think you're the one who's been indoctrinated into this Freemasonic experiment we know as America. And ethnophylatism is a condemned heresy, which it is. And that's what he's kind of, pushing, I think, is like this Christian nationalism idea. And all these guys are. I think that's super strange,
Well, yeah, it's all just like wolf in sheep's clothing, like Fabian Society type of shit, because it's like they support global corporations, but then they say they're nationalists, So.
Oh, okay. That's even stranger. That's
Yeah, like, isn't that weird? Like, how exactly does that work, right?
Right. So you're pushing for like a one world thing and also a national thing at the same time. I don't know. I think that has a lot to do with who's funding their jurisdictions and stuff. Like that's kind of being fanned throughout there. Their priests are teaching them this stuff, I'm pretty sure, because why else would they be talking about it, really? And I'm pretty sure he probably has no clue that ethnophylatism is a condemned heresy,
Yeah, I mean, they all seem to be pushing like the same 3 or 4 things, right? So that's getting a little bit weird. The Sam Hyde and Elon Musk angle.
Yeah, I remember when we played that video, but I really don't remember what he was talking about other than sort of being against, the Indians getting jobs or something, right? Like, I don't know. Something weird like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like he was pushing certain types of agendas. Like he was like venturing into like alt right, like QAnon type of territory, like Alex Jones.
Yeah.
And obviously he's close with the Jay Dyer types, so
yeah, the controlled op types, right? Yeah, no. I don't know, like I'm kind of Pillier was talking about like Murdoch Media and all this stuff, and I wonder if that's really the case. Is that who they're being funded by to sort of get this across on this platform? Someone's paying these people, you know what I mean? Like there's some root to it. And whatever you did, you pissed them off in some way. Something you said, I don't know what it was, but they're on your ass, bro. And what's up with this like flow state guy? Like I only know very little about all these people, but it kind of surprised me. He was kind of bumping like shoulders or elbows with Jay Dyer, and he shows up on this show. Which I'm not saying like he's involved with him. You know what I mean? It's just kind of wild. You know what I mean?
Well, let me show you something about that. You can introduce yourself here because I'm pretty sure there's some faking gay shit going on right now. As long as I find out where it is. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I gotta look this up. But yeah, he was debating these people, the Thorpes, that I was.
Yeah, I heard those names mentioned a few times. So
Yeah, so look, this is live right now. This fucking gay ass shit. So here, this will explain. I mean, what more can I say than just to play this fucking shit? Look at the scale of events here. So this girl's got she's got $1 million pussy.
what?
That's what she said.
Oh, okay. So that she's like, I only get with like rich men or something, right? Is that what she said?
I don't know. That's what she said. I don't know what that means. I haven't been around the block enough time.
Yeah, that's what that
really
sounds like
understand
to
what
me,
that
at
means.
least, right? Like,
I've been around the block enough times to even understand the terms. You know what I mean? But I mean, she's not a bad looker, right? So maybe that's got something to do with it. But then the debate on the channel. So Andrew Wilson always comes on this channel here, right?
Right.
And it says, "Are revenge porn laws bad for society?" That seems to be a topic for a debate, which is an intellectual contest.
Right. Yeah.
So far, it just seems completely bizarre. All of it. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, yeah, on top of that, then this dude simulated sex acts with his own daughter.
Weird ass.
Which is very strange. But then on the other end,
The Thorpe guy, right? That's
yeah.
what
Then on the other end, he debates Catholicism, which is a very strange move.
From an Orthodox point of view, is that what you're saying, or what?
I mean, like let's just say from his own point of view, I guess. Huh?
Oh, okay, all right.
I mean, so certain things are going on here, but yeah. And then Flow State, I mean, he doesn't bill himself as a intellectual debater.
No, he seems like he's maybe in the comedian.
Nope.
Or something. I don't know.
Nope. He's in the internet drama category. That's the same category that Ben Thorpe is in.
Right. Oh, okay. So I get what you're saying.
So it's like, and so both of them have had revenge porn cases on panels publicly.
Oh no, dude.
How about that?
Weird.
So okay, so it's really weird, isn't it?
Like blackmailing, right? Like,
but blackmail,
yeah.
So,
dude, that's some fat ass shit, man.
So this is just like I haven't even played the audio, but so far that's what I could gather from.
What do you think? Why are you getting pulled into this shit when you're? I mean, all I've seen from your show was
I've been forced to. Yeah, I've been forced to interact with the Thorpe guy, right? It didn't go very well, right?
Right.
And obviously I've had interactions with Flow State. They've gone well. Sometimes they haven't gone well. Sometimes,
Yeah, he seemed seemed pretty cool tonight. Yeah.
Yeah, he seems to just be just average normal dude, and but yeah, I think that habit that he has, of trying to solicit photos and all that type of stuff, obviously that could get you in a lot of trouble, right?
Oh yeah, dude. What?
Yeah. So.
Yeah, that's some creepy shit, dude.
Yeah, so that's why Annapurna was calling him a creep and all that stuff.
Yeah, I don't blame her. I mean, what the hell?
Yeah, she was kind of being funny, but yeah, Annapurna was being hilarious. she was being
Yeah, I missed all that. I kind of dipped out in the middle of it. I was
Oh man,
kind of busy.
Oh man, she was hilarious. Yeah, I was laughing my butt off at what she was saying, but yeah.
Feminists. It is feminism with Joe Biden that got that legislation passed through. So
that doesn't mean that this provision is a feminist provision.
Benefits women. It doesn't. But what I'm saying is feminism skews power in favor of women.
It's not a skew of power. If it is, and I agree with you, it is going to have more instances of women being the victims of revenge porn because nobody cares to look at dudes. Right. But that's incidental. That has nothing to do with the fairness or unfairness of the law itself. And what it does do, though, is demonstrate that women, in fact, need more protection from this harm than men do.
How do you demonstrate that?
How do I demonstrate that? By the number of cases, right? There will be more women cases.
The existence of the law demonstrates the need for the law?
No, the imbalance in who's actually using it will demonstrate that itself.
Will demonstrate
that women need the reason. Presumably, I can't think of any other reason that women would be more of the cases, except that they are more of the case, more victims more often and need more protection.
Well, they claim to be victims more often, right?
Well, that's
what
true.
Does that have to do with anything?
You're saying that there's an imbalance in enforcement. I'm saying yes, there's an imbalance in victimization, right?
Yeah,
the enforcement reflects
basically women,
right? The demographic, right? The law is neutral; it can apply to anybody. But if we've got more women in utilizing this law for their protection than men, that says nothing about the fairness of the law. That just shows the demographic skew of the victims.
Well, then if you wanted to say that, okay, so then, but you'd have to say if many, many more women utilize it properly, then it is beneficial to women, not and
I don't
to
care.
the detriment of the males that
It's
they're
not
always suing.
To the detriment of the men who are spreading revenge porn.
Yeah,
Ron?
Yeah, that's right. So I mean, it's another tool. Now, okay, just think about it from this point of view. Prior to there have been sex tapes that are leaked, right?
Mm-hmm.
Paris Hilton, Pamela Anderson, Kim Kardashian. I got to go into my files.
I was in my head. I was going check.
Oh yeah, that one. That was.
Yeah, I can't do it. It's like celebrity news.
Yeah, it does feel like that.
Yeah, it's like what?
It's a lame ass topic. Like, who gives a shit?
It's a very lame topic. Yeah, that's a very lame topic.
And it kind of gives like the old dude like a creepy vibe too. Like he's like kind of like in defense of revenge porn. Like, I don't know. Like, what a weird take.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah. Right. Like you're gonna go down. Like what? Yeah. Like what a weird stance to publicly take. Right.
Yeah. So I was thinking about that whole, the thing, not to bring it up again, but I was thinking about that thing and I seen a little bit of the debate you and Wilson had, and I could see like where this stuff might be coming from, like his animosity towards you and stuff.
Wait, what are we talking
about? With Andrew Wilson, right? So I seen that was the first time I seen the debate you guys had was tonight.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I kind of beat the. I performed very well in that debate.
Yeah, you did. You did. So it made more sense because at first I was like, because been around you a little bit now, and so far, like the topics really haven't
you
kind
gotta
of
love
gone
that
into
question,
anything
though.
he would be, you know what I mean, involved with, kind of really.
Yeah.
But
You gotta love that. Do the laws of logic exist in or outside of the mind?
dude, like I guess from what I can see is that guy really doesn't want people to think that he's a grifter, right? Like he took a huge offense to that, and I was trying to figure out maybe why, you know what I mean, that would be. And because I'm kind of new to all this stuff, and like yeah, it just seems strange. It does seem strange that he would get that angry about it to the point where he's trying to come at you. And I think it might have been Jack brought up a point, like it would probably be smarter to ignore you than to engage you. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just a little weird that at least he sees himself as like, in a larger platform and gatekeeping in some way, and he would go to your channel to air this stuff out. Like, what's the deal, right? But I think in the end it's gonna work out for you. You know what I mean? Like, if I was him, I wouldn't have done that. All right. Because what's it gonna do for you? Like, if you go to a guy that's already sort of beat you in a debate, you go on his show and he's already beat you, and you're getting paid to do whatever you're doing. Why even try? But I think what he's seeing is that you might have your ears to the people a little more than he does, right?
Or maybe just enough people, to where like it reached a level.
Yeah, because I whatever it is, I don't think he wants. It's the people that you do reach. He doesn't want them viewing him in a negative light, maybe. So I don't know. It was pretty weird.
Yeah, and this is the other faking gay debate that's going on. So they're doing a lot of them today, especially for some reason. I mean, it's Monday night. I mean, what do these people actually have to do? I mean, some wild shit. I mean, but yeah.
Oh, atheist versus Christian. This Jim Bob.
Atheist versus Christianity, or secular humanism. So it's not just straight up atheism. So that's pretty interesting position.
But people want to, for some reason,
seems to be classical liberalism.
But that's a thing that seems to be in his head and isn't secular humanism.
Okay, I'm gonna get rid of this
claim that it would have no harm. I would disagree with. That's a mentally scarring thing, and there is no way that everybody in a family would agree with that, and that would be mentally harming for people. So you are just making something up in your head, and worryingly, it's about having sex with cadavers, Jim Bob, which is
that doesn't happen, Greg.
No, it's not something normal people think about, Jim Bob, to be honest. Let me ask you a question. Why are you thinking about having sex with cadavers, Jim Bob?
Test your shitty logic. Nice try.
All right, we are so far away from Christianity or secularism, which has a better ethical foundation. I don't want to jump into super chats too early. We do have a lot of them coming in, and they might be able to help push you guys along in the debate. But I do want to give a chance, if we haven't gone to unpack maybe something that's beyond this, because it does seem like we're hitting a wall and we're repeating ourselves at this point. So, make of that what you will. It'll have to be up to the public opinion as to how that has gone down. So, would either of you like to present an argument, or maybe something that we may have not gotten to unpack that, like I said, is an ethical impact?
Yeah, totally. Let's do this.
Do you want to have final thoughts on this bit first? Because I think
we hit final thoughts. Everybody knows where we think. So let's.
Yeah, I have something we can explore in the ethical paradigm. So right now, okay, he's going to interrupt me now.
Hold on, Craig, hold on, please. If we can move on, I'd really like to.
Yeah, but he started the last conversation, so now I would like to start the conversation.
Okay, I'm just gonna go to the beginning of this. I don't know what's happening.
That is a fair.
This is like a train wreck.
waiting for us. My goodness, I'm all out of sorts, guys. All right, we're doing Christianity or secular humanism. Who has the better ethical foundation? So without further ado, we're going to get Craig on the floor to start us out. So Craig, you got 10 minutes.
Ethical foundation.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Just quickly, before we do start, I want to remind everyone that November the 15th and 16th, Modern Day Debates are holding DebateCon 5 in Newark, New Jersey, where you can go and see me live debate Christianity versus secular humanism with Andrew Wilson and the moon landing against Alex Stein. Tickets are available now. Anyway, so hello everyone. My name is Craig.
He's going to be there.
And I'm really excited to be doing this debate because I don't normally do this. You probably know me for talking to people that think the earth is flat. So I'm excited to expand my wheelhouse a little, and this is quite an important conversation. For those of you who don't know me, I spend a lot of my time thinking about big questions like this. My background is in physics and nuclear engineering, so I tend to look at the world through the lens of evidence, logic, and how things actually work. Excuse me. These principles have shaped how I approach everything, including morality. I also run a YouTube channel debunking flat earth nonsense. So if you're wondering if I'll be using evidence and reason tonight, the answer is yes. That's pretty much my brand. I'm also a husband, a dad, and a firm believer in the power of humanity to do good. That's why I'm here tonight, not just to argue for secular humanism, but to show why it is the better ethical system for everyone. Ethics should be built on reason, not revelation. The foundations of secular humanism is reason, empathy, and a shared commitment to human well-being. It doesn't rely on any divine commandments or ancient scriptures, but instead uses critical thinking and evidence to determine right from wrong. This matters because morality tied to religion is, by definition, extremely rigid. It's locked to the norms of the time when those religious texts were written, norms that often included things like slavery, misogyny, tribal warfare, and many worse things. For example, the Bible condones slavery in multiple passages and instructs women to submit to their husbands. These aren't values we hold today and aren't values we should ever hold. Secular humanism, on the other hand, evolves, it adapts as we learn more about each other and the world around us. And that's why secular societies have led the way in advancing human rights, abolishing slavery, expanding women's rights, and legalizing same-sex marriage. These weren't driven by any religious institutions, but human progress. Morality is intrinsic and not dependent on God, because one of the most common claims from the Christian side is that without God, there could be no objective morality. But let me ask you this. Is morality truly objective if it's based on the arbitrary commandments of a deity? If something is good only because God says so, what happens when God says something harmful is good? History shows us that this question isn't just hypothetical. Countless atrocities have been committed in God's name and still continue to be committed in God's name. Secular humanism just avoids this problem entirely. It starts with a simple, universal principle. Morality is about reducing harm and maximizing well-being for everyone. It's not dictated by fear of hell or the promise of reward in heaven. It's simply grounded in empathy and reason. And here's the thing, people don't need religion to behave morally. Secular societies like those in Scandinavia constantly rank highest in measures of happiness, safety, and equality. Meanwhile, the most religious societies often struggle with corruption, violence, and inequality. Now, I'm going to explain why I think Christianity's ethical framework is flawed. The Bible is often presented as a perfect moral guide, but when you actually read it, it's full of contradictions and outdated moral prescriptions. Yeah, sure, it tells us to love our neighbor, but it also tells us to stone people for working on the Sabbath. Yes, it tells us to care for the poor, but it also literally commands genocide. When faced with these contradictions, Christians often cherry-pick the parts of the Bible that align with modern values and ignore the rest. If you're already relying on human reasoning to decide which parts to follow, then why would you cling to the Bible at all? Secular humanism doesn't have this problem. It doesn't claim to have all the answers, but it's willing to ask the hard questions and adapt to new challenges. It allows us to confront issues like climate change, artificial intelligence, and global inequality with the tools of reason and compassion, not the limitations of some ancient doctrine. Secular humanism is inclusive. And finally, it simply asks, how can we build a better society? Systems rooted in one universal foundation for ethics, one foundation for ethics that is rational, empathy, reason, and the shared human desire to man limitations or crimes. Secular humanism asks us to do better, to use the tools of reason and compassion to build a more...
All right, thank you so much, Craig, for your introductory statement. I'm just going to fix up the name. We're up in debates on science, politics, religion. We've got the action on the palette.
So I think the answer, right, that secular humanists sort of miss, right, is that from a Christian perspective, is that the reason like death, suffering, sin, and all these like disease are a part of the world is because of the fall, you know? And the goal of the Christian is to transform the soul, and through the process of theosis. So that transformation is only possible in Christ, and it only fully is consummated after death, right? Where there's a union with God. So a kingdom of man isn't nearly as important to us as a kingdom of heaven. Like, it's like, the transformation of our soul should be the first thing. And if things around us get transformed in the process, that's great, but so be it. But it can't be our main focus. Because if it becomes our main focus, this utopia will lead to man following Antichrist, who is going to sort of, have all of men rally behind this kingdom of man, that, to follow this one world leader that's for the betterment of the world. And it's like, okay, well, whatever, we can, it's good to solve problems and, try to do those things. But I think they just miss the kind of point. It's like, okay, yeah, the laws have changed since the times of the Bible, and for better or for worse in some instances. But it's like, that doesn't change that the state that we are in, we're saying it was caused by the fall, and it can only be fixed through the transformation of the soul. It's just a deeper look into something. It's something they don't even consider, so.
Yeah, I think ultimately both of them are going to fail this idea of this ethical question, because you either need nature or universal mind in order to find a place where, reason and morality and justice and equality and all these things that he's talking about, really these universal principles, right? I mean, what makes them universal? You know what I mean? So that's a good question. Now, Jim Bob is going to say it exists, like similar to Andrew Wilson, it exists in a mind that exists outside of nature, right? That can perceive transcendental concepts that exist outside of nature, rather, right?
Okay.
So I think that this is a flawed view of looking at things, because then, there's too many steps. You could just say that because why do you have to separate the mind from nature? I mean, I think just that move is just false. I mean, right? And you could just say that morality and all those things, that they can come from nature. I don't see anything wrong from saying rational principles can be derived from nature. I mean, so this guy could have said that. He didn't say that. Jim Bob's not going to say that. I mean, so it just goes into a whole nother mess of spiel where you have to have these three things: nature, mind, and the transcendental values, and then you have to figure out how all those things relate, right? Which is the mess that philosophy went on for 1,000 years, right? And accomplished nothing.
All right. Well, isn't there something in the Bible that talks about, man knows these things because of his conscience or something, right? It's like, it somehow relates in the scriptures that man, even if he doesn't follow God, by his conscience knows the ways of God, right? And I don't know if that has anything to do with, like, like a mind outside time and, all that stuff, like the philosophical aspects to that. But I would say that, man was, when God had created man, that he was embedded with these ideals already set, right?
Right.
That's what I understand about it. And whether he believes in God or not, that they're there. And we depend on those and to know what's right from wrong. And the fact that they even exist, I would think, shows that there's you know, a principle before time itself that is directing us, that, and you know, like Lao Tzu would say, the logos or something. So yeah, I think there's, at least from my point of view, there's truth to that aspect of it. I don't know if Jim Bob's making that same argument, which he should be if he's an Orthodox Christian, right? But I don't know. These guys are kind of confusing. Is Islam different in that way, that God or Allah, where does he, is he like making the conscience before time itself, and or you know what I mean? What's the difference, I guess?
I mean, there's different understandings within Islam, right?
Yeah.
So I think you know, and that's why I think I hesitate to point people in that direction, because you say that, well, the philosophy is different from the religion, right? But it literally says in the Quran many times, it mentions a book, right? So essentially God created this book, right? And you know, it's like everything's written on this book. You know, like whatever's going to happen is written on this book. You know, so it's essentially like, you know, called the Tablet of Destiny. I mean, so yeah, so the only person who knows what's in this book is basically God, right? So they have this concept, you know, so I mean, what it says about creation, I mean, I'm willing to extrapolate a few philosophical statements just from that, you know, or from chapter 42 of the Tao Te Ching, and come up with my own kind of cosmology, makeshift. I mean,
Right.
But I wouldn't conflate that with some sort of understanding of religion itself. I mean,
Yeah, what I was referring to was Romans 2:15. It says, which shew the works of the law written in their hearts, their conscience also bearing witness, and their thoughts the mean, while accusing or else excusing one another.
Right.
So the law is already written in the conscience of the unbelievers, or the Gentiles, or whoever, the pagan, whoever it may be. It's already there. So according to this, it's saying that God has given that to man. So that's where I guess the secular humanist isn't going to see that. They're not going to ask the question, why do we think these things are right or wrong? You know, it's like there's a whole other aspect that they kind of miss, and they just chop it up to man had evolved over time, and eventually, you know, through maybe tradition or something, we passed on these things. But I think that it's higher than that. There is some greater good that's out there that embedded that into us in the creation process.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how these bozos got up here. Yeah, it's an internet full of people. I mean, it's a 200K subscriber channel.
Well, it seems like once you sort of get within the crew, you know what I mean? Like all these opportunities sort of pop up for these same people, like over and over again. You just see them on all these platforms and stuff. And once they're in, they're in. You're, you know, someone vouches for them. Maybe it's DPH or Dyer or something. You know what I mean? Like however it works. Like they have friends.
Yeah,
and then
like
those
look at this
friends.
guy. This guy Alex O'Connor showing up on this channel when he was just talking to Dawkins and Jordan Peterson.
Oh yeah, he was, wasn't he?
Yeah,
that's
crazy.
Crazy.
And then I saw Andrew Wilson apologizing for Jordan Peterson. He was a he's a Jordan Peterson apologist. When Jordan Peterson supports satanic shit like Jung and stuff.
Right. You know, clearly Gnostic. You're supposed to be an Orthodox Christian, but you have this Jungian psychologist that's
Jordan
talking
Peterson
about archetypes, and
he says Judeo-Christian.
Oh, he does.
Yeah.
That tells you right away.
So yeah,
Doesn't
they
it?
played themselves. Yeah. By
Yeah.
even putting their name behind somebody like that and trying to, because see, they're thinking, oh, you know, we know the modern day debate people. We're gonna meet Alex O'Connor. You know, who knows? We could talk to Jordan Peterson, and they would do it. You know, just like he said to me in that message. He said, "Oh, but you would talk to you would talk to Piers Morgan too, wouldn't you?" I was like, "No, I wouldn't." You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
It's
like
like
I told you,
whatever.
like I don't
Yeah,
think that he realizes people aren't willing to sell their soul. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. It's like whatever they serve you backstage is gonna put you in a permanent. You're in stupor. You're in, like hell no. Like
money
I'd be
doesn't
like,
move everybody, brother. You know.
yeah, yeah. Like even with Swaden, when he's like, you should message these guys. I'm like, man, I might get popped on the way to New York. You know what I mean? Like I get super paranoid. You know what
I
I
don't
get
blame you, because you are talking about some gnarly stuff, dude. Like when you're getting into Dr. K and all that, right?
yeah, I
And
might have
you're
like agents follow me around. You
have
know,
you
I
been
like to stay
having
in a
that?
hotel. Huh?
Have you been having that? Just asking. You know what I mean?
I don't know. I don't really go anywhere. You know,
Oh, I get what you're saying.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of like a recluse in a lot of ways too. I mean, I get out, but I don't know, not as much as I did at one time. Like taking a flight and doing all that stuff, that sucked, dude. I hated that. But I plan on making more trips like that, like just kind of getting back out and doing things, living a little. I don't know. But yeah, I don't understand these Christian guys back in Peterson at all. Like when I listened to one of his talks on the Bible, I felt something really satanic about it. Like it felt like the Antichrist spirit. And I know that's pretty crazy sounding probably for some people, but like he scared me, right? Because you're taking the gospel and like breaking it down in a psychological way. And it felt really satanic, man. Like that's not, you know what I mean? Like if you hear somebody give a homily like inside the church and break down the scriptures, like you can feel like the holiness of that. But when you have somebody who's just very secular and they're like too logical with it and breaking it down, like, you know, the archetype of Moses, like, you know, like what are you talking about, dude? It's psycho, you know what I mean? Like, and Young himself sort of drove himself mad with his red book. Like anybody who's read that stuff, it's clearly some demonic stuff going on, like the Abraxas idea and all that. It's just demons, dude.
Yeah, the Abraxas is OG Gnosticism.
Mm-hmm. Right. It's like, you know, good and bad, and there's a gray area. And when you get into the like that, then it blurs the line between, you know, what is consciously good and what is consciously evil. And that leads to the justification of evil. That's what dualism does. That's why the Kabbalah is so dangerous. It allows men to be beasts and just say, well, God, you know, created evil or something. And it's like, well, no, that's not true. At least from an Orthodox theological perspective, that's not true at all. And yeah, to back that, you're basically backing a Satanist, more or less. And they're willing to do it because he has clout. you know, it's like he's on these networks and he's paid, and like that. I think that's a clear sign that if the Antichrist was on the scene, as long as he had enough clout, some of these people that call themselves Christians would back him.
Yeah, there's Gnostic sects who pray to serpents. Shit.
Echo is
Yeah, and Jung had that ring with the cross with the serpent on it, the Abraxas ring. Yeah.
Right. It's like a chicken with serpent legs, and
yeah,
like, and he's like whipping a carriage of horses or something. It's really demonic looking. And that kind of goes back, like, you know, like an androgynous figure or something. There's like half man, half woman, like Baphomet type thing. It kind of relates with that. Which a lot of these people are into, like, the, you know, this as above, so below, all that stuff. Like, you know, that's just masonry, really. That's what masonry teaches. That God, Adonai, is the evil God, and Lucifer is the good God, and he gave us wisdom and all this. So I definitely think, like, obviously Peterson and a lot of these people in the public eye are clearly a part of the one-eyed religion and that secret religion. You were saying something about that DPH guy and you know, him participating in like an OTO ritual or something. And I think you brought up a good point. Is like, even if you weren't a Christian at that time, it takes a pretty weird ass person to be involved with that, you know?
Right. Like, it takes a weird, like, you got to take some extra steps to get to that level.
Right.
That's even a huge thing from just finding, like, looking up information about something to joining something.
Yeah, that's a huge step. And who exactly got him into that, right? And then the question is like, what was the purpose of it? Were you getting some benefit out of it? And it is strange that you're in the public eye, you know what I mean? The way that you are. And the strangest aspect about him is like he was promoting this, like, you know, something echelon or something. It's like a, you know, promoting this book on the Russian saints or something about the end of the world, but speckled throughout it was all this Soviet propaganda, you know. I'm like, okay. And you know, the Soviets were atheists. They didn't believe, you know, they infiltrated the Orthodox Church and they used it. They cloaked themselves with it, and they got embedded in different things like the World Council of Churches and all this stuff to get political pull and you know, get access to certain, probably money they couldn't, or business deals they probably couldn't otherwise. And I'm thinking, it's like, well, you're promoting this book and there's this clear Soviet propaganda in it, and then, you know, I call it out in this chat and they instantly like are threatening to ban me, you know what I mean? Like, it's like everybody turns against me in this chat. And I just was like, wow, it's so weird that they have that kind of ability to do that. like if you're a follower of Christ, you should want to know the truth that there's some like deception going on. But it's almost as if people instantly will get quiet, about certain topics if it kind of exposes them in some way. I don't know.
Yeah, one day I had like three of the people who usually come on my panel. They just decided to sporadically join the panel, and I remember his chat was spurging. They were like, "TML's trolling the panel with all of his panelists." That was pretty funny, but yeah.
Wait, who joined? DPH joined yours? Is that what you're saying?
No. We went on DPH, and it was Neurojack, Hank, and I think I think my buddy Mikey, who's usually Rant on the panel.
Yeah.
Yeah, he went up there and started talking because he believes in the Gospels, but he doesn't believe in the Trinity. So he's kind of interesting,
So it's like an Aryan type thing, or Jehovah Witness, or something like that, right?
It's kind of more. I think it's more edgy than that. It's almost like Marcion, but he doesn't. But he kind of rejects Paul too.
Oh yeah,
So he's not.
Marcion.
It's like
interesting.
it's like Marcion, but no Paul. So it's like it's like just the gospel, just Jesus, and that's basically what he believes in. And he also believes that Jesus is the Son of God. So
yeah, I have something on Marcion here. It says it's talking about Genesis, right? And it says the story should not have been written before Moses, because creation had not yet given rise to such great errors among men. But it became necessary as soon as these errors spread in Egypt, who had instructed Moses in all the sciences of the Egyptians, which contradicted the truth of creation, and affirmed that a certain Apis had created this world by means of the evil angels, and that Satan is the prince of this world. Marcion adopted this sense for his ruin. The Manichaeans claim that this same Satan created man, but not the world, and in this they are more insane than others. For it is a certain truth that the world was created for man, and they come to say that God created this world through a foreign matter, while man was created by his enemy. That is to say, one would have placed a master in the house of the other. Moses therefore had to point out and to destroy this error, to teach that the creation of man as of the world had gone alone as master. The authority given to Moses by miracles and wonders he performed granted the truth of his teaching. Supported by such testimonies, indeed, would have refused to believe the author of such great miracles. This is why those who contradict this doctrine are easily convinced of error, because they have only their word as supporter of their affirmation. Moses, wishing to demonstrate that nothing is co-eternal with God, first explains the order in which creation was made. The creatures less important first, and then the most important, proving that none absolutely was uncreated. Indeed, those of a latter creation have greater excellence. To those who sought to excite the time when the former were created, may oppose their inferiority of nature, which subjects them to those which are their posterior origin. If, on the contrary, they claim primacy in favor of the more excellent creatures, their pretensions are opposed by the rank or the order they occupy in creation, so that there is none which has not a beginning. Above all, God created heaven and earth. Genesis 1:1. then the light destined to light the day, then the sky and the clusters of water, which received the same name of the sea, and above which appeared the habitable earth, the earth which Moses presents to us as having been made heaven, is not entirely the earth properly so called, but all the lower creatures and all the material elements. The sky, which was created in the beginning, is not this visible heaven, but the higher and spiritual heaven. Therefore, when Moses tells us that God first made heaven and earth, he hears all of things invisible in heaven, and by the earth and all the visible things God created, by thus uniting the two extreme terms of all nature. He establishes in a certain manner that all intermediate beings must have been created equally. The stars, which he placed in order to regulate the order of the universe, were created on the fourth day, and the time of their creation in reverse relation to the excellence of their nature. As for man, he created him on the sixth day in order to introduce him only in a perfectly completed dwelling. Now, the man we see created on the sixth day is far superior to all other creatures, and this superiority comes above all from his inner nature, invisible and endowed with intelligence. The sun is the brightest, and the moon is brighter than the earth. This is why some people do not like saying of Genesis, and God saw that the light was good, as they asserted that all creatures had an evil principle as their author, and that they could not believe in their goodness. Moses, in order to establish the goodness of all things created, shows that God found them good in proportion as he made them, and thus condemns him who would be tempted to find them evil. How can we suppose that he would say, "Let there be light," and there was light? Did not know the light. Can we do what we do not know? Now the light, as soon as it was made, pleased the one who had made it. What craftsman does not find joy in his work? This was why it is written, and he saw that the light was good. And yet there are those who maintain that it is bad. What would it be if God had left the truth without witness? Thus, after the account of the creation of the world, Moses reveals the succession of the human race from the first man, first by Seth, who replaced Abel, and by order to Abraham, the father of the Jewish people. He shows that Abraham believed in the Creator God of the world, and that this same God gave the law in which we were contained the promises of the future Christ, who was to deliver mankind from the tyranny of the devil. It goes on, but I mean, I'll send you that probably later or something. It's from this book I had found. It's great stuff. I want to get a copy of this, but that was the first time I sort of found out the purpose of why Genesis was written, and it was because the Egyptians were teaching certain things, right? And it was Moses' job to correct those teachings.
Yeah.
Yeah, that connected back with Marcion, of course, too, because whatever he was teaching was like, I guess, something else. I don't remember what it was, but
Well, he said that the God of the Old Testament was evil.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah, Jesus sent him to save the world, and that he only followed the Gospel of Luke and the and then Paul's letters. And he especially championed Galatians, which I think Tertullian said he wrote it.
Yeah, he made like the first ever compilation of his own canon of the New Testament.
Tertullian fell into heresy.
Yeah, he did. It's unfortunate because a lot of his writings
so did
were pretty
Origen.
good. Yep. He was eventually anathematized by the church for that. He taught something off about Genesis, and I'm pretty sure it might have been the same thing Marcion kind of fell for, like something similar or something. But he also taught that the demons would be able to repent, and that's not true. I think Revelation basically says that's not so. Like, and it's not that it's like God wouldn't accept their repentance or something. It's just like they refuse to repent, right? It's like they just refuse to. And the same way with those that follow Antichrist, they're going to refuse to repent. So it's like they've been abandoned by the grace of God. He lets it be known that he says he gives them up to their own vain thinking or something. I think that's in Romans.
Not.
Do you want to try pop out, pop back in quick again, or
let me move my maybe I'm
like problem.
I don't upon which all else is built. If we look at some of them as bricks, the foundation is bricks, we would probably consider free will, justice, duties. Craig in his opening mentioned dignity, by the way, which cannot be founded in empiricism. There's no dignity we can actually find through pure reason or anything. It has to be assumed. I would say it's actually outside of the secular view. Free will, the notion that someone can commit an immoral act against someone else, whether it's one-to-one or a group, presupposes a few things. It presupposes what I would call personhood, that there's a being, not just a meat sack, not a biological machine acting out its determined mechanistic paths. The act of murder is no less determined than a hurricane if you're going with the purely empirical natural paradigm. So personhood is a metaphysical, problems. Sorry, guys.
Oh, no worries. Here, I can pause the timer.
Let me just fix something here.
No worries. Every once in a while, my computer in the middle of a debate will pop up. Do you want to update? And it'll take up the whole screen. So, no worries.
All right. I think I'm good now. All right. Sorry about that, guys. I'm just having multiple technical difficulties. Okay, so
a couple. I was just saying your video's paused now. Do you want to turn off your camera and turn it back on? Maybe just see if that fixes it. We're having some technical issues there, guys. We'll get through it though. We're determined. Are you able to hear me there, Jim Bob?
I can hear you. Yeah. Let me just see if this reconnects here.
Okay. My goodness. Gotta love it. It's like the forces of nature are against us right now, guys. We got the whole of the internet server working against us, but we're gonna make it happen, guys. Keep hitting the like button, everybody. We appreciate our speakers and their patience working through some of these online issues that can happen. So, still frozen there, Jim Bob. So maybe I'll just shush and let you continue the intro, and then if you can fix it.
Yeah. Let me try to disconnect and jump right back in. I think.
All right. Sounds good. All right. No worries. It should be super quick. There we go. It's one thing that we like about Discord. It's very fast. Let's see if we can get that all back connected.
Doing that video thing again, unfortunately for me.
Okay.
You guys can hear me though, right?
We can hear you. So yeah, maybe before we get too far out here, we'll leave you as the two dots bouncing on the screen for now. If you want to present the rest of your intro, or if you want to pop back out and try it again. It just seems like it's being really finicky.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to try one more time? Just to pop out, pop back in, see if it does the thing. Wow. I'll tell you. It's one of those times that you wish there was something physical just to give it a good. Come on, get working.
I don't understand why that is the case. We just had it connected, so
that's very strange. I don't know if there was something that was changed in the settings, or if there's something else trying to access your camera, but
no, there's nothing else going here. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, and I will say to our live chat, like we already tried using our other systems, and yeah, it's not working out. There's something strange going on today, so we'll just roll with it for now. There's only so much we can do to troubleshoot, and I don't want to get away from the argument, so I'm going to give you back some time here. I'm going to give you back
the mind and how you can account for such an in there who's evaluating things and making decisions from a purely naturalistic position. I'm not sure how you can account for such a thing, given we would all be just downstream from sort of chemical reactions. It also assumes intent, which brings up free will itself. So I don't know Craig's position on free will, but it's certainly possible and common that a secular humanist view can completely reject free will. So if that's possible, Craig is in a position to say, well, they're not a real secular humanists. Well, how would you determine that? It seems to me that there is no normative authority for what secular humanism is and isn't. It seems like, by his opener especially, that it's all based in preferences, and the preferences can change. So if he calls back to terrible things in the Bible, even if I bit the bullet and said, yeah, that happened, from his view, They just preferred to do it at the time. It was just like a changing course for humanity. In fact, from an evolutionary perspective, they were determined to do it, and they succeeded for doing that. They were actually evolutionarily fit at the point. So I'm not sure if he believes in free will, but he is arguing from the secular humanist model. So it's entirely consistent with the secular humanist model to deny free will. Even if a secular society determined that they were going to make an anarchistic society that leaves justice in the hands of each individual, whoever has the most force wins, that's actually completely consistent with a secular humanist approach. Because in his opening, and no secular humanist has actually filtered this down to something clear. What is better other than a set of preferences that you guys hope to agree on that could always change? So if it's the case that a secular humanist could adopt an awful position, by the way, a secular humanist could adopt all of the Christian ethical prescriptives and deny God itself. He's still using reasoning. He just happens to adopt a Christian paradigm. He just doesn't believe any of the things. How would Craig argue against that? How do you argue against the secular humanist approach, who takes all of the bigotry from the Bible and takes all of the sexism and everything you're listing, right? How would you argue against a secular humanist who said, no, I actually determined the best for society is in fact the Christian paradigm. I just don't believe in God. So the secular ethical system reduces to individual preferences. So why would it be wrong for a collective set of preferences to use force to deploy their preferences and enforce it on everyone else? How could it be possibly wrong from the secular view? From a strictly naturalistic view, there is no injustice in that. There's no injustice in the force of water eroding a mountain. There's no injustice in a lion eating the face of a baby gazelle. So what could be possibly wrong from the secular view with taking everything that nature gave us, brute strength and force and weapons and technology, and executing dominance over everyone and everything? Secularists would have to appeal to something above nature, like justice. Now, just as Craig used the word dignity, which is meaningless under the secular view, justice is something that's assumed. That means there's a special order to things, that moving away from that order would be wrong. A society is built on the order, and it's buttressed by force. So when we refer to order, we're referring to that as good. So what is the good for secularism? What is justice other than merely preferences actualized in the world? We often hear the secularists talk about social justice and inclusivity and all of these bumper stickers and platitudes, but what would be the highest achievable peak of that social justice? What would it look like? What's the standard? Is it equality? Is it everyone feels good? What is the metric for justice or goodness under the secularist view? From the Christian view, justice is in alignment with a divine order. So punishment and discipline is actually setting things in order. It's not just about punishing and brutality. It's about setting order. We presuppose order. So the debate, keep in mind tonight, isn't what system is true. The debate tonight is which system is better. Now, obviously, secular humanism, and Craig is going to define better by his paradigm, and Christianity is going to define better by ours. So the term better doesn't really do anything. So the question is really, can you account for all of the
Yeah, I don't think you want to go with the central authority type of argument. I think that might fall flat. And then this whole idea that they need an authority above nature. Well, they think humanity's above nature, right? And most religious people would agree with them on that point. So it's kind of a moot stance, because they would say, well, science is the authority, and then humanity's above nature, right? So
yeah.
things that you assume under your paradigm? I would point out first and foremost, you can't account
and they're equally going to say, well, you use science for your everyday living, you don't use religious ethics to organize society, all right? So they're just basically just going to say, well, what do you mean we borrow from a religious ethic? They're going to say, well, you borrow from scientific achievements. I mean, it just goes in a circle,
Pretty much, yeah.
justice. Can't account for the good. You just have to go by what we prefer. You can't account for dignity, which you mentioned in your opener. There's no dignity in nature. Where are you finding this dignity from? I would argue that he's borrowing from the Christian paradigm in that regard. Justice also assumes violence. A moral system without the threat of and the active use of force is a fantasy. The reality is a functioning society relies on the use of force to fight against injustice and disorder, and it assumes disorder is actually a moral wrong. Does the secular system have a normative authority to tell us what's morally good and morally wrong? Let's take Christianity out of the equation for a second. Let's say there's two secular systems that live right side by side. One says force wins. We prefer to dominate. That's what nature says. Craig comes up and says, no, you guys aren't real secular humanists. Well, why not? Who is the objective stand? Who is the arbiter? Who is the normative authority to tell one group of secularists? I don't know. We can call them, instead of Israelites, we can call them communists. Who's to say the secular communists were wrong for completely obliterating their opposition to the death? Who's to say from the secular view? No one. A functioning society must be willing to use to physically throw someone in a cage or excommunicate them from a society if it's necessary. If violence is justified to keep the order of the nation, then violence is justified to keep the order of the world. The question becomes, which paradigm can best justify the use of force, maintain order and decency, Christianity or secularism? The other thing is duties. How can you argue something's morally good or wrong and actually police it in a society without a duty and obligation to keep the ordered society? So under a secular system, where do you get your duties from other than preferences? Is there any source for duties? Do they change? If they change, they can change next week, right? So secularism could be on its head tomorrow, completely antithetical to everything.
Yeah, that was a funny one. Instead of Israelites, let's call them communists. Uh-oh.
The irony, though.
Craig says tonight.
Yeah, I know,
So getting
exactly.
the duties and obligations, we now can list the Christian duties: service, love your neighbor, procreate, help those in need. But I've never heard a secular duty or obligation. I hear secularism has rights. Those are just entitlements without any duties. So where are these duties coming from? A society that provides a system of duties and obligations is more cohesive and more sustainable than one that has no obligations or duties at all. But instead, an ever-changing landscape of material preferences. You see, a society also relies on a maintained population. It's a Christian duty to procreate. It is not a duty for secularists to procreate. In fact, the common secular position today, it's seen as a duty to not procreate, which shows in the disproportionate reproductive rates between the two. In fact, the messaging from the secular society is to not have kids. It's a selfish act. And I would argue it's quite the opposite. It's selfish to not have kids. It's selfish to live your life entirely based on your own desires, leaving nothing but wrappers and Amazon boxes in the wake of your death. Now, I expect my opponent to bring up a set of items under Christianity that he doesn't prefer, maybe even some he's appalled by. However, I'm appalled by pineapple on pizza. From his view, I can call that immoral. Is it actually immoral? Debate topic isn't about who is more disgusted by the other system. The debate is who's got a better system. And for my standard, better has to be judged by how coherent the system is and if it can justify the assumptions in the statement that's immoral. If Craig takes the position that things are immoral just outside of his preferences, he's basically saying he's the arbiter and he's trying to get everyone to follow his preferences. If he's going to equate something I don't like with something that's evil, then I could just as well go to the nearest restaurant, have a dish, and write a Yelp review that the chicken was immoral tonight. We all know that doesn't make sense. He might say, well, that's a category distinction. Well, I don't understand how a secular humanist view can distinguish between the category of things you like, things you don't like, and things you deem moral and immoral. With that said, the key question here is, let's pretend that there is a secular humanist. And 10 seconds. The question is, how does Craig respond to a secular humanist taking on all of the Christian virtues and ethical prescriptives without the belief in God? How would Craig argue against this position?
All right. Well, thank you so much, made by Jim Bob, for coming out and making the opening statement. We are going to kick it into an open discussion. I'm going to fire a poll in the chat. Which has the better foundation for ethics, Christianity, secular humanism, or other? Debate in the comments there, guys. So maybe this might be a chance if you have like
I'll try.
Oh, sorry. If you have like a physical camera that's plugged in right there, Jim Bob, maybe like try taking the USB out and plugging it back in. Maybe it'll re-recognize the source.
I'll give it a shot. I'll try as we go.
Oh yeah, no, it's good if people can see, you know, your
Really annoying.
Yeah, expressions and stuff like that. It helps shape the argument, right? Lets people know where you're at. So yeah, that was a lot of fun, guys. We're gonna get into the open discussion. Hopefully, we can get Jim Bob back on camera here, so you can get some visual insight as to where Jim Bob's at as the conversation progresses. But yeah, let's just go into it, and we'll hopefully get that resolved sometime throughout the debate. So go ahead there, Craig. I'll let you respond to some of what you just heard, and then feel free to jump in there, Bob, when you're ready.
Yeah, well, first of all, your final question there, how would I talk about a secular humanist taking on Christian values? Well, I would disagree with your entire premise and say it's a bit of a straw man, as just because some values may appear similar doesn't mean that they've taken on Christian values. Two different views can have similar values without one literally stealing from the other. So your question there was a bit of a loaded question with a straw man attached, because it's not a position that a secular humanist would hold. My question to you would very simply be, why didn't you tell us why Christianity would be better for an ethical foundation? Because I didn't actually in your intro hear any reason why it would be.
Actually, well, sure.
Why?
Sure, yeah. In my intro, I mentioned that you don't have a standard for better. So if your determination for better is merely preferences, then you don't even agree with other secular humanists of what better is. So I'm actually doing an undercutting sweep here, is that there are two potential secular humanist views. One can take a force wins approach completely, absent Christianity. Just says force wins, we're going to dominate, and we're going to use force to implement our views, like Stalin did, right? Completely secular, and by his metric, better for him. So if that's the case, how could you possibly argue against someone else's view of what better is if better is defined by their preferences?
Well, first off, there, Stalin wasn't a secularist; he was an authoritarian.
He was godless.
that doesn't mean that he's secular. That doesn't mean the society he was part of, it was a secular humanist. He was an authoritarian, which is kind of against what secular humanism talks about.
Why can't seculars be authoritarian?
Because it's about empathy and making the world better for each other. Now, force. If you could please not interrupt me whilst I'm trying to get a thought out. I very much appreciate it, Jimbo. That would be appreciated. I'll let you know when I finish the thought instead of you interrupting me. Thank you. So, secular humanism prefers voluntary cooperation over coercion. When people understand the reasoning behind rules and see the benefit to society, they're more likely to follow them willingly. For example, public health campaigns are based on education, like promoting vaccines. They're preferable to mandates unless the situation becomes critical, like a pandemic. But authoritarian rule isn't secular. Using force to impose ideology or suppress dissident violates the principles of freedom and autonomy, which is kind of what secular humanism is about. So when you bring up people like Stalin, wait, let me finish my thought. When you bring up people like Stalin, that isn't a secular humanist. That is an authoritarian. Yeah, he doesn't believe in God, but that he does.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird thing for him to argue against authoritarianism because
yeah.
He authoritarianism and force. Didn't he just say that secular humanism has none of those capacities? Essentially, that's what he said. It's totally subjective. And yeah, so I don't know.
The weirder thing is, I'd say about Jim Bob, though, using Stalin as an example, and I'm going with this, is the fact that his patriarch praises Stalin as a great Orthodox leader.
Right. It's like,
what are you talking about? You know what I mean?
Hello. I asked Unseen to come on because I think he might have a comment on what I'm going to say too. Because you guys triggered me with whatever you guys were playing earlier. So I appreciate you having me on for a few minutes. So I'm going to try to remember exactly what I was going to say. But it's a very interesting thing. Who was this just debating right here? That you guys were watching.
You said what?
Who was that you guys were just watching on that replay there, debating or whatever?
I thought it was Jim Bob, right?
Yep.
Oh, that was Jim Bob on there? Okay. I just started watching a few minutes ago. I didn't really see, so.
Yeah, his camera was malfunctioning, so it just, yeah.
Yeah, I heard that. I saw the other guy talking. I didn't hear Jim Bob, so. What was the debate about exactly, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, secular humanism, some type of stuff. But yeah, if you guys are watching now, I've been playing recordings earlier, the homie made a spicy comment, so I decided to shelve that video and then restart a new one, just in case. So I've been playing recordings for a large portion of the day, but Neurojack said he had a special message for the audience, I guess. So yeah, you guys can go ahead. Blessings.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. No, it was kind of meta. Like I was looking at them having a debate, and then you guys talking, and then I got on. I'm like, wow. It's like, these panels, like in reviews and stuff, like it gets very meta. But
yeah, we recorded some great reviews, so I'm excited to present those now. I was careful to take down which episodes those were, so we'll figure it out.
Yeah. No, we should definitely do more reviews. There's so much stuff I want to review. I just don't have the time, unfortunately. But I don't know. It was weird this morning because you guys were playing something, and then the chat looked like it was live or something. So I was so confused watching the replay. But I don't know. To me, what I was getting triggered by was like the whole a lot of things, but really the whole Zionism, Andrew Wilson thing, I guess, in a way, just because Unseen said something that kind of reminded me. It's like, so he was saying, something about how like Islam and Christianity are definitely way more friendly historically than the other odd man out that we all know. And it's funny because I heard Nick Fuentes saying very, very similar things recently, and also the whole Kanye West stuff. I don't know if you guys have seen that, but he's literally doing stuff that you can't talk about on YouTube. But it's really, I don't know. I was trying to remember. I had my exact points pulled up earlier, and so I'll figure it out as I go. But it's definitely interesting that some of these big name people are trying to sound very reasonable on certain issues, and they're definitely doing some sort of confusing ops in regards to Europe, Islam, America, immigration. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how much we can talk about, but I'm going to go ahead and predict that you're going to see a huge shift that's unexpected in the talking points around Islam, Christianity, immigration. I can't tell you exactly what it is. I don't know, but I'm definitely seeing that these guys are setting up some sort of new thing, and I think a lot of it's going to be to distract from the technology that's about to really advance really hard. I think that's just my personal opinion, but I'm not sure what's on you guys' radar or whatever. But
well, I talked to the bishop today about something about kind of the Jays, if they could still be considered Israel or something, right? And he told me that not all of Israel are considered Israel. So there was always a remnant, even in the Old Testament. Like the majority of Israel were killing the prophets, and they couldn't necessarily be called Israel. And then there will be like this calling back to at the end of time, well, where Israel will be like, come back to Christ. And someone in the chat had asked something like, are you a replacement theologist or something like that? Like, which replacement theology is like, Israel has been given to the Gentiles now or something like that. And I don't believe that necessarily. I believe that, those who follow Christ are the true Israel God. And it was the same way in the Old Testament, that the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, that's who the prophets worship. And those that follow the prophets followed that same understanding, that remnant, So there's never been a replacement. It's just those that would consider themselves ethnically Israel have fallen away. And those people are always going to persecute Christians, and not get along with them. As far as like, Islam's concerned, I think the mindset of most Muslims, especially with like taking over like St. Anne's Skeet or something, it was like a lot of the Old Testament and the, even the New Testament stuff, they have some connection to, because it's similar in some sense, so they preserved those things. So I don't know. I mean, it's not like we're best friends by any means, like Islam and Christianity, but I do think that is true. Like, there isn't the same kind of mindset with the Jays where it's like a pure hate. You know what I mean? For the most part, if you're not like an extremist in Islam, like, they're pretty peaceful people from what I understand, and they just kind of want to do their own thing, and Christians want to do their own thing, and they can live kind of in close proximity to each other and nothing really go down, So I don't know.
Yeah, and I'll let Machine respond if he wants. I mean, I'm trying to think of all the little data points that kind of keep coming to mind that I'm trying to sort out, because definitely the propaganda is getting very it's just my personal opinion, it's always been sophisticated, but it's getting especially sophisticated right now on racial and religious things, you know, and I don't know. I definitely see that they're trying to conflate Sikhs and Muslims a lot for sure, and they're also trying to, you know, they're kind of like pointing out that, like, you know, Islam is kind of self-segregating in a way, but then they're obviously like showing that some of these very, you know, non-rule following young guys who are doing crime that are from these countries as kind of representative of Islam, and then they're also showing, like, you know, white Christians as both either very weak or very strong, quote unquote. And so they're kind of doing this kind of weird thing. And definitely, like, if you just look at the propaganda, you know, it looks as if, you know, Australia, Canada, United States to a lesser degree, Europe, they've just really done a just way too many young males in, you know, coming into the country of a dubious moral composition, let's say, right? And so, you know, for me, I look at this and I'm like, okay, like, I'll just say straight out, like, what I see is like, this is some sort of British J empire of some sort that's kind of playing a lot of cards for some reason, and I can't quite place what that is, but, you know, why are they allowing, you know, for lack of a better term, rowdy brown people to kind of take over certain sectors of the economy and all this? And again, it's not like I don't say that with hate. I'm just saying it to notice, like, obviously there's some sort of tension that they're trying to promote, but I also get the sense like maybe they're trying to push, you know, some Europeans into Islam. Like, I definitely get that sense. Like, they're kind of like if you're a stronger minded person, go to Islam because it'll solve some of the cultural problems. And if you're a weaker minded person, you just kind of like side with the J because you say, well, I want to preserve, you know, Western civilization, whatever that means, right? And then, you know, if you're just a normal Christian who's just trying to do it, well, then you're gonna say, well, I can't join Islam because I'm a Christian, and then so, you know, I don't know. I'm just saying, like, there definitely seem to be trying to sort everybody into certain little camps, you know, and I can't quite place what that is, but I think the weird thing is here in America, it's just hard to see because we have like a very strange bubble here, you know. It's like when you see Andrew Wilson and these guys talking about it, like, obviously they've never really been around the world. They don't really know, you know, what's going on in the world, or if they do, they're just giving a bad take on it. So I think that's just to keep us in the dark about what's kind of going on. But I don't know. I'm just really trying to figure out like how they're going to play this, you know, because they obviously have Trump and Elon in there, and they're doing all the bad things, quote unquote, and which is obviously, in my opinion, going to set up Whitey to look like they're bad to certain demographics, no matter what, you know. But definitely in Canada, the immigration is just like obviously making Canadian Whitey very radicalized. Like, I think Canadians are far more radicalized from what I can see. So I just kind of wonder how that's going to translate. You know, like if you have like a lot of radicalized people in Australia, Canada, and Europe, and then I think America is actually more moderate. You know, so I don't know. I'm just trying to see like what is this really kind of edging us towards. I don't really think it's like another war per se, although it's not impossible, but I don't know. I just see that like a lot of jobs will be going away pretty soon, and I think there's going to be a lot of animosity as people self-segregate, and then when white people say, well, I guess we have to segregate, obviously there's going to be that door is going to be shut pretty quick, I'm pretty sure. So obviously that's not going to be an option. So, and I think if you really watch Nick Fuentes in particular, you kind of see that he's kind of laying that groundwork
Well, if white people segregate, I think the society is going to look a lot like Trailer Park Boys or something like that. To be honest, I mean, because the international trade is what makes European society the greatest on earth, right? It's technological society and it's international trade, right? So so there's mainly those two things. Now the Jews are white, so we're just gonna have to deal with that at this stage. There was a time when the Jews were like petitioning to become white people, but now the white people are petitioning to become Jews. So that ship has sailed. I mean, right? But the
that's a
whole,
good
but
point.
but the whole point, ultimately is that, you know, Christian society, and there's still Christian so-called philosophers that are arguing this today. Like Kevin McDonald, to the inspiring philosophy people, right? That Judeo-Christian civilization gave rise to modern technological, scientific, liberal civilization or whatever, right? Well, if there's any link to that, right, which I'm not claiming there is a direct link to it, right? But all I'm claiming is that it's become a talking point, right? So much so that from people like Inspiring Philosophy to Made by Jim Bob, right? You're dealing with somebody who's basically a Christian who's like a liberal cuck, and then somebody who's supposed to be a radical conservative, right? They both agree that they rather live with atheists than with Muslims, right? So the fact is that Muslims, they want to be Western in the sense that they don't want to follow Western values, but they want Western technology, even though Western technology, accepting that basically takes away all your traditions because all your kids hop on social media and then there goes your fucking culture, right? So that's happening in Pakistan. It's happening in all of the Muslim countries, right? If Pakistan and Turkey are basically westernized, and their younger generations are like liberal cucks, right? Then Islam plus technology doesn't really work out the way they thought it would, right? So this is the thing is that, so I'm just going with this whole shtick, you know, that atheists, they have to deal with the fact that they were created in a Christian society. You know what I mean? And that they don't want to live in a Muslim society. You know what I mean, right? So they rather live with Christians, right? So much so that Dawkins is talking about cultural Christianity, right? So this idea of cultural Christianity, okay, and the culture of the Anglosphere. I mean, that
definitely
is the
what you
death
said.
blow. You know what I mean? Because that
What,
type of universalism, they've seen that that's a death blow of Western civilization because it doesn't preserve ethnic heritage. But go ahead, Neuro.
oh no, I was just gonna say, well, definitely what you said the other day has really stuck in my mind. What you said, and again, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I don't think it has been beaten yet. Uh, at all, really, because I don't think people really get this. What you said about this, you said, I'm going to paraphrase what you said, but I'm going to put it in my own words. But you said something to the effect of cultural Christianity is kind of like the glue that holds all these people together, whereas Islam's not really like a thing that really binds people together per se. Like if you put a bunch of Muslims together, it's not like they're going to form like a cohesive thing where they don't kill each other. And I would say that that's kind of where Whitey was, pre 14th, 15th, 16th century, right? Like we didn't really get along with each other, and that kind of kept things in check where we didn't get too big for our britches as far as a state wise, right? And you were talking about that a lot recently, where keeping the state a little bit smaller. And I think it's kind of interesting because basically with the state grow, like the state and the technology have to grow in tandem, at least for the foreseeable future, right? You can't degrowth the state and growth technology, at least if you want to proliferate technology out into the population. So either A, they're going to cut that out, or B, if they can, or
Yeah, in
B,
places where that works, it's almost like the greatest ever. like all those small European countries where they have technology. I mean, it's like the greatest place ever. I mean, but you know, when it goes like in a large country, it doesn't work so well. You know?
Yep. Well, and it's funny because all these little statistics they say, well, look at how great this country is, and it's like, well, yeah, they're all 96%, Scandinavian blood, like, if people are all kind of exactly the same, and we just have this kind of liberal society, or even a fascist one or whatever, it kind of works, right? But if you just start throwing, and I think that's kind of why they did this whole thing, and I don't know exactly where I'm trying to go with this, but like definitely what you were saying about the technology in Islam, like I think that was like the Trojan horse. They brought them in as a Trojan horse to say, don't worry, you guys are now included, just like they've done to black people in the United States, where they say, thank you, Shaniqua, for flying us to the moon with your math skills or whatever. Like, obviously, that's a big Trojan horse because they don't actually give a shit about these people.
Well, religion is a Trojan horse. Religion. This idea that black versus white, young versus old, man versus woman. Now it's becoming, Judeo-Christian versus, whatever else. And the problem is that Judeo-Christian, ecumenical, whatever that web is, it's extremely, concocted, and you could throw deism and Plato in there too. That's how concocted it is, right?
Because it was created by Masons.
Yep.
You know what I mean? It's created by Zionists.
And I would put it this way too: is like they basically have said, like, if you want to be a part of quote unquote polite society, you're not allowed to be violent or be divisive or whatever, right? But then if you're Islamic or whatever, you can. And I think people are mistaking that as like a sign of weakness on the part of the West, and I think it's actually a calculated thing because they want that.
It's two things that are significant, and this works in my marriage quite often, which is brown rage and white girl innocence. You know what I mean? So it just happens to work that way. You know what I mean? It's a corrosive cycle, but nothing can stop it at this point. Because it's just like, like what I like, there's very little I could do to not look angry. I mean, right? And there's very little that she can do to not appear like a Karen. I mean,
and also to like actually hold responsibility, and I think that's
right. You know what I mean? Exactly.
Yeah, and that's what's happened to Whitey for a long time, and it's kind of like I can definitely see that they're exporting that phenomenon into brown people society very well, and except for perhaps maybe African, or it's not really working that well, but certainly within polite societies of the Arabs and in Asia to some degree. But my point is, like you said, like it's all a big Trojan horse for liberalism, because eventually the more and more you guys keep coming in, they're going to basically turn the women against the men and say, well, it's going to be like watered down Islam. Yeah, it's going to be like watered down Islam. It's going to be watered down fights among even the races, where I mean, you could already see that like the violence is actually kind of
well, you know what it's going to be? It's going to be this deistic Christianity versus this universalized Islam. And it's going to be total cuckery on both sides.
What do you mean by universal Islam? What does that mean? The
Like-
deism part, I get it.
Like they're gonna say how we've been saying, they're gonna merge Christianity and white nationalism, but it's going to be a faux Christianity, and they're going to make Islam the thing that's like the universal, thing, but it's totally contrived. It's going to be like Sufism or something. It's going to be like Sufism plus science. I mean, and it's
Right.
just going to be
I
like
see it.
just believe in one God, and you can control like women or whatever. And it's just going to be like some type of nonsense like that.
It's gonna be like pop. It's gonna be like pop culture Islam.
I've already seen it. I have books that reflect that. So
Well,
I've been
you
collecting
see,
literature like this. Yep.
well, you see it like in real time too, where you have these like woke leftists that got pulled into Islam, but they
Palestinians,
only like certain
like
aspects of it.
protesters. Yeah, where they're like against Western colonialism, so they're pro-Islam now that they want to make a political stance,
Mhm.
a leftist political stance. And that's the same thing with the Christianity. There's people that are pro-Christianity now that they want to make a conservative stance.
Well,
right? But
yeah,
that's not
and
genuine,
it's
right?
good
Because
to,
it's a modern.
especially with Orthodoxy, they see that it's a strong position to take against Catholicism and the Protestants. So then they're not really Christians. They just want to win arguments. You know what I mean? It's kind of like that. That's what I see, at least.
Which is very homosexual, by the way. It's very much like
We got like 5 more minutes here, by the way. But yeah.
Yeah, no, but I appreciate the time because I'm trying to work through that thing because I'm just definitely noticing the the shift here is going to be very it's going to be very stark, I think, and
Yeah, and that's the thing with America. Like, you can't do something like Europe in America because like you can't flood America with Muslims.
why do you think that is? Why,
Like you could,
why,
because it's too big. It's not like some small European country. Plus there's Mexicans too. So it'll be flooded with Muslims, Mexicans, and all types of other things.
Well, I think that they specifically chose Sikhs and Indians for North America for a reason, right?
Well,
And
yeah, because if you go to Canada, I think they were very subservient to the British crown, and other things. So yeah,
Yep.
Sikhs are interesting people. There's a
Well,
lot of them in Canada.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to hate on them. I'm more or less trying to warn them because I truly think this is a big British Empire Vatican play of some sort. And obviously that we already know the other ones, but that's kind of what like it's getting very obvious to me that like G7 played the weakling for a while, and they've actually, I think demographically they defeated Russia, they demographically defeated China, they're demographically defeating most of Asia right now, other than Indonesia and Malaysia. Africa, I don't even want to get into that, but it's bad. Whatever they got planned for Africa, I don't know what it is, but it's going to be really bad. But Europe and Arabs, the Arab countries, they basically have them under total control. Europe is just too confused to know what the hell to do. And South America is a mess, obviously, but I guess they can hold it together enough to get done whatever they need to get done. So really, everything, like you said, is kind of going to continue to be focused on America. I think America really going to fall the way people thought. I really thought that for a while, but I really think now they America's technology is basically going to make them undefeatable, unless China has some sort of secret AI weapon. Maybe, but I don't think so. So I guess really the only question is, what is the play? Is it going to be like pure transhumanism, or is it going to be like, Malthusianism first and then transhumanism? That's really what I'm going to try to figure out. But I know you got to end this in a minute, so just.
Well, I think as America becomes more technologically controlled, all the technology headquarters are going to be set up in Israel. And all you motherfuckers are going to be watched. It's going to be time for, like, I mean, everybody's saying it. Like, Whitey's going to be the new black. I mean,
well, I think you're right, first of all. And I also think that obviously the Arab
but that
countries
just
are going
means that white people are going to be like the rest of us. I just think that a certain other group of people are going to be elevated. You know what I mean? And it's been coming for 100 years. Israel has silently gained more and more power for 100 years. Just like Britain controlled the world, right? So a small country that's about the size of Britain, can control the world if there's a colonial aspect to things, meaning that they have the ability to go places where other people can't. Now, the Britain had the power in their days because of their naval fleet, right? And then America gained that because of their naval fleet, right? They gained the same power that the British had. Well, now, the naval fleet doesn't give you power anymore. It's computers that give you power, right? And Israel is going to gain dominance through that way. I mean, right? So this is just a fact. I mean, right? There's a new type of colonialism, cyber colonialism 2.0. I mean, and yeah, yeah, we're gonna cover this. We have a lot of the new technology is coming from Israel. So this is the new thing that's coming around that most people don't see. They silently gain more and more power, and that's why people like, the few people that we've been looking at are very, very afraid to talk about this issue.
Because I mean, truthfully, because they're terrified of the consequences. Because I mean, not only will you have maybe like the Anti-Defamation League come after you, but it seems to me that Israel isn't afraid to take people out. You know what I mean? Like, I think that our politicians are terrified of what Israel might do to them. I truly believe that.
I definitely think they're the most bold, and for whatever reason. And I think that if there's any truth to this whole Alex Jones situation, where it's quote unquote Ukrainian keywords, well, I think that's code for what. And again, I think this is where people got it confused with the whole Ukraine thing, and it's really funny because a lot of white nationalists really supported Ukraine for some reason, and it's kind of I think it's another triple layer joke where they got a bunch of white nationalists to go support Ukraine.
Well, yeah, they're on Gab, and what you'll ask them about that, like, how do you feel about a Jay running you guys, and they'll just kind of like explain it away. You know what I mean? There's some cognitive dissonance there where they're not realizing that they're being directed by Zionists.
Yeah, they were literally celebrating a drone dropping something into a hole and a person flying up in the air, and it's just like it's so fucking ironic because you're just sitting here thinking like you guys are literally celebrating another brother war while you tell everybody no more brother wars, right? So it's like whether you want to count that as Christian or whatever. I mean, it's just like you said. I think we're all going to be in the same hole pretty soon, and we're all going to have a little something dropping in that hole if we're not really vigilant. And,
well, Solzhenitsyn warned us. He told us this would happen. That what happened in Russia would happen in America, and like we've talked about before, like we're kind of in that February Revolution stage where they've taken over the government. And it's been going on for a very long time, and they're willing to take people out, the population, decrease the population for whatever goal they want, what I mean, whatever it is. So
well, and most of it, the real, and this will be the last thing I'll say because I know you got to end it, but the real thing, I don't want to shout out this person, but I'm sure they know who they are, whether they're watching or not. But the auto hoax thing, right? Like you're going to get to the point where, if the technology continues to where it is, and Machine's hypothesis is correct, which I think it probably is, you're not going to know whether it's a quote unquote national disaster or a false, or or an actual real conflict, or it's all just televised apocalypse per se, right? I mean, we don't know. Unseen warfare, perhaps, the machine lying to you, your neurology getting jacked up, right? I mean, it could be any of these things, and I think that people are going to find out, unfortunately, too late, that they're just going to have every excuse in the world to tell you a narrative while you're being subjected to a new list of, terms of service that you're just going to have to accept if you want to get your Amazon package of food delivered to your house, right? I mean, and it's not going to be the way that Jim Bob and these other people think it's going to be some sort of corporate thing. It's going to look like that, but really what it's going to be is just total warfare, where you're not going to know really what you're not going to know where the war is really coming from, because you're going to be looking at everything via the screen and hoping that it's telling you the truth. And I'm just saying, the more dependent we are, I can just see how that's going to play out. It's going to be, if you're lucky, you'll be out in the outskirts of the, mega city, perhaps. I mean, that's probably the way it's going to go. I don't know.
Okay, folks. Well, that's pretty much all we had. Unseen, you got anything to say to these people?
No, brother. I appreciate you as always, man.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I'll be back on Tuesday in the afternoon. And yeah, I mean, this is a hard stop because we don't have any more time. But yeah, I appreciate you guys, and definitely we'll talk very soon. I mean,
have a great night.
Yeah, definitely.
All
Yeah,
right.
thank you for
Later,
joining
fellas.
us. Yeah, blessings, guys. Yeah. And here's some music for you guys. I mean, to close out the show. I appreciate you guys very much. Okay. And I'll be, and like I said, I'll be back on Tuesday. Okay. And here's Lilith Panel Jazz. I mean, I had recorded this earlier. I'll play that in a little bit. But yeah, blessings. Thank you guys.
About to put it on you. Check. When the stone cold wheels apply, it's usually congruent with this angel that flew a little too high. Feathers burst while the tethers nursed the back to my side. And when he woke, he said he knows where the helium goes. And what I could peel the sky back, revealing all the stars and Billy God's unfiltered cigarettes burning holes in the ceiling. Emerging out the grimace of the dawn of man. Shot one up for the rainmaker strain with speaker wire vein and honest plans. I'm certain, but the tallest rainbows gotta sit more than a cauldron of pesos and bottle chips. The naked more to life than a failure is nozzle spits. Plus in his big brush, I slip dust in a rusted maze or major hostile sips. Drifter, on Chevy Balbalist kisser. Talking tank, walking a plank off the Big Dipper. Lip zipper for the common folk. You see when art and time will up on some midsummer night lust freedom train. Most Creed brains will buckle. Yeah, there ain't no constellation that spells flattery. She'll dance to the song of a billion little Galileo timers. Choked over they broke my first Sony telescope. Moon games and math getters. The tears blood, the illustrated comic tale on the napkin. Ace rock limit choker. Cross the lasso but I miss the voters. That's the ones that mouthed off for the gimmick quotas. I let them bang across the dock with they beat dangling for the shark. Siamese fighting fish to pick apart. I got a spirit that springs to life when the scissor hand slit throw modules collaborate with nasty. It makes the school children disrupt the class with Mrs. Crabtree. Catch your mortal, show these motherfuckers how to strike a match. Like this.
Cats is like fish flowing in the ocean of my emotions. I'm often lost in this realm, burning the L, wanting to flow and get fly like them birds on the block that love to get. I'm all day trapped in the fields, watching the skies, thinking to self, what's the word for life? Then I learned how to burst on mic, shine divine and purify earth with line. Feeling as a pigeon that turned phoenix, screaming, we only living when we got it, some freedom. Remembering days when wrapped in the Eden, gotta like spit these raps with a meaning, define that reason why a nigga breathing. Every day get up with words that get mics fiending, strike even with darts straight from the heart. This is how we do this, escape the sky's limit through music. This is how we do this. This is how we do this. This is how we do
Jesus knew it, and he tried to warn us, but the church erased it. Sound crazy? Well, then ask yourself this. Have you ever wondered if everything that you see, everything you touch, could be an illusion, a hologram, a simulation, a cosmic deep sea? Jesus already figured this out 2,000 years ago. And what's even wilder is that modern physics is proving him right. See, today, scientists are discovering that matter doesn't even exist, that everything is just structured information, a projection from a higher reality. Here's the crazy part. An ancient book called The Sophia of Jesus Christ revealed the secret almost 2,000 years ago, and the church was so terrified of what it said. So if this world is an illusion, then who built it? And more importantly, how do you escape? And by the end of this video, you'll know. The Sophia of Jesus Christ is a book that was likely written in the 1st or 2nd century CE, and the church was not happy. They tried to control or delete this info by banning it and persecuting people.